You know, the one you did during semi.
Listen, man, I've learned. I've learned.
Good to know. Good to know. Look, Vico and Jax, they're sitting 200 above, but they will have to be aware of Pico and Mosh. Nako and Dan, though, they're not sitting above. They're just below, and they've got to do a bit more damage, but they've got to be careful because it could be their demise. Dan is such low HP. Nako will eventually go down to Cyrock. Cyrock's actually being taken out. And so Dan now in a scuffed 1v1. He doesn't even have the shots right now. He's trying to create the space of separation to be able to win this fight out. Oh dear, this is not great. This is not where he wants to be. Only 16 HP, he's got to be careful. And just as he opens the window, it will be the end of him. That is so unfortunate. That's what happens in some of these scuffed mid-game Storm Surge fights, right? All these teams might be thinking at home, look, why are they fighting? Look, just chill, just relax. You all want to win the game. But they have to do damage and they have to get into these fights. And once the fight begins, somebody has to end it a lot of the time, right? You don't want to leave things unfinished. And so that's going to be a theme you see throughout the day. Kiriachi and Stormy right now, they're going to have to start doing damage unless they will have to take a fight they might not want to.
Yeah, 44 below, looking like, yes, they prioritize position very well. Center zone, honestly, the best spot you can be in, but they sacrifice damage. They sacrifice being active on the map by getting here just in time. So now they really have to look to deal some more. Yeah, Storm Surge might have just ended. We hit 70 players. In a few zones, it'll pop up again, and it'll be 50 that the server wants up. So that's 20 players need to go down because they're still just low on that damage.
Yeah, the big thing is that if you saw Kiriachi's AR, the MK, he didn't have many shots. He had about 10 shots in that thing, right? And so if you're trying to hit, you know, long range tags, that's going to get real difficult with just the SMG. And so we'll check up on them in a bit and see how they're doing.
Checking in with Benji and Savage. Heroes for the players. I feel like villains for the lobby overall. When you look at that duo, if they get things started fast, Levin, it might be over for everyone else. They do not stop when it comes to momentum, and they're in a spot where they can basically loot out and get out as fast as possible. Look at this real quick. Once again, pay attention to the fact that Benji's not taking any damage in these fights, a level above the rest. We've watched some pretty hairy situations other than, you know, 2 so far. And if they're on that caliber of playing that defense, getting the damage down, and being good, that momentum might start fast. If they're up on day 1, Levin, their day 2 always looks great.
Yeah, you said it, man. They are a streaky team, and so they need to sort of hit the ground running and get their momentum quickly. The big thing is that, you know, when it comes to that duo in particular, technically, no question marks there, right? They have all the mechanics, all the skill necessary. It's just about whether their game plan can work. Can they continue to win out at Tilted Towers with their teams there contesting them? These are the things to follow throughout the next couple of games and day. As we see Teak and Cammy now, one of the other big favorites in the lobby, sitting pretty. Teak had some peppers there. That will be very, very handy for the way they want to play. They want to stay mid and low ground, not necessarily going to be one of the teams we see dominating up from above, but definitely a team that will probably be dominating in the standings, barring any abnormalities. One of the better teams this season. And it's funny because a lot of the teams in this lobby, Shayo, obviously would be doing their preparation, you know, studying, okay, what can we do better to make sure we're as handleable as possible? And I can promise you a lot of teams would have been watching Cammy and Teak's games, right? Watching, what do these guys do so well that we can implement into our plan? Because they have just been those sort of role models around EU for quite a while now, not even just this season and chapter.
Have to be able to execute on that fully though, right? Have to be able to lock in a game. And right now, I'm really hyped up because I've been waiting 3 weeks for this. Yeah, we can analyze the spawn fights. We can kind of theory craft how that first game looks off the drop. But when it comes to the 5th zone onwards, the 4th zone onwards, we start to get towards that end game. I have to stress, this lobby has been kind of, you know, filtered, sifted over and over again. And we have the best players, I would say, in the world when it comes to EU playing right now. And they're about to go head to head in this game 1. They're here for 12 games. The winner doesn't move on to something else now. You have to bask in that win and try to hold on to your title in game number 2. Tayson and Thomas close to a high ground spot. Refsguard down, back up. A Scram picks them up. They're down on Surge still on the right side. Actually, both these teams are down on Surge completely. How are Tayson and Thomas not dealing enough damage? I feel like I've maybe seen this once or twice before, but usually they're up.
Yeah, I wouldn't expect it to stay that way for much longer. You can see the pad will come through, trying to find their position in the 4th. And that's going to be a scramble, right? You would have expected them to save their pads for a bit later, but clearly things ain't going quite to plan in game 1. And this is one of the worries that people had about this team.
Absolutely. Moved early, used the pad, and still found nothing. 8 people need to go down. They need to do 71 damage. That's 3 shots connecting. One of them not a headshot, so I don't think it's enough for Tayson on the left side of your screen. Stormy right is down. Atrocious. This man is, you know, the Midnight Sadness. 358. Surge below. He has to basically take out a whole team. Now Tayson's back above on the left side POV. We see some happiness. The grass is greener here, but the screen might be looking great for Stormy and Kriachi soon. The Storm takes him out. That is tough.
Yeah, they needed more than just a surge, right? They needed a whole loadout. He had practically nothing. That was really rough. Kriachi, a former FNCS champion, so not great to see them going down so early, but they've got plenty more games to go. It's all right. No need to panic just yet, but definitely a concerning first game.
Called out Krusty, Relvis below. Sometimes they're kind of tough in coming in that first day on the first grind of a new stage. Very good as a learning duo, but Krusty will be put to a test as he starts to swing about and also has Storm Surge raining on him. Kind of a public alarm, you know, just in the open. You hear a shield crack next to your box and it's swinging in the air. Now he's a solo next to a duo on the right side. Meanwhile, Tayson and Thomas on the left, they have just played perfectly in the situation. Pressure on their box, pressure on their minds, but they do not let it crack them whatsoever. 224 damage above now. Their story will be able to be played inside this game. Krusty, though, he'll be taken out in a moment unless he finds the most miraculous beam. No, he's gone now. We'll have 50 total players, 25 teams, all duos rolling in towards the end game.
As we hop right into a replay, checking out Scram's POV, Scram and Rescard, Danish duo, one of the more experienced teams, a team that's been playing with each other for so long. We saw how they dealt with their surge. Definitely a team to watch out for. They have all the experience in finals and they'll look to use it to their advantage. Oh,
I'm seeing something huge. Savage and Benji taken out by what looks like Irazumi and his teammate rolling in. That's going to be so tough over. I think Hydro might have got a little bit of a piece of either the knock or the Elam on the other side. That is going to be, you know, it's just surprising because they look so good to 2-11. They had control.
And things get messy, right? As we head into these deeper zones, you can see Sixth has popped, is going down towards south. And so you can see Cammy peeking through his cone, looking at pathing his route. How can we get to the zone as best possible? Are they going to make use of that pepper in the inventory there? Or will they look to recycle a pad? First move, and a lot of teams going to be using them. They're down on search. The pad will come through. Well, they're looking for it. They're searching. And the run will go. No pad, and so they've used just the pepper and some materials. But this is the problem, right? When you ain't got that pad and teams have got their eyes on you, you're going to have to commit a lot of brick, a lot of metal to keep yourself safe. And this is what we're seeing them struggle with now.
I see 3 different POVs as well. Nas and Pink just trying to move through a parking garage right now. Yeah, forget the wall, just crash right through it and then build over, driving on the right side. What a rotation. Front portion of the zone, and they start to move up towards high ground. This is one of the teams that loves to challenge it, loves to have that control. Meanwhile, Tayson and Thomas on the left, they flow through the sky. They're just playing their regular game. Cammy and Teak start to elevate as well, but unfortunately, they're going to be down bad on Surge. They're going to be just in a tough spot overall. Cammy should be going down in a moment here. I'm curious to see how these 2 stories on the bottom start to play out. And Austin Pink have saved so many materials up to this moment. Still have what seems to be 100 each, which is huge. Tayson and Thomas also rolling in, getting refreshes, which is a big spot for them. That's Toos actually going down, who we know has duos worth of loot, an entire thievery of different POIs access is available to now. Him and Austin Pink, though, are starting to bully high ground a little bit, but many teams are elevating overall to get to this spot. Karma in front of him. Anas waits, misses the shot. Pink is there to be a little bit of an assist. Buddy, and there it is. Nice pressure from the backside, and they get that heal.
Yeah, this is what the Rifles can do on the back of the zone. And like you said, they were looking to bully high ground. This is a team that will look to rise incredibly soon, and you can already start to see it. Pink and Anas, they want to go up. They're sneaking their way up, and they maybe even have it as well. You can see the fight was starting to break out, and that's doing a great job to dodge the fight there. But it doesn't seem available. Look, there's so many people high up. They have to drop down. It's not going to be doable. They need to be careful. Looking at their mat count, they can't commit all their mats to find it out. They might just have to settle with chopping it instead. Diox and Waffler, though, they were the team that won it out. And so a team who many people maybe didn't expect to see here in game 1 is currently sitting up on high. But for how much longer with just the 200 builds? He has no teammate left with him. He drops down. Oh my goodness, Diox, you've got to be careful, son. Trulex gets knocked, but Chico is still now on the hunt in the back of the zone, and with just 17 HP, he's going to continue to hold him off, but he can't just stay there for much longer. And Trulex goes down as well. Oh, wow.
They go all in for the fight. Deox does win the 1v2, but while that happens, we see on high ground and Awesome Pig have taken it, and Thomas HD doesn't need a sniper for these low ground moments. Default and Link on the left side, he's going for the 1v2, but no, on the streets, he gets run down. Unfortunate for him, Janus and Vortex take over height. This is a multifaceted retake. I'm not sure who's the captain of this ship right now, but Nos and Pink might be thrown overboard, starting to move through mid. Armored walls and just roofs overall to make sure the rain from Vortex does not penetrate through those builds. Janus, though, is also trying. Everyone's on wood. They're kind of all in till this moment. Only one team really operating off that metal. One team with security. Might be Link and Default for another head-to-head against Alex and Andy. And Austin Pink are also somewhere. Down bad on Masses. They tried for one retake. They go desperately for another. Vortex sees it. One DD shot from Anas. It's not enough. Just on a few wood floors now. Anas has to just go all in for the med miss in the zone. He's buying as much time as possible. Another 180 shot, but he doesn't find anything. How is he not getting shot at all? Finally blocked off by a few builds. He breaks down and goes towards the floor. He can't hit it through that. Big shot blocked. Anas is down.
We know how much he loves hype, but it was eventually his demise, and now Janus and Vortex will look to close out the lobby. You can see their names in the feed. They're getting some eliminations. They want the extra points, but Default in the Storm is doing a brilliant job of keeping his team in this one, gaining them placement points, but for not much longer. He will eventually goes down as he runs out, and so now Janus and Vortex, they want to claim game one. They want to show everybody why they're here and why they should be feared. Janus and Vortex, they've done such a great job, and they get the victory royale. Ziandi will fall. Janus and Vortex take game one of the FNCS finals.
And they did it in such a clean way. Let everyone else fight first. See what true control looks like. It looks like Vortex and Janus on that high ground. Looked like they had their feet up the entire time as well towards that end game. What a beautiful way to start things off. Some of the most aggressive plays we saw from, you know, those mid-ground teams rolling in. That was a tough game one. So many elims across the board too. I'm not sure what the leaderboard looks like.
Yeah, it's gonna be a very fun one to break down with the death. Janus and Vortex will be a game on winners. There's a reason, Shayo, I said they were a dark horse at the start of the game. Desk, what do you think of that one? That was a real fun game one.
You know, Levin, it's what I live for. It's Fortnite and games like this. A fantastic way, and the first foot forward in the competition is none other than Vortex and Janus Z, right? I mean, Vortex, obviously one of the most aggressive players I think we've ever seen, paired up with Janus, right? FNCS Invitational winner, and then they come out in front and say, okay, this is finals. I'll tell you what, we're gonna win the first game. We're just gonna make that happen. We're gonna lock it up, and then we'll go to game two. How's that sound, Vortex? Vortex like, yeah, that sounds good to me. Let's do that, boss.
Yeah, I mean, the ridiculous aggression coming out of those guys, right? Some of the big boy teams going down, but also going towards the spawn fights. We saw City and Chapix going down to Venno and Joe. Unfortunately, you know, we talked about them being super good in those early game fights, but unfortunately not really doing too well there.
Yeah, there's a bunch of those kind of off-spawn fights that were really interesting. To be honest with you, I was actually looking at Janus and Vortex and thinking, man, this team might not work at all, because they, in that first Cash Cup of the season, they placed second and they split. Like, this almost didn't happen, and here we go. They've won the first game when it comes to the finals at the same time. Like, this duo is something that if they get going, they're going to be good. They have mentality issues very poorly, unfortunately. We've seen on the social media a bunch. So now that they have that kind of upwards trend, I think these guys could absolutely fly.
Okay, I like this. Confidence in the duo. We'll have to see how they continue to perform. Let's check out these standings, okay? Let's see how things shook out after game number one. So, boys, I have this kind of question to pose to you right now. It seems like a lot of these duos had really scuffed starts, right? It was like everything seemed to go okay, and then there was just kind of this one misstep, whether that be they didn't have Surge, maybe the loop path wasn't great, maybe they didn't get what they needed, perhaps it got contested. What's happening here? It doesn't feel like a typical finals where we see, like, you know, there's like 90 people and like zone 5, right? Like, there was not really that many people in these end game zones.
Yeah, I mean, it is I mean, first game of grand finals is always, it's sort of feeling each other out, right? The nerves are there, everyone's, you know, a little bit scared, but for some duos it wasn't the case. You know, we have people pushing very early on off spawn, you know, Mariah and Rifler going down very early on to Default and Link there as well, you know, and you see that Default and Link, it worked out for them. Second place right now on the leaderboard with 50 points in total. So some of these guys, you know, some of the experiences coming through, they're not afraid to sort of, you know, show, you know, who's boss, and then sort of, you know, stat check everyone else and push through.
Yeah, and I think it's interesting because, like, Link and Default are players, you know, I made my predictions, I put it on social media, I said my top 10 and teams that could easily fall into, and I did not put Link and Default in there, you know. Default himself said to me, he says, you never believe in me, Reese. And in all honesty, I should have, because his previous performances when it comes to finals are really good. A 10 and a 6 in the 2 that he's made so far. Now game 1, picking up tons of eliminations, really looking to capitalize on that off spawn. I'll happily say when I'm wrong in a prediction like this, and this looks, I mean, it's game 1 out of 12, come on. But it seems like things are going well so far.
I think it's tough, right? You know, we kind of like hinted at this a tiny bit at the top of the show, but when you're looking around all these names, man, there's just so much talent here in Europe that have made it to the finals. So it's just like trying to predict, like, okay, well, I know this duo does really well, and at this stage of the competition they were great, but now this other duo that we haven't seen because they qualified super early on is now going head-to-head with them. Like, we don't have data on that quite yet, right? Like, it's just so tough when there's so many good teams. It's basically impossible to predict, and yeah. Of course, Game 12 tomorrow is going to be like, oh, it all comes down to the final moments, Zeke. Classic Zeke, always coming down those final moments of the last game. And I'm like, yeah, I'm aware. Like, it's just Fortnite. That's how it be. Expectations going into the next game. Do we think, I guess, some of these issues may be resolved going into Game 2? Is it going to take a little bit longer to get going? What do you guys expect?
Yeah, it's tough to say, right? A lot of the big names, we saw them all going down. Aqua going down very early, you know, getting held out in Storm there. Something that you wouldn't really expect too often, right? You know, Aqua, you know, one of the most experienced players all the way up from, you know, coming from World Cup side. And the first game just wasn't there yet. Just take a look at the replay here. You know, Noah and Aqua so late on this rotation and unfortunately not working out for them. A little bit painful to see. You also saw names like Queasy, unfortunately for Reese, you know, his big favorite there, them going down. And that sort of opened up the gates just a little bit for Pink and Anas. And, you know, we were watching the game before and we thought, wow, this is going to be game number 1, a win for Pink and Anas because there's no high ground teams left.
Yeah, and, you know, we set that up at the top of the show. We talked about the fact that there's so many good height teams in the lobby. And I think, honestly, like, you know, obviously Pink and Anas being number, I was going to say, I don't want to say number 2 because I feel like Queasy and Hen are number 1. We're highlighting them, talking about how good they are. I don't want to say they're number 2 at the same time. But, you know, from them, there are so many teams who have that potential to be up there. And this was like a classic play by them, right? This is the timing that we nearly always see from Anas and Pink. It's that second moving zone. It's when the high ground teams who've held it from the first moving, maybe even earlier in 5th zone, are starting to run dry on match. It's really hard to get refreshed early on. And they went up for it. They tried for it at that point in time, like they normally do when they pick up a bunch of Victory Royales. But this time, you know, the height team was just a little bit too strong at that moment, and we obviously were able to see Janice and Vortex capitalize on the fact that that was just a little bit of a mess. So I'm sure we're going to see a bunch of mind games going on at the same time. The first team to try and retake it, potentially messing up, and then we're going to see other teams pick up that victory royale by able to capitalize on what will be a messy high ground.
It was, yeah, man, and we're gonna keep seeing this, right, Reese? I mean, this is what happens once again. You put the very best in these lobbies, and it's not just an easy high take, right? You try to go up, and they're like, "What are you doing? Why? You know who we are? Why? No, go back on down there. We'll see you at the end of the game, you know." But that's it from us for now here on the analyst desk. We got more games ready for you, so we're kicking them back over. We got Shy Wager and 11-2K standing by. Let's go.
Thanks so much, Zeke, Boop, Reese. I mean, I think game 1 full of surprises overall, 11, and I agree with a lot that, you know, the desk had to say. With Janice and Vortex rolling in and being the leaders of the pack, how does that change things for EU?
I don't know if it necessarily does, just because I really think this is a slept-on team, right? In terms of the way they interact with everybody, you know, they've got Greasy uncontested, right, which is very nice for them. But I expect these guys to continue to have a couple really, really good games where they do sort of show people, look, if you guys leave height vacant, we will be able to take it and step up, right? They are definitely a competent team there. Vortex, one of the most exciting talents in EU right now. He has all the firepower you could possibly ask for, paired with Janice's experience and, you know, intelligence. Definitely a top duo there.
Yeah, you also kind of have the desert curse overall when it comes to zones. I feel like for this one, it kind of blessed them, kind of close to home for them overall to be able to save a few mats, gain some control. I feel like, you know, if it does go their way again, they might win it up, but that is all to be said. Game 2 is right underway.
Game number 1 was fun. Game number 2 about to be even better. We saw so much going on off spawn. A couple of the bigger favorites, though, didn't necessarily win it out how we would have expected, and we're hopping in right with one of them, Mustache and Malabuka. They went down relatively early, and at least in the first part of this chapter, they were considered one of the more exciting duos to watch. They were winning a bunch of events, dominating everybody mechanically at the very least. And so here up against Shmeki and Tyson, can they make this one a better game than their first? They have the shield advantage for now, but they just need to connect with the shots.
Tyson trying. I feel like the key to this last time was immediate pressure. And it was just a fast pitch from the side of Tazing and Shmeki. This time might be a bit slower. 2 games of a hindrance might not be too much in a 12-game format overall. You got to remember, you know, different thresholds for prizing overall. You're not trying to qualify for something now. You're just trying to have a very good, consistent performance. That being said, might not want to leave everything up to chance and go 2 games down. Usually Mustache Malibuka very slow at switching up their playstyle, but they're getting mighty aggressive. Tazzy has to just overbuild and overcommit to all his mats, and my man Malibuka is just a gopher hopping in the air, frog-like motions on this roof, and he finds so many shots. Mustache also wins on his own from the top side, and that is a nice reversal, a quick wrap-up to an early game fight.
Yeah, it wasn't just the loot advantage that they had, right, in terms of the shield. They also had shotguns, whereas you saw Tyson there, he only had the SMG. And against Malibuka, Mustache, who no slouches mechanically, you want to have everything in your favor, especially going against them. And so they will go down, like you said, the reverse. We'll see how it plays out here over at Sleepy, though. Chapix and Seti, we saw Chapix going down last game. Avino and Joe ain't just got to worry about Chapix and Seti. There's another team on the hill that's going to be popping off some shots, so this one might last a while. 2 teams who very top players, Shayo, but Sleepy Sound isn't going to be the kind of POI you want to be sharing in the finals. You want to have it all to yourself.
Too many angles to track down. T-Ship's art skill. Talk about an angle side, a lower bridge here. They've been looking for a few shots. And not blocking his backside at all. Goes up into the open again. This is going to be even tougher. I've never even seen this spot. My man is trapped down. There's 3 duels trying to operate and shoot their shot down here. I'm not sure exactly what Artskill's doing either, but he's in the air. Loot rains down. It's Pablo and Swag who are clasping on this fight. Other duo rolls in and just jumps away using those spider webs. Mirza and Lizen are the ones now who are on the back foot.
Yeah, that's really interesting, right? Because Mirza and Lizen, I don't think many people would have expected them to be in this area of the map, right? In terms of, you know, understanding who's going to be dropping in where. And this makes this part of the map a very interesting dynamic, right? Art, Skill, and T-Chips were very exciting to watch during the qualifying process, but if they have now another duo to deal with, Swag and Pablo will be loving that, right? Because they can just come in, get their tags, you know, maybe sneak an elimination like they did here as well. So the Flames boys are going to be an interesting duo to watch out for. If they can deal with their surge early, that's going to be really nice for them.
Yeah, those Flames boys, Pablo, Swag, when they were rolling in on their day, I mean, fully contested 6 out of 6 games, still in that top 6 that looked so good. Benji and Savage, off spawn, gods, I feel like they just never end up fully getting broken down in this spot. And Benji also just doesn't care. He's just dropping down for the fight solo, picking things up.
Yeah, and this is one thing that I won't understand, right? Bad Sniper, DKS, Bad Sniper in particular, you know, a veteran of the scene, he's been around and he constantly will make it to FNCS finals, but he doesn't have a history of doing particularly well there. And I don't see why you'd want to contest Benji and Savage when, in my opinion, Benji and Savage have been one of the best teams, you know, in terms of fighting at Tilted Towers all season long. They're, you know, a super team. No, these guys have been dominating at Tilted. I really wonder what the plan will be for Bad Sniper and DKS, because if they're going to just keep on fighting here every game, I wouldn't be surprised to see them, you know, near the 50 mark. You know what I'm saying? 45 and up, if you get what I mean. So we'll see how that develops throughout the rest of the games.
Might have a chance at, you know, maybe chaos happening at Tilted, or maybe they're the ones waiting for the day 2 type of play, analyzing all the mistakes they make on day number 1. That being said, yeah, Lazy Lake, Tilted, anything that's remotely, you know, Metropolitan has not gone very well for Bad Sniper at all. That being said, Chapix still getting bullied down by Vino. Looks like this man is the operating factor inside this fight, always engaging, always making sure the pressure is hot, and these guys are getting cooked inside this box. There's nowhere they can really travel and go either. Vino, though, shot down, unfortunately, from the front side. While this is all happening, Joe is sneaking around the back for a pinch. Vino's taking a lot of damage and put his life on the line, and now this has to be worth something. Joe has to start maybe rattling a few shots of his own, but I see that ammo count is not looking too hot at all.
Yeah, Vino got uppercut by the heavy shotgun. You saw how much damage it did, right? Just that one pellet was able to just bring him all the way down, and it did slow down, right? You saw Joe was sort of swinging around the back to maybe look for a pinch, but Chapix and Say, they want to keep the control of this fight in terms of the pacing, right? So they're just going to sit here in this box. You can see now with them slowing things down, it's inviting other teams to sort of get involved. You saw Clown there on the other side of the riverbank. He might be wanting to try to get involved, and so it means now Vino and Joe, they've got to be a bit more protected, use a bit more materials to ensure they aren't being exposed in too many angles. And with the zone not being at Sleepy Sound Shio, like, this is just not great. Like, you know, just both these teams, you know, are top duos respectively, but they can't afford to just keep sitting here for ages and ages. And I can promise you, anybody who knows Chafix personally, he won't be happy about this, right? Like, he will be frustrated at this. And so we'll see what the breaking point is here.
To give you an idea of how bad the situation is for both teams as well, imagine the entire lobby has one goal, to find a car thief, right? And it's very, very dark at night right now, okay? And all you're hearing is one car alarm go off. That's Sleepy Sounds. This fight is so loud, and it's still happening. Everyone's looking for Surge for the moment, and all they hear is an SMG just going off over and over again. Where's the car thief? Right there. Everyone's gonna start coming in for this fight, trying to just rattle down and get some damage done. It's tough, and there's nowhere for these guys to hide. If they want to engage in themselves as well, it's gonna be troublesome. They'll have to make noise. Aqua and Noah Riley rolling in. A double jump spray on a Tripper who goes down.
We can see here at Sleepy Sound, Queasy and Hen getting involved. And I think this is one of the reasons why a lot of people were even higher on Queasy and Hen than initially. Just because the potential to get third-party opportunities here at Sleepy Sound, very enticing. It means that they can deal with their Surge over here as well. These guys don't struggle with Surge anyway, typically at least. But a fight breaking out close to your POI always is going to help out in that regard, but they got to be careful because this fight actually isn't even really happening like that, right? And so maybe this is going to go from being a great opportunity for them to being a hindrance, because you see now as they're trying to get out, they have teams just sitting around ready to take shots at them, but they will get out this time.
I like that Chug Splash pickup as well. I'm not sure what Hen is doing for the moment, but I'm pretty sure it's not going to be a net positive for the whole team. Oh, they're stopping in Storm here, ready to actually take a few shots. Maybe, possibly, if teams are moving fast. That was very interesting, but no, nothing actually gained. They understand, though, Levin, that, you know, people will be behind them, and you're right, it is a hindrance right now. But I feel like taking a little bit of damage from the car, or to their car, taking a little bit of damage to their HP pools as well, they'll still be in a better position, and they know there's 4 teams that need to move in that they can pick apart.
Yeah, and they'll get into zone and look to try hold those teams as well, which will obviously be a great advantage for them as they have the Storm on their side, but these guys don't have the Storm on their side. Dew and Stompy fighting right outside of Bugle here. And this is just not what you want to see in these games, right? These Storm fights, but it will happen, and Stompy does brilliantly to hit his shot. And that's actually not that bad just because, right, the zone isn't ticking a great amount, right? So it's not like he's going to have to be in fear of going down to the Storm. They'll be able to get in. They've got some Chug Splashes. Of course, they've got their web shooters as well. So this actually is setting up to be pretty all right for them.
If the zone was close, but this is a bottom left zone, and they're already in the Storm in Bugle with another team focusing them. For me, it's like they have to launch their game again and get into a game to get into the zone. That's how far away they are. Like, that might be faster if they can spawn in on the bus again than running right now.
And I think what's more important, even more so than actually getting into zone, is where they choose to go in zone, right? That will be a huge factor. Link, he ain't got any options of the choice of where to go other than to the lobby. He gets taken out. Did that hit? Did that hit?
Yeah, it did. I saw the damage tag, 100%, unless it was SMG right after. That had to have hit. It was looked way too close. And yeah, as I see PKR and Mappy moving away, PKR has no HP. That did indeed hit. Sniper shot from Frizz. I mean, that's just nuts.
Maybe baby Thomas HD here, maybe. Hitting some sniper shots. You don't see many people carrying these around, to be fair, but if you're confident enough to hit your shots, it can be a great surge tool. It always has been, and probably always will continue to be. But this is interesting. You see how many teams are sort of just poached up around here, right? And we talked about how congested the south side of the map was going to be. And you can see all these teams just sort of sitting around. Nobody wants to overstay their welcome too much. As we swap on over to Andalex, who's struggling over at Chonkers. And we knew Chonkers was going to be a POI field of action. Will he actually be able to get it, Andalex here? That's the big question. Nobody seems to have noticed them just dipping out, and so he will get the res. But I think the better option is to get the res and get out. I would not re-engage in any sort of fight here if I was these guys.
Very good zone for Chonker Speedway as well. Yes, super contested, but if you do make it out alive, you barely have to use anything to get into the circle. And X-Squeeze and Alex, they'll be able to just keep things up. Will be hindered overall because their heals, at least on one player, should be cut in half.
Yeah, but the big thing is here, they obviously can use that shield keg to put them back up. 102 above isn't very comfortable, right? You know, you probably want to be at least 250 above 200-ish is where you probably want to be at right now at the minimum. But on the other side of things, we're 100 below, so another game where Tayson and Thomas just down below in second zone. And you should be expecting second zone surge in these lobbies, and so we'll see how they deal with it. They definitely would have known it was coming. But I wouldn't doubt they can do damage. You know, ultimately, these are two of the better players we've seen. And one shot there to Car Street. Can they do any more?
They'll try, but I'm not sure they understand who they're upsetting. They have the car with the chunker tires in this box. Is going to be looking good. If Car Street does get a little bit more upset, might end up pushing this box.
That's the thing though, right? You know, Car Street Vortexia, I hate to keep mentioning it, but they are controller players, and historically controller players do struggle with getting surge at longer distances, right? And so, you know, the aim assist isn't as prevalent from that longer range. And we'll see how they trade it. Obviously, Thomas and Tayson don't know that, so they can't just keep re-engaging those guys. And, you know, maybe if they did know it was them, maybe they'd keep taking their shots, but they don't know that, so I don't think it'll play too much of an advantage.
Wow!
Stormy right doing a great job there, hitting some shots and then hitting the vehicle, which inevitably helped them out damage-wise, and now they can just look to push their way in. They've got to be careful. There will be some alternative presences looking to get some shots in, but when you have Kiriachi and Stormy right running it down into your box like that, you better scurry away. Not two players you want to be dealing with. But with the zone on your backside as well, this will get very tight and difficult.
Oh, this is tough for Kiriachi overall, stuck between a rock and a boxed place. They have to try to move in at some point. This is just really tough with two teams on their right as well. Joe and Vino, they're struggling a little bit, or should I just say Joe will be Kiriachi, I think, looking to bully this box as well. They'll pick up Vino's loot. Dan's on the backside too. There are so many people just locked in to these boxes on the north side. When it comes to the desert, I feel like every position is just coin flipping 24/7. Heads good, tails bad right now. Some players in that type of heads realm overall. Kiriachi and Stormray might have flipped their way into this box and been in that situation. They'll be in a 2v1. They understand that as well. But once that zone starts to pull, we'll be in that tails territory very soon. They have to just battle not only with this surge threshold, but time as well. They must find Joe as fast as possible or leave. It's two solos they can take apart. 6 total points plus that placement. Dodge out Dan on the right side. Kiriachi went under the stairs. Kind of a reverse situation overall. You never expect that to happen, but my man Dan's got the stealth. They find Joe instead. This is just such a weird story right now for these two. They're just running around these solos, not finding any shots on them whatsoever, and they both survive.
I almost felt really bad for Dan, man. I was going to say, you can't catch a break. We saw last time, you know, he was in a Scuff Surge fight. And to run into these two would have been real rough. Scram and Rescard again in a, you know, not very optimal situation. At least we'll be able to see Scram stay in this game. But what can they do? They got web shooters, which will be helpful in terms of movement later in the game. And 3 eliminations will mean that they're not doing too bad damage-wise, but I want to see more from these guys.
Yeah, there was definitely a cost to that knock. A little bit of profit overall in this fight. But they can't move forward because of that armored wall. Have to edit towards the right side. I'm wondering if it was Revscard who ended up dealing damage or just was both, you know, the Elim secure and the damage dealer. Does have 3 Elims overall. They're getting bullied and he has to keep Scram alive at the same time. Bing bong, that's good. Irazumi gone. That's what I like to see completely. A man that's a menace inside the endgame, not gonna be there this time. And it's Revscard who takes them out. That is a complete mirror situation, Levin. Usually it is Irazumi taking out the Benjis, the Revscards of the lobbies. This time he stopped.
Yeah, he got taken down, and look, Irazumi did well to make it to the finals. You know, I will have my question marks about how much of a threat they pose when it comes to winning the whole thing, but
Vito!
These vehicle
Why?
rotations are crazy. No, I'm back in it. I'm liking these vehicle rotations.
Are you?
saw how
Because he went
effective it was.
down like 2 seconds later, man.
Look, it can work. Do you know what I mean? Don't doubt it. It can work. Rising and Phoenix, they got to do some damage. You can see here, they were able to get in. The sit toss will go down. And now, tripping and drops coming from Coney. Oh, dear.
Ah, so that's how the ref squad situation started, and then there was another duo that came in, and so they locked 2 different teams down. That's kind of insane. Ref squad scram, I mean, you talk about a duo that needs something every game. I feel like it's that Elam, that refresh potential over and over again. They're a duo that seems to get knocked a lot. You mentioned that when we first saw Scram and Ref squad, you're like, oh, Scram knocked again. You know what I mean? It feels like for the 4th time this game, but it's just the first time we were tuning in with them. So that might be a win condition for them overall to win this out.
Yeah, speaking of win conditions, right? This is the team that we watched a bit earlier, and they actually did take down Vortexia, right? And Castery. So props to them. That's going to be real nice.
It seems too good to be true for the moment right now, Jason and Thomas. Like, inside this situation, car ready, fully metal box, and that launch pad, something has to go wrong. Got the zone 2. Back at the second one, they might be stealing Hen and Queasy's luck for the moment. I just saw Aqua take out both Queasy and Hen, I think. I'm not sure what's going on the north side. We saw they had a fast drive in. But, you know, a duo that many beautiful people predicted to do very well today, not really doing really hot off the first 2 games.
That's real shocking to see Queasy and Hen both going down 2 games in a row now where they've gone down relatively earlier than you'd expect. And like you said, maybe, you know, Thomas and Jason taking that luck. I won't get too ahead of myself. It is just game 2 of 12. But a really rough start from 2 experienced top players.
Okay, and when it comes to this position, I know you're somewhat of a Janus Vortex crystal ball individual. I don't know how else I can explain it. If you guys aren't familiar with Levin's calls, in the back room 24/7 when he's talking, he can see Janus and Vortex in a certain position and instantly call if they're going to win. He's done it like 3 times. Is this that position? They've pushed up the height a little bit, already gotten Elam that they kind of pushed over towards their box as well. 2 full loot bags to work with this two. Like, is this the spot?
I'll be honest, every game I've ever watched of them where they get a refresh now, they win. I'm not even kidding as well.
A back-to-back to start EU. Okay.
Look, it's on the it's definitely on the cards. Definitely on the cards. So keep your eyes peeled for those guys. Because when they just have the opportunity to sort of have the max loot, you saw they had a bit of movement there as well. I think Vortex had some chili splashes as well. So, you know, they're looking good.
Teak and Cammy right now split on decision making because yes, once again, their position looks so good. The damage looks down bad. A few shots over from Teak though. Get from 70 to 30 below. Reason and Vidil lacking damage and aggression in this game. How is that possible? 56 above, they're looking fine now, but the shields will get affected. Cammy and Teak still can't find much, and they're in the center of this half and half zone.
And you think that this is where they want to be, right? In terms of just optimal positioning. Scram, Rescard, not an optimal position whatsoever. They go down.
What?
Cammy and Teak, 1 damage. Just do a bit of damage, lads, please.
I'm so surprised to see Rescard and Scram go down. 4 eliminations overall, and you saw the big shots that Rescard was hitting. How much damage do you truly need to stay in this lobby and be able to play? This is the best of the best, and right now, Cammy and Teak are just caught completely off guard. There is no security for them, no insurance in their box. Once again, 1 below every team around them, but they find no hope, nothing, no light in this darkness. With 48 total players now, that surge will stop, but they know that their demise is very, very close if they don't deal any more damage. This is the perfect chance to do it. Once those moving zones start, it becomes very difficult to deal with both dealing damage and moving at the same time.
I think the big advantage that these guys have, though, is that their whole game plan around the moving zones is to secure control, right? Wherever layer they're on, you know, they like to get to the front side, make sure they have the builds, they have the edits, and they can hit the shots for sure. So we'll see whether they can gain control once the zones start to move. You can see we're going towards that southeast, and Thomas and Tayson will have to make their way there. Is this the game where they do look for height, or will they look to stay lower? Will they try and get involved in that battle? We know Creasy and Hen ain't going to be here, so will it be Pink and Anas, Janus and Vortex again? I'd probably put my money on that, to be fair. Look, we'll see all these teams starting to set up, as this is where the game really begins. The pads will come out now, and players will look to rotate, and Thomas and Tayson looking to see if they can jump in and get involved with that as they move towards the front of the zone.
Start to fly high. Kami Teak, classic situation. They have that low ground control. Thomas and Tayson, they go a little bit higher. At the same time, Andalex pulled that zone just like Vidil did in some of the best positions overall. And Andalex picks up Bubak as well inside the feed. Karma interrupting rifle as we see Janus heal up a little bit. Had that high ground position, have the most information entirely for this lobby, and then understand it's getting crazy over on height. Karma with a humongous all-in to try to hold things off completely. It might be a little bit too early. Clown also inside the sky. Kami and Teak uninterrupted down low, but we know they need some damage. They're rattling over at Wildflower and Deox on the right side of the bottom right. We also see Vidil's POV. It's looking like destruction, like chaos. Reason's not down, but they have a random hostage in their box. No protection for him there whatsoever. He's not going to be saved. Reason and Vidil have to split apart for the moment. Hopefully they find each other very soon. Janus now very low. Vortex also at a silver of HP. He is down. The winners from game number 1, the lobby leaders at 63 points, might have their story stopped. The bookmark on the chapter for the moment as Janus finally goes down. 63 points is the current lead. Nesfuruisha is all the way up towards the top side looking for a big launch pad as well. Stompy's also starting to move off. Ryzen has the control of high ground. It's starting to clash between 3 different teams. Toos is also falling from the air. When he's part of the equation, it starts to become a problem. Karmi looking for the solution. Sees a little bit all around him, but he's still confused. Where's his teammate? Where's everyone on his screen? He doesn't know. There they are. Double layered height. It's multifaceted. It's looking good.
They got to be careful though, because there's still going to be teams second height, lower down, who will look to try and take it. We are getting to that stage of the game where some of the better teams will look to fight it, and this is a fight happening on the mid-ground. Tayson looking to find the control. He gets the edit and he gets the shot as well. They will find the elimination. Vidil and Reason though will move towards the front of the zone. They need a couple eliminations for themselves. They're running low on materials, and so Vidil hit a huge shot there. Vidil, nice damage, nice elimination, and now they have some mats to keep them in this game.
Tayson also doesn't care about any locks on any doors. He's pushing straight in with that SMG. Picks up a vital elimination to keep Thomas and himself inside that lead. Meanwhile, Kami, he's the only person operating without a teammate, without a partner. Duelist inside this format in the end game. In the sands, it's going to be trouble. You might end up sinking. That's exactly what happens. He is down. Meanwhile, the clutch ministers of EU are rolling through the tarps, through the layers. They're about to clash with Reason and Vidil side by side. The 2 POVs we're watching in trouble now, though. This is his own bounce back, kind of not really going towards the right side. They end up for a side-scroller adventure. XP is going to be the first mini-boss they're facing. Going to be tough to kind of get towards them. They use a level skip. No, it's not possible. You cannot get through that wall. They go down. Karmi is somehow still controlling height this entire time. Uninterrupted. All the goats are fighting down below. Now we have new creatures, animals, all the way towards the top. We're all hungry to take a little bit of a bite. Reason is by himself as well, trying to clutch. He's getting that pressure from high ground too. He has to be forced to drop down. Squeezed in the end game. He's trying to get a little bit of damage too. Some rattles off on the right side, but it's not going to be enough inside the sand. He has a few more builds to put down. 6, 5, 4, 3, 2. None. His chances are gone to stay alive. Andalex and Squeeze are looking so good on this layer, but Pablo and Swag are here to play too.
Yeah, and we've seen so many of these teams struggle on the back of the side of the zone, and so these guys are going to have to stay compact. They're going to have to stay together, and you can see they're trying to rise up. They don't even want to be there, but they now have to deal with the team on high ground. Karma does so well, and Swing will get taken out. He will be forced back down, and Swag will soon join him. They actually do have control as the zone starts to move downwards on the hill, and so Andalex now will run into a brick wall. He gets taken out. I've seen Squeeze clutch, but this is too much for him. Swag and Pablo will do it all, but Swag goes down. Pablo now left in a 2v1.
Don't put Pablo in a corner. That being said, though, they do get crunched. Frizz started this with Karmi all the way up top on high ground from the 5th zone, and they're still locking it in. You never see this in EU. Drop down. Pablo on basically half HP. Karmi looking for the lock-in. Pablo got a little bit of shields. Now inside the bushes, it's getting kind of jungly. We're looking at any opportunity, but they're taking so much damage right now. Frizz has to catch up with the zone. Frizz finds the shot, and Pablo goes down.
What a game for Nefriz. How they done it. Like you said, Shia, we don't see teams hold height for that long, but this is what happens when some of the top height teams go down. The up-and-comers can come through and take it, and they will take it well. 1 game for them in the bank. This is brilliant. Karmi and Nefriz, a brilliant game to display, but can they continue to keep that up?
I mean, I don't know. I feel like I'm watching 3 different end games in every game. There's something going on in the mid ground. By the time we get to that 9th zone, Nippers and Kami were part of all 3 sections. They had height the entire time. And Levin, every time we saw anyone in pressure, it was because of that team. They were just relentless on high ground.
Look, this is Nefriz's first FNCS, and he's stepping up to the plate. A victory won in the 2nd game of your first FNCS final. That's not too bad. Des, break it all down for us, guys.
Thank you so much, Levin and Shia Wager. Exactly what I wanted to talk about. Thank you so much, Levin, for continuing these storylines. First time here in a finals. And immediately you see the kind of like repercussions, right? The waves that ripple across everyone else in the lobby. A single team could just dictate the flow of any game like that. And right now for these guys, once again, it's just that boost of confidence, Boop. That boost to say, look, we've made it to finals. We have nothing to worry about. We just need to play the very best we can. And that's what I like to see. Yeah,
this is a typical game 2 of a final, right? Everyone's slowly sort of getting out of their shell. You know, Nefrizi and Kami here, very aggressive off spawn, right? They pushed over towards the 2nd place of Default, and Lake eliminated them, and they sort of transferred that power over to them, it feels like, and they had the confidence and the aggression to go up for high ground. But this was also a result of a lot of these players on these mid grounds, some of the big boys sort of struggling around those mid ground levels, not too consistent. It looked a bit messy there.
Yeah, I think that early game engagement where you're talking about where Nefrizi was pushing in and obviously picked up the elimination onto Link and Default, that was just flipped the entire lobby on its head, because all of the players who popped up in game number 1, Vortex, Janice, Link and Default, almost no namers. Obviously, we saw Vortex and Janice looking to have a good game here at the start of the moving zones. Didn't do so much from it at all. So I think almost that Nefrizi elimination started their run, but also ended a bunch of others.
So good. Now, of course, we got to see how this has rippled onto the standings, right? Remember, we have a 12-game format, so we're playing 6 games today and another 6 tomorrow. So right now, these first few games, it's all about feeling each other out, making sure that, like, how do we actually, like, exist on the same island at the same time in this set lobby, right? Which one of us will actually get the better of the other in these lobbies? And the standings are a great way to kind of see the numbers, right? If you're much like me, you just have to see it to understand. Here is that moment for you, right? Right now, Vanille and Reason ahead of the pack, doing very well. Once again, making it in that top 10. Now, we have not seen them be able to make it into, like, those final, like, top 3s. They keep getting shut down, Boop. So what's necessarily happening? I mean, obviously, they're still in first, but I feel like if they could make it in that top 3, we could easily see a victory royale.
Yeah, it's a Vanille and Reason classic. They've typically struggled in finals, usually with Storm Surge. This game, again, they didn't have those early eliminations, but they managed to make it work. But those late games that we saw for them, very, very messy. We saw them running around on the low ground and mid ground as a duo, and then that turned into a solo, and it's not really been the best from them. Janice and Vortex are having an okay game, but not too good compared to that first one, obviously.
Yeah, specifically from Vanille and Reason, like, this is what I've seen from them I was going to say all season, but I think all of their careers. It was kind of similar when we were watching things back, even back to, like, the earlier in kind of chapter 2 when they're playing with No Rayleigh at the same time. It's like, these guys aren't, well, the easiest way to describe it is they're the opposite of Cammy and Teak, right? Everything that Cammy and Teak do well, that Reason and Vanille don't do that well, right? Dead side rotations, get into the good spots, claiming a lair. These guys in endgame are just messy. They just frag out, they just aim their guns at people's heads and pick up easy eliminations at that point, right? So, hey, that's fired them up to the top of the leaderboard so far. Obviously, we look back, Pink and Anas, they're also still coming up close to the top of the leaderboard, now in 3rd place. Not getting too much of the limelight in game number 2, but a 10th place with 2 elims, not so bad at all.
I like how you mentioned Cammy and Teak there, talking about consistency, but this time,
I know
not
you'd
as
like
consistent.
that.
I mean, of course, if you looked at that leaderboard prior, where are they? They're not in the top 10 right now, which is very surprising. As we see, they've been struggling for Surge, and this is something that you don't typically see from them. One of the most prepared duos. We saw them in the first game have some interesting strategies with throwing fireflies at trees. So, they've done the preparation. They know the angles to get a Surge, but it's not really working out here. Some of these zones are pretty brutal.
I would say the opposite in a sense, where, Cammy and Teak have historically struggled with Storm Surge, right? It's particular in these early games. But when they're on, they are on, and this isn't even an issue. So to me, this is kind of a little bit of an inclination that they may not be playing their best game right now, because when they have the strategy, when they're an FNCS winning level champion like last season, right, in Chapter 2 Season 8 and in the Grand Royale as well, where they're 1st and 2nd, it's like these weren't issues for them at that point. Now, maybe they're not playing their best game.
Yeah, it was also to do with zone 2, right? Like, it's another southern zone, and it affected other duos as well, mainly Thomas HD and Tayson. Now, we saw that both Covert Cavern teams this time, they struggled for Surge. Both of them were below Surge into that second zone Surge, unfortunately. And maybe that's a little bit to do with, you know, the way that they play. We see Thomas HD and Tayson, they do get the vault from Covert Cavern. However, they do go to Greasy every single time to get those chili choke splashes, and maybe that's sort of affecting their rotates, because if you have that sort of strategy, you're going to be taking so much time in order to get all of those items, and maybe you're just overlooting, and that's the issue with having such a big draw spot like Covert Cavern on Con. You just don't know what you want to pick. There's so much you want to get there.
Yeah, and at the time, there's also not that many players around that spot down there to pick up for Storm Surge. So Janus and Vortex struggle that too. So maybe Tayson is also doing the same thing.
I like it. I like it. We're going to keep this coming. All right, we're going to keep talking about this when we come back. But right now, we got to go into the next game on the day. 11-2K Shy Wager, take it away.
Zeke Boop Reese, that's exactly what it is. Storm Surge actually stopping some of our, you know, captains that should be taking control of the lobby 11. I think by game 3, that's where you start to make adjustments and maybe change your plans.
Yeah, and it's really strange, right? You look at 2 of the top teams, right, in terms of Cammy and T, Queasing, and these are teams where, if you ask any of the top analysts around, right, they will tell you these 2 teams have 2 of the most consistent early and mid-game setups, right? And so to see them now in the finals having a bit of struggle there, definitely going to be a reason to have to adapt in this 3rd game, and we'll see what are these small adaptations like. Is it going to be a case of Tayson and Thomas maybe just not going to Greasy, right? What will these changes be? We're going to find out pretty soon, right? But definitely going to have to be made.
No, absolutely. Maybe jump in a car like Vino and crash into boxes. Maybe get a little bit more, you know, flamboyant with the way you're playing your game. So I exactly just want to see what those changes are. Because, you know, for Cammy and Teak specifically, they have, you know, the super mountain to be able to just stay on. We saw it in both game 1 and 2. Didn't result into anything or enough actually at all, which is very surprising. Maybe it's the zones overall as well. But where will the zone go? How will Surge look? Those are the questions for game number 3.
Game number 3, we've seen 2 teams already pick up some victory royales, and as we head into Tilted, who will be the team to pick up the 3rd? Mr. Savage, 50-50 and up here. This reminds me of some of my arena games, Shayo. And Savage, who we've seen come out on top plenty of times, will actually be taken down, but Benji will be close behind to back his teammate up, but it's not done yet.
DKS down. Bad Sniper still in the situation, I believe. And this is where he can fully change his fate. Sometimes it's worth it to maybe roll through and try again. But it looks like he's missed his opening, so forget that I even said that. Benji dropping that shield keg, ball hitting that revive as well. Very smart. He gets to be full shield basically into the next engagement. He will be the power in terms of, you know, this off-spawn fight. While Savage will just try to boot up as much as possible. Bad Sniper is not going to be able to find that revive, obviously, since Benji got the full finish. Plus, he's just kind of by himself up top on the roof.
Look, last game I said, DKS and Bad Sniper are going to have to make adjustments. They can't keep 50-50ing Benji and Savage off spawn, because that's not going to be a fight that you win. And we head into game 3, they do it again, they haven't won. At what point do you start to make these adaptations that we've been talking about? Look, I don't want to be saying the same thing going into game 4. You know, we'll hope maybe that, you know, he can get his teammate up, Bad Sniper, but again, Benji and Savage, they are like that. They are these guys when it comes to Tilted Towers. And so I don't expect anything to change in that regard as we head into the next couple games.
Things might change between these 2 teams, and we saw it the quals overall. Kinzel, the Ziptos, Benji, Savage sometimes end up butting heads inside this POI, especially towards the later games. We got to remember you have 2 overall days. Meanwhile, over at Camp Cuddle, nothing is adorable. Nothing is cozy at all. Those guys will keep battling it out. Archskill up against what I would assume would be Swag and Pablo. It's not going to be exactly that. We'll be fighting Eliza off spawn. They'll get that up. And this time, Trippern is not going to trip and fall to his demise. He'll end up winning that off spawn fight. And then we tune in to the most important one, I feel like, in terms of who can control everything on the map, as well as, you know, are Announce and Pink allowed to play this game? Covert Cavern, and they haven't found anything early, Levin. I feel like when they have a very good early start, maybe a pick or 2 while people are gliding in, that's where they have control of the lobby.
Yeah, and I've spoken to their coach, Bloodex, right? And you know, he's told me that, you know, he feels good about the team. feels it's very much dependent on how much Pink can do, right? Because when it comes to Anas, if you're not familiar with Anas, for the people watching, Anas is like a robot, right? You know, and in a good way, he's robotic in the sense that he just doesn't make many mistakes, right? You know, you program him and you know he's going to be able to do all the tasks you set him out to do. And so there's a lot of pressure on Pink there to sort of step up and rise to that level and be able to keep that cool head as he leads his duo to victory. But you saw there, they were trying to get some tags in on Covert, sitting above there, looking to see if they could pick anybody out. Phoenix was there, but he covered himself up well. And this is what else was happening at Covert. Thomas and Tayson getting that vault.
Oh my God.
The loadout is filth, isn't it?
I just, you know, once again, like, what went wrong completely last game? Why weren't these guys high, mighty, and free? And one of the best spots overall, vehicle, save mats till the very end game, launch pad there too. Need I say more? How can you not win off of that? Getting 2 zone pulls as well.
I think Boop is onto something, right, where maybe they are overlooting. Look, if you watch a lot of the Covert teams this season, they very much will go off and look to see if they can get to Greasy and get some chili chug splashes, but in these lobbies, right, the timing just isn't quite working out for them. So, don't know what's Vino's doing. Vino, you good?
I see. Yes. This is the fake fight going on right now. Maybe you can get Queasy and Hendo over peak. Very, I don't know. It's one of those, I'm not going to say, you know, low-level strats, but one of those obvious strats that might trip up a very good player. Vito's trying it all. The car might not work this game. PKR and Mappy, they're having some struggles too. Feels like PKR is just taking the brute force front of the damage. It might just be because Link and Default are that good. You talk about a duo that can fight. Their fighting pattern overall just seems so odd, tough to deal with. It's just a constant barrage and never really offline, and as a result, sometimes overwhelm the enemy. Sometimes also go a little bit too ham and all in, and I'm getting picked apart by third parties. I feel like every fight you'll see with Default and Link, it's almost a sky base.
Yeah, you could sort of, Link was investing a lot of materials there to just sort of guarantee that he had the right angle when looking to take the shot, right? But in turn, you know, Mappy just kept building and it meant he spent a lot of mats. Fortunately for him though, Default will come through and drop him some, and so now they can pincer in on Mappy, and there isn't going to be much room for him to go up here. I'm sure he'll be low on mats as well. They've got to be careful. There is a third party in the distance looking to try to pick up some surge tags, but they need to grab a hold of Mappy here and now because he's just going to continue to force them to burn materials up here. And it gives more and more time for that team to just sit up and beyond and get some shots in.
There are no winners here. The real CEO, the person making all the profits right now from this fight, is that third party. They're looking really happy. A free body to tag up over and over again, nice. Default and Link have to invest so much, and yeah, you can dance away Default, but your mats are also completely danced away. 278 metal, no wood, no brick, and that second zone's about to start to lock in. I mean, they got some time to bring it all back up. They might not be too far away from zone. But man, you know, maybe Nice it for now. We can see what we do next.
I think the dancing, if anything, shows the frustration on his behalf, right? Where it's like, look, man, stop fighting us. We're gonna beat you. Like, go away, go away.
Yeah. And then Vino and Joe, I mean, I was roasting the strats before, but apparently they have worked.
Yep.
Maybe Vino has this, you know, cool combination. I know there's a bunch of games with maps where you have to shoot certain walls and do certain things, and you got like an Easter egg or something. Maybe he has like a hypnosis spell they can play, shooting certain walls over at Sleepy Sound, makes Squeezy and Hen a little bit lethargic, gets them to make the wrong decisions, you know? There's some in-game thing we don't know about, but Vino's got the secrets.
Look, you know what, Shai? Usually I'd say, bro, you're bugging out. Like, I don't know where you're getting this from, but you might be onto something. Because they have been all over the place in the first 2 games, and definitely cause for concern. If they don't start to hit their stride soon, we're going to have to start asking questions about what it is they're doing as a duo.
Talk about taking 1 stride per sidewalk step. You know what I'm talking about? That's Vidil and Reason right now. They got big legs compared to the rest of the lobby. They are just booming right now. 71 points overall. You'd assume that these guys are always the one kind of making mistakes and need to catch up. They're leading by almost 10 points overall. I think they have an 8-point lead on Vortex and Janice, who went down earlier in the last game. But first 2 games, 4th, 5th, 5 elims, 3 elims. They're looking pretty consistent, and that is not usually the case for Vidil and Reason.
And at some point, right, you'd probably expect them to eventually get a victory royale as well to top it all off. And so these guys are looking good again. I still think the questions are there about how consistently are they going to be able to be so aggressive as they are without being punished.
Talk about success and punishment. And I brought up the, you know, Tace and Thomas effect of just having everything in the game. Another airdrop, a third launch pad, and their car is still almost full fuel with chonkers. And it's a sedan, so you can pretty much go anywhere they want. Once again, how do you lose from this spot?
Well, I think this game will be a bit different for them, right? Because you can see they're not going too greasy to get the extra chili chug splashes, and so hopefully this time they can find better timing, better rhythm in the mid game, and find a good position to get their surge tags dealt with, right? Look for a spot where you can sort of hold teams in, where there's going to be a whole wave of teams that you can hit shots on, and as much as maybe they've had their struggles, they should be able to hit their shots. It's Tayson and Thomas, for goodness sake, right? So, you know, as long as they can find some good position, hopefully this game will be a much better game for them now that they aren't overlooting.
Might have to drive a little bit overall to get back into the game because they were a little bit south side overall from the map. They left Covert. Covert got the zone. So a team like Anas and Pink that looks for control has it the earliest form possible. And now we'll see what they do if they can pull a little bit of the Freezy situation out from under their pocket, because that man controlling the game from 5th all the way to the end, that's just insane. Don't ever really see it in EU. It's a very good treat to see. Malbuka Mustache will also be kind of in their pocket. You know, this I think is something they lack a lot, Levin, control.
And I think this is why this is a great spot for them, right? You know, this is the old trusty hill. I'm sure they were happy to see this, and they were like, oh yeah, we can get up on this hill, because as players do start to rotate in, there's going to be a lot of players flocking in from the south, right? And so they're sitting in the perfect position to take some shots and really do some damage. You can see them already here. Tayson and Thomas is the team that Mustache has his eyes set on, but they won't be the only team that starts to flock up in this general area. Some big damage being dealt there by Mustache. This is exactly what they wanted to do from this spot, and it's paying off to perfection.
Up their game a lot so far just off of those early game eliminations. That's one of the benefits of being contested off spawn. If you end up doing really well, you have 6 free points rolling in every single game.
The best cry,
that
me,
leaderboard
please.
just is a very big risk for Vortex and Janice. Full control. We talk about overlooting. Second zone, they're still overall in greasy. I'm wondering if they've gotten tags on anyone at all. I mean, yeah, the loadout looks good. 12 chug splashes. It costs a lot of time, and time is one of the most valuable currencies inside Fortnite, especially in the early game.
And you can see, right, in terms of their path, they're white lining it to zone, right? They're heading straight up north, and if you remember
Hello,
just a
the
couple
best
seconds
cry,
ago,
me, please.
way up north is exactly where, you know, Malabuka and Mustache were sitting up on them on that hill. So this is going to be one of those teams who is going to run into a bit of trouble, right? And so 70 above isn't bad.
Zany
But
face revolving heart sweat droplets.
they have to pick their spot wisely, because it could easily
Hello,
run
the best
into
cry,
one of
me,
the more
please.
congested areas where,
Hello,
you know,
the
there's going
best
to be
cry,
a
me,
bunch of
please.
teams all shambles
Hello,
looking
the
to try to
best
do some
cry, me,
damage.
please.
Yeah, it's dropping way
Hello,
more than
the
even
best
1 a
cry,
second.
me,
From
please.
70 above down to 20.
Hello, the best
Everyone's
cry,
shooting and
me,
taking
please.
shots, and Vortex knows right now
Love letter
they have to
revolving
collapse
hearts, love
and act
letter.
on any possible
Check
situation,
mark
opportunity,
button
and
revolving
decision.
hearts, kiss mark,
Doing a
sweat
little bit of
droplets.
damage, 20. Keep themselves 41 above, but the pattern does continue without anyone going down so far. Oh no, their car actually tumbling over as well.
Gosh.
Okay, that's what? 4 seconds of time? Let's see if that ever makes a difference in this game. 4 seconds, Levin.
4 seconds. I think it's rare you see 4 seconds make a significant difference here, but considering already how much time they spent at Greasy looting up, it could start to add up.
Who's driving? Is it Janice? Give this man some lessons. What's going on? This is not looking like the smoothest ride, but
Yeah.
they'll get it in. The deal reason, this is what I'm talking about. So were they in this position last game as well in terms of being very down low and, you know, just collapsing on it and immediately
Don't
getting back
comment
up?
that.
I honestly, I'm not super sure. Remember if we got to tune in with that, but the consistency or the lack of might start to kind of roll in with them being down on search.
But the big thing is we know what their strategy will be. Get in. Straight up. Just get in. When in doubt, get in. And so we'll see if that opportunity arises for them. In the meantime, though, they will look to try and avoid that situation. He is trying to take some
Try
shots
to all the highs.
elsewhere. And maybe this is it in action. Are they going to get in? Oh,
It's
God.
time. Here we go. There's even a reason to deal. Pushing the storm. They're going straight for it. I think Floki already down. The deal is still pushing forward. Looking for a few more shots. One person gone. 31 damage above. Yep, that's Clement. They got taken just completely away, deleted. They have all the loot. They're barely even just enough over. 128 looks good overall. I feel like they need a lot more.
In the words of the wise 11-2K, when in doubt, get in.
You know what's tough? That's Clement and Floki as well. Some people were looking really good at in terms of doing well in this entire lobby, right? They just had a nice come up overall. Seemed like they were learning over and over and over again. You get into your game, it's Reason of a Duel you have to deal with every time, who are just hungry with Surge. It just feels like season after season they can have Ziptos on their team or not. In the first day, they struggle a lot, and that second day, that's their full comeback.
Yeah, and these guys, once they do hit their form, they will be a super consistent team, right? That was always a trend we saw with them in trios, and yeah, it's a different game mode, but you know, these guys are very experienced players. I think the big thing is though that these guys are dealing with some you know, actual really crazy circumstances anyway, right? Of course, they were initially south of the map where there was so much congestion. As far as I know, I believe Clement's actually not feeling too well in real life as well, so get well soon. Hopefully, you know, he wakes up tomorrow and feels a bit better, but these guys are dealing with a lot right now, and that's not going to be a great way to go down in game 3.
Benji and Savage as well, tilted, looking really good, winning 2 off-spawn fights overall, or I guess 3 by this point. Not only that, but surviving and being able to be in a good position towards endgame. That all amasses to 24 points. I don't think that adds up properly, 11. If you're not that disturbed off spawn, getting true free eliminations, right? Your medal count already looking, what, a quarter way full as you start the game? Plus, like, you know, you're getting these free points, you're getting some nice momentum. I'm not sure what else these guys need to do. Maybe it's just a endgame situation. Things on their lair are maybe too much, you know, matched by some other teams. They're getting interrupted, they don't have enough space to control. Off spawn, yeah, they might be great. We keep talking about it, but endgame looks like Benji and Savage having a little bit of trouble.
I think one of the things with this team is that they are prone to getting themselves in situations where they are surrounded by a bunch of teams and things do start to get a bit scuffed. The good thing is that when, you know, they are on form and they're feeling it, they hit a bunch of shots, they take down people. If you're watching Savage or Benji stream, it's just very exciting. You're gassed off your mind. You know, everybody thinks, oh wow, these guys are so good. But if they aren't hitting the shots, if they are, you know, not feeling it and in rhythm, and they're surrounded by a bunch of teams that maybe are a bit hungry and a bit scuffed, and things can get a bit crazy for them, right? And so we'll see how they fare with their position in this game, but that has been an issue for them. And even though they are getting off spawn with relative ease, the mid and end game can be a difficult place for them. Look, Bad Sniper was able to get DKS back up, so they will have a game to play, but it's all about how they use it.
I mean, they're about really far ahead from their off-spawn competitors right now. 47 points compared to 24, 25. Looking pretty good for the moment. Let's see if this position from Anas leads towards anything for the moment. They've been up here for so long, just rattling away down below. Was that basically just a one-tap? Is that all he needed? Absolutely. And that looked good. Very good use of the ammunition as well, because this man is running low overall on those light bullets.
They were just in the best spot there. They are way up above.
See, this is the issue I have with it, though. They've been so active from the spot overall. I feel like they've kind of depleted the pressure they can have towards endgame. As I say that, Anas gets gifted 441 light ammo. I'm going to shut up now. Reason and Thomas. Let's look at them real quick, because we know Anas' story overall. Just to remind you, Thomas, statistically, I feel like, I'm just going to call it, has the best loot ever available for a zone like this. It's your home zone overall. You have 3 pads, you got an airdrop. Your teammate literally has an all gold almost loadout. You guys have 12 peppers. It can't go wrong.
Yeah, these guys are big chilling. Like, big chilling. And I think the big thing is that, you know, as long as there's not anything crazy, like as long as they don't get some bad RNG where, you know, someone just happens to waltz into their box when they pad or something, like, they are looking very good. They've got the peppers, they've got all the pads in the world, they've got enough loot, and they've got more than enough talent to secure and see this game out.
I think the only thing that might be bad for them overall, I mean, they're good on Surge too, is that they've been driving around for too much, maybe looking at the scenic overviews around them and not, you know, being in work mode. It's time, though, to clock in. And for reason of a deal, they're putting in overtime completely. 32 damage above now. It seems like their story is just a very, I don't know, Doom-like seesaw. Back and forth. They're above Surge and then down, and things are bad again. It's just very tough. 22, they're barely even just, you know, out of water. You're basically looking at someone just doing a freestyle swim. Their head comes up slightly a little bit for that breath. But then once again, they're down bad. Moments later, down in the depths. Janus and Vortex as well. They're going to be limit blocked, 27 damage below. Usually, this is the point where they look for information, look at a few other teams, see what you want to do, but they have to be focusing on one right now with the spray.
Yeah, this zone's going to be really difficult for certain teams to navigate as we see Reason goes down. The deal now going to be left in this game as a solo, and that's not even going to be enough. He will try and pause the issue a bit and will pay with his life for it. He goes down. Janus and Vortex now as well in a bit of a difficult situation. 65 below, they're in a pickle against the Storm. It's Benji and Savage.
Nice shot.
And this is just going to keep on going. They know that they need to deal some damage, and so they're going to keep applying that pressure. And how will Benji and Savage respond?
15 seconds though for everyone else to move. Benji does end up clapping back, and we see Vortex now going down. This zone's gonna be so troublesome for so many people. They have to move up on elevation. This is not a normal situation for people on the outskirts. They have to be traveling across the mountain using double the mats.
This is really nice. You know they're gonna be able to try to find some battle for height. There's gonna be a crazy one. Janus though is actually able to get the res on Vortex. I'm surprised that Benji and Savage let them have that. Typically, they're very clinical, but you can see in the bottom right, the arrows flying, whizzing into the safe zone. Everybody trying to get in and above. Nobody wants to be down below that hill, because if it pulls across, they're going to be spending a lot of resources trying to beat that. So Janus now going to have to focus. Even with the little HP he has no choice but to continue. They've got an okay amount of mats, but the HP is dwindling.
They almost have less ammunition than they have HP combined overall. This is tough. 6 bullets in the MK7, 80 in that SMG. Barely even enough to pressure a wall. I'm not even sure if that can get you a full elimination. We might have to go straight to pickaxes for this team. Meanwhile, Benji and Savage, they've also been fractured as a whole. I mean, barely any shield to recover at all. Health for Savage down. This man can't do his signature Storm dipping in and out plays either. This is tough.
Yeah, and that first zone is going to pull a bit across the hill. So for some of those teams lower down, this gets tough. Pink and Anasto, they are right where they want to be. And typically, right, you know, you don't necessarily want to be holding out high ground from this moment on. But if there was a team I trust to do it, it would be these guys. And so they're setting up real well here.
So I'm going to be pulling right across. All the mountains and the valleys will be a little bit near water after this one as well. Anyone down low, I hope you have materials, because this is going to be absolutely tough. Launch pads used super early. Anas and Pink at a perfect position to try to just rattle down on anyone that's flying across them. Thomas and Tayson elect not to even use the pad. They might just run this one, but I'm not sure if that greed is going to cost them in the long run. They wait for a few teams to start moving in front of them. No, the pad will actually be there. Thomas with a nice block, 360 degrees on that pad. Yes, someone else will find it, but the most important thing is they've taken no damage, and they're actually setting up for height immediately. Yes, we saw the Freezy do this before. They instantly took that height and looked to just keep it overall, but no, they're not actually being active as they move. On the left side, you see Domination starting to peek its head above high water. On the right, you see Survival with Janus starting to move. Yes, gotten one elimination. That's his teammate in the box. I was about to just scream Vortex low HP, and they have to drop down this mountain. Can Vortex make that drop is the question, because I'm not sure if he has the materials. He's taking a little bit of zone damage. Dennis has no mats, and he's playing in a mountain zone. He should not be able to survive this one.
Yeah, he's not going to be able to tank here. It's going to be very difficult. He's out wide in the open. He doesn't have many options. Is the zipline going to come out? He is. It's the last resort, and he's going to use it to break through some builds. It actually works out, but can he get the elimination on the back of that? He can! Janus, how have you managed to do that? That's unreal.
Mark button love letter revolving hearts kiss mark in your face. Revolving hearts love letter sweat droplets. Smiling face with hearts, smiling face with hearts, smiling face with hearts. Revolving hearts, sweat droplets. Thumbs up, revolving hearts, smiling face with hearts.
Just basically made stepping stones to maintain height and be very close towards the second height right below them, but that's many teams right below. That's Tayson and Thomas as well. Naku just goes flying down like a rocket from the skies. A meteorite hits Earth, and he's finally fine. Malibuka and Mustache, they're split in half, and now Malibuka's looking for that clutch as well. Down below on Surge, needs some Elam very badly. Yes, you have the materials, my friend. You have the minis, but this is your final one. Start to dive inside a box. He's underground right now. A portion of the zone I didn't even know was possible to be alive in. Hen and Queasy are down there too, and they're going to be the rulers down below. They take him out. Savage and Benji Fishy also surviving. Down in the dirt though, Savage with 20 total HP. He can take maybe just one more tick. This has to just be all on Benji. Somehow though, they're both still alive. 13 teams. How's that shot even possible? He basically pushes it through that wall. Savage has control. He's fully focused in at this position. A player should not be able to function in these circumstances, but he's making it work. They're even just playing around that zone edge. Yes, to be very careful for this moment. No one's gone down in the feed. It's a pause for many players. That zone finally locks in, and it looks like it starts to bounce back as well. A little bit of nice pressure, but oh no, Thomas down. Tayson now by himself. How did this happen? They had the best loot, one of the best spots, and now it's Tayson in that clutch driver's seat.
Yeah, and Tayson's been here before, but can he do it now on the biggest of stages? He still has 3 charges left in those gauntlets, and he has his eyes set on some players' logo, and anybody who could be a hindrance to him, he will try to eliminate, but he has to make sure he doesn't attract the attention of too many duos, because as a solo, it's going to be real hard to deal with that. He's got to be careful. He has his eyes set on Wafflet there. Will they battle it out? He's tanking the zone now. He needs to eventually get in at some point. He only has that one chug smash left, and he will use that SMG now to try and do some damage and get the loot, but no, he can't. He has to stay a bit higher up, but the high ground team is looking to try and take him down, and it's back to the backside of zone. It is for Tayson.
He's trying to freestyle a little bit. Now he's stuck behind Cammy and Teak. Defensive duo. You just saw them take down one right in front of them as well. They're going to be right up to wall next to Kiriachi and Stormy right. It's all about the greats in mid-ground and about domination on height. Pink and Anas are looking so good. This might just be absolutely free for them to get towards that top 2. 4 teamers remain, 8 total players. It's all duos on all sides, and they're all in the mid-ground.
Picking and us, they can't even really get involved. They ain't got much SMG ammo, and so they can't even take the shot. They just have to wait it out and wait for players like Kiriachi and Stormy Right to deal with everybody on low. And we know that these guys can do it. Stormy Right will pick up one, Milad will go down, and now he's got to regroup with Kiriachi.
Stormy Right playing inside that zone. His screen fully blue, but I know he's just seeing red, trying to find any damage inside these boxes, editing on these walls, but what do they even own? Cammy now also moving forward. Him and Teak still alive. Low ground warriors and never lose from these positions, and both duels about to clash. Cammy going for the shot from the right side. Teak with the spray, and they both stay alive. Teak taking a lot of shield damage. 3 teams now left. One solo is going to be walks on the right side. Who picks him up? Free Elan for Teak. Now it's a 2v2. Anas, Pink, and Cammy. Teak on the low ground. 2 Titan teams fighting for this spot in Cobra Canyon. Yes, the ground looks icy, but it's starting to even out. Anas running a little bit low on the materials overall. He's looking for that first drop down shot. Hard the mat's gone from Cammy and Teak. That's the question. First rock in. There's a river now down below too. A car to use, maybe some tech from Teak. We've seen it before, and it's looked oh so good. Well, they're finally all in. Here comes Anas. Big shot from the left. Big protection from the right side too. They're going for the pinch. Anas going for the chop down from the top 2. Chug splash. The final one drop down 14 seconds. But that zone closes in. It's close, and no person wants to take that first shot to fight. This is huge. Anas is going to go down for the moment, leaving Pink in the 1v2. No knocks on the other side yet. Zone finally clasps in. Only a shotgun in Pink's inventory, and they win that battle towards the end. Clinical, absolute swag in that one too. They let that game burn off on itself.
From the moment high ground was available, they had it and they locked it down. They win the game and finally announced themselves to the rest of the lobby. A great victory for Pink and Anas. The robot and the British Bulldog do it. What a game.
I mean, that's just fundamentals at play too, right? You want to be flashy in those situations. You know you have the splashes too, but you also understand it's Teak on the low ground. Anas only saw him once. He realized he's done the damage. He puts all the heals on the Pink. We never see a teammate be a sacrificial lamb in those situations as well, Levin, right? That was just perfect for both of them.
Yeah, they played that incredibly well, and look, I can't wait to see how the Brest breaks that down, because that was a fun one. They held height for so long there, but they didn't even have the ammo to really get in there and get the eliminations necessary. Nevertheless, though, guys, tell me what else happened. What was happening down below?
My goodness, boys. Game number 3. Pink and Anas are finally online, holding that high ground from 6th zone. And we're all sitting in the back like, is this too early? Is this too early, Zeke? Boop, Reese, is this too early? And of course, the answer is no. They are here. They have made it to finals. 5 eliminations. And I will say, Boop, they could have gone with a few more eliminations, okay? Just to be a little bit nitpicky. But still, a Victory Royale is a huge boon.
Yeah, I did tell you guys we were all going to expect low number Victory Royales from these guys, but I'll be honest. A bit more, you know, they're going kind of crazy today. But right, I mean, these guys, speaking of crazy, they could have probably fallen asleep at 2nd zone and then woken back up at 6th zone and be completely fine, because they had gotten every single zone from that point onwards. However, it was a skill for height kept there by them, and you know, it's just picture perfect. You got to take use of the opportunities that you get, right, Reese?
Yeah. This moment when we're watching from like Teak and Cammy's perspective, I feel like I'm watching Grand Royale, game number 5. It's the exact same thing.
Okay.
It's under a bridge. It's that final kind of, well, at that time it was a 3v3 situation. Now we're in the 2v2, but now the tables are flipped. Cammy and Tegan win in that game because you see guys like Pink and Anas up on high ground absolutely dominating. And going back to what you said, Boop, Zone. Zone was everything for a lot of teams there at that moment. That pulled over Covert Canyon. We know the Pink and Anas dropped there. We know there's a bunch of other teams that are also in this spot. Here we go. Here's a shot of it right over exactly where they drop here, next to the Llama split. So it's like, you know, they were able to get set up on that hill so early before everyone else. And you notice the build that they had, right, with the cones up on top, giving them full 360-degree view where barely no one else can shoot you up there, gives them that amazing amount of Storm Surge tags. That's why they ended up with no ammo, because they just rattled through that all the way through the early and mid game.
It's so clean, boys. I cannot believe it's happened. But now the question is, will the lobby continue to allow this to happen, right? Or are they going to say, okay, listen, you did it one time. Sounds great. You had the high ground. We're going to try and shut you down going forward. Or is this going to just continue, right? I mean, just to see them clinically say 6 zone, high ground, let's win a game. That does not spell good news for the rest of the lobby. Let's really quickly take a look at our standings and see how things are going. We have 12 games total. This was game number 3. We have another 3 ahead of us today. Now, let's just take a look from like top to bottom, right? You got Pink and Anas, of course, that Victory Royale. Those eliminations are helping them hold that lead. It's not by as much as I'm assuming they'd want right now, Boop, but still, it's something, right? But you know, when you look at, say, third, Tayson, Thomas, 13 points behind, that's really not that far away.
No, and it's names, so we're supposed to see his Diox and Waffler, you know, the double controller duo making it happen, and you see exactly why. 15 eliminations in total, the most out of anyone here on this leaderboard. So, you know, this is a very elimination heavy format, and they're making it work. Thomas and Tayson pretty close to Link and Deep, and unfortunately this game had to travel a lot further in terms of zones, so they struggled just a tiny bit here.
Yeah, I mean, obviously we talked about Tayson, Thomas HD. They were really set up, you know, as Shio said, the best loot ever when it came to picking up that elimination there. And you know what? They were able to capitalize. Top 5th, right? 5 place, 4 eliminations. So doing good, but you know, they're a championship team. They're looking for that first. As we go for that second page here, we've got Mustache and Malabuka, players who have now won off of spawn multiple games right now. You know, they game number 1, we saw that they lost. Then the next 2 games in a row, they've managed to win off spawn, and you know, almost getting a top 10 is really good for them. But I know these 2 guys are looking to push their way up into top 5 and obviously first.
Yeah, and I mean, just another duo, right? It's Joe and Bino also winning up spawn, so there's a lot happening here, right? Every little thing that happens does affect the end games, but enough from us for right now. We're ready to jump back into all of the action, so this is game number 4. We got Shy Wager 11 standing by.
Guys, look, I'll be real. I'm looking at the leaderboard. I'm seeing some of the players who are high up, and you're talking about big eliminations. The ability to come back is clearly going to be something to watch out for, right? If one of these teams does just have, you know, a big pop-off game, right? If they're sitting in, you know, 15th and above, look, they could easily sneak their way in there.
Absolutely, but it also looks like you have to be able to capitalize when you have the option, right? I'm seeing some teams falter a little bit. They have the position, don't have the damage, or vice versa. Some storm fights happening as well. So EU feels like it's at its breaking point, and we're barely even halfway through day 1.
Yeah, it's going to be a real exciting time. I think the big thing is, right, in terms of the favorites coming in, have they been able to step up to the plate in the first 3 games? Some of them haven't quite been able to do it. Like, I still got my eyes on Queasy and Hen. I still got my eyes on them. They're still in my heart, right? 11th in that game. They made it deep that time round, but, you know, they got to be making it further than deep, right? This is a team that people expect to be making it all the way through and winning games on height in the manner that Pink and Anas just did. And so if these guys can continue to dominate high ground, Queasy and Hen are going to be left wondering what could have been. How did we not manage to close it out there?
Yeah, that was even, you know, a little bit of a northern zone overall as well. And they were alive at low ground at some point. My eyes are also on Tayson and Thomas. If no one can stop them, I feel like they've already won the entire competition. But with that being said, game 4 is right here, right now.
Game 4 of 12. It's been a interesting first 3 games, to say the least, right? But definitely a fun ride, and game 4 is going to be no different. We've already seen this off-spawn battle happen a bunch of times, the 50-50
again,
at the main building of Tilted again, as Shio just says. This time, though, Bad Sniper and DKS making the smarter decision and not just 50-50 on this building.
Interesting. Will it stay that way? It's the question. I think you were calling for this for what, the last 2 games, Levin? I think you were calling for this for the last week, maybe, before the match has even started. Please don't do the 50-50. We know how it ends for Bad Sniper every FNCS. Here we go.
The weird thing about this engagement, though, which I will give them credit for, is even though they've been like losing here, in like they're still doing better on the leaderboard than Benji and Savage, weirdly enough, which is why I fear that like it will just continue to play out this way. Even when they are shambles or spawn, they're able to get themselves back into games really well, and in a way that we haven't seen Bad Sniper do in the past.
You want to know why? It's because exactly of what you said. This man has been at the 30th spot. He's been down bad. He was born in this position, molded by it, right? Savage and Benji basically just rolled in when they were already men. These guys grew up in kind of the slums of the leaderboard overall, always down low, always in Lazy Lake being bullied. They know how to operate in the darkness.
They are the darkness, right? Neko and Dan going up here against Cyrox and Flawless in the battle of what team can be the most shambles during mid-game. that was nice.
That was unprovoked. That's a little bit of a violation, but also true.
Look, these are 2 teams who, you know, were able to make their way through. Cyrox and Flawless made it through in the semi-finals format. They won a game. But from what I've seen today, I don't think they're anywhere near winning a game.
What I'm a fan of in all these players here right now is specifically Faceless in terms of his confidence. I had a few chats with him behind the scenes as well. And although they're coming in and understand they're going to be contested, they also know that they're more experienced at the spot. And when it comes to practice, they're always the ones that are winning overall at the station over and over and over again. So you'll see it right here, 10 actually going down. 15 points, so Places and Zyra have done something right overall. And yeah, they'll continue to get challenged. I think the issue with this duo overall is they don't have the experience of being at the stage over and over again.
And this is the adaptation we were looking for. Seti and Chapit's here at Logjam, right? They're not over towards the south of Sleepy. And Logjam's a POI that they've landed at, you know, with pretty much a decent amount of this season. They've switched it up, and they didn't consistently find a home. But the big problem here is that they're going up against Stormy and Kiriachi, and we saw what these guys did last endgame, right? And so these guys won't be happy to be contested this game. It's all about being able to win out that fight. Chapix and Seti just haven't been able to get it done so far today.
I'm not sure what it is, but I feel a little bit nostalgic in the way I'm watching Kiriachi make these bait ramps, going back and forth and making a huge tower at the middle of a POI that has metal and roofs around it. I'm looking at some Slurpy Swamp type gameplay from back in the day right now, the same type of fundamentals. Sometimes you watch, you know, those animes or the TV shows and you see a character do a move and it flashbacks to an older type move from generations ago, and it just feels like Kiriachi's in his element off spawn. I think he was waiting for someone to come through and contest him. They were always surprised in previous seasons, and they came up and above. He always finds height in these fights and then just claps down.
Is Kiriachi in his element, or Chapix and Seti just out of it? They can't win at Sleepy. They can't win here at Logjam. Where are they going to go next? Are they going to go Covert? Are they going to go all the way the other side of the map to Chonkers? Like, what are they going to do?
Hold up, I got you here. I'm going to spin this wheel. Rocky Reels is actually where we're going to see Seti and Chapix next, according to the randomness, but we'll see exactly what they choose if they want to stay at the north side. We're looking at Fraction and Coop as well. A duo that fought hard in Squalls all the way up to the semifinals to get towards this spot, and it was off of Fraction's crazy play. Talk about adaptiveness. They might not have the most of it. I think they have many different game plans to roll in with, but if they make it to these end games, Levin, they act like legends that we love to watch season after season.
Yeah, they got, you know, Coop and Frack. You know, in the community, they do get bantered quite a bit, like on everybody's predictions list. Yeah. I hate to mention it, but on everybody's prediction list, these guys get put at bottom. And like, it's become like a running joke now, right? That like Frack will just always get last. But I actually have faith in them not to get last today. So up the Coop, up the Frack. Good luck, lads.
Actually, Swollium as well. On some of my predictions list, I always assume these fights always go absolutely atrocious and they end up near that last place spot. But once again, you know, they end up good off spot. Also, for that replay, I want to fact check if that's from Finals or from Qual 1 or from Qual 2. or from the semis, because I feel like I've just watched those guys fight in that same way Swilliam goes through with a beam like every week.
We literally have seen that fight play out so many times. It's like I see it in my dreams at this point. Like I can't escape that fight no matter what, you know. And every session that we saw it as well, you think to yourself, okay, at least one of these teams is going to qual and the other won't, so we're never going to see this again. And then semis day one, okay, one of these teams will qual, the other won't, we'll never see this again. Finals day one, one of these teams, oh, we're here, finals. Yeah,
oh, wait, it's finals.
It's finals, it's too late. We're just going to keep seeing this fight now for the rest of the season. Oh boy, Let's Swilliam, Floki Clement. I can't bear to start see it anymore, honestly. It's hard to watch at this point.
Listen, once you go chonkers, you can never go back, you know, that's what they say. So it's unfortunate. They'll be stuck in that time loop over and over again, just asking each other to bargain 24/7. We'll see exactly how it works. Pink and Anas not going to have the home zone, so to speak, for Covert Cavern. It's not going to be all the way over to the top left, but they get to actually drive and ride, kind of like in game 2. We'll see exactly if that will be very beneficial for them. Cami Teak looks like when they don't have zone, this spot for them works a lot better. They can catch teams on the rotation. If they get that middle towards tilted zone, that's where trouble happens. They don't have enough teams active around them moving around.
We'll see what they can do from this position, what they can find. You can see the trees on fire there. That isn't an accident, by the way. They want to clear as many trees as possible, make sure that their lines of sight are clear so that they have vision on these teams here, right in the distance, that they can take shots at. And they like to perch themselves up on this hill in case there's anybody lurking and tilted that they can get some shots on. So you'll constantly see Teak looking towards that side as well. But this is just very standard stuff. And this is part of why, you know, their early and mid game is so consistent, because they just have these protocols that they follow and continue to follow and that are effective, if anything, right? So hope to see these guys deeper into the game. We saw them last time. Cammy had to do a solo clutch. He wasn't quite able to pull it off. Or maybe this time he'll have the teammate by his side.
Got a little bit more placement though, so he made the best out of one of those situations. Meanwhile, Wallflower and Deox, you talk about protocols, you talk about, you know, a way of having a system to play the game. I feel like they're just having fun, right? Obviously have some good fundamentals and have a game plan moving forward, but every situation, they just seem like water. They can fit into any type of box fight. They can deal with any pressure, just morph into, you know, the things they need to, whether it's to be a little bit more aggressive, disengage a bit more, and as a result, second on the boards right now. They're in the top 10 sometimes. They have a lot of elims. That's what's pushing them forward.
Yeah. Speaking of having fun, I'm having fun casting with you, Shia.
Oh, same level, man.
This is the part where if there was a crowd, we go, are you guys having fun? And then they all start screaming and chanting. But one day, we'll have it one day.
Default and Link seem to have a crowd wherever they go. Third-party connoisseurs. For Stash. That happens to me too, you know, the amnesia, forgetting how to edit a square. All good, man, all good.
I promise you, this is one of the best mechanical players in the scene, right? Like I promise, guys.
Okay, Malibuca taking a few shots. I think this is the issue. They need to land the first shot in a lot of these fights, or they just end up playing on the back foot way too much. I know Mustache can fill for the pressure that Malibuca won't have when he's healing, and I know they can do it vice versa. But I feel like they just don't hit hard enough inside these fights. It's against Tayson and Thomas as well, and you can notice that they're a little bit overwhelmed. Third-party shots coming in, lots of damage. Have to use more shields than even if they were down bad on Surge. It's tough. You want to make sure you're making everything perfect in these moments, because it is the finals. You can't really get away with getting shot by a third party like that, with making too many mistakes.
Yeah, the problem that Thomas and Tayson, they have so much materials. They can just sort of sit here and wait this out, right? And they've got the means to get out in case of an emergency as well with the pad.
Can you bring Fortnite Mobile, please? Folded hand, slightly smiling face.
Mustache and Malibuca are going to have a whole different entity to deal with.
Basically called a summon in right now, and it's going to be in the form of Castery, Vortexia, HP bars. Going to be huge. Damage also going to be tough to deal with as soon as they rock into these builds, and Castery's waiting. Double spray. No need to pray. Castery's just there. They understand exactly what needs to be done. That's just get the heal him. I think it's Thomas and Tayson that just steal it though. So yeah, Castery, you keep the damage, we'll keep the loot.
I like that. That's a fair trade. I think I'd take that in these lobbies with how intense it gets. And Malibuca and Mustache, being punished for that. Malibu will just sort of sit there alone now. But this is exactly what we're talking about, right? The longer they sat there, the higher an opportunity for a team to roll through. I did see Pink and Nas sort of just drive by as well in the distance. Good thing they didn't get involved. That would have become a huge mess of some of our top teams.
Fortnite to mobile phone, please. You guys are no more
names on the
Xbox.
script, right? When they're handed to me for the finals, they're blacked out, right? I have to assume I might just start to rub away that highlighter because, you know, Thomas Tayson, launch pads after launch pads, airdrops, and now in this game, a free refresh while they're getting pressured by a third party. You know, I just feel like, hold up, wait a minute. Give me a second. Okay, there we go. It's all fine. I just feel like it's just good for them. 24/7, and it only gets better. In this spot, they get lobby sprayed, and any other team, and they're just down. For them, they get to just move across a lake, swim, for almost absolutely free. I swear they use more than 100 mats, but the counter said they only use 100 brick. So here we are. The script speaks.
Yeah, and I think this is why everyone knew they were just going to be such a threat, because they haven't even really had like their pop-off game. Right? They're still good for a win. Like at one point within the next couple of games, right, even whether it be today or tomorrow, they are going to win a game, right? And so this is just what the advantage of Covert is, and it's the reason why, as much as, you know, they are so strong, I'll be so surprised if tomorrow there isn't a team that decides, let's just go contest Covert, right? There's so much loot there, let's try it. And that's where maybe they will start to run into some issues. But in the meantime, while they have it free,
listen, man, they've had some really good coaches so far. Kane and Cruel, right? They've had Andretta and Flois that have taught them how to drop fast. I feel like through all the quals, like it's looked really good. And they've beat every version of a team that's rolling into Covert.
Well,
it's Thomas, man. You said this. I'm quoting you. He has the best flaw in the game. I can't do 11 accent, but you know what I'm saying? Like, like I'm trying to match the deepness and the accent. It just does not work whatsoever. But you said he's literally the fastest glider. The desk has said it themselves. He has a perfect glide for Covert, and he has not been beaten, I think, in one game out of 6 in total.
Yeah, they've got amazing drops, and it's the reason why if you do decide to contest them, it's never going to be easy, right? But we know the nature of contesting people off spawn in Fortnite is even when you have the best drops, there are times where maybe you just get unlucky RNG, you don't get quite the best loot, and off spawn someone pinches you, catches you out. That was a really huge shot. They take Vortex Shear down. That's going to help them stay afloat on Surge for now, as they have to try and move their way in, and they'll hit a couple more along the way.
Okay. So this is where we make it difficult for them. 2 maximal zones. Really have to start to get going, and they're down on Surge. They take out the people who came in to save them from a fight. That's kind of savage, not polite, but we don't need any of that here for Thomas and Tayson inside the finals. Pablo also struggling a little bit on the right side of the screen. We saw just moments ago Vidil be added to the X-Squeeze milkshake in terms of being put in a blender inside that box. Both him and Reason went down. Now Thomas, Tayson, we'll have to start to swim. Pablo and Swag, there are 4 of the members on the map right now that are looking a little bit bad on Search.
That's going to be huge, right, in terms of Vidil and Reason going down, because we know what sort of power they hold in games. When they get deep in, when they start feeling it, it can take out anybody. And so Thomas and Tayson, who now look like they are in, like you said, a bit of a pickle.
A pickle? These guys are like in the whole rap, man. This is just tough. You know, toppings plus aside, this is a meal of a situation to get out of, not just one vegetable.
And there's not like an obvious team right by them that they can sort of push to deal with their Surge, right? They're just gonna have to hope that people in the lobby do go down while they try to out-heal it. They're gonna use a pad to get themselves closer towards the zone now, but
one person
again, an opportunity to try and stay in this game. Like you said, just the one person. And this is going to be Krusty on the right side of your screen. That is that one person. He is dealing with Surge all by his lonesome. It doesn't seem like there's an imminent threat towards him other than the server itself. So, again, just staying at that 71. I'm sure the comms between Tayson and Thomas are, when will someone go down? Please, please. There is a knock in the feed.
It's all on Aqua. Aqua can stop this. Aqua, please.
Should he, though?
With your financial assistance. Okay, it's Vino. Actually, no, it's Vino, please. 1 donation of elimination, please. My friend, there we go. Both
finally
actually go down. And the lobby can just be fine.
Tayson and Thomas will live to see another day. Or another zone, I should say. As they make their way into zone here on the edge. But look how much they've committed, right? So many of the materials going into making sure they have a safe path to zone that they'll need to recoup somehow. This is how Vidil and Reason went down. Vidil just holding some builds, but running into the person who took Reason out, and so they fell. We know they do well in the chaos, but in that situation, weren't quite able to hold on. And so they will be sent back to the lobby. And as you can see, fourth zone, not many teams in it, so this will be a very interesting rotation. You can see all those teams towards the north. They have to find their way to get in and try get in without any sort of issues either, which will be hard with the likes of Pink and then that's just sitting here in a perfect spot to just hold teams in. You can see it's a clear path between them and the teams that they need to stop. All they got to do, hit the shots. Last game, we saw them up on height. They didn't have much ammo, Shayo. This game, and that's just looking fine in that regard.
They'll get to dictate who comes out and in. My question is, are we watching, you know, birds flying in the sky or like a colony of different, you know, ants just pushing through the ground with builds, snapping, fighting at each other with, what's that? Mandibles with mandibles. Yeah, that's the word. Okay. Cammy Teak. They'll kind of be in the underground stand situation. They're very close to the zone, but there's a few teammates in their way. Some barricades to kind of move around and out from. Lizen always feels like he's getting picked apart in this situation. And Benji as well. Okay, I thought Savage was down and out. Usually that is the case. 2 armored walls put down. That's a big investment, but they still have 2 more and a pad. Did they land that covert themselves as well? I'm not sure where this loot's coming from, but they're making it spawn in.
It looks like it. You can see that they are just trying to hold that team. They wanted to hold that team, but that team padded above, and so now they can just run in. They've obviously got the pepper as well, which makes it a bit speedier. But they've also got to be careful, right? Because there will be teams that start looking in this direction, and they don't want to take any unnecessary damage. They're not thriving in the shield department. They could easily be down in that regard, and so finally getting their way in, nicely done.
95 below, they got some more work to do, and Thomas HD and Tayson have to basically do 2 whole jobs full time to get back into this game. 175 damage below. Really needed a close engagement, and that's exactly what Thomas finds. The second shot not gonna land. 189 down now. That pump's not gonna be enough to really push them back up. Yeah, just chop that value in half. 59 though. 11 people need to go down, so they'll be in this situation for a while. Thomas is finding these shots with such ease. This is crazy. He still has another edit to get. They were in trouble before, but they have a duo to bully now. It's Squeezy and Hen who get pushed back into their builds. 72 damage above now. They're looking good. Hen is not going to go out without really a fight or at a negative either. He gets 2 eliminations on Mustache and Malabuka for the damage that he took from Thomas. We'll see 2. Mr. Savage on the right side finds eliminations as well. 4 total moving into this zone with Benji. And they have height. And if I see the mini map, I'm trying to see if they're maybe near the south side. Yeah, it looks like they have a little bit of a chance to control the entire portion of zone. Move in to a different box. You're seeing if there's anything in here. Is this where they eliminated someone else, or maybe there's a pad to use? Yeah, they do have a little bit of free loot to gain, and that's a big refresh of materials. Huge for Benji and Savage. Levin says it himself. If they get refreshed at this point, that is one of the, you know, ingredients for a win overall in the finals for this team.
Yeah, they definitely are setting up to potentially do that now. And I was going to say, Thomas and Tayson needed a favorable zone. And it did seem that they did somewhat get that. But is it going to be as an easy of a path to get there as I thought? In the meantime, it does look like it. Just a bit of wood having to be spent.
Look at it. This is so tough. Tayson is at a sliver of HP. If he's just touched, he'll go down. And that's exactly what happens.
Yeah, that was rough. With that much HP rotating in any zone, you're always going to have some sort of an issue. And so now Thomas with 12 builds, look, he's a clutch master. I've seen him do some incredible things on his own against not even just duos, trios even. But this would be a mountain and a half to climb. We'll see if First Moving can be on his side to some regard and maybe allow him to stay in the game a bit longer, get his team some extra points, keep them in a higher position on the leaderboard. But if zone doesn't favor him, it's going to get real rough for Thomas.
This is the one man who I can believe can make the clutch inside of you. We'll see what happens. Wildfire and Deox on the right side, similar point threshold to Thomas HD on the left. They are both alive and both at the best spot for the zone. It's going to move right next to them. I think they're one of the closest duos so far for the zone right now, and they're also basically almost in the lead. 45 players to watch as the 6th zone just pulls towards the right. Majority of the lobby, including Thomas, will have to make that far rotation. The Oxen Waffler can just crab walk on this low ground as much as possible. Look at high ground though. I'm liking that 2-side split. Benji and Savage have control right now. Will they have hands in winning this game for EU?
Here.
You can see Kiriachi, Stormy, right? They want to have their hand. They want to go again. We saw what they did last game round. But can they replicate that and go even further this time? They want to jump in a box to try and get themselves a refresh. They got to be careful. They are down on Surge, and it is so difficult to deal with it during the moving zones. But for the meantime, they're going to have to try and tank some zones to get some Surge. They don't want to go for height, I promise you that. That's going to be a messy situation, and they won't. But you can see Mr. Savage on Benji in the bottom left of your screen. They're the ones that hold it. And this is where all their fans will be happy to see them in a position where they can really do some damage now.
They're playing a normal game of Fortnite. Meanwhile, on the bottom right, we have just, I don't know, Fortnite racers going on. The Oxen Waffler are in a car, pushing through every possible build from mid-ground all the way to low. They're finally getting beamed, and the car might start to explode. Maybe having a little bit too much fun, but they save so much, rightfully so. Deox barely has any mats available to be able to move in this situation, but they're really beaming. Now somewhere inside their box, I think it's just Mappy that comes racing in with PKR and take him out.
Yeah, you talked about how that team has endless amounts of fun. Where did their fun get them? Right back to the lobby. Stormy, right, and Kiriachi, though, they're sitting nice there. They do get dropped down, but that's still okay. You see how they have control. They're at the front of the zone. They just need to make sure they block off their back and look for eliminations below and above them. Mr. Savage, though, and Benji, sitting with 5 eliminations up on height. They need to make sure they watch out for second height. Watch out for anybody lurking, trying to steal it away from them. But they're doing a good job of controlling the lobby. Nobody can look to take it. These guys have the control. But for how much longer can they continue to condition the lobby to stay down? The Andy on our screens now, he's got to be careful. Low HP, trying to stay in the zone, but he's got a tree in his face, and the teammate goes down as well, and he will shortly follow. He goes down to Andalex, but still, Benji, Savage, up above. Can they close this out?
They're actually storming right down below. We'll just have height just dropping pressure like we see every game, and no one challenging them at all. So the question is, who can survive on low? It's Vino who gets a few bops. Joe gets traded out by Toos on that side. Once again, no one is looking up above. Rifle Mariah focus on the boxes right below them. Kiriachi focus on the ramp right in front, and he's gonna get absolutely pushed back inside many different boxes. Shot from all sides, but somehow he's alive. Kiriachi finally down, and now we tune in and see which duels are still alive. Hydro and Belusi down on low. Shmeki has a solo right beside him. Savage and Benji all the way up on height. Rattling on a lot of boxes, but it's tough builds. They can't really have any type of jackhammer situation to get through that brick. Savage, though, is watching, patiently waiting to see who is actually coming up for height. Rifle and Mariah might have shown their hands a little bit too fast. Clown gets harpooned. This man is looking like a fish, a flopper, but he's still finding some air to be able to move and breathe inside the backside of this zone. His mats are down now, so it's time to just go for that freestyle swim straight into the box. Belusi's gonna stop him on the right side. He takes a little bit more zone damage. This is tough with 7 teams alive. You really want to make sure you survive and get that placement. Rawls is looking for the pressure, the damage, and he finds it. Both these teammates going hand in hand. They're first place right now for this lobby, really taking everything by storm.
Yeah, you saw there, Benji and Savage now gonna have to start making their way down. They still got enough builds to hold out, and nobody really looking to contest them. Clown, though, sitting nice on low ground. He went from looking like a free big pot to gaining one himself. He has enough HP along with his teammate Grohl to survive here on the low, but they just need to find and siphon out anybody else who might steal that control away from them. There's a solo on the backside, and they just gotta be aware. They gotta look out for it, otherwise things can get real bad real quick.
Yeah, they're down there in the dark. It's very hard to be aware. That's William and Marine up top fighting each other. You see Marine end up getting victorious in that one, but he might just get traded to Toos right here, and Putrik's right beside him too. So one of these duos who are so good at playing with each other, especially at these box-to-box situations. They set up a trap for Mariah, and he springs it. That's what you love to see. Flopper's giving to Putrik as well. That's going to be huge. 4 swings as well. So what will his destiny be? Will he go for that clutch shot towards the top, or will he try to survive inside the box? It's not going to matter, because if he gets sprayed down, he can't make a choice, but he chooses to live. Putrik somehow alive. Savage rolling by, taking both out. Benji and Savage take matters into their own hands. They're tired of just waiting waiting on the high ground. They're here. They have a voice, but it's going to be up against the first place team. This is 6th versus 5th, and somehow Benji gets an armored wall. Look at the protection up top. These are the real kings of EU, and they are here to say it's our time. Again, 97 points, another armored floor. It's impossible to spray. Benji and Savage just have everything right now, including the refresh. How stylish is this one going to be, boys? Let's see it happen. Benji and Savage dropping down left, right. It's looking like it's their night. This is good. Shoot the toes. It doesn't matter. That's a win. A victory royale for game 4 and a shout into the skies that we are here.
For all the fanboys around the world, including myself, Benji and Savage do it. We knew they'd do it at some point, but game 4 is the time. And what a way to do it as well. You saw as well, Shai, the protection. There was no hope for anybody, right, to stop them. You saw teams peaking up at height, but they were never in for contention to take it. These guys held it down strong, and they get the victory out as the reward. What a game 4 from Savage and Benji. Finally pushing themselves higher up in the standings there.
And higher up in the sky, no one wanted to attack them at all. They were so good at denying so many different retakes and saving, what, 7 armored walls for the final 2v2? Haven't seen that really on any region, but I've seen so far. But I want to see exactly what the desk wants to say about that one, 'cause that's a very
thumbs up, smiling face with hearts, hot face. Check mark button, check mark button, sweat droplets.
Yes, I will be your biggest fan until the day I'm eliminated.
Hot face, revolving hearts, thumbs up, sweat droplets, revolving hearts, love letter.
Listen, what else can we say here,
sweat droplets,
I
love
mean,
letter.
these guys broke it down, hanging
Love
on to
letter,
the
sweat
armored walls
droplets,
there.
check mark
I mean,
button,
that's
smiling
it.
face
I
with
feel like that
hearts.
takes so much confidence.
Yeah.
Right? The armored walls are can be so pivotal in these moments where you're like, I feel like my duo is getting pressured and I can't react. I'm just going to put a wall in your face and there's nothing you can do. And for these guys to walk in endgame and have so many, that means they never felt that pressure.
Yeah, I mean, this was really into the zone yet again, right? Very close by zone near tilted, but it is always a good time when we see Benji and Savage succeeding in a finals. You know, these guys, always the fan favorites, and they did so well this game. And I think it was kind of unlocked by sort of what happened early on in this game. They are contested by DKS and Bad Cypher, right? And in the first game, DKS and Bad Cypher, they didn't fight them. Now, in the last 2 to 3 games, they've been fighting them every single time, and this just unlocks the potential for you to do more, right? You're able to farm more, you're able to set up better positioning because you don't have to worry about surge. So, you know, this was definitely opened up by DKS and Bad Sniper to help them up in this game.
Absolutely, and it's like an uncharacteristic win. And I don't mean that because they won the game, just because they did it from height. Like, these guys are nearly always you'd classify them as like a low ground or mid ground team. Like, because they got set up so well in the 5th zone, they got cap mats, they're on height already because of their good positioning earlier on. It's like it's clean sailing from then on. They're still able to frag out, they're still able to do everything they are. And that final situation, firstly, more armored walls and builds is always hilarious. But on top of that, you've got to think it's like the veterans, the long-standing players, Benji and Savage going up against Grolls and Clown, who obviously popped off massively there too. And it's like exactly shows why experience is important, because they didn't crack under pressure, whereas you saw kind of Grolls and Crown shaking down below. They're going through water, they go down to zone damage at the same time, and it's just very symbiotic. But it does seem like Grolls and Crown are obviously doing very well as well.
Dude, I can't even imagine, right? In that moment, you're like, look, they're up top. What can we do? And then an armored wall goes down. And you're just like, oh, man, there's nothing we can do. Yeah, I know. So crazy. Let's take a look at the standings and see how things are going. First place, second place, going head-to-head in that last game right there. But take a look, even after that. Even after the victory royale, Grolls and Clown are still up in the lead, but again, the margins are still pretty fine, right? You've got Diox not that far behind, Benji, Fishy, Savage jumping up now thanks to the victory royale, but look right below, Pink and Anas tied up for points. The difference is they've made up via eliminations. I mean, boys, and then Taste and Thomas HD, Boop, there's still so much going on.
Yeah,
right?
There's so much potential. The top 5 is just split by 12 points in total. And I like that Reese mentioned some of the inexperienced teams. You know, Diox and Waffler, we don't see them too often. Diox in trios had a very good running with a Spanish trio, but, you know, with the type of zones that we had today, it's been hard for them to be consistent, but they've done super, super well. So go to the second page here.
We will indeed. Actually, one of the things I want to say is Diox is like the most consistent controller EU player so far. Last season, 10th when it came to Season 8, and then 7th when it came to Grand Royale. Now popping off here as well. If we're looking over the second page, like we said, Vortex and Janice starting to drop down a little bit now. You know, the game's not going as so well for them. And this could look like a first page. Like, read the names that you have on here. Vortex, Janice, and like X-Squeeze, Cammy, Teak. You got Pablo and Swag, who popped off during the qualifiers. Vadil, Reason, Hen, Queasy, like a lot. And obviously Mustache, Malbucatu, a lot of the teams that we would have predicted to be in the top 10 currently on day number 1 are kind of starting to drop down towards 11th to 20th. But like we just saw from that victory all from Benji and Savage, that's a 59-point game for them. So that's actually almost, well, that's more than 50% of the points they've had. So for any of the teams that you're seeing there down in the 11th till 20th, it's like they're absolutely still in the running. But the longer these tournaments go on into tomorrow, it's going to be a little bit worse, less chance of them catching up.
Yeah, I mean, it's all about the format, right? And you shouldn't give up. You know, we saw some tweets coming out of Chapix, you know, it's over. You know, he meant to over from that South Sleepy, now all the way towards Logjam, contesting Kyoichi and Stormy, right? But you still have so many games left. This is only game number 5 that we're about to go into. There's so much potential. You can still win an FNCS, even if you do get eliminated early on here, as we see. You know, you should never give up. Everyone has a chance, and, you know, that's the beauty of it.
Yeah, this was their off spawn. They switched to Logjam at this point, obviously, and didn't work out for them. We have seen now Kiriachi and Stormy, right, move up to 5th because of that. They've capitalized on a bunch of the elims off spawn, tons of Storm Surge, tons of points.
Yeah, and remember, it's okay for the players to get a little frustrated, right? We have that bird's eye view. We can see everything that's happening, but for them, they can only see so much at a time, right? But that's it for now. We got more games, more action. Shy Wager 11, over to you.
Boys, I'll be real. I had my list of favorites. I might as well chuck it away, man. I'm seeing teams, you know, who have no experience in FNCS, right? Clown, no, never played in an FNCS final, sitting up in 1st going into game 5. That's huge, right? For his confidence as well. But look, I'll be real. Some of the teams we expected to do really well, sitting on the latter pages of the leaderboard. That's not what I was expecting, Shy. I'll be real.
I think the stage has kind of changed to duos, right? And all these big egos are fighting each other in the same spots. You have Deox, you have Clown who are rolling in, playing their own game, their own version of Fortnite away from the rest. And that's why maybe they're at the lead and now everyone else has to catch up.
Yeah, and big up Diox as well, right? Repping for all the boys. Look, I'll be real. In terms of controller plays, you never expect to see them this high up unless you're on another region, 9 East or another one. You know, we don't talk about them regions, but you never really see it. Nevertheless, we'll see if he can hold on to his high position going into game 5. Let's go.
All right, game 5. 2 more chances today to solidify your spots on the board, and then day 2 is when you start to push towards higher heights, towards that win, towards the prize money. This will all matter, though. It might not seem like that to some teams. You have to make sure your mental's locked in, and right now Savage and Benji, they're switching up their strats and Tilted as well. Yeah, that last game went great, but they really want to make sure they're making everyone around them on their toes at all times.
Will this be Benji's first chance to win FNCS? Can he finally get the victory royale across the 2 days? Will it be, Shayo? I want to hear from you.
You see, every time we start to ask that question, that's when I have to say no. Like, I wish no one asked it, because every time we do, it's none of it. I mean, across podcasts, across interviews, everything. As soon as the Benji hype starts to come in, I feel like, I don't know what the universe does. They make it hard for us to really want the people that we want to win get that dub. But Vino and Joe, I feel like this might have been the FNCS for them, right? In terms of style, the way they got to this position, the way I feel like they were innovating, how you really protect and play endgame. It's looked good so far. I just don't think they've been there in terms of today in any of those endgames.
Yeah, it's weird because I think they obviously dipped and decided to come sleepy after landing Covert the whole season. And I think many people thought it would be a bad decision. Like, you know, of course, Chapix and Seti haven't been amazing at sleepy, but you would have still expected them to dominate. And it just hasn't quite worked out that way for Chapix and Seti, and Vino and Joe have done really well landing here, but it just hasn't really materialized into the pop-off games we want from them. They're still sitting nice on the leaderboards, but you know, they got to be careful, right? Of course, Joe's gone down, and so Vino will be left alone. But yeah, I still want to see a big pop-off from them. 6th ain't too bad, but I'm sure under the circumstances, they themselves will feel like they should be doing a lot better as well.
Yeah, and that's literally all I wanted to touch on, is the fact that they're still 6th with like the troubles we see them having. So when it comes to like that 12-game format, maybe that's why they're not on pop-off mode right now. They just want to put themselves in a very good spot in day number 1.
Love letter,
Stay
check mark,
consistent,
button,
maybe
thumbs
even
up.
make the same mistakes, and on
Check
day
mark,
2,
button,
start to
smiling
go for those
face with
all-ins.
hearts,
Very,
kiss mark,
very,
smiling
I think,
face
more
with hearts,
comfortable on your
thumbs
brain
up.
overall to push
Kiss
forward
mark,
and
kiss
take
mark,
more risks on
smiling
day
face
2
with hearts,
to try to
smiling
catch up
face
to the
with
rest of the
hearts.
lobby. You've seen historically any
Smiling
team that's
face
very
with
far
hearts,
behind on day
revolving
2,
hearts,
as
hot
soon
face,
as they start to
revolving hearts,
have
love letter.
issues, that's where things go
Hot
bad. And
face,
Chapix
zany
is sending
face,
right
sweat
now.
droplets,
Go
thumbs up,
down
check
to
mark, button, kiss mark.
Vino with the bait. That's what you love to see if you're a fan of this side.
Chapix, he kept building higher and higher, right? He wanted to get the angle so that he could see Vino rebooting. But, you know, at a certain point when you build that high, you know, if you get shot down, there's nowhere to go. And so like you said, Vino realizing that Chapix was about to get the angle and he just shot him out and Chapix will fall and has no support. I actually do think Hen from behind as well came in with a couple shots of support as well. So it wasn't just Vino dealing with that. He had the help of Hen and Queasy inadvertently in the back, but Chapix and Seti, man, it's really rough to see them like this. They're such good players, but it just hasn't been working out today.
They're like a pinball that wants to go in the gutter of the machine. But you have Vino and Joe on one side as a bumper, and then Kriachi and Stormray on the other. No matter where they're going, they're just getting flipped over and over again. There's nothing for these guys to do.
Yeah, and again, right, obviously they went logjam last game, they came back to Sleepy this game. Will they go back to logjam next game? Will they just keep on coming to Sleepy and getting eliminated off spawn? Like, I don't even know.
Pinball duel, man, is tough. They're just getting upkept. No one is letting them in towards that top 10 circle at all. Vortexia Castry also switching things up entirely, it feels like. Correct me if I'm wrong, but diving in a Cobra Cavern game 5, they're looking for the pain.
And look, we said that it was going to start to happen. Will these guys be the ones to punish Tayson and Thomas and stop what's been a dominating run here at Covert, where they've just been able to land, get everything, loot up, have all the pads in the land, all the rotation, all the movement, all the loot.
I think Tayson, they're exactly where they want to be just today overall, right? Maybe the situation looks a little bit more dire, but I think Tayson's heard the footsteps up above, and now they'll go into full defense mode. They just want a respectable day 1. I feel like this duo is a day 2 duo entirely. They just want to be on the map inside the top 10. You know, luckily now they're closer to even top 5. Just have a good overall 6 games, and then day 2, that's where really the big things get started. That's where they really have to start playing defense.
Yeah, and they're looking good even here, right? You know, in terms of what they've been able to do in this game. Of course, plenty of ammo to boot. And so if a fight does break out, I would expect these guys to be on top.
There's one thing I'm noticing overall as well for like this 2-day format, right? You asked me right when we, you know, caught from the desk, you know, Clown, Deox, how are these guys here? What are all these big teams doing? It might be like all the big teams and a majority of EU is just playing their game plan right now on day 1. And as a result, Clown, Deox, Wildfire, they just get to play their games. I think on day 2, when people start to get desperate, pushing more boxes for Surge, you know, doing crazy things inside the end game, starting to take up some of the blank spots that these guys are living in now. I think day 2 is going to be so different for Clown, for Deox, for some of these new names coming in. They might not be experienced FNCS overall. I think they barely have any experience to a 2-day format.
Check mark button, smiling face with hearts, check mark button, thumbs up, sweat droplets, love letter. Thumbs up, love letter, revolving hearts, thumbs up, smiling face with hearts, sweat droplets. Zany face, love letter, hot face, revolving hearts. Thumbs up, zany face, kiss mark, love letter, kiss mark, zany face. Hot face, smiling face with hearts, love letter.
So many different teams, but this time not having to. Benji and Savage, they've left tilted, they've gone a bit north, and they've ran into Shmeki.
I think for Noah Aqua, day 2 team, you know, 70 points is what I'm looking for, day 1 maybe, and they'll start to pop off once they really figure out the patterns to their POI and how these end games are looking, right? It's Mr. Hyde himself. I think he's just trying to feel out these games, get that Aqua VOD review in to see exactly, you know, where the gaps are in the gameplay, and day 2 will look really good.
Yeah, I think the big thing with that team is just the nature of how they play means that, again, they're one of those teams where you'd probably say they're good for 1 win at some point, right? Like, they're good to win a game. It's the reason why, even though I wasn't so high on them going into the semis, just because of that format, I knew, look, give these guys enough games, they're just going to win one, right? Regardless of whether you think they're the worst trio in the world, or worst duo, sorry, or best duo, they're going to eventually win a game.
or Sash Malibuka, one of those duos that, you know, you're not going to be locked into, yo, these guys are good for one game. They're one of those ones that are consistent overall and staying inside that top 5, that top 10.
I think the big thing with them, right, especially, you know, you look back at their history in previous seasons and previous modes, there was always the problem of, oh, look, they're contested, but they're still doing quite decently. Imagine if these guys weren't contested, right, how good they would do. And of course, it's a, you know, new map, new mode, but this is our chance to see what they can do out of a decent spot uncontested. And they impressed for the most part earlier on in the season, but still in the finals, something left to be seen.
I mean, they still are slightly contested today. The first fights that we watched, you know, for the first 2 games at least, were Sash Malibuka, you know, getting sandwiched left and right by Gabex. But overall, they did kind of circumvent that completely. I feel like they're used to just fully being contested now season after season. At least they don't have to deal with Benji Savage overall, right? Or Savage in particular, coming down and just making sure that it's just fully tough for him season after season.
Yeah, I'm sure they won't want to go back to those things. It's good to see those guys more friendly with each other now as well on social media, etc. You know, the off-spawn beef, it is just off-spawn beef, you know. Keep it in game, keep it in the lobby.
Hey, sure, you ever thought you'd miss the Steamy Stacks off-spawn beef, or we'd ever be moving past it, you know? I never thought. Who could imagine?
Honestly, I low-key miss it, bro. Like, you know, it was fun. You know, it's the good old days. You never know it's the good old days until they're gone, you know?
Yeah. Oh, it's facts. I'm just so curious about Deox and Wallflower right now. It just literally, I see them and I want to smile every time. They just look like they're happy. They're doing crazy things. Shooting at cars left and right. Making sure it's hot for anyone who's in, you know, any of these wheels moving around right now.
It's a certain point that you want to actually do some damage to the person driving that vehicle. Not able to, but look, sitting in second. They've done a great job. Third place team. Stormy Wright and Kiriachi over towards Logjam. They're looking all right. Some decent shields. The materials are all right. They've committed a bit to get to the position they're in now, but that's fine. It's all about continuing the pace they've been on. Another team where they probably would have felt at the start of the day, hey, why aren't people talking about us in contention for doing well and for winning? You know, we have experience in FNCS. Kiriachi will be saying to people, look, I've won in FNCS. You guys should put some respect to my name. And sitting in third, you know, in game 5 is all good, but they're going to have to hold on and push even further in the next couple.
I'm always, like, confused as to how they end up winning games completely too, right? It seems like they have such a, I don't even know, mysterious type of game style, Kiriachi Storm, right? They just end up doing the right things, but they're never foreshadowing they're going to do them. It seems like they're in a bad spot. I blink, suddenly it's like the best spot in the game. One duo I always will have trouble in terms of understanding completely, but they're so much fun to watch play together. Just also, I think the biggest thing about them, do on the top of your shirt now, Stormy Wright, Kiriachi, is the fact they do everything together, whether that's even making the mistake and going down. You saw last game down on Surge, they were immediately milliseconds away from each other at bullying a wall, trying to get in immediately. Always just all inning together and making sure every angle is taken from 2 POVs at the same time.
I feel like one of the big things that what makes them so successful at Shio is just the fact that they're one of those teams where they're just hungrier than everyone else, right? They want it more, right? In these endgame scenarios where there's chaos all around, there's solos, you know, sort of trying to dance their way around the lobby, see if they can hide out. These guys just sniff them out and deal with them appropriately. And they do that so well on a consistent basis. In the bottom left, they're doing Reason. Don't necessarily do it on a consistent basis, but when they do it well. I can promise you that, right? They have started to fall on the standards a bit, but they are literally always one game away from being in the top 5. Just always one game away.
Do you want to know the Vidil Reason seesaw? This is what it is. The higher they are in standings, right? On one side, they're higher in standings, the lower they are in Surge. Like literally Surge problems 24/7. As they drop on the standings, their Surge becomes a lot better. They're chilling, 300 above. So I feel like they have these little pockets where they're always at the back. They only really operate well on the comeback aspect of the tournament over and over again. Now, does that mean the later games end up playing well? I think absolutely, as long as they're all connected to the game. You know, some seasons that might not happen. But in this one right now, in this game, 300 above Surge are looking good overall. We'll do it with some other teams to see how they're doing. Stompy, Ju, right now also moving in. 118 below. They really have to just collapse on this wall, but it's inside the storm still. They're really looking to push and force this fight. Meanwhile, Thomas and Tayson, they get interrupted. Low on Surge as well. Have to find a little bit of reprieve inside the logjam. But who knows what's going on the other sides of the walls inside the factory. And people are also looking to cook up and build a little bit of Surge for themselves. Tayson will start to move in. They have so much splashes to work with as well, and Caspery are right above them again.
How many teams are in lockdown here, Shia? Look how many teams are just in this general vicinity. This is insane.
It's like I'm watching one of those survival games where you have to stay out of the cold and go inside. Everyone's forced into all these boxes. It's a complete creative island, it looks like right now. And Thomas is trapped inside on the left side. He has to go back towards Tayson. It's looking good for now, but Surge is striking left and right. I hear SMGs and shotguns in every single box. It is Thomas HD that finds a miraculous shot, but he takes damage himself. Benji is also here, and he's below. The entire top side of the leaderboard is inside Logjam and Lumberyard, and it looks like a bunch of them are ready to get chopped.
Yeah, Tayson, he's lost Thomas, and so he has to do this all alone now, but it is so difficult. Savage is almost very close to losing Benji as well, and if he's not careful, he'll get taken out himself. Needs to find separation, but can't get knocked. And Benji will actually be able to pick him up and get him out of dodge. But will the opposition allow him? Oh, no, yeah.
I think it's Benji as well. That is just tough. First place team, that previous game now going down. Tayson is going to be the one to wear that crown for this game. But once again, a solo.
But he is a solo with 4 launch pads, right?
True.
4 launch pads, max materials, all the ammo that he could possibly ever want.
What's the conversion rate for that from solo to duos? 4 launches on a solo? Is that 1 duo's worth of an individual?
That's like, that could be like 3 duos worth of an individual, right? And even when you're looking at it from that perspective as well, in terms of the conversion rate of how successful are you with that kind of loot, for the average team, you know, maybe you can have a decent game, but this isn't the average team. This isn't the average player. This is Tayson we're talking about here. So we'll see.
You know what that was? I understand what they were building at Logjam and Lumberyard. They tossed in a bunch of people and made like the ultimate player that came out. Full builds, full shields, max loot, and 4 pads. It is a solo though, right? But that's our champion just leaving the hyperbolic time chamber.
And then Tayson took them out.
True.
And now Tayson's going to
he has the power, and Lysen took him out as well, so never mind. 4 pads and you go down to someone. I don't know how that is, because I assume he has to be up on Surge. He just fought like 6 teams.
Yeah, that's going to be really nice for Lysen.
Okay, so we'll have a perspective to see exactly how this happens in just a second. I'm very
Sweat
curious about
droplets,
this one.
revolving hearts,
moving
sweat
in from the
droplets,
zone.
thumbs up, thumbs up.
This is just I guess,
Love
you know,
letter,
preliminary
smiling
coming into
face with
Lumberyard. Some
hearts,
people were not
smiling
tall enough
face
to
with
ride the
hearts,
ride.
thumbs
They weren't
up.
strong enough to enter the
Thumbs
arena.
up, thumbs up,
But
revolving
Tayson,
hearts,
he was
love
there
letter,
building
hot
up, but he
face.
wasn't sure about what's going on around him. Unfortunately, right next to a team, a lot of people love to build up there to be safe, right? But if that team knows what's going down, Levin, it's an easy pick.
Yeah, he got caught in the cyclone, and they took him for a spin, and he just couldn't. He could not hack it whatsoever, so he went down. And that's better than finding a llama if you're Lysen, right? In terms of the amount of loot, the launch pads, the ammo. That is best case scenario for you.
That's a conversation that Lysen's probably having with Mirza right now, right? They're in 48th place. They're probably sitting in their box. Man, we need like what? What if we had like 4 launch pads this game? And, you know, a siphon right now. Maybe we could come back on the boards. Q in, Tayson just drops by. Funky music playing the whole time. They take him out. See 4 pads. If there's a comeback potential for anyone right now, it has to be Lysen and Mirza. They have 4 launch pads overall. Pay attention to who's based up around them too, because they'll have free rotates the entire game. An awesome ping too, 108 points on the opposite side of the spectrum in terms of being towards the top. 4th place overall. We'll see what they can.
And in this game already, 4 of the top 7 teams have gone down, right? And so this is a chance for Pink and Anas to really try and solidify some sort of a lead, rise themselves in the standings. And it's the same situation for Waffle. The only difference is that he's sitting in a way less pretty position than him. He's just nothing but a solo in a duo's world, and his pathway to getting any sort of significant points in this one looks mighty tough. He drops down now. And it's great because he drops down out of trouble, but he's just now in an even worse situation. And you see his HP gets absolutely drilled down. And he knows who it is that's dealing damage to him, but he can't really retaliate. He will eventually go down. And so another one of the top 7 teams taken out. Pink, though, isn't too far from being taken out himself.
Swag Pablo at 13th. They're also looking kind of tough. So everyone in the top 10 and below are having problems. Imagine how down bad you have to be as Swag and Pablo to pickaxe an armored wall to find an angle. They will be here for days, finally get it done, and they run into another one. So that's going to be completely tough. Anas, I don't think he understands exactly on the left side of your screen who he's actually trying to bully for the moment. There's a treasure chest down there of 4 launch pads. And this is a high ground duo that's operating right now in Austin Pink. If they find that chest, if they find that player, the elimination, it'll be huge. But it's towards the backside of the zone. I'm not sure they'll be able to even pick it up. 117 damage below, and Austin Pink are going to be in trouble.
Yeah, this is really rough. They don't have that same fortune in terms of loot. And in terms of Surge, they really are struggling at this point. Pablo, though, went from sitting in a nice position with his teammate by his side to being with his back against the wall, against the whole lobby, and eventually back to the lobby. And so Anas now, with Pink, realizes that the launch pad's there. They'll try to get some shots off to help them with Surge before they take it themselves. But when they land, they really need to deal some damage because they're really low. And you can see Anas, the desperation dropping down. He just wants to get into a box and do anything he can. And he actually does well to do a bit of damage there, but it just wasn't enough. There wasn't anything he could really do in that situation as a solo. And again, right, the train continues. Speaking of solo, Stormy right now, operating without Kiriachi in this one. Second place team. All of our top teams in this game, Shav, they've just been all scuffed.
Hey, welcome to the EU Cast 11. Every game 5, I feel like, of every FNCS, it's the comeback game. It's the game, you know, it might be even game 4, where all the top 10 teams just get taken out and then everyone else can rise. Lizen too, I think it was foreshadowed with him and his team at 48th getting all the pads. The fact that we saw Badil in a situation to come back and try to clap. Cammy and Teak will be there at 9th, and Bino Joe 7th. The fact of other teams that are finally full duos, ready to maybe move up in those rankings. It'll make everything that much closer, give us that waterfall effect of just 1 point separating every team on the leaderboard.
Yeah, this is what we're talking about, right? The potential now for the comeback for some of these lower teams. Even a team like Joe and Vino. We talked about how they just haven't had that pop-off game we've been expecting them to have. They're still doing well in the standing. 7th place ain't too shabby. But can this be the game where they capitalize with all of their top competition being nowhere in sight? Can this be the one? They've got the peppers to make this rotation just that bit easier, and maybe they'll be able to sneak away a pad from somewhere as well.
The comeback game, and we dive into Vino's brain. Joe following him as they end up just going through the labyrinth of builds down below. It's all hard mats though, because it's that half and half zone, and as they have to worry about position, getting towards the other side of the map entirely, they also have to deal half an HP bar of damage on any individual around them. So maybe that's what they're kind of sneaking around and sniffing out.
This is fine though, right? Using these old builds means that they can save their materials, right? They have enough builds, but not of massive wealth, and so going through these old builds allows them to save and make a play for later, but they will run into another team, so they gotta be careful, and this is the time to get out. These ain't your enemies, Vino. You need to move out, and he will. This is where Joe and Vino can really start to make a move in this lobby. It's going up the hill, and they need to really be proactive about that in case it pulls in the wrong direction.
The theme of the last 3 games, though, might just be tilted tower teams entirely. Bad Sniper and DKS fly on the high ground and take it away from Mappy and PKR. Crush Siege right below them, and Henry Queasy also still alive. So a bunch of the names you've seen suppressed in this lobby, who've had it tough for the top 10, just bullying them game after game, get to play this one out. Lizen uses what, his 3rd, 5th, 7th, 19th launch pad to keep moving. Vino now down to low HP as Teak and Cammy are also struggling inside the box. Nice swing from Teak to get a little bit ahead of the zone, and he crashes into no builds all the way down to low ground. His home. He's here finally in that living room to make those tarps. Cammy will join him momentarily, and they'll play their game. Nice beams on the right side. They are in their natural habitat.
This is their home, but there are some intruders, and so they got to deal with them swiftly. You can see Cammy looking to take the lead, making sure they stay ahead and still retain control of that home, like you said. But up above, DKS and Bad Sniper, this is the time for them to really rein in on the lobby. You can still see as well, Cammy looking to try and make sure nobody can impede on his ground. Players on the low ground as well, that's going to be an opportunity to find some eliminations, but they just have to keep on moving into that zone.
On the high ground, Bad Sniper just chops Queasy and end in half. Hen is now down. It's up to Queasy to try to go for that solo situation. Janus and Vortex, though, this is what they thrive in, situations where they're both alive and everyone else is making a lot of noise. They're barely getting focused inside their box on the right side, but the entire zone is throwing people off this mountain completely. Everyone has to just tumble down, avalanche all the way towards the low ground. As a result, Bad Sniper DKS have infinite shots to take on as many duels as they want. Now everyone is repositioned. Bappy took so much fall damage. Second height down to maximum low. Clement and Floki still alive down there, but they're just tossed into a complete machine with Refsguard and Scram on the side as well. Bad Sniper DKS, the only people who don't have it rough right now, and they're making it completely difficult for everyone else.
Yeah, they have nobody even trying to step into their realm. They have complete control. You can see Milad on second height with such low HP, he won't even want anything to do with it. Clement is a solo down below. Janus and Vortex remain one of the only strong duos in this one that has a say. And so what they will do is drop down. But on that journey down, DKS will take out Vortex. And so instantly, the high ground team realizing, look, these are the only ones that can stop us. Let's deal with them personally. But the zone bounce will help them. Vortex will be able to be picked up, and Queasy now as a solo has a chance to stop it. Will he get the shots off? He will, and so that stops it. That means that they aren't a duo anymore. No, Vortex was able to be picked up, and so Queasy now below. Can he deal with them? No, he can't. He's just a solo, and the Lex as well. He knows what it feels like. Just the 9 builds as well. Can he do anything? He spots the loot. Will he go for it? No, he could have dealt with them builds. Them builds could have been helpful, but instead he'll just find it himself by trying to hit some shots. It's not going to be enough. Can he drop down on low? He will be taken out as well. And so Bad Sniper and DKS against Refsguard and Scram, one of the few teams who was able to stay alive in all that chaos. And now the swing will come out. The gauntlets will reclaim height, and Refsguard will look to win this game, steal it away from Bad Sniper and DKS. A huge shot comes out now as well, but he's on such low HP and he doesn't have Scram by his side anymore. Bad Sniper, can he clutch up? Can he stay in this game? They can't choke this now. DKS will connect with the shot, and finally the chains have been broken. Bad Sniper, he's been here so many times in the finals, but he's never quite been able to get the results, but will finally win a game in game 5. Shire, what a win for these boys.
They change it from the FNCS finals to Whack-A-Goat. Every single top player flying up in the skies, and they beam them down again and again. Hen down first. After the fact, Queasy not able to survive, and Alex barely even able to take a breath, a beam at anyone, and DKS has that angle. That is seasons of frustrations behind that shot, and it's beautiful from DKS and Bad Sniper.
DKS and Bad Sniper couldn't win a game in the FNCS finals in all of 2021. 2022 begins, and they finally pick one up in the perfect time as well. Desk, break it all down for us. These guys that are tilted finally picking up a win.
Thank you guys so much. And this is why we talk about them at top of show, right? Once again, I cannot echo this sentiment enough. Literally every duo that is here is finals worthy, right? They are all so good at what they do. And as Levin kind of said, they're unshackled, they're free. They finally get a win. Now, I will say boo victory rounds don't always matter, but it does so much for your confidence as a duo. It just reinforces all the hard work, all the dedication you put into Fortnite to be able to walk away, especially in a lobby like this, with names like this, to be able to say, yo, we got ourselves a win. What up?
Yeah, I mean, they said, hey, Benji Savage, you did it last game. Let's do it this game as well. You know, they even tied them. 9 elimination victory royale there for DKS and Bad Sniper. But Benji Savage, 9 elimination victory royale as well. So, you know, they're starting going toe-to-toe with the big boys. And it's always good to see Bad Sniper, you know, finally doing well in a final situation. We love that.
Yeah, absolutely. And like I said, tilted back to back here. And honestly, when it came down to the final 2v2, this was a battle of two teams who don't normally win games. You know, Levin said it, the Bad Sniper and DKS haven't managed to pick up a victory royale in all of the 2020. Was that 2021? Sorry, I'm getting lost.
Yeah.
Too many great facts he's spitting out here. But the same thing with Refguard and Scram, that it was a 2v2 against them at the end game. They've only won one single game ever in a set lobby environment when they've been playing together. So it was like the battle of the game of who's actually going to manage to pick up that first one.
I mean, where else to do it but in finals, right?
Oh, yeah.
That's right, boys. You love to see it. That was game number 5. My goodness. We'll take a look at the standings here in just a moment, but I'm not disappointed. The action has gone back and forth. Now take a look, though. Andalex and X Squeeze finding themselves a spot. Now, they did go down with 6 elims in this last game, so they're still operating super well. Gambit and Toos and Patrick, who were in that first place spot, now get dropped down to second. But once again, I just cannot believe, I feel like I've never seen this before, Boop, how tight this leaderboard is right now.
Yeah, I mean, this is what we mentioned prior. You have so many games left, and you can't give up, right? And this is typical of it. The game of shakeups, that's what we will call this in history. You know, it's hard to be consistent. With the ways the zone works in this game, you're going to have RNG. You're going to have zones pulling bottom left, top right, bottom left, bottom right, whatever, everywhere. And this time the zone pulled all the way towards the north side near Sleepy Sound. And that means that the people that did well before, you know, are now set up to do a little bit worse. And the people that did bad prior to that are now set up to do a little bit better.
Yeah, as you see the second page, like Tayson, Thomas HD, Pink, and Anas, these guys were in the top 5 before this, right? Tayson, Thomas HD were 6th, Pink and Anas were 4th, and now they're all the way down to 12th because of this. Before the 4th zone even started going, we had Grols and Clown, who were 1st, Diox, who was in 2nd, Benji Savage, who was in 3rd, Tayson Thomas, who was 6th, and Lincoln Default 7th, all out. Before the 5th zone, we also saw Anas and Pink and Kiriachi go down there too. So basically everyone in our top 7 went out before zones even started to move, and that's why so many of them are now turning up on the second page. The huge shift that we've seen up in that first page has just been absolutely nuts. This right here is the Anas and Pink, you know, something that we've not seen from them so far, struggling with Surge.
Yeah, I mean, like I said, it's about the zone, right? All of these guys, they have to do something different now. You know, we've had 2 bottom left zones so far, and, you know, you sort of get comfortable in it, but now all of a sudden you're going to go somewhere else. Everything gets jumbled. It's a little bit scary for you.
Oh, man, we have 1 game left to go to cement what the landscape will look like going into tomorrow's games. Friends, with 1 game left, what do we need to change up, right? What do we need to ensure that in this next game, we can just set ourselves up to come in strong tomorrow?
I think you just got to finish strong. You can't go into this last game and say, you know what, I'm just going to agree if I'm going to land on another team. You know, try the same thing. I think it's fine if you do fail right now. You'll be able to VOD review it tomorrow, change things up, and come back stronger.
Yeah, I think every single point matters. Remember, 12 games, if you get 5, it's better than getting 0 at the end of the day. And there's a lot of teams out there through the qualifiers, like I'm thinking Janus Vortex, that in qualifier 2 in particular, had a pretty bad day. They didn't perform really well at all, but in that last game, they had this mentality of like, you know what? It doesn't matter. We can just do whatever we can here. And they picked up a 10 elimination victory royale. So I think there's going to be teams in the lobby right now who are further down the leaderboard. I'm looking at you, Hen and Queasy. You know, my prediction, even though they're still the 10 to 20, they're still doing okay. But still, that are like, right, let's get the mentality in check for that final game. Let's do well. Let's pick up a big victory. Let's get a bunch of eliminations and let's fly up the leaderboard.
You have to, right? This is kind of that time, especially. I do like your point, though, Boov, right? Taking today to kind of VOD review and then say, what do we change for tomorrow, right? Even if this is not your greatest game, like, it's still okay. You have another 6 tomorrow to come back and make those changes. We'll have to see what today looks like, what tomorrow looks like, and how they compare. But for right now, this is it. The last game here in EU. I cannot believe it's gone so fast in day number 1. But it's that time. We're jumping on that battle bus one last time. So, Shywager, left to K. Over to you.
One more game, and you can see the shadows of the podium kind of in the distance of tomorrow. It comes down to 1 elimination on day 2, and you can make that difference right now. If you're any of these teams, Levin, this is their chance to maybe change their destiny before it even starts.
Yeah, and what an opportunity, right? We're seeing all these teams seemingly coming from out of nowhere at times to really push their way up in the standings. And you're right, it's these small margins that you'll look back on. You'll maybe think to yourself, oh, maybe if I just tried to get that 1 elimination on low ground, maybe that would have been the difference, right? And you never want to finish the 2 days feeling that way, right? So you got to go all out, and this is your chance to do it. Close out day 1 strong and go into day 2 even stronger.
Yeah, and the position for any of these teams is anything but butt distance, so close for everyone. And that's why Levin's mentioning we see so many random teams buff up game after game. We were focusing on Pink and Anas, maybe refs started scramming that last game. Both me and Levin faces confused, and we see Andalex and X Squeeze, a duo Levin that struggled in every portion of the competition.
Yeah, you know, looking at these guys, I would have never thought they would be in a position, right? Even with the wealth of experience they have, I think that was always the one thing people would say. It's like, these guys have all the experience in the world, but this season they've just been off the pace. But when it mattered the most, they've stepped up. But can they do it one more time? Find out. Game 6.
The last game of the first day of the FNCS Finals in one of the most prestigious regions of all. It's Europe. And we're diving right in to two big egos, two big storylines on the side of Savage and Benji, DKS and Bad Sniper. Imagine contesting each other almost every game, landing at the same spot and being at the exact same point total, 110 for both teams, tied for 6th place.
And it's interesting, we're seeing a role reversal here. Benji and Savage actually got out-dropped, right? And so they don't get main. They're going to be forced to go to south side of Tilted. And it's not bad, right? South side Tilted in its own right is its POI and can reap very good benefits. But an interesting change in this final game. We're seeing actually now at Sleepy. Sleepy's been a very, very, very rough ride for Seti and Chapix. It's provided nothing but pain. And if you are on social media paying attention to Chapix and Seti, what they're saying on there is just very demoralizing stuff. They're clearly down in the dirt emotionally, but they need to rise. And this is their chance to do it, because tomorrow's a new day and a new opportunity to win Sleepy. They've forced Joe and Vino out, which is one of the first times they've been able to say that, but the job's not finished.
Job's not done. Does it look like it's done, Levin? Nah, the job is not done. And for Joe and Vino as well, I just feel like it's been struggle game after game. It feels like their job hasn't even started fully when it comes to the FNCS. Already almost done with day number 1, but I haven't seen them find their identity in any of these games at all. We've seen high ground teams survive left and right. Pink, Nox, Anas? Wasn't sure it's possible, but they're really pushing the boundaries of Fortnite right now. We'll see exactly what happened there. Maybe just got him back up, and it's a little error on that side. But at the same time, Covert Cavern looking good overall for this team. They have some control, a little knock at the river overall as well. And that's kind of what they need. We talk about those high ground teams, the teams with identity. Pink and Anas at multiple times have pushed towards the skies, gone for control, you know what I mean, over and over again inside EU. And they've had a sense of it a little bit. They just have to stay consistent now.
Clown and Grolls. A surprising team, to say the least. They've never played in an FNCS final, but they've done so well to be 3rd place up until game 5. And is this the reversal now? Vino, I believe, was picked up. Joe got him up, and as soon as he gets him up, Joe gets taken out, and so now Vino is the solo, fending for his duo's life. This is a very, very weird circumstance. You can see here, he's got some shields, but he doesn't want to use them, just doesn't want to reveal his location. Of course, Seti and Chapik still in the general area. He doesn't know if they'll be able to hear the sound cue. He has his eyes set out as well. You're going to take that shot? Ooh.
As soon as he does, everyone will know exactly where he is, and he barely has any builds. So it's like, do I or don't I? But then Storm Surge is coming in as well. Thomas and Tayson, something has to change for them at this POI. If it doesn't, I feel like they can take the competition away on day 2 easily. And that was kind of like a backhanded compliment, I think. I was kind of rooting against them at the beginning of that sentence and then buffing them up at the end. I'm serious in saying that if no one can really contest Covert, I've seen random teams already come in. I've seen the worst circumstances possible at Covert Cavern, and Thomas HD and Tayson have won it off spawn. Their issue is not the spawn at all. That's what we all thought it would be, at least by game 4, 5, 6 by the end of the day, but it's been looking good overall over and over again. And once again, Tayson, he's there in the box and he finds that first ceiling.
Yeah, but they got a team doing their dirty work for them. Vortex and Castry coming in, and they take out Phoenix. Not sure if Ryzen's still up, but even when they got teams in the general area, they weren't even focusing attention on them. And the ooh from you, right? Because they got to be careful. These guys are literally just right around the corner. Tayson almost running into Ryzen there. And he will run into Ryzen. Doesn't get the wall in time. And so Ryzen will be able to get out. But for how much longer? The Stinger will do so much damage. Oh.
This man's missing shots. I never see him. It's harder ones in the end game, like 180 off like a, you know, gauntlet, jumping through 6 builds, headshot with a pixel, pre-fire. Tayson lands it. Oh, Ryzen running like you know, with a bigger hitbox through a wall. I can't hit that one, man. Twice.
I think we've actually reached a point where Tayson's greatness has actually, you know, become a disadvantage to him. We just have such high expectations, right? Where anytime he misses even the slightest shot, which we typically expect him to hit, the criticism comes out. Look, I think these guys, as much as the past couple games maybe haven't been on that same level as the earlier ones were, they still do have control of covert, sorry. But like you said, will they be able to fend teams off from coming? Is this the kind of performance that will stop teams from even wanting to get involved? I don't quite think so. I'm with you on that one. I think we might start to see, and even there, you did see Pablo and Swag not necessarily diving into a fight. They're intelligent players. They know not to do anything that foolish, but, you know, feeling like they can get, you know, some more covert for themselves and really get involved and have a say there.
Fight will be a little bit sticky overall, but still, job's not done for Tayson Thomas. They want a top 5 or top 8 right now. Same thing. That's the same theme for Suiza and Alex. At this side, the back half of the #1 overall. I think for this team, Levin, they've been in this spot in game 5s. I've seen it before many times. They always get triumphed in game 6. Might foreshadow what happens the next day. They want to make sure today, if they have that crown before the day ends, they can keep wearing it when that sun sets, right? They want to make sure they're still in that first place slot. That's SETI rolling in the Chonkers. I was very close. I said Rocky Reels is where they can maybe roll in and have a little bit of an impact. They do it a little bit more on the south side and end up with a little bit of a situation there. Ryzen going for trade a little bit on the other side. Cast 3. Oh, Phoenix is like, no, not the head, man. I just got a haircut. It looks good.
Maybe he was just trying to show off the haircut.
Oh, I remember back in the day, you could like hold the enemy player and then you had the sniper shotgun combination. Maximum damage. All this tech, man. So nostalgic.
What are you calling for it to be brought back?
Absolutely not. I'm chilling, man.
Understand.
Surge inflation, man. Surge is basically a currency in Fortnite, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Now you gotta make sure we're tracking it properly. Okay, this is an awesome pink. Their early game at Covert. Big shots, nice. That's where all that loot ended up. Side the river. They've always been in this position outside of Covert, all the way at the top, making sure they peer in after all these fights when people are comfortable. They'd be interrupting their daily strolls. Looks like they do have the zone completely as well. Also making sure that that zipline does not break the builds they already have structured up. That would be very unfortunate.
Anas called him the robot earlier. And again, not because, you know, not as an insult, genuinely. He's just so robotic in that he just doesn't really make many mistakes. He's so reliable, cool, calm, and collected at all times. And that's really helped them out today, especially in their pursuit of playing on height. Benji and Savage, wouldn't say they're as cool, calm, and collected, but more than enough firepower to make up for that. And to be fair, as we all watch Benji and Savage, it's more fun when they're more erratic, you know, when they're running around everywhere, getting deep in it. But in this last game, they might look to try to play a bit more of a reserved approach, really stretch this game out as best as possible before they head to bed and rethink some new strats. Swifty hit a real nice shot onto Joe there, wow. In the zone. Willie hit the last one as well. Wow, what a clutch there from Swifty. Impressive stuff. Literally was spinning 360 to pick up those 2 limbs. That's nice.
My back and arms just hurt watching that, like stretching literally behind himself. It's crazy.
Honestly, Honestly, I can't even move like that. My mouse, I can't even move 360 like that and hit shots while doing it.
Really?
It's crazy. Nah, man, I'm getting old, man, in the Fortnite scene. I'm a boomer.
I'm wondering if there's like a tech, you know, 2 hands on 1 mouse, so you can have like a little bit more control. Like you don't move, but like you become like the ultimate, you know, aimer. No?
I like where you're going.
Yeah.
I just don't know if that's viable for certain reasons.
Have you tried it?
I can't say I've tried it. No, you're right.
How can you say that, bro? You know what I'm saying? Like, you got to toss a little bit of respect into creativity. You know, people didn't use to 90 back in the day. I was alive around those times.
Smiling face with hearts, hot face, smiling face with hearts, revolving hearts. Love letter, kiss mark, love letter. Love letter, zany face, kiss mark. Hot face, check mark, button, check mark, button.
What? Me? No. Janice trying to pick up Vortex. Winning that first game, I feel like, can be a curse sometimes, you know? I think we see it every FNCS as well. I feel like Janice Vortex as well, they're kind of that counter team rolling in when it comes to... They like to play around a bunch of the teams that are already playing in there, but they don't ever have a chance to stay really, truly alive for enough info in these end games. That being said, though, still 3rd overall, right? So the work they've done today, I'm just expecting, I think, a bit too much when I see these names. You're talking about Tayson missing shots. I'm like, wow, Tayson's fallen off. Janice in 3rd. Wow, Janice has washed, bro. How can you be 3rd place on day 1? That's crazy.
I think the big thing with these guys, when I look at their match history, is it's very reminiscent of what it looked like during the qualifiers as well, right? Where first game, really good game. 3 games where you just basically don't do anything, pretty middling games, maybe you get a couple points here and there. And then most recent game, 4th place, 3 eliminations, really nice game, right? These guys will have their good game, go to sleep for a couple games, and then come back with a big pop-off. And so maybe they've already had those 2, you know, big games for them in the day already. I'm sure they'll be hoping that they can have another one in and sneak it in here in the last one of the day, but this is the kind of thing you can expect them to do, right? They'll probably come tomorrow, win the first game again, do nothing for 5 games, come back in game 6 and do a masterclass, right? That's the kind of team these guys are.
Just saying, for like a majority of the time, Janice Vortex will show up, leave, say my job is done.
Hi.
But guys, you've done nothing. And they just, you know, flash a cape at the screen and walk away.
Yeah, look, I'm not saying they rely on zone luck, right? I think that'd be very disingenuous to how good they are as a duo and how good Janice is as an IGL. But, you know, like Boot was saying on the desk, at times, some of these things can almost be out of your control, right? When you get these really difficult zones, you know, it just increases the difficulty of the game to a point where in such an intense lobby like the FNCS Finals, where it's the finest of margins, you just get punished way more than you would in maybe lesser stakes competition as they try to get their way into a safer position in the zone. You can see Anderlecht in the bottom right taking shots at a team. The team he's taking shots at is Janice on this bridge. And so Janice has no easy path to getting in. Finally, Anderlecht's helping out by taking shots at the other team that's holding Janice in. But ultimately, there's just way too many people with their eyes on Janice. And so it seems to be only a matter of time until he eventually goes down. Surge as well. The lobby isn't even on his side here. Everybody against Janice. Janice against the world.
He's not going to be able to live today. On one side, you have Anderlecht turning a hole into a half. And you have, you know, Vortex going down. And then after that, just close range, Janice gets picked apart as well.
A lot of fighting just took place, but we're still 5 players going down away from Surge being deactivated. Make that 4.
There's too many top 10 teams. I feel like we have 20 teams in the top 10. What is this?
It does feel that way, man. The point differential is just so small between them that like we actually don't have a top 10. We have a top 20 that is the top 10, because at any given moment, one team gets a point, they go from 17th to 2nd. Like it's actually so insane how close it is. And we knew this would be a possibility, right? You know, people in the community talking about it, it was always a possibility that this FNCS was going to be super close. But it's been even more intense than even I could have imagined in that regard. So we'll see if that trend continues in this final game. I expect it to.
Wondering what Trulux's plan is here with those ramps. Maybe just for a little bit more added stability. Maybe to set a trap. I'm not sure, but Invested a few materials as a solo. That can mean a lot. Meanwhile, Swag, once again, Crazy Spirit lives on as he's trying to out-heal the Storm Surge as well as possibly the Storm because he is by himself down bad, way far away from where he needs to be.
Trueless and Chico, apparently the only duo with 2 eliminations in every game so far today.
Okay.
I don't expect that streak to continue under these circumstances. You can see Trulex doesn't have Chico with him, and he isn't looking too good.
Ooh, an Os. I have to assume that's him up on that mountain. No other way. This is the opposite side of things, though. Down towards the ground, Vidil calling himself off, and then after that, no, struggling. This is a 1v1. So important because once again, towards day 2, every point will matter. That's a lot of potential placement gone for Vidil. That's a free elim gone for Vidil as well. Him and Reason. We'll see if it affects them on day number 2. That's exactly what people are doing right now. They're making sure they get the most out of their games, the most out of their game plans as well on day number 1. You might not be able to use the same drop even or the same strat coming in to day number 2. Everyone's just looking for the maximum amount of points. No one's really desperate completely to change things up. It's going to be a very well thought out, structured game of Fortnite. That's still why we have 65 people alive in this 4th zone turning into 5th.
And you can see Trulex, players all around him, trying to knock his structure out, and he keeps having to come down and invest some builds. Every time he comes down to invest builds, he has to tank a bit of the Storm and use some chug splashes. Now down to no chug splashes and only 9 builds as well. It's not looking good for him at all. As a solo, it's very dire. Once again, I believe it's Anderlex. Yeah, it's Anderlex is the one that's forcing him to commit these matches. Anderlex is such a little pest, isn't he? Just another time. First it was Janice, now it's against Trulex, where you're just sitting in. He's the real one lurking in the shadows, right? Lurking in the darkness.
And you'll never see Anderlex in that situation at all across the entire competition so far. First time I feel like we've seen him really in control of a lobby, and he's back to doing what he used to do when these guys controlled the north side of the map ways ago in the old chapter. It feels like he's finally back to, you know, his annoying self in terms of dealing damage, stealing positions from other players, and just being a nuisance.
Yeah, and coinciding that with being in 1st place now. It's perfect time for that. Trulex. You might as well just, yeah, I was literally going to start counting down. I was literally going to start counting down to see when he would go down. And before I could even start my countdown, he gets taken out. So.
All right, test for you, Levin. This duo's name?
Poos and I can't, man. I can't. I'm sorry.
Twos and Futrick will be rolling in 45 below. It's getting chilly for them a little bit on Surge. Toughness. And Benji and Savage will be down to Cammy inside the feed. Optimum point as well. I think that's their loot on the right side. Yeah. Someone will have to try to get it. A refresh for Cammy at this point spells the best for this game. Usually this is the time where they start to run out of resources. A few of those materials, you know, they're mid-game masterminds. They love to over-invest in those bases and hopefully try to make that back in terms of pads later on in the game.
Especially with this zone pulling up towards the north, right? All these hills, all these mountains, loads of the players in the lobby would have had to commit a lot of materials just to ensure their safety, right? So if you can find a refresh at this stage, it's going to be so fruitful.
Yeah, and momentum's a lot of, you know, a big part of those refreshes. We see the hierarchy kind of change overall on the map. Cammy and Teak taken out by Letchi, who I believe was taken out by DKS. So him and Bat Sniper still active right now inside that top 10. They're 9th right beside Benji and Savage. They're looking to really push things forward. We just saw Benji and Savage go down, so they can even go way further past their counterparts. Having that point advantage on day 2 while they're sharing POIs gives you so many more options. It's really important for DKS and Bat Sniper to have a good game right now.
Yeah, and you can see here the box fighting mechanics coming out from 2 spot. Really rough stuff. Doesn't have control of the right side wall, and it will cost him. He will go down. Puchik was nowhere to be found to support either.
And it's Fury is the one who's going to pick that up. Meanwhile, we see DKS taken out. Both Letchi and Solium in the feed. Absolutely glorious. They're really pushing forward right now. And at the same time, Chapix taken out as well. I think Queasy is going to put a stop to any type of potential comeback they had on the back half of the day.
Yeah, you can see Anderlex in a squeeze now in this final game. Sitting way above posturing for some sort of hype play. We'll see. We've already seen a team hold it out from around 5th zone. And so we'll see if they can follow in Pink and Nass's footsteps. Tayson and Thomas, though, we talked about how they'll be wanting to make the most of this last game, as the past couple just haven't quite gone their way. And of course, they have those launch pads, and that's always going to make this a possibility.
The games only get harder for Tayson and Thomas, landing at one of the best POIs overall on day 2. They have to make sure they get as many points here right now. Possibly over to 150, possibly even a game win. We know they're good for 1 at least on the days, even 2, 3 overall as they keep moving through. Tayson with the nice beams. And they will actually get zone as well. The first moving will go straight up the mountain. Everyone that's low on mats. Look at those totals. Putrick on the bottom left. Even Tayson right now, they've invested a bunch to get to this spot. They have to make sure they're using them in the utmost perfect ways. Even one slip up, you go slipping down the peak.
And you can see, right, Thomas dropping the launch pad instantly. You know what their thought process is. They don't even want to have to deal with committing the sort of mats you need on these rotations. They're going to let you use a pad. Queasy and Hen, can this finally be the game? Can this finally be the game, right, where they actually are able to do something on height? It's taken them 5 games to get to this point, but things are setting up well for them.
They're only 20 points behind the upper echelon of the lobby. It's time to join that club though now, boys. This is where it has to happen, and it's one of these mountain zones that we know Hen is so good at playing. It's also one of those zones that's so tough to play as a solo as Putrick starts to move. He's going around so many other builds that are mountains of their own. Finds a pad though. That's nice. Vacation for him as he sees high ground completely clash. Will he just go for it? Maybe a free elim or 2. He saw the shields crack. He saw the fireworks. He wants to be part of the show, but he gets snuffed out immediately, extinguished as his match now rained down to just maybe a frightening 300. Queasy and Hen are the ones to lead the celebration of game number 6. Absolute high ground, but look at this weapon. Look how big it is. There's no way they can stay up top for too long.
Yeah, they've got to be careful. They've slowly got to condition everybody down below them. Frack and Coop will quickly drop, and the Let's in it squeeze to the first place team. You'll know they'll be thinking about it, but they start to drop. And you can see Putrick, he picks up 1 as a solo. A crazy height tick attempt, but he's able to stay alive, but not for much longer. He will go down.
Anas and Pink also rise up, but quickly Hen and Queasy slap them in the face. They go tumbling straight back down, and this is what I was talking about. Maybe too high for the moment. No, Anas and Pink are still going for it. All in for Queasy's in just absolute shambles now. The materials to upkeep that level of high ground is too much, and it's Thomas and Tayson who take the lead. Still 3 teams battling for that height. X-Rees and Analex, they're going to go down to default for now. Hoop and Fraction also here to maybe make a say. It's game 6. Anything can happen or go either way. Thomas and Tayson will look to just keep making sure everything is pushed apart, and they have 2 different sight lines to beam down any teams down below. And then Queasy, they were waiting to sing a trap. Thomas, though, he has ears, eyes everywhere down low on the scene. He knows exactly what you want to do before you even do it.
Yeah, they've done really well when they force Queasy and Hen lower. And these low elevations, they've struggled. But Pink now wanting to get involved. The armor will come out, and they have it. They've stolen it from Thomas and Tayson. Pink and Anas, the battle for high ground between all these top height teams. And Pink and Anas will be the ones to stay on top.
They're the main characters of the sequel, but I feel like there's going to be a part 3 coming very, very soon. The Siptos is popping down on the low ground feed. That's a lot of elims. That's a lot of leaderboard changes. But who really controls the lobby? Tayson inside the box. This is where he loves to be, making sure he churns out any player who's desperate in the zone. That'll be Malabuka going down. As a result, though, Thomas is going to fall inside the feed as well. Hen picks him apart. So big names clashing as Anas also doesn't have complete control of the height. He finally sees a little bit of that light. He drops all the way towards the top, and now the entire zone is getting compressed. He needs to move all the way up. There's a mountain in the way, and you can't shoot your way past this one, boys. Everyone on low is about to be suffocated.
Pink and Anas, how have they done this? Clown, he's going to try and get up, but there's not much room for him. Default as well as a solo. He has to try and find any avenue he can. He has some materials, but trying to push his way through the brute force that is Pink and Anas will just be so impossible. He has to hope it keeps pulling down. Kimsel doesn't have the Siptos by his side, but they've done a brilliant job so far. 9 eliminations on the game. Can they get any more? Default will try to stop him. He knows he's in the zone, but he's got a warrior at the height team above him. He can see him in the zone, but the gauntlet comes through, and it's not enough for Kinzel. He will fall, and Default and Pink and Anas are now in a battle against each other.
Default with 8 eliminations, really doing the most, even if he doesn't win this game 6. What a performance from this individual from start to finish. He's just rained down shots and they've connected, and right now he's also in that 1v2, making his HP even with an Nos. He has to go down here. There's no way, right? Blocking off a few walls. He has 100 builds in total to kind of work with. First shot denied, and it's a Nos in pink that end the day with a victory royale.
The second of the day for Anas and Pink. What a journey it's been. They qualified in the second round, and this is what we knew they could do. When they get height, they win games. Shio Aja, it's been a dominating height performance from them. They beat out all of the best height teams in the land. Queasy and Hen finished. Tayson, Thomas, done. These guys are the high ground alphas.
And that was absolutely a fight. You're correct. That was not free high ground that we've seen in the past 5 games. 3, 4, 5 different retakes with legends trying to contest for that position. They are the ones that win it out. They are the ones to be in the lead for the story coming into day 2. A beautiful game 6 from an awesome Pink.
An absolutely flawless game on their behalf, but even beyond that, the solo clutch there. 8 eliminations for solo. He's literally single-handedly carrying and winning his team through that game.
Yeah, I mean, when you look at the way they denied it too, we never see an Austin Pink give things up completely and not take them back for a while. They waited for people to fight on height. And if we're looking at one team, Levin, the fanboy over, someone who has the power, the prowess to win, I feel like Pink and Nos are a step above the entire lobby right now.
Yeah, they've done such a brilliant job, right? The pink split, as he likes to call it, right? We're not going to call it that just yet. Maybe if you continue these games, right? If you keep winning games like this, maybe we will be calling it the pink split in a couple days or two. But honestly, they've done really, really well out of the spot. The llama definitely helps, but the way they take high is even more impressive.
Absolutely. That was day number 1, though, of the EU FNCS Finals. Levin absolutely smashed it, and it was so much fun to do the first half of the games. More tomorrow, but to break down who's in the lead, are Pink and Nos literally just built different? It's the desk. Zeke, Boop, Reese, what you got?
Thank you guys so much. And Shy Wager, don't sell yourself short. You're also incredible. Also my spirit animal. Now you know. Wow. And as Reese answered, yes, they are in fact just built different. My goodness. They are the only team here in EU to get 2 VRs on the day, which actually we saw similarly out of Middle East, Asia, and OCE. I mean, this is exactly the kind of place you want to be going into day number 2, right, Boob? You come in and you say, look, we have cemented a solid lead, right? We have done everything we've needed to, and now it's about holding on, or really, if we're, say, in top 3, we want that number 1 spot. It's time to push ourselves, right? They have such a strong position right now.
Yeah, we doubted them a lot in the top of show, right? We thought, you know, there's so many good height teams in this lobby. Will they be able to succeed? But preparation overcomes everything else, and these guys are one of the most prepared duos in this final, and they're showing it off. I mean, ridiculous from them. And also, 5 eliminations, so we're getting up there in world record territory.
You know, I'm also saying, at the top of the show, I said, these guys in 2 of the cash cups they made have won 2 of the games. The qualifier that they qualified through, they won 2 of the 6 games. 6 games today, how many have they won? Any random wild guesses? It's 2 indeed. These guys are winning consistently 33% of the matches in every lobby that they go into. And this was another game where they pulled zone. Yeah, they were lucky with the covert zones, but they capitalized on that yet again. They got a second llama that was there. They played it to an absolute T and destroyed every other high team in the lobby.
So fantastic. Let's take a look at the standings. Reese, Boop, you know me, man. I just want to see everybody win all the time, so I can't help but be stressed. But the standings will tell the ultimate story, right? After 6 games, where have these duos ended up on just these first days? Pink and Anas. After that, they take the lead, but it's only by 2 points. You know, Reese, I feel like Rolls and Clown, I don't want to say we've not talked about them, because we have, but they are just putting on a show right now.
We've not talked about them enough, right? These guys have been fantastic. I feel like also when it came to the semifinals, right? They won their semifinal day that they qualified from. And it's like, similarly there, they didn't get enough limelight just because they were just slow, right? They kind of just went under the radar. These guys haven't necessarily won any games, but they've just gotten 3 really good end games, popped off, and just stayed at the top of the leaderboards.
Yeah, I mean, they overcame adversity as well, right? They were landed on by Hook and Zeston in the last 2 games. They overcame that, and being able to put themselves in second place is a little bit ridiculous in this spot. Link and Default also very close by. I mean, if you look at this finals leaderboard, I mean, these are all FNCS winners potentially that we're seeing here, and it makes day 2 just so much more exciting.
Yeah, and I also want to add to this quickly before we go into the next page. Hayden Queasy, what a comeback.
Yeah.
Now, the first 2 games, 30th and 33rd, and then they've gone 11th, 11th, 5th, and then that last game, 6th with 8 eliminations, flying up leaderboards now, only 11 points behind first. If we switch over to that second page, though, we will see exactly what's going on. How are these teams faring? Remember, 121 is the current cutoff for top 10. So again, still really close. Yeah, Trilix and Hugo, who we saw doing really well there. Vortex and Janice, who won the first game as well. Benjamin Savage, unfortunately, dropping a little bit down there as well, though.
Interesting to see the game winners not being in the top 10. Just shows how consistent everyone else is comparison. You just got to make it to those late games. You can't just be winning and then falling off.
Yeah, it's not just about the Victory Royale, right? Like, obviously, the Victory Royale is huge, and in the moment it feels great, but you have to have that consistency factor, right? Even if you're just placing top 5 every game with, like, 4 elims, you're going to find yourself at the top of the leaderboard, right? Yeah. Because you're just doing consistent, right? So if you guys are new to Fortnite and you're like, wait, the Victory Royale, shouldn't that be at the top? That's why, and now you're in the know. What a perfect day number 1, and tomorrow we'll be back with day number 2, where we're crowning duos champions. Before we say goodbye, we actually have some champions to crown right here, right now, because remember, we actually have a region that has already completed their games. So, of course, we have to crown them champions. They will take hold of said Axe of Champions. And once again, congratulations to the Middle East winners, King's very own Bleed and Metals FKS 404. Just a ridiculous number, Boop. Just insane.
Yeah. I mean, 0 Victory Royales as well, though. That's, I guess, another interesting thing. Like you said, it's all about consistency, and Middle East has proven that. You don't need to win a game. You just got to make it to late game. And 45 eliminations, I'm not sure if that's very high, but that average placement of 7.33, that is a ridiculous statistic. Is this Cami T Concetti of last season? I don't know. That's crazy.
I think so. I want to quickly. This is their placements. I just want to do this. Second, fourth, second, 7th, 38th, 3rd, 9th, 11th, 6th, 2nd. So there's like so many seconds. Like I watched a couple of these guys' games from yesterday. Low ground, mid ground team, basically the Kamisei and Teak of that region, and absolutely dominating.
Wow. There you go. So once again, the Victory Royale doesn't always matter, man. When you have a scoreline like that, you will walk away the champ. Let's quickly touch on the predictions. How have we done so far? Listen, I just want to say we still have a whole nother day, okay? All right, it's fine. Everything is okay. We will revisit this tomorrow.
Hey, this is good. This is good. Thomas, it's good.
It's fine.
7th right now on my leaderboard. Yeah, and Hen Queasy 4th or 3rd. You know, that's not bad.
Yeah,
we'll take that. Both in the top 10.
yeah. Well, that's what I'm saying. Tomorrow, though, you know, of course, Thomas HD and Teeks are going to win, right? Boop. I mean, you know. We're going to be right at the end of the day.
Yeah. Reese got saved a little bit there at the end in the last game by Hen and Queasy. I was going to put him down, finally, like, yes, I did better. But unfortunately, Thomas and Tace are not really living up to the standards, but there's still 6 more games tomorrow, so anything can happen.
Anything can and anything will. Fortnite fan, that is it from us today. We really appreciate you guys hanging out. If you're watching from Legends Landing, special props to you. We really do appreciate it. Don't forget, if you like what you're seeing, we have NA East and NA West. Both regions have 6 games as well. And then we're back tomorrow, same time, same place. And we're crowning some champions. As always, we love you all so dearly. Keep yourself safe. And as always, we'll see you on the battle bus.
Day 1, beep, beep.
Bye-bye.
looks familiar. I think I'm gonna say tilted.
I don't know a sign on the view. I didn't even know it was there.
Nice.
No way.
Oh my lord, what is this? What is this?
This is Greasy Grove, 100%.
Oh, greasy.
Easy. This one is so easy. It's Greasy Grove.
Gosh, I have no clue.
Oh, this is at Greasy. I land Greasy, so.
I'm gonna go with Rocky Rios.
Let's go.
4 for 4.
Oh, this is a tough one.
If it's not Jones's, it might be Camp Cuddle, but I think it's Jones's. I'm gonna lock in Jones's.
Is this Shifty Shafts? Oh, wait, no, it could be Camp Cuddle.
I think Camp Cuddle, because of the trees and the campfire. I don't really know.
The Joneses?
Like, this doesn't even seem like a POI. Like, I'd say Camp Cuddle.
Great. Great.
Loot Lake, wow. Yeah, I have not been here.
Yeah, I've never been here either. Yeah, don't land here.
See, I would never guess that.
I want to win FNCS. I know that I can. I got so close in the last 2 FNCSs, and I know that I still have it in me.
Improve my aim as much as I can, and I definitely want to try to win at least one more FNCS this year.
For FNCS, I really want a good FNCS Grand Final finish. I really want to finish in the top maybe 10 or 5.
Like, I've been playing more than ever, grinding more than ever. I'm really trying to be #1 this year.
My main goals for 2022 is to place consistently in every FNCS, but mainly win a FNCS.
Just get a bigger name and probably win like at least one FNCS this year.
I get 2 in my head sometimes, especially in solos, and I think that's something that a lot of players struggle with. I just need to work on it again to make me unstoppable.
I think I want to really improve on my mentality.
I want to show people that I haven't peaked yet, you know?
Being more consistent as a duo, me and threats and stuff, so I think that would be really good.
I just want to keep improving on like everything, like aim, building, like game knowledge.
I'd say my strongest point is definitely endgame.
I have really good mechanics since a really long time, and if I just keep playing the game, I will forever be good.
I've had this burning fire in me to play duos and compete in tournaments since the last duo FNCS. This is like my core game mode, and I'm gonna do insanely well.
One of my strongest points is in duos, and this year of FNCS is all duos, so it's pretty stacked up in my favors.
Anytime we're in late game, we're always getting a lot of kills and popping off on low ground, so everybody better watch out.
I think stressing is the really thing I improve on. Before, I used to always stress in tournament and think about what can happen.
One of my biggest mistakes right now is I sometimes get greedy when I see a kill.
It doesn't really matter where you land. At the end of the day, you're gonna play grand finals, and as long as you have a good spot, you can cash out and make a lot of money and set a name for yourself.
Like, learn what your mistakes are. Like, you can't go back and redo it, so you just gotta learn and try to not do it in the future.
Just getting through all these tournaments, trying to learn as much as I can from them is honestly pretty much what I'm doing all the time now. So that's pretty much it.
I'm just trying to make myself as mechanically sound as possible, so that way, there's just nothing that can be put past me.
So far I've called for every Duo Cash Cup.
Hot face, revolving hearts, zany face, smiling face with hearts, zany face. Hot face, check mark button, smiling face with hearts. Love letter, revolving hearts, love letter, kiss mark, thumbs up.
Alright, what's going on, Fortnite fam? Today I'm in the lobby with Cease. How are you getting on today? Simple one to start it off.
I'm doing pretty good,
Perfect, that's what we like to hear, So, I'm going to go with a bit of a wild card to start things off with here. Assuming the entire world was a zero ping single region, who would you want to duo with?
I probably want to do it with Volks, because he's a funny man, he's OCE, and yeah, I've hung out with him a bunch of times.
Another weird one. Time travel your current skill back to the 2019 Solo World Cup. Where are you placing?
I don't think I put much more than a couple hours into practicing for solos, because I was so focused on duos, and duos was of course the day before, so I was already excited. I was like, I already did so. what can I do? So I literally landed at the most shambles spot ever. If I could change anything, I would just I would probably just land the block.
What would be the first and best piece of advice you'd give someone who's kind of new, starting to get into the competitive scene now and just starting to improve their kind of Fortnite competitive placement?
If you place top 15 in a cash cup, take that $200 or whatever it is and put it aside. If you get top 10 in the grand finals, just put that aside for a new computer or for a new mouse that you've been wanting or whatever. Like, invest in yourself. That's exactly what I did. Like, my 2 teammates in the last FNCS were on the worst computers possible. I got them new computers for the Grand Royale, and look what happened. We made I think we made double what we made in the last FNCS.
Where do you rate yourself on the greatest of all time, the GOAT list?
I think right now I probably put myself, within the top 25. But I think after this year, I'll be, back into the top 10, top 5.
There's a lot of money to play for when it comes for a lot of these finals, and there's a lot of stress involved in that too. Are you planning anything in particular with your mindset?
I don't think I had any nerves at World Cup. Like, I literally at duos, and I can tell because we were so prepared and we had a game plan knocked out. But then it came to solos, and I was extremely nervous because I had nothing, and I was by myself, and so now into trios, it's like. This last FNCS, I had so much prepared. I knew exactly what our game plan was. I knew what we were going to do, and we knocked it out.
You already mentioned earlier your favorite game mode is duos in particular. What's your least favorite game mode?
Well, duos is always a part of the game, but when trios came out, I was like, oh, no way, a year of trios. I hate it. Now we're on the duos, and I'm like, no, trios is gone. I want trios. And so I always didn't like squads, and I'm guessing if squads got announced for a year or however long, I would be like, I'd hate it, but then by the end of the year, I'd love it. So it's just like, I don't really know. I think squads right now, but who knows? Maybe it's probably solos, honestly.
Thank you very much for your time, Cease. It's very, very, very appreciated here. Where can the people find you?
At Cease on everything. That's just my handle across all socials. So just stay in touch.
Fantastic. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you.
On FNCS NA East, thousands of players have been battling to claim the Axe of Champions. Only 100 now remain. This weekend, these duos will battle it out over 12 games to find the ultimate winners. Will Peterbot once again show his ability to clutch when it matters? We've never had a final without Kanata and Stretch, but neither have held the Axe of Champions. With teammates like Acorn and Commandment, but one of them finally reigned supreme at the top of NA East? $130,000 for first place. Everything is on the line as the 50 best duos compete in the NAE FNCS Finals.
CUN. Rent.
This is it. Act 1 of the biggest Fortnite show on the planet. You've got your tickets, and now is the final installment of the Ultimate Weekend Trilogy. Get your chili chug splashes at the refreshment stand, grab your front row seats as we pull the curtains wide open on this Battle Bus Bonanza, because it's FNCS final times, baby! My name's Adam Savage. I am your host throughout the entirety of the NAE Finals this week, and this is going to be incredible. Alongside me, of course, you know, I got the knockout combo, the 1-2 combo of Vivid and SBG as well. Fellas, welcome into this. We're here at Legends Landing, as you can see behind me right now, which is amazing. Vivid, 50 duos, man. This region alone, $600,000 plus up for grabs here. Day 1 of finals. How are you feeling, my friend?
Oh, I am feeling so great. It's good to be back on the desk again for another finals. They're just flying by at this point because the competition is always just so fun to watch, and these players bring it all every single weekend, and that's what makes it so enjoyable. I can't wait to see what they bring today. EU was absolutely fantastic to watch, and I'm hoping NAEs can live up to the hype, but I know they can. How are you feeling, SBG?
Oh, I'm ecstatic right now. We're jumping in. We're watching the best players in the region. This is what we've all been waiting for, guys. So I'm bouncing off the walls.
Even that intro video as well. Vivid, you're gassing me up, man. Setting the tone for us as well. This is amazing. But before we go any further, let's talk about what is actually behind us. Legends Landing. If you guys don't know about this, well, it's time to tell you once more. You can watch all the actions of FNCS Finals unfold on the new Legends Landing you can see on the screen right now. It's found in the Buy Epic Discovery Row, and we've talked about how great this is. It's a great opportunity to meet up with your pals, for instance, to embrace all things FNCS Finals from a really cool location. It's great. There's activities there. There's obviously our faces plastered across the screen as well. Who doesn't want to see that in all its HD glory? I mean, honestly. But it's all there at Legends Landing as well, which is a great place for you guys to chill out and hang out as well. Also as well, we must mention the FNCS outfits as well. Now, of course, limited time only for this weekend. Check out the FNCS outfits. These are a great opportunity for you guys as well to maybe kind of dress up with your pals, enjoy yourselves in Legends Landing, or playing the game as well. They're there to celebrate this amazing thing that is FNCS Finals. I know you, buddy. We all like to color coordinate and to kind of outfit coordinate from time to time. This is a great opportunity to do that.
Oh yeah, absolutely good one. Do not miss out on adding this to your locker. Everybody loves those kind of like limited edition stuff, and this is one of those opportunities to get your hands on an outfit that is limited edition because it'll only be around for this FNCS.
Oh yeah.
That's right. It really is. And you can't tell. I said, we like to kind of coordinate outfits. We're all wearing the same pajama bottoms, of course. Obviously, we're all celebrating here in style. We have actually got some more stuff to go over, of course, because it's finals. You guys need to know exactly how we got here, the broadcast schedule as well, and what's going to be happening over the course of this weekend. Coming your way, 2 days of wall-to-wall action. It's going to be incredible. Let's take a look at the schedule. So, of course, go back to 3 weekends. I mentioned the trilogy at the beginning there. It's the third weekend. We had the qualifiers 1 and 2 on the first weekend, February 18th and 20th. You can see on screen. Semi-finals was last weekend, February 25th through 27th. We had that amazing kind of reboot round style where 6 victory royales both days went through. And we had 6 teams up for grabs as well. Our top points went through as well, culminating in 50 duos here at finals, March 5th and 6th. That's where we are today. But Vivid, the format itself, walk us through, buddy.
Yeah, honestly, as Adam explained, the greatest thing about this format being from weekend to weekend, the qualifiers and semifinals, was we saw such a big change in development. So coming into the finals, we have this 2-day format. So I'm excited to see how the meta kind of shifts over the course of this action. And then let's not forget also, kind of looming in the distance, we do have the match point kind of contingency that is there, where if a team gets 500 points and 3 victory royales, we will stop the competition early and they will be our FNCS champions. But as we saw over the EU, I think our team ended with around 160 points, so it is a bit of a stretch, but something that these teams can work towards.
And let's talk about these points. How exactly are you going to get there? Well, You get your first placement points starting at 35th, and then you get 1 point per as we continue all the way up. But that top 10, that top 5 is where you're going to get most of your points, making these end games, making that final 9th zone, and getting that victory royale, which is worth 32 big points. Also, eliminations, those are heavy. We have 3 points per elimination in the entirety of this format.
Yes, we do. We saw EU as well, the leaderboard fluctuating non-stop because of those elimination points as well. Let's take a look at the pricing, of course, as well. In this particular region, already mentioned, over $600,000, $637,000, 500 to be specific, which is insane. What an amazing amount of money there, Vivid. I mean, this is the breakdown. Walk us through, would you?
Yeah, I think one of the coolest things about this breakdown is that everybody that's made it here today has guaranteed themselves $1,000 per duo. So already everybody here is technically a winner. But on what scale do you want to be a winner, right? Because if you get first place, $130,000 for your duo to share, something that can change lives for sure. Can even buy you a couple new PCs if you need to upgrade your setup there. You can also probably get an upgraded setup with second place, $90,000, and it's just so much money there.
Yeah, there is so much. And let's talk about the players. Who is going to be playing for this? We have 50 players, or 50 duos, 100 players going into this. And check out this list. One of the best finals lobbies that I've ever seen. I mean,
Crazy.
Stretch and Commandment right there. Acorn, Kanata, Jamper, Dukes. The who's who of Fortnite right now, Vivid.
Yeah, we got Degen and Yamza coming back into the competition. Buka and Mira, who are hot off of an FNCS win and the grand final, back-to-back dub there. And all of these players coming together today. It'll be awesome to see how they clash out on the battlefield.
And it's like a who's who of like the veterans. Got rising stars, and there we like to celebrate as well. Of course, you know it's all about championing the kind of the new up and coming Fortnite players of tomorrow. But it's good to see those names like previous FNCS champions there as well. We've got some more here on the board here. I mean SBG. I can see Aegis and Rise there. We can see Knife and Bile. I mean, there's going to be some great contestations we're going to talk about shortly as well. But who else sticks out for you on this page?
Also, Cold and Scented, they made it. It took a bumpy road, but they're here. As you mentioned, Agers and Rise, they're feeling confident. I talked to those guys earlier. Rise and Agers feeling confident about the off-spawn. We also have a couple of teams like Pam, Stu, and Fatch, who are some favorites here on the talent side, as well as Smite and Larson have just been popping up all over the map here.
Yeah, and then, you know, we have Pam's on Fatch, who Sundown has shown a lot of love to, and Avery and Muzz, also a strong duo there.
Yeah, they really are, and it's going to be so electric. And for you guys watching at home as well, it's all going to be unfolding in front of your very eyes very shortly indeed. But of course, here on FNCS, we like to talk a lot about them, the players, particularly who are kind of, you know, a shining light on this amazing game, as well as this brilliant championship as well. One of those players is Acorn. Let's take a look at what he had to say.
What's going on, Fortnite fam? Today I'm joined in the lobby by Acorn, Season 5 FNCS champion, one of the best players on NA East. Easy first question. How you doing?
Good to be here. Happy to be here.
So I saw, obviously, you know, there's NA East is renowned for its team switch-ups and things. So, you know, you were with Miro prior to that, is that correct?
Yeah, that's correct.
Yeah, cool. So now you're with Canada. How's that just working out generally?
Still like in the early phase, but I feel like we'll become like definitely the best. I can see us like becoming number one.
Ooh, so you're already setting yourself for FNCS champions this season. Is that what you're trying to say?
That's the goal.
So what happened in that first one then? What was going on?
Like we got 55th or something, and like.
Oh, okay. It's one of those.
It was
days.
just one of those
Yeah,
days.
yeah.
Yeah, exactly. One of those days.
What do you think you guys are doing extremely well together? Like, what do you think your strong points are?
Oh, I like how we both know the game. Like we get both IGL. You know what I'm saying? And we both have like fragger ability.
Do you think it's best just to have right now 2 players who can do it all, or are you kind of thinking some of these teams will work better if they have a bit more separated roles?
I think 2 players who can do it all is definitely the best.
What's kind of like your day look like? What's that practice look like? What do you put in to get to that kind of level?
So I do like online school in the morning, and then I'd say usually around like 3 o'clock is when I'd like hop on, start playing. And tourneys are usually around 6. So like I'll take a break at like 4, hop back on like 5, you know, aim train, all that. And then non-tournament days I play like scrims and stuff, just practice, all that, like, you know, VOD review.
What's on the team you're like looking out for? Who do you think is like the potential best duo out there?
I think there's a couple, to be honest. I think Mero Buga definitely one to watch out. Rise, Agers, those that duo is very, very good.
How was your mental approach to the game?
I don't really like rage and stuff. I try to like always get my head in the game and like always think, oh, what can we do? You know, like how can we get back on track? Once I get in the game, I try to freestyle it. I have some like strategies and like ideas of what to do.
You have your head on your shoulders, which is good. You know, you sound confident, you sound analytical about it. Have you always been that way, or did you do something in particular to get to that kind of point?
As I advanced the rankings, I feel like slowly my confidence grew.
Do you have any advice for someone who would struggle with building up their confidence outside of just placing better and being more confident then?
Try to hype yourself up, you know? People call themselves bad all the time, and slowly that gets into your head, you know what I'm saying?
And you're going into that first game of an FNCS, are you nervous? You know, and you're in the
100%.
Finals. Are you super nervous? When does that go
100%.
away?
I'd say before the game I'm really nervous, but like when I get in the game, I lock in, I feel.
Do you have a career highlight moment?
Winning a game in the FNCS I won definitely was the best feeling. Yeah, I remember like loading at the leaderboard and I just won.
Fantastic. Thank you very much for your time. Thank you for being here as well, and good luck in FNCS.
I respect that so much there from Acorn. You know, grinding out, working all day, online school day, then starts gaming in the evening, play and grinding out then, as well as the fact as well, he still gets nervous despite the fact he's had the success he has done. So regardless of how well you guys are doing at home, even the top players still get a little bit nervous sometimes. But let's take a look, actually, Acorn and Canada here, Vivid, as well. A team that you actually predicted would go through early in the competition. You are officially the prediction king. They are competing. Why do you think these guys stand a good test here today to actually get to the very top rankings and actually maybe even take home the Axe of Champions?
It's just a really well-vetted team, and they also have a really good drop spot. The north side of Tilted Towers is so strong because there is just so much concentrated loot there. We also know that Kanata is a player that has made every single FNCS final, so he has that experience. And Acorn himself, frequently in these finals as well, has actually won an FNCS back in Chapter 2, Season 5. So this kind of, scenery is no stranger to these guys.
Yeah, the experience is there, and then we also know that Kanata's just a mechanical demon that has become one of the smartest players in the region, and then teaming up with Acorn, who has been a pioneer of different strategies such as the flopper plays for high ground. So they'll be implementing some new things if I have any guesses here today.
I have no doubt in my mind they'll definitely be trying out new things. I'm sure as well Booga and Miro have a few things up their sleeve as well here. Acorn mentioned them. I mean, these guys, they're the ghost, man. They've won it multiple times. A World Cup winner as well on the team. I mean, Booga and Miro, what can we possibly say that hasn't been said already, Vivid?
Yeah, World Cup winner. We have Miro, who's won multiple FNCS at this point, 3 even, and then Booga also teamed up with him to win the Grand Royale together. So just a well-vetted champion team here.
Yeah, and the combination of mechanics and intelligence, both of these players have IGL'd at certain times, so they understand the game at a different level than most players. Just like we heard from Acorn, him and Kanata are both very intelligent.
They are. Another team as well that is definitely full of intelligence when it comes to playing the game is, of course, Commandment and Stretch. We know that Commandment's come so close so many times, Vivid, and Stretch has qualified time and time again for FNCS. They certainly stand a chance as well, surely.
Yeah, 4 second places for Commandment, and Stretch himself coming so close with a couple 4th places and a 3rd place in FNCS finals, but neither of them have ever been able to close it out. So we'll see if this FNCS is the one for this duo.
Yeah, Stromedon looking strong coming in. They were able to win the first qualifier, have kind of laid under the radar up until now, even though they won that qualifier. But again, a perfect combination. And interestingly enough, I see Stretch lead the endgame when Commandment typically has been the tarper. So having that kind of backup and the clutch plays that we saw from Commandment in that first qualifier is going to lead this team particularly, to do really incredible.
Yeah, we can't wait to see what's going to happen with these 3 teams. All the teams competing, of course. We should definitely talk about POIs as well. Obviously, it's a fun thing for us to talk about because we'd love to see off-spawn where the fight's going to be happening, who's going to be contesting who, and we've got to talk about, we nicknamed it this week, last week, the Battle for Greasy Grove. Vivid, who's going to be competing there, who's going head-to-head, and who may come out on top in your opinion?
Yeah, it's none other than Sprite and Nounsy and Rise and Agers. Now, I think it can really go either way, right? We've kind of had a week since we've seen this battle actually go down, right? So if either of these teams do any more homework, kind of switch up their strategy, it could shift how this is going. But I personally think that Agers and Rise have a better chance, just typically because they've been going for that main building where all those coolers are at, where they can get those chug splashes. And I think that advantage in the early game should be a big one that they can turn into a win for that all-spawn fight.
Yeah, and what we've seen from this battle has been just a straight 50-50. They both try and grab the weapons, and as soon as they grab that first weapon, it's just a battle. So I wonder if like the strategy has changed at all. I know that these guys are confident headed in, and they're going to continue to land there regardless of how this goes.
Oh, yeah. I mean, there'll be nothing sweeter than winning FNCS, knowing that you landed in the same POI, which was contested, and you still managed to get top points on the day. Just 2 days. That'll be, I mean, we'll have to wait and see what happens. I mean, of course, as well, there are other locations that we want to take a look at, and one of them, this could be seriously contested, maybe up to 4 teams even. Covert Cavern. Vivid, this is back, it's on the map, and it seems to be very lucrative for a lot of our teams.
Yeah, it is very lucrative, and it was absolutely mad over in EU to see that it was uncontested, but there are just so many teams over in this NA East region that are prioritized, and we have the likes of Cease and Elite, who did well in the semifinals to qualify for this, Nosh and Paper, Muzz and Avery, who's a strong duo, and then Mac would actually find himself over here, so he doesn't actually want to go to the Bugle where he found success. He's going to be switching up his POI, so he's not necessarily as experienced over here at the Cavern as he was over at the Daily Bugle, so that could kind of come into play, and then obviously SPG, we have that notorious vault.
Oh yeah, and guys, we were talking about this. I don't know that there's enough loot to support 4 duos. There's just no way Covert is that good. So ultimately, I see 1 or 2 teams moving away from there by the end of this tournament. I don't know who it's going to be, especially because a lot of these teams haven't landed here the entirety of the season. So this is a new off-spawn battle over at Covert.
Yeah, I mean, talking about strategy as well, they're clearly going to have a plan B if that does happen, that all these teams descend in the same space as well. But regardless, it's probably going to be quite busy. We're going to move forward and talk about predictions shortly. Before we do that, obviously, for you guys at home, you could be seasoned players, you'll be new to the game. Obviously, we love to hear a few tips from our pros. Here are some really good tips for you guys at home, courtesy of our players here on NAE.
Best way to climb up the rankings, I'd say, is definitely putting a lot of time in.
Just focus on one thing that you're really bad at, like if it's your aim, your mech, your knowledge, just like work on one of them out first, and then eventually the other 2 will just come with that one.
I think what people don't do is watch back their games.
Learn from a mistake. If you do a mistake one game, just don't do it second game.
Definitely, and is to have a good like group of people around you to push you to be better.
Start playing late game, start playing confident. That's definitely the best thing you could do. Stop playing so aggressive for no reason. You guys gotta start playing late game.
Understanding how the point system works and that like how elo works is a really big thing for if you're just starting up.
Things that people are probably doing wrong are using in-game aim trainers, which I don't think really help in my opinion.
Honestly, something that everybody's using wrong is a sliding mechanic. I haven't seen many pro duos use it at all, and in late game it's actually very useful from going down elevation all the time.
Man, if you can get that mythic AR in your hands, it is a weapon to be scared of 100%. It's just so powerful.
Definitely something that's being used very wrong is the armored walls. A lot of time people use it when they make a mistake, but you should try to like save it for later in the game because it's like very useful.
The loadout you use right now, you should be using AR SMG, no shotgun if you're an IGL, and then shotgun SMG if you're a fragger.
I'd say the best keybinds is to have 2 on the mouse, 2 on the keyboard, just so you don't have too much on one, you know?
Keybinds I find you should most likely use are optimal binds, which means like one finger uses like one bind only and you have like 100% movement at all time.
The scroll wheel reset for wall is you use your mouse, and the scroll wheel you use it for the reset button.
Keybinds that I find really helpful are using your mouse buttons for your build binds.
I went from keyboard binds to mouse to having 2 mouse binds.
My 2 side buttons are like my stair and wall, so that just shows you the importance that I thought I needed, you know, to build a ramp.
So I have my wall bind and my stair bind on my mouse. I have cone and floor on my keyboard.
Back in squads and that whole year past squads, I wasn't truly adjusted to my binds, and that's why I don't suggest anyone change your binds too often. find something, stick with it, and just learn how to adapt. I think that's like the biggest thing.
I love hearing from the pros. I mean, we talk about armored walls there. One thing we've not really touched on too much as well, the sliding mechanic. It's changed things up massively as well. But of course, keybinds. Vivid, I'm going to come to you here, being the class act you are. How did you used to roll out when you used to compete? How was your keybinding?
It was terrible. I stuck with the same keybinds pretty much from when I started playing Fortnite, right? And obviously we weren't thinking about optimal keybinds back then. And then when I tried to transition over, I stuck to them for actually 2 months. And then I was just like, I can't do it anymore. And I actually went back to my original binds.
Face with hearts, revolving hearts, sweat droplets.
They got the job done.
Love letters, zany face, thumbs up, revolving hearts.
How are you rocking these days as well?
Revolving hearts, check mark button, smiling face with hearts.
I'm a controller scrimmer,
Love letter, revolving hearts, zany face, love letter, check mark button.
About 2 years now. Not planning really to change much.
Yep, certainly in that club too. I'm definitely in that camp with you. Obviously, we have to talk about predictions. We've got the game right around the corner, game number 1 of this 12 game, well, potentially 12 games over the next 2 days, courtesy of the match point thing coming into effect. I'm sure we'll touch on that later. But for now, predictions, okay? Now, you can see here on screen, first things first, I had to go personally, Booga and Miro. We know these guys are class. Miro's won multiple FNCS. Of course, Booga and Miro won the last FNCS last year, alongside Mars, who's competing with Avery as well. But for these guys, I think World Cup winner, Grand Royale winners as well. I think it's looking good. And even the pros like Acorn was saying it could be dangerous. Vivid, tell us about your pick.
Yeah, definitely a dangerous duo you have locked in there. But Stretch and Commandment, I think, have the edge a little bit just because Stretch and Commandment have been so consistent. Stretch has made every single FNCS Finals. He has the experience, and Commandment and Stretch both, they were teammates with 2 of the best players that we ever seen on the NA East region, Zay and Scented, respectively. So I think that they just have such a great deal of knowledge to bring to this FNCS that as a duo, I think they're unstoppable. And MDF agrees with me in that regard.
All right, guys, I'm going with Acorn and Kanata. I believe they're going to succeed because the south side of Tilton's contested, so these guys are going to be able to farm that for surge tags, maybe even some early elims, and not have to worry about the storm surge. That'll set them up for late game because I don't think there's a wrong pick here. All these guys are really strong players, but it's going to be that mid to early game that sets them apart as they all can play late game so well. Lastly, we have Sundown sticking with his boys, Fatch and Pam Stew. And hey, if anything goes wrong, we all know that Fatch and Pam Stew are going to continue to push through it. They have pushed through it this entire time, and Sundown's been right by their side. You gotta love it.
Do you know what? He's been championing these guys a lot. I mean, they are a brilliant duo as well. But last week they came really close. I think it was game 2 they had came second, got loads of points. Then game 3 qualified straight through to finals. So it's great to watch those guys. But let us know as well on socials who you guys at home think is going to go all the way. Obviously, we've chosen a handful of teams there, but there were so many duos to choose from that it was really tough. Vivid. I mean, there were literally this is one of the most stacked finals I think we've ever had in FNCS.
Yeah, and that's what's going to make it so fun to watch. It'll also be cool. We've talked about the meta a lot. How will some of these teams get Storm Surge? We see a lot of people like to take just a shotgun and an SMG, but there's not a lot of range in that setup, so it'll kind of force some aggression from some of these duos. And we saw over in EU there was a little bit of middle game fights going on, kind of more than we expected sometimes. And a lot of eliminations gathered as well over in that region.
Those elims are so important, and there's probably 7 to 10 teams that I truly believe can win this, and that's why we got to play the games, because ultimately we can only predict so much, Adam. It is all up to what these players do over the next 2 days.
Yeah, there's predictions, and then there's what actually happens in the reality of it, and that is right now, because we start right here on day 1 of FNCS Finals NAE. It's time to go into game 1 with our incredible casters, the almighty Sundown, MDF. Over to you, fellas. Let's do this thing. It's FNCS Final times. Over to you, boys.
Thank you so much, Adam, Vivid, and SBG, and welcome, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, Jonesies, Bonesies, he's, she's, theys, thems, and everyone in between. Chapter 3, Season 1 FNCS Finals, kicking off here in NA East. My name's Sundown, joined by Monster D-Face to call all the action. Monster, how you doing today?
Doing good. I'm doing good. Like SMG said there are no wrong picks here. That prediction list was strong, but there are so many teams not on the list. You know, we can't include them all. And yeah, we have to get to the games here if we want to see this action go down.
I mean, we could get a little bit of a wider spread. We've had some repeat coverage over in NA East, but I got to give credit to the NA East. Our predictions have been pretty solid. I mean, mine eventually got there, but everyone else, y'all have been pretty on point so far this season.
Yeah, it was kind of a tough pick for me. I went with Stretch and Commandment, but honestly, watching that Acorn video, I kind of fell in love with his personality, but sounds like the battle bus is ready. Let's start getting into game number 1.
Game 1 of 6 today. Most likely, unless there are absurd circumstances, we will see 6 tomorrow as well. We'll cross that bridge when we get to it, but right now, hopping right on board. Greasy Grove over in NA East has been nothing but a fight right off of drop every single time, and no surprise here, Agents of Rise going right at it, and Rise immediately under Fire Monster.
This is one way to take your tournament, you know, start, right? You kick it off aggressively. There's so many different ways you can play this drop route, and it seems like they want to go right back to the beginning, to the roots of, hey, we're going to contest you out the gate. We're going to play aggressive and basically foot on the pressure here because they are coming through with the extra tags in the early game. But look at this. Much different than the qualifier Sundown. We're watching some patient play. Now they back up. They found a few tags. Not enough to finish the battle. Not enough, I'd say, ammunition and arsenal to go ahead and complete the fight. So they back off passively. This is a good start for Nounzy.
Yeah, every other time we saw this fight, it was a straight up flip on a weapon, on a drop, like whatever it ended up being. It was fleur loot, it was there. If you ended up drawing ammo or yours was empty, well, good luck. You can see there, little info on the top. 330 combined finals appearances from the players today, and I mean, this foursome right here has a solid amount of them, but immediately Rise finding some great MK7 shots through the window onto Nounzy. Now he does have 2 in the swap, allowing him to not have to go through that reload process. It looks like they're trying to isolate this 1v2 and finish it out. Player ducking into the taxi cab to get outside, but going to get finished up. Almost able to spray Agers down there, but was never really in question.
And most importantly, they finished it before that team that was lurking nearby came on in, so we are going to be paying attention to the feed here on the other side. Looks like Macwood and crew just finish up a fight here at the Covert Cavern. From what I can tell, yeah, I was going to say, from what I can tell, looks like that was Avery and company. So big elims here. Take a look at how that went down. Cone inside the box, jump on in, wrap up Avery. Muz was already down. Great finish for them, but there are still other teams, many enemies lurking nearby. And we know Covert Canyon is just not big enough. It's not big enough.
It's not big enough. You're going to be able to force it out, and this isn't that winners take all situation we saw last week where you kind of breathe a sigh of relief. You're like, oh, we don't have to see that again. You're going to be seeing that duo again immediately, probably in 25 minutes from now as that next match ends up rotating through. See Golden and Walkers was on our screen. We're going to swing on over to the TSM/Liquid duo, Stretch and Commodon, aka Commandment, also known as Stromadon, would be their couple name if you're going through there. And I mean, these are some popular players over on NA East. They've been playing, they've been nearly in every single final, but quickly as it started, you actually see Macwood and Donnie get taken down the feed in the top left-hand corner. That's Nosh getting a little revenge there for his C9 teammate.
And that's what we expect. This is what we expect here at the Cavern, right? There are going to be clashes that happen left and right. If a team fights first, you are basically at the biggest disadvantage. The one single duo that's sitting nearby, they can decide whether or not they're going to go ahead and jump on in and take this battle. And this is probably Oliver OG's worst nightmare here. Clicks and Day. We knew that they were contested over on the beachfront, and they were sharing this general area. And Oliver OG shared with us, you know, kind of in the pre-show before things kicked off, like, hey, man, we don't really know how, you know, what kind of clicks we're going to get today.
Yeah, and that's the question, right? Because when Clix is rolling, you want to stay away from him going through. But one thing I don't think that's been talked about, Playify has put up some disgusting results, arguably been one of the best players on NA East so far this season. And Oliver hasn't played bad either, but right now, Centifan and Chubbs under a little bit of pressure here. This is Agers and Rise trying to keep that ball rolling right off the start. They got the peppers popped and they're going in, but immediately taking some shots from the side, but great return fire from Rise. They're racking up the surge right now.
It's crazy. We knew there was a team here. We knew a fight was probably going to go down. It looks like that is exactly what just happened. And little do they know, it was Fable, Taco, and Jackson just off in the distance there, who had, by the way, one of the better back halves of their qualification mark in the final stretch. They almost are one of those teams that were just missing the mark there, but they did manage to pull through, and this is their strategy. If any of these teams have done their homework, which they all should have very well, you know, they know and they understand. These are the same players that are going to be rotating in. They're going to come in quick. So, yes, right now things seem to settle down. It's looking good for Aegis and Rise, but that is how risky their tournament life is right now. There are so many people keeping eyes on Greasy Grove.
And right now, over the northern part of the map here, you can see Milks and Rhythm trying to get in a fight here. There's a ton of loot and a ton of metal over in this area. It's a nice little fishing spot towards the outside, but sometimes it takes a little while to get that loot down. However, Rhythm and Milks not necessarily doing the worst here. Max shields and tons of excess utility, so looks like they're really the ones who are pushing the pace on this fight.
Yeah, ammunition looking great as well for Rhythm and Milks here. So they have a lot in the tank, right? If they want to sit this fight out and stretch this, they have the zone on top of them. There's a lot that they can actually do here. They really have the full advantage in this situation. And right now, it looks like they're trying to honestly go for the full elim secure here. These wall pieces and wall takes are looking really good, and they actually have them spread out from his teammate here, 20, with a very risky play there and Reciprocal with the counterfire. Nicely done for them.
Yeah, look at the bottom right-hand corner, though, Monster. We have another team. Those triangles represent a duo, and they're coming in. They're taking the high ground, and that's the problem when you get bogged down here. Normally, you wouldn't invest in getting in this fight, but because there's so much extra utility down here, you can afford to spend this much brick, this much metal, because you can very quickly farm it back up. But right now, Reciprocal and 20 are fighting this defensive fight pretty solidly. They're not investing as many materials. Granted, they don't have as many to invest. As you can see, 20 is completely out of brick, but now they're actually getting on the offensive.
Got to be careful, though. DJ and Yamzo creeping up ever so closely now as they are starting to sneak right into this battle, and there it is. They enter into the fight quickly, but 20 fast with the reflexes there. Great Kona going and slow down that push, that onslaught coming from up above, and here comes the full turtle. And look at this. They are only down to 7 builds now for 20, and not to mention, he is running through all of these enemy builds, right? They were just being hard pressured all through these builds, and now they have to go ahead and get on the defense here. Rhythm and company can go ahead and turn this fight around at any second now.
And DJ and Yamzo have actually came all the way over from that llama split off the start, chucking some Fireflies over. But the Fireflies, while nice little min-max, and you're not going to hold on to them, don't do a ton in this situation, because the only utility you really find here out of the wood that everyone's going to have is a bunch of brick and metal. So very minimal damage actually put through. But you can see Milks finding a great line, and Reciprocal gets caught, I think, holding his edits out there, tried to get the shotgun shot out, but Milks found everything there. However, they need to back off and at least get some kind of shields down. You can see them wanting to pop the minis before the siphon comes through. But Yamzo and Degen, they want a piece of this cake. I mean, Degen's right on top of this.
They saw the knock. They want a piece of this solo, honestly, that's left here. They want to deny any kind of pickups here. And honestly, if they've been paying attention, which they have, they've been looking at how long this fight's been going on. They probably recognize both these teams should be pretty weak and or at least running out of fuel here. So here comes Degen and Yamzo now sitting on top of the builds. This is a power position to look down on the enemies here. They can begin to rip through a lot of those weakened builds up top. Mind you, they did try to set that Firefly, so there's a lot of wood still there because the flames were distinguished a little bit earlier than they would have liked. So a lot of weak builds here.
Yeah, you would not believe your eyes if there were 10 million Fireflies, but fortunately for them, there was only one, and all of that brick, you know, just going to be able to shut it down very quickly now. A little bit of investment coming through from Yamzo and them, but you can already see the weaponry. They can hang out here for a while, especially with the harpoon. There's so many fishing spots around here. This is one of the strongest sides, so as a caveat, I do my champion grind at the start of the season, every season, but I am also not good at the game compared to all of you who actually end up playing it, particularly during that time. So I spend a lot of time on the outside the map, fishing, just trying to find areas where I can kind of eke out my placement points. This is one of the strongest areas. It's worth fighting over. There's a ton of extra utility there, and the reason we're hanging around this fight is everywhere else has kind of slowed down. You can keep an eye on that top left-hand corner, but this is really the action happening on the map here. As you'll see, Rhythm will actually get taken out as they're trying to disengage, and some great shots coming through from Degen and Yamzo.
And just great usage of the Spider-Man mythic web slingers there just to get on in, secure the loot, get the elimination. But not only that, this is an elim denied to the other team that was fighting down low, 20, right? They got the knock originally, but the pickup came through, so they put in all that work for a little bit of Storm Surge, but they don't get any points. It's very important to take away from that. And now, look, they might be getting taken out here completely as they do. Yamzo comes on in from the other side. 2 eliminations for him now. And talk about a great, great third party for them.
Oh, fantastic decision making going down there. That's the benefit if you're able to catch people who get bogged down on the exterior and zone then pulls on top of them. They think they're safe to kind of invest a little bit more into the fight. But if you're the one who ends up showing up and putting the pressure down onto them, and you can see, like, yes, they maybe are able to quickly isolate a 2v1, but if you don't capitalize on that, then you are in a vulnerable position to others who can then start the fight. So now we're going to get a look at some of the other teams, and I think one team we probably haven't spoken enough about, if at all so far, was in our bottom right hand there. We'll peek in with them in a sec with Bucky and Cam, but I mean, don't forget Monster. They dominated, and I mean dominated the first qualifier to the point where they basically stopped playing the last 3 games and we're like, we need how many points to get through? Okay, that sounds good. We'll show up, we'll get a couple of eliminations, guaranteed a couple placement points, but we'll go on ahead.
Yeah, they played just out of their minds, but they are contested, right? So we do know there's a little bit of risk in the Bugle where they're dropping Bucky and Cam, making it look nice and easy, though. Take a look at the loadout here. Maxed out in a vehicle in play, making a quick rotate right now across. They're going to go ahead and hunker down here to play for Max Mats, but Cam and Bucky, keep your eyes out on them. They have played just exceptional Fortnite, well above the rest of the competition, at least judging by their week 1 performance. And they didn't even play the full deck of cards, right? Like you said, they came in, showed us what they got, and then they stopped sharing strategy because teams will look at how good you do if you are #1 spot. So there's a lot to be seen, I think, from Bucky and Cam this season.
Yeah, but one thing to note, as we get in that Storm Surge warning, that's on the right-hand side of the screen above the map. You can see there's 66 above. Storm Surge will do 25 damage every 5 seconds to the duos who have done the least amount of damage to their opponents in the lobby. It triggers on the 3rd, 5th, and 7th zones, and then it'll turn off when we have 70, 50, and 30 players respectively. So now if you take a look in that top left-hand corner, Monster, we're going to have right now 10 duos who will be under pressure, so you expect a lot of action to be going down, and Owl and Cracked are one of those duos. TK is another one of those duos, and you can see that Chubbs and Elite Scented Fan, aka Twix, but I'm just going to call you Scented Fan so we can give Scented all the clout that goes through there, are another one of the duos who are either under pressure or right on that line. And honestly, TK and them are fighting Chubbs and Twix right now in that bottom right-hand corner.
Yeah, with how many players we have up, it's looking like FNCS qualifier week 1. It is a stacker of a round right here. This is a very, very interesting early game, and these are some great fights coming from TK and Visuals there as they clean up that duo without a problem there, catching them out. I was going to say dry in the lake, but that's not even possible. They were so, and then they were doused. It was over right there.
Yeah, I mean, fish in a barrel, but like it wasn't even that. It might as well just like chucking dynamite while you're ice fishing. It's just not even fair. You end up getting down there, but as you can see here, don't question the physics on it. Just roll with it. Bottom right-hand side to Roller, spraying some shots out there. Trying to see if they can't get some tags there. They are just right on the line, 4 below, 15 above, and don't forget, that's 25 damage every 5 seconds, and that's going to kick off in 10 seconds. So we've already seen 3 full duos worth of players end up dropping down as we go from 89 to 83 before that pressure even comes out, and now the 25 every 5 seconds will start.
Yeah, it's not looking too good for Owl and Teed, who are inside the zone, being held right now, and the player behind them barely above the surge as well, just holding on by a thread. There it is, now 40 below here. They do have a lot of heals to work with, but Teed, if Teed can't pop one right now, he is out of this game, and he does get one just in the nick of time. Mind you, he is truly in a race against the clock here. There it is. The surge comes through as the tags from the enemies holding them out, and they're going to go ahead and get wrapped up potentially here. Owl by himself on the other side, though. Beef and Nick in a very intense fight here.
Yeah, it's in the bottom right-hand corner, trying to get the shots across, but we've talked about how versatile and how good the Med Mist is at negating so many things. Storm Surge is one of the things it is not time efficient for. You can't actually gain any HP battling against it coming through. It will end up being just straight up offset, especially when you're standing in the storm like that. So Cracked was just sitting there losing HP, and now the dust settles. We have one single solo rider going as we drop from 70 to 69 players remaining, but otherwise everyone has a battle buddy right now.
My gosh, talk about a little congested pocket right here. This is the south portion of the zone. Players trying to make their rotates in. Miro and Booga sitting right underneath about 4 or 5 other teams in his general vicinity here. And here comes the rotate. They're going to go for it early. Miro tagged up on the way out. Bucky and Camdo, however, in a 2v2 situation here. Looks like they already have a knock and possibly a finish on the way there. Def's going to throw down these armored walls. Pure's on the other side, though, holding on just barely there with a knock player inside the box. What is going on here? Cam and Bucky take their wins and move on. That was a little surge battle there.
Yeah, I really like that. I think that's a smart play because they're not worried. They're obviously not worried about this surge having it turned off, but they're able to get the disengage out. As we see in the top left-hand corner, Larson and Smite going down. They've had incredible success off the drop, but then Weaver in the mid-game as they're keeping an eye on that top left-hand corner. Looks like Golden and Walker's also being taken out. Booga and Miro just on the outside of the door. They're going to top off on this side. You can see Booga and Miro with the only NA's team with 15 plus points in each game during the qualifiers, and largely they've been doing it precise play, trying to just make it into the end game, find the rotation, find the space, play moderately on the outside of the zone, try not to get too congested, and just find a layer where they can exist, knowing that when they get in the end game, they are both so absurdly individually talented that if they get an opportunity, the points are going to be there every time.
Yep, for sure. The points are definitely going to be available. And talk about points being available. A lot of the young blood getting taken out right now. Fable Taco and Jackson being the two in the feed there to the hands of... Well, not... And shout out to Walkers, whose dad I know is... A lot of people making their way through here, man. And, you know, the social game, you know, a lot of love coming in. We want to encourage you guys. Continue to play. Continue to strive for greatness because there's a lot of opportunity and a lot of new faces here making their FNCS appearances.
Yeah, I saw that post on the comp Reddit. He was talking about going through. Got to give SBG a shout out as well, saying he like went, studied the VOD reviews, did a lot of individual work, and was able to then end up kind of rise up. And that's what Fortnite's all about, right? You talk about how there's all of these established players going through, and you see some big orgs going through, but you don't need any of that to end up competing at the end of the day, right? You can just hop in as long as you're in that Champion League. You're able to go and compete, especially now in this season. If you're not in Champion League, there are still other tournaments you're able to play, and yes, you don't have the cash prizes associated with them, but you can still kind of get what the environment is, take it a little bit more seriously. It's a little bit more sweaty, a little bit more pressure than those typical arena games, and it kind of gets you used to the environment, and you can dip your toes into that pool and say like, hey, is this really for me, and kind of see where it is.
Yeah, no doubt about it. I want to continue to see people thrive. For now, though, Jamper and Duke's trying to do just that. 4 eliminations, Sundown. Take a look at the points here. 14 leading the lobby right now. Currently in 4th place, Bucky and Cam need to watch out. This is a team that is hot on the iron right here. They're putting some shots down, not afraid to pressure anyone back, and just look at the amount of heals they have. This is a sign of them playing very, very optimal so far. Seems like now, though, there is a little bit of traveling they have to do to get to the zone. They're, instead of recycling the team nearby, they're just going to go with their own tarp. Okay, that's going to dig heavily into the material count. But mind you, next zone's half in, half out. Let's see how this ends up working out for them.
Yeah, and they got 2 teams staring directly at them on a line who have already invested in full built metal. But as we take a look at this zone monster, I mean, there are 2 very big high grounds in play that are already completely stacked with triangles. And I mean, there's even another one on the eastern side there that already has 2 duos just kind of billy-goated up on it. We can see one of the duos on the opposite side. Everyone trying to get a little vertical and kind of get right on the side here. We generally will call this billy-goating because basically you just want to perch up on the side, try and minimize the number of it, use the mountain cover to just minimize the number of hard mats you have to invest. But this is going to be very tough for the teams who are on the lower part, especially if we see the half in, half out pulled directly towards these already established high zones.
Yep, that's what they're hoping for. You put up all your materials, you put your resources into securing a mountainside, and then you just pray the zone pulls your way. And if that does happen, you're pretty much guaranteed an end game, depending on how high you are. And look at this. One of the zones are going to pull here. It's going to be the easternmost mountain. Of all the ones that it could have went to, it went directly right on top of this, honestly, very vertical position over here on the east.
Yeah, and you can see everyone was like trying to push all of their chips in on red or black, and instead the ball just fell off the table and went over on the side, and seems like a couple people were even invested in that decision coming out there. As you can see, Mira Booga, they're in just a awful position, and honestly, they're just hoping that these 3 other duos go down and that threshold on the right-hand side doesn't drop, because 26, you're thinking, hey, that's a decent number, when in reality, Normally, it's not. That's 2 or 3 rifle bullets coming through when it comes to Fortnite damage scope. But on the right-hand side, we do see the duo who we hyped up so much and them getting the surge coming through is Bucky and Cam. They're under pressure now, just barely above, 3 above with another solo who's getting hit, but it's going to be their full duo who's going to be the one taking the damage, and they go out. So maybe a little bit of a caster's curse coming through, as Cold and Scented are going to be the ones who end up getting credit for that, but we're going to swing back on over. Mira and Booga still under a lot of pressure.
Yeah, this is tough. They did hit the low pad here. They end up making it all the way through. And you saw for a brief moment there the shot of what that mountain looked like. There was pretty much a singular team at the top of it. Jack's going to get the full elimination credit onto Bucky, by the way, who did fall in the zone there that you saw. So big, set of points right there for Jack. And honestly, the siphon is what's most important here. Now, an impressive performance from Cold and Scented thus far. 3 eliminations inside the placement points as well here, Sundown.
And we just saw Booga get an Elam in the feed, and if they're able to get the loot from that, that's huge because they so desperately needed a refresh. You can see on the right-hand side, where will that zone end up pulling? Whoever gets priority here is going to end up being huge, and we're going right back over to the top of that other mountain we talked about, Monsters. So the big one that was in play, we're going straight there. So this is really important because we're going from an established high ground to one that was already an established high ground. So if a team can get up there and had old builds on that area, they might be able to save some. If somebody already tunneled into this area, they could effectively just turn around and tunnel back. For anybody who invested a launch pad, use some of those web slingers going through, they're going to be in a very tough spot.
Yeah, teams like Miro and Booga are going to be in the toughest position right now. And look at this, Miro and Booga right there on your feed, barely holding on with HP. Booga's actually going to commit the pepper here as he's going to have to make this rotate 26 below. You know, honestly, tags aren't the issue here. It's really just staying alive and getting to the next zone. They're trying to do just that. Miro's tagged up. Booga already lost his shield. They're going to work with one another, get inside the bush here. Trying to play for a siphon is the only guess that I can make here. And now comes the recycle. Here comes the full rotate in. They're behind a pressure Hershey there. Max HP, but Miro does what he does best. And he just steamrolls through that opponent there. Trashy gets deleted and taken out of the competition and then picked up these HP here. Miro now left by himself to clutch here. What can he do? He's already done a lot. This is a tough ask for him to earn any more, but hey, the pressure's on and the option's on the table now. He has to stay up here.
Right now, we can see pressure on the side trying to get in, and I was just waiting for it. Backside of the zone, Old Man Mountain in play. There's so many players who are going to try and do the exact same thing, but up on the high ground, and they are way above everything. Knifer and Bila just raining down shots. We're going to hop in. Scented picking up yet another knock. That one's onto Elite's Nico. Cold already sitting on 2 eliminations. This will be their 4th once it goes down, and at this point, nobody's getting picked up. 7th zone revealed, and we're going out right to the base of another mountain in play. So tons of variability in the high ground. The question for Knifer and Bila is how many builds do we have? Is my prediction the bottom right-hand corner. They've seen nearly every single possible game that could have been played in the qualifiers. 33 Fashy 50 trying to get themselves above the Storm Surge threshold. They just barely do it, as Scented Cold are also just barely above it. Currently, somebody is getting hammered on by that damage, but Yamzo and Degen finally end up taking the high ground away from Knifer and Bila as they have to give it over as they run out of materials.
What a fight between Degen and Yamzo, Knifer and Bala from drop spot now to end game here as they start to battle it out for the top position here. But Commandment and Stretcher also on that layer, and they take out Knifer. That's a big elimination for them here. They are just racking up. Scented and Cold also in the game here. 5 eliminations now. Picked up another one here. Scented is by himself. 2 duos sitting on top of his cone. They don't even know he's there. Will he make the edit? They could be very weak. There it is. Scented actually gets a huge shot before getting taken out there. Back on over to Stretch now. Commandment is down. Will he play for the save here? There's another opponent behind this wood wall. It's either full commit type of situation or go for the pickup instead. He's going to play defensively first here. Zone's coming in a little bit quick. He does get the med miss just in time. He's going to go ahead and tank this storm here in hopes that it bounces back, but he is way too far. I don't know if this is the right decision here. He's going to have to break the floor. This is literally a ticking time type of situation if a siphon doesn't come through on high ground. No, Yamzo and Degen there looking very, very good. Here comes Stretch trying to slide his way in, and he does make it in the end there, Sundown.
into the top 10, 15 HP, but also keeping an eye in the top left. My boy, OMG, Me Too, and Shadow. 1X still running through. Stretch finds a little room. Gonna top off with the rest of the med miss. Also gonna pop some minis, but on the low ground, we have Pamsto and Fatch going right up against OMG, Me Too, and you can see Me Too ends up taking one out. Qua ends up picking up Viola as he drops down. Me Too ends up going down to Magnolia on the other side, and Stretch is just chilling. He's found a nice little pocket. He says, this is a good pocket. This is nice. I like it here. Players are going to keep going down, and unfortunately, he goes down. But hey, he'll take a top 6 as Iamzo and Degen still just raining shots down from above. I believe there's 2 other duos who are still up, then another solo who's running through. Duke's on 6 eliminations himself right now, Monster, trying to find some space.
Yeah, he's just coming through like a wrecking ball right now, trying to work his way through these builds here, picking up anything and everything possible. Now inside some wood builds, though, does have to be very, very careful as he starts to break through. I mean, his position's blown, his cover's out. He starts to look up to high ground. Actually, that could change things a little bit, but no, not enough firepower there, not enough of an angle here. Now onto low ground, up against Cease, who made it all the way through to the end. This is a little bit of a gift for him now as they get delivered siphon points and material here. It's going to allow them to hold out, and now we're looking at a clean 2v2 here. High ground, Degen and Iamzo positioned out, poised up very nicely as well.
Yeah, but now they have more materials than the low ground, and we're pulling out to where we haven't been so far. Eventually, the fight's going to pop off, and they should be able to just fight defensively. Elite tries to go up and immediately gets swatted down. The question is, can they execute? They might have enough from the heal ground. That's what we talked about. Might be able to get it out, but it's all on Cease now. Elite's not going to have the opportunity. They're going to try and spray up. Degen commits tons of shots going through, and you saw the headshot tags. They know they're white, finding it onto Cease as well. Back in the zone a little bit for some floppers, going to be able to cover the difference. Degen goes down a little early, but I think he got a knock on that side. You can see first shot coming through. Yes, Iamzo finding Cease, but Elite puts a huge shot onto Iamzo. He's going to get ticked down. We have a straight up 1v1. Degen with a massive HP advantage, and Degen and Iamzo take match number 1 with a 7 ELM victory royale.
Not only that, those end games, both teams willing to break through their builds, line opponents up from the other side of the wall, and go for the big trades. That is how top tier pros play 2v2s in end game. They're willing to take those gunfights to the very, very end. And it's Iamzo and Degen, man, who come out on top. It was close, though, for a second there, but Degen just had so much HP.
Yeah, and I mean, just a really good job. And I think Cease and Elite have shown a ton of development coming through as a duo. But realistically, Iamzo and his confidence, it comes from somewhere, right? He's been putting up results. He's been able to win matches like this and taking down that 2v2. Him and Degen just have to be ecstatic.
I mean, I love it. Iamzo is like basically the young bad guy in the scene right now. He's like, yeah, what's up? I'm cool, I'm good, and I got it like that. Now he picks up his first big FNCS Victory Royale on the main stage. I mean, that's how you do it.
That's how you have to kick off match number 1, but we're going to kick it on over the desk so Adam, Vivid, and SVG can break it all down. Gems?
Okay. Game 1, all right? 85 players left in the lobby. We all have a little go saying, who do we think is going to win that game? Your boy here says, Degen Iamzo. Vivid? Now, you don't tell any fibs to people at home. I called that 100%, right?
No, I don't know what he's talking about. Do you know what he's talking about, SPG?
Mate!
Oh, no. We can't be doing him like that. Nah, he didn't call this. That was a beautiful play.
I had this feeling early on. Degen Iamzo, we saw very early on in right at the very part of the first part of the game there. We saw Iamzo going in pretty aggressively there with Degen, and there's a vibe about these guys right now, and we saw that taking the high ground, claiming it, and making sure that they just really dug away, did not let any Cease escape from that situation. And Vivid, we've got ourselves our first Victory Royale winners of the day.
Yeah, they went ahead and secured that high ground against Knifer and Bila, no other, who is actually their contested off spawn over there at that llama split. But we love to see that out of Cease and Elite. You know, we saw them in the semifinals. They came in at day 3, and they were just so consistent. They had the most placement points by far, and this game backs up how well they played in the semifinals because they're starting strong today with a 2nd place.
Yeah, and they were playing this similar strategy, playing that low ground, playing the placement, and it works so well for them in the semis. And now it's continuing to roll. They might have found the secret sauce here.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen a few players with a bit of that secret sauce you're talking about, the SBG, who managed to do some good things in that first game, kind of really starting to make their claim that they are here to compete for finals. Obviously, we saw Miro, kind of trying to clutch up when Booga went down, managing to do so and going for it like he was on a mission. But we also saw the likes of Stretch as well, using the web shooters, managing to stay in zone just about to get a few more points on the border, which is key as well. But you have to do those things. When one of your teammates goes down, you have to do whatever is necessary to remain in the game to get those placement points.
Yeah, and this is actually why that duo is so successful. We saw in Qualifier 1, actually, Commandment had so many solo clutch games where he just gathered so many points. He squeezed out as many placement positions as he could. And that's exactly what Stretch did there. So when you have a duo of players that can both just solo clutch up so well, it just, you do so well on the leaderboard.
Yeah, it's a perfect combination. We saw a little 200 IQ play, a Stretch tanking the storm, letting his teammate go down for that extra siphon material. Really smart play to get just a little bit more out of that.
Yeah, super smart, and we'll see tons more smart plays at the course of the next 2 days, trust us. Should we take a look at the standings, how things are after game number 1 as well, and see exactly who is at the top right now? And Vivid, we can see that DJ and Iomzo, they have started strong. 53 points right off the bat here. It is looking mighty pretty for these two.
Yeah, they did start strong, but surprisingly enough, only a 3-point lead over Shadow and OMG Me, right? Like, how did these guys get all the way up there? They have 10 eliminations, and that's contributing most of their points. 30 of the 50 points are from eliminations. And we also saw Jamper and Dukes there. Dukes had, I believe it was 6 eliminations on his own, totaling 7 for that duo. 47 points, only 6 behind the lead. This leaderboard is crazy.
Yeah, that's absurd to get 10 eliminations going down that early. Normally, you win a match, you don't even get 10 elims in these style of lobbies, but we saw it from Shadow and OMG Me Too during the semis. They're on one right now, and just like Cease and Elite, those two may have found their own secret potion or recipe to succeed in these finals.
I couldn't agree more. Last week we saw a Season Elite as well managing to qualify. They had one chance on day 3 of semi-finals, and they just rode out that storm, getting all the way through, getting their storm surge, making sure they remain in the competition for as long as possible. And you can see there on the leaderboard as well, in the top 9 teams, only 3 eliminations for those two. Everybody else is popping off and getting a lot more, but they know they came second because placement is so key, and they know exactly what's up. Game 2 is on the horizon. It's all going to change up inevitably because that's what happens here in this region. Anything is possible. We're going to head over to Sundown and to MDF and see exactly what's in store in Game 2. Over to you, boys.
Thank you so much, Adam, Vivid, and SBG. And with just one match down, we already see what the leaderboard kind of looks like. And I want to say, man, if I could, I don't want to say like second prediction, but I could talk about OMG Me Too and Shadow all day because they've been such an interesting storyline coming through the qualifiers, and they're putting up these absurd performances on the back of heavy elims, Monster.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, they're leading in the elim compartment right now, and you can see how the points are reflecting just that. If they can continue to make end games and be as consistent as they have been, I mean, you've been championing for them for a long time now. A few seasons. It could just be their time now, right? Just the same way like Pam and Thatch, just coming on up and getting their stripes in, basically getting their reps in, and seeing them find success. But I think we got to give more credit to Iomzo and Degen. That Victor Royale coming out the gate, Knifer and Byla making that end game there. Mind you, they are very much in a heated drop spot area, right? They have their eyes on one another. There's no safety in where they're landing. And let's just talk about Covert Cavern, right? Highly contested as well. So that whole entire area, for them to be on top right now, I mean, we gotta watch that area. There's so much action there.
Yeah, and I think it's super interesting, too, how Zone pulled over that area. And even then, you still see the two teams who are right around that battling back and forth and being the ones who try and hold height. It makes sense if they're establishing height early, but that critical take, it's got to feel so much worse if you're Knifer and Byla and you look back and you're like, oh, we had control. We were just so out of materials. If we could have just, beaten that challenge and gotten the refresh, we would have been all set. But want to know what is all set? Game number 2. Let's hop right in.
And here we have it. Game number 2 is set. It's ready. The battle bus is now taken off, and the players are looking to touch down. We're going to kick it off first at Rise and
Where
Aegis.
else?
This should be a pretty quick fight here. Greasy Grove, the hot spot, landing Blacktop. Instead, Aegis and Rise goes off to the side. He gets the weapon first, and you can see what happens. It's an exchange. We have seen this before. We have seen this time and time again, but Aegis and Rise are just a little bit sharper today. They come out on top once again here.
Yeah, really good job being able to get onto that drop spot just a little bit quicker. Having that drop map ends up paying off, but over on the other side, Creo looks like he fell down, and Teo trying to play a little bit defensively, hold the wall for Pledge, who's getting a reload off, but now they should be looking to push out into a 1v2 situation. Ideally, they can get a little bit of HP over onto Teo first, so not necessarily taking it down at too much of a disadvantage, but they have decent early game weaponry if they can get the ammo into it. Not having a full kind of clip magazine, whatever the term is, in that Stinger SMG makes it much less efficient, and you can see that auto shotgun, though, I mean, it's putting the work in these early fights.
Yeah, definitely. It's so good in the early game. I mean, you've been talking about it for some time now, right? It's underrated because the SMG just trumps over in most kind of situations here. This time it's SMG versus shotgun. Who's going to come out on top? Pledge just had the lead in all compartments there. And you know what? Nicely done for them. They're going to go ahead and keep themselves in the game right now. This is a top 8 team, mind you, so off to a strong start. And look at this. This is a different drop. Okay, so Iamzo and Degen actually mixing up the drop, not necessarily landing where we thought they were, or maybe they did. It's just an early rotate on out.
No shot they did. No chili chuck splashes, no excess builds on them. Looks like they're just landing over somewhere else, but we're going to take a peek over on Team New Age Cam. Right into the box of Crunchy. That was so smooth. Monster, I almost missed that. He hopped right on through the box. The timing was nearly frame perfect, and Crunchy is going to get crunched, stepped on, and squashed like a bug, sent back to the lobby. And you have to think that Mune Pure is not long for this lobby either, as he's going to get closed on the 1v2, and Cam has been putting in the work in these types of situations.
I mean, Cam's so good. He's really shown that he can flex out in you know, these type of PvP situations, these head-to-heads. You give him Bucky to back him up now, and yeah, it's definitely wrapped. There's no way they end up losing a player here. I don't see it happening. But let's just talk about how much time they invested in that last game. Cam and Bucky nearly had the full end game. They got taken out just shy of the big moving zones there, and that's why they're in 20th. So they're in the upper half. These elims are going to bump them on up to top 18 now, but you know, they're just off the mark of where they wanted to be, considering they had all end games last time.
Yeah, but they're going to need to be able to put it all together, and you can see Knifer and Bila secured the llama from the llama split, so either they forced them out super early, but based on the timing and how quickly we swapped over to them and the fact that they rotated like south to north there, I don't think they were necessarily even trying to fight over, or maybe they just got a poor drop. We'll kind of keep an eye on that story. Maybe have the analysts take a look into it themselves. So we're going to swing on over to what was arguably a lot of people's favorites for NA East at the start of the season. Scented and Cold on the top of the screen have kind of cooled off a little bit towards the back half.
I like this, though. I like that they went back to Sleepy Sound, gave up the whole, you know, Covert Canyon. Covert Canyon is just a hot mess right now. You do not want to be a part of that. I don't even know what to call it, dude. It's just a melting pot. There's too many teams there, too many different inputs going on in that kind of situation. Here's Stretch and Commandment, though, hopping on over to the Coney Crossroad. They have this entire drop to themselves comfortably as well. Big vets that just, you know, honestly have forced players off just off of their reputation. No one wants to contest against them, and for good reason. But the question is, how are they finding their surge? What are they doing to actually stay in the game? They didn't have a problem at all last game. Look at this fight.
You talk about big vets, 20 combined finals appearances, but somebody who's been having... This duo is really strange to me because they have such a disproportionate early game success, but then they just aren't able to put it together in the mid game. When they generally are able to put it together, as we're going to get a little bit of a rewind to the beginning of this fight and see how Larson and Smite were able to pick up these two elims. Like, when they have been able to transition it over, they're able to win games. Like, they're able to put up points. It's just that something goes on and there's a disconnect, and generally teams don't have to work on their mid game, especially if you have such a strong early game like we've seen from them, but it's just not happening today. As you can see, MIH's Moo not too happy with that result either.
Yeah, Smite and Larson were actually one of the few teams that was contesting Sleepy Sound, the north part, but it looks like they gave that up to allow another team to land there, and then came back down here where they were fighting Dubs and Mega in the qualifiers, and they had a lot of success, like you mentioned. That Victory Royale being one of those, you know, different factors for them. But yeah, you know, most teams normally do very good if they make to end game, right? An early game and Storm Surge is the hard part. For Smite and Larson, that is not the case. It's the opposite. I want to see exactly just that. What is it that they need to continue to improve on? Because if they can find, you know, the fix there, they're going to be off to, you know, being one of the scarier teams throughout the rest of the year.
And now we're going to swing on over. G2 Jock and Illust in a fight. It's Twix and Chubbs directly above them, trying to get the pressure down, going to end up boxing up together, making sure they're min-maxing their shields effectively. You want to avoid end up using those chili chug splashes in the early and mid game unless you have to, because there's such a strong rotation tool on top of being able to give you HP or shields. But now as we look in with our game one winners, they're in an awful spot. Yamzo, no builds whatsoever to his name. He is screaming for DJen to get to him and help because he needs to catch somebody off guard. He hits a huge shot onto Milks, backs him down completely. That was 92, but he's going to get taken down and finished before DJen can end up closing the gap. They're trying to take this fight a little bit to the north of him, but it looks like they're actually getting pressured out as now yet another duo is rotating in. You can see them on the bottom right-hand side of the screen. That's 20, and they're getting a little bit of revenge for what happened in match number 1, Monster.
Yeah, definitely, and DJen has to be careful. The shots come in. He gets hit up in the process there. Now down to just wood builds. This is looking all too scary for our number 1 seeded team here. And this is rough. On the run they go. It's not looking too hot, but a great counter tag there. 77, 125 to finish the knock. DJen is just on fire here. Can he get the finish at least? It will be huge here. And this is an opportunity. But no, the left peek, and he just jumped on the ramp. He could have actually had it. So close yet so far. And just like that, DJen and Yamzo now taken out. And that is all the result of Knifer and Bila having a stronger drop this time around. They get to the llama first. You saw the hot info come in there, and that means they were forced out with no material.
Yeah, not gonna lie, I really thought I was gonna clutch it there from a second, but
so
really, really good job and good composure to be able to stop for a second, get the Mitro stair flip, the Mongrel stair flip, the Kuna stair flip, whichever European player you want to credit it to, because let's be honest, they were doing it first, and able to kind of hit that right-handed shot coming through. So you can see Chubbs and Twix boxed up directly on top of Illis and Jock, but the thing is too, if both of these teams already have Surge and they feel pretty comfortable in their tags, there's no reason for them to fight each other. They both have great sight lines. Everyone's going to be rotating around them here, and if you invest just a little bit of brick, you can kind of just be friendly neighbors in that regard. Say, hey, you look one way, I'll look the other way. We both know shooting at each other isn't necessarily the best play, so let's just shoot at everyone else. And we kind of see these little factions end up building up. That's why people will build these apartment buildings, because there's a little bit of a strength in numbers. You never want to be that odd duo rotating in like Day and Clicks might have sought out right there.
Yeah, Day and Clicks are just aggressive to any duo that rotates in their general vicinity here. Looks like they have done another coaster rotate and just, again, looking to fight anyone that decides to rotate around them, play their general area. And look at this. They sort of get the zone to land right on top of them. There's more teams nearby. They're just swinging out, taking any of these gunfights here. No one's willing to challenge them, though. That was Beef and Nick on the rotate right there, trying to get to the zone. On the other side, OMG Meat and Shadow here are basically only standing top-ranking team as far as the next team that can strike for first right now. Looking good for them.
Yeah, a little bit of room to operate, and this was one of the teams that coming into the day before we saw some of the changes in the drop map, we could have said we're just GG, hey, good job making it to the final, you can collect your minimum payment and go next, because it looks like there was going to be 3 teams down at that turbine, which has a spot that, well, has a decent amount of loot and good access. It's not central to the map. There's not just a ton of loot. It's pretty solid for duos, and a lot of contestant out of that area when you have 2 strong teams in Greasy who resolve their fights quickly can be rough, but you know, so far really putting their names on the map yet again with a solid match number 1 performance. But we'll see if it translates, and with a relatively south central zone, it should be pretty free rotations for them. So as long as they're good on Surge, I anticipate we might see them in the end game again.
Yeah, definitely. I wonder if that base next door is actually Sentence as well. He was kind of breaking open the line of sight. Wasn't afraid of a counter edit on the other side. So that's just like, you know, putting up the little fake base there. Kind of old strategy, but still
scarecrows.
Very effective. Yeah, little scarecrows in the general area. Take a look here. Buzz is going to find himself a nice little hidden chest here. See what comes out of it. Nicely done. Some extra minis for the road here. He was probably hoping for some med miss or some extra whites, since he only has a med kit to work with here. And Avery off, just making his way to new zone. Tough for them.
Yeah, very tough. And there was a bonkers stat that was just floating in the top right-hand corner. Not sure if you caught that there, Monster. Not a single team in EU, NA East, or NA West that we've watched on broadcast so far this season has won a match if they have rebooted their duo. So even if you have immediately won a fight off of spawn and get that quick reboot, no team has gone on to win the game. So that is super interesting to me because I feel like there would have been at least one, but then you kind of start looking through there as we get the Storm Surge warning on the right-hand side, and with 63 damage above, you can tell Strench and Commandment don't necessarily feel as comfortable about what they're doing there, but immediately call the same target. I mean, that's veteranship. That's the 20 NAE FNCS finals appearances right there. Go from 63 above to 200 above in a quick little 1-2-3. So now we swing on over to the duo we were just talking about, Shadow and OMG Me Too. Hey, as long as you're good on Surge, they're okay. But now they're rotating in on not the populated side of the zone with below Surge Monster, so they're going to struggle for targets here.
Yeah, and you can see they were willing to just W key the base just in case. There's no one here. They're already gone, and this is just spelling a very scary situation for this duo right now. They are very desperate to find some tags. They do both end up connecting there as they jump right up above that Surge threshold. It might buy them a little bit of time, but 18 players once again have to go down now in the next 45 seconds or so, and it's going to be all or nothing soon.
Yeah, this is a great sightline because they didn't have to invest their brick to end up building up on top of this. This was already here, so it's just a couple of wooden ramps. But, like, there is no reason they should have been able to get tags on that side as we keep an eye in the bottom left-hand corner. I think one of the biggest things is if you're rebooting, no matter what, even if you are in a great position, you get somebody up, you're going to struggle with Surge unless you're able to full wipe that team you were against and get all of it. Like, Muzz and Avery, it doesn't matter how good they are in terms of HP, they're 313 below. That's on the bottom left-hand side. And our bottom right-hand side, we still have Nico and Polarize. We're going to zoom in with them. They're 198 below, and that's not really something you can make up with AR. So at this point, Monster, you need to get on your horse and you need to go.
And they've been doing that. They've been literally trying to soldier their way, march their way forwards right now. It's not looking too hot, though. Here it is. They get pressured in, shut down, and backed up. Nico goes down and full finish there. So out of the game he goes. Muzz and Avery, I have to assume, are just absolutely struggling right now. Definitely as the Surge is active here, and they're just approaching from the outside of zone. Polarized now. Lobby starting to realize what's going on here. They get focused out. The Surge finishes it off. Scented and Cold are the ones who get the Elim points. They're huge for them. Rokane and Joji, problem on the horizon here as well. They're trying to fire back at anyone here. I mean, open trades happening everywhere right now.
Yeah, some good shots from Rokane, but not going to be enough. Just praying that Joji continues splashing him. Like I said, he is tagging like one below, but he has hit nearly every single shot when somebody is opened up. He's winning the trade. He's not taking damage, but that's the last of the splashes. Now they're going to swap spots, and the pressure's on for Joji. Rokane did his job. He did as much as he could. And it looks like Rokane's going to get a little bit more, even when his back is to the wall, and Joji's got all the util on him. 33 Rokane putting in the work and just barely hanging on by a thread. Right now, there is still 4 duos at least who is getting hammered by the damage, and Cease is going to swing just to the other side. If you keep an eye on the left-hand side, they're single ditch above, just 9 above, trying to find the shots. Cease also 19 above. It's going to swing back below onto the left-hand side as they're taking that 25 damage every 5 seconds, and it's not turning off till that number in the top left-hand corner on the POVs turns to 70. So this has been a long Surge, Monster.
This is it right here. It's all or nothing for Joji. One more tag and he is out. He has to find one here. Will it connect through? Looks like things are going to slow down a little bit, but no. Counter shots from the base next door. End up finding the final tags. Cease and Elite, unfortunately, inside the zone right now. Having to play just barely above the Surge threshold right now. It uses all their heals just to stay alive. And it's actually a 2-tick right now. They are far, far, far inside the zone here. I mean, luckily for them, these peppers are going to allow them to move up to speed here, but it's looking pretty tough for another top 10 team. Several of our top 10 teams having pretty rough games so far, so I would not be surprised if we have an extremely close standings after this.
Yeah, the top 10 team popped the pepper, but the points weren't plentiful in this match as the 2-tick zone will eventually force them out. You can see Cease trying to find it towards the side, but there's only so much you're able to do. It will finally turn off, but with no siphon, no heals, there's no hope as they will fall. And pretty much everyone but Shadow and OMG Me Too, who is on the top of the table, struggling here in match number 2. It's something that has generally been a trend across a lot of the FNCSs where if you don't necessarily have have that best first game in the finals, or if you have the best win the first game in the finals, your follow-up game can sometimes be a little bit difficult. But right now, it's not often we see pretty much the entirety of the top of the table go down early.
Yeah, and the feed is telling us even more right now. Knifer, Bila taken out there. Another team that made an endgame, gone. Beef and Nick caught as well in that crazy crossfire and all of that exchange there. They're now officially taken out. So several teams that were well within the top 15, top 10, falling out of the competition. That's going to give a lot of room for these top 20 to 30 or so players that have been just inside the game but not quite where they need to be. An endgame opportunity to jump them on up.
Yeah, I can see right now some of the Storm Surge replays coming through, and like we talked about, Avery and Muzz, the reboot, they were the ones who triggered the stat coming through, but I mean, again, they didn't even win that fight off a drop-in. He's trying to challenge into a full-built metal wall. It's never going to go well. Redux and Savage, though, they'll be on the other end of that. They just put threats, just absolutely worked them, pushed in, and brilliantly executed there.
See, a lot of people sleep on that striker shotgun, right? They want to run double SMG, but that big chunky opener, you know, before a team can even realize what's going on and react is huge. And you saw what happened just there. It was a max damage out the gate there. Ascenta's going to fall here on the rotate. Cold has to actually clutch up here for the save. He's going to step on in, start investing big material, but in comes the rest of the opponents here. Jamper and Dukes decide to take this opportunity to go in and rotate on the bottom. It's threats another player try to slide in. Dukes gets brought down though. Big scare now for the duos here.
Yeah, a little bit of pincer going on in the lower part of the fight in the bottom right-hand side there. You can see Pamsa and Bash trying to get in on that action down there, but then Spade on the other side of that, putting the pressure on. We also saw Shadow end up picking up a knock in the feed in the top left-hand corner. Cold being forced to invest a ton, but Jamper going down. That's on the left side of the screen. Duke's going to be able to defend him and get one of the return eliminations. Also will get the confirm, hopefully to buy a little bit of space, but once you start shooting and people realize you're under pressure, the shots won't stop. Tons of metal invested here, but not a ton of space being bought back all the way into a corner. And finally, left side of the screen, Dukes gets a little bit of room to breathe, but not before Jamper will fully tick.
No, not yet.
Got him.
He slides in. It's okay. So he's managed to hold him up. Yes, he has to splash there. He does get the splash as well. This is so huge. I can't believe he actually got the save there. You were calling. I was like, wait. There's hope. And that little slither of hope is going to keep Jamper in the game there. 2 elims for them. If they can get the pickup now and bounce back, which they should be able to, this is huge. Remember, they are sitting on an elimination worth of loot here as Dukes did get that full trade. This is a huge time now for them to start branching out here. What team is this that's pressuring them in front of them? Because these guys are giving them so much problems here, but it looks like things are going to finally slow down now.
Yeah, it looks like the zone dropped directly on, no, not directly on top of them. It's actually a fire pole for them. So that's going to be a wee bit rough, as you see, left-hand side. Currently 1 below 33 Cold. Well, he's going to say a 33 tag will put me right up and above. That's 29 above. On the right-hand side, you can see NPen and his duo, they're below. That's 21 below, trying to burn the minis. Just keep whatever HP. NPen has plenty in his inventory, but remember, every second you're taking a mini is a second you are not returning fire. On the top of the screen, we see Clicks take down Nick and Beef. They fall victims there as we have 2 duos who are currently under pressure from Storm Surge. The threshold is very close. Make that 1 duo now, as NPen and Zemo are the only ones taking the damage, as Cold does get picked up. That's Chimp who's able to take him down. NPen opens up, but he's only finding the metal from the car, offering great cover there for that duo who's rotating through, and NPen trying to find some shots, and that's huge shots there.
So big, and he does have the hands to go in and get the rotate here, the Spider-Man hands, but no! Unfortunately gets taken out in the process, so Zemo has to clutch up and play as a solo now, but hey, at least he did find a little bit of those tags from NPen. Someone else now getting tagged just nearby, so Surge is still active here as it finally does end up subsiding there in the feed. Kanata still getting active, so actually finding some eliminations. Illest as well just now, but Playify gets traded. Oliver OG left by himself now as well. No HP for him. He gets finished and fully taken out there. That's to the hands of Trashy and D-Roller, but Stretch and Commandment pushing in on them, taking advantage of the chaos there too. It is just all-out battle down here in this low and congested areas. Everyone tries to pretty much make their way on up here, and it's not looking too hot. But for Clicks and Day, finally now, they are on their feet. They're in the end game. They have so much to work with here. It's their opportunity to actually jump back into this game.
And Duke's getting the full confirm there. On to Fatch. Rough first and second game there for Fatch and Pam. So trying to make some plays happen, but believe that's them falling outside of the top 25 as we have 44 players up. We still have 26 duos on their feet. So a couple of free riders going through. I believe we got 8 solos who are running around doing their best to try and hang into the match. As you can see right now, Duke's Jamper trying to find a little bit of space. They do have priority here on the zone. They're just going to try and walk it back out.
Yeah, Duke's just eyeing up the loot right here, hoping that it was going to go that way. He does end up securing some here, but Acorn in pressure as he tries to make his rotate. Looks for the recycled launch pad, but no.
Gone.
Shut down and taken out as a solo there. Walker's in the end game now as well, holding on to top 20. Booga and Miro here too. 75 damage above. Looking for the fight here. Goes for the wall take, but there is no one home. It was an empty and vacant base already as teams are starting to air themselves out and get their rotates going. So nothing free here. They're going to have to go ahead and commit the peppers here for the rotate. And I like this. On high ground, it's Cam and Bucky right now. Just barely in there, but they are definitely holding on to height. Jamper gets, I was going to say landed on by Dukes, but no, they're a teammate. They're working with each other. It's just high octane, high pace rotates going in right now. Dukes is still getting active. This is the second person he catches with a full box up, but this time couldn't find the shots. Jamper, though, does end up exchanging. They're 1,000 damage below. They've been so good this game. Redux falls to the storm there just in the final moments. And look at this. Things are starting to go down now as the rotates are coming through.
Yeah, and there's a bounce back here. As you can see, everyone immediately turns around, and that's so big for Bucky and Cam because they already invested a sizable amount to connect this high ground. But now you can see Ages of Rise. They're saying, hey, who's on up here? Is there a play to maybe be had? As they're going on up. Whoa. Here they go, the G2 player trying to find a little bit of gap, but immediately Cam says, no. This is mine. Invest in the high ground. Chop comes through, and Ages gets slapped down. He says, maybe that's a little bit too many mats, and he will fall as him and Rise are going to go right back down. Didn't all the way go to the low ground, but they went to the front side of the zone. Now we still have the energy duo of Clicks and Day operating in a relatively same area, but we'll swing back on over to Energy Bucky and TNA Cam up on the high ground, raining down shots.
And for the first time we see their perspective, they're starting to really run low on material here. It's getting tougher and tougher for them to maintain this all the way through to end game. That little bit of a bounce back was maybe the opportunity they needed to stay in this one, but Dukes, though, still active here alongside Jamper. Also, decent on material for being on a low ground team. He finds a fresh 4-pack on the backside of the zone. Big pressure here. Can he get the full finish? No, he doesn't, but he does steal the material there. This is huge for them. Those are actual metal as well. Rise still in this game. Larson and Smite make it all the way through to end game 2. These are big teams here.
But Clicks and Day are on the level below high ground, and they're looking back into the zone, spraying them down. Bucky and Cam were able to pick up an Elam to get a little bit of an elimination, but there's a high ground fight. Clicks is up, and he's taking it away. Energy on energy violence, and Cam is down. Bucky is sent down. They invested way too much, way too early, and Day and Clicks say, yoink, that's mine. High ground taken over. Now Bucky going to force to make plays with only 3 builds. He does have some iron walls as well if he needs a little bit of defense, but it's going to be tough.
He has so much heals to work with and no time to really use it here. The big pots are just the worst kind of heal you can have in the end game right now. You want to have those quick heals for high ground, though.
20 combined builds.
Clicks a rocket comeback here. 6 eliminations already and so much more opportunity to find some down low. But Agers and Rise are just on fire from an early game battle now to the end game here, staying consistent all the way through. 3 eliminations. This is so big for them. Actually, 3 just for Rise, 4 on Agers. Make that a big 7-piece for them. They are on fire right now. Top 5 team here, only 10 players remaining, so it's all duos in the game.
Everybody has a buddy, and Clicks and Day had 20 combined builds before that, but they did get a refresh, and they got another one, and yet another one finding through. Miro's going to be the one who picks up Smite, but that should be enough builds for Clicks and Day to ride the high ground out. 2v2v2, and the low and the mid-ground teams are fighting. That's Jamper and Dukes versus Booga and Miro on the opposite side. Clicks and Day just have to chill. They just have to wait. Rise and Agers are chilling on the low ground, so the teams on the mid-ground are getting pressure. They're effectively fighting for 3rd and 4th, and we should see a low and a mid-ground change unless somebody ends up dropping down. But Day and Clicks are running thin on builds, Monster.
Every single team in this game right now is so good. Each of these duos are just exceptional in these types of situations. All of them have so much frag power and clutch potential here. Dukes and Jamper definitely are on the one right here. Let's see what they can do here. They start sliding into Agers and crew. Oh, they actually catch Miro and Booga. They bring them down. They're not everyone down. Here comes the next one as well. Can they get the finish? Yes, they work together. They've dismantled 2 teams. Make it 3 if they can catch one here. Day gets chunked big big time here. A 90 tag is going to put him in a hurt. Clix comes down to try to defend him. He shuts him down. He actually catches both for the troubles there. Brings him on up to 9 eliminations. Clix on the low here, waiting to hold this player out in the zone. It should be all she wrote here, but Agers does not want to give it up without a fight here. He cranks on up to the high ground. He has the mask to hold out here as well. Tries to play smart there to reinforce himself, and this is all or nothing now. Clix looks up to height. He's trying to go in and get this, but no, he realizes he has no material. This is it here. They actually have to take the gunfight all the way through. Day actually heals Clix here. It's all or nothing. They bring him on down. Agers with a reinforcement, but no, he can't do it. The side angles are just a little bit better, and just like that, that was a ridiculous game 2 in a clutch for Clix and Day.
Oh, so well played from Clix and Day, but I mean, if I'm Agers, I am screaming in that moment because he had the iron walls. He could have forced them completely out. He could have trapped them out on the low ground and been a little bit more aggressive and reinforced himself there. He had more than enough to close them out, but what a performance from Day and Clix. The way they controlled the high ground and were able to drop down, get eliminations together, and then go back up, and then they close out the final 2v2 when it looked like Agers might have had enough.
It may not seem like a lot, but guys, that was like some elite top tier gameplay, some of the best duos this scene has to offer, all alive, very healthy, very matted up, big ammunition, like everything. It's like you put them in a Storm Wars game and you made them play this end game out. That was so tough. It could have went any way, and that is why it wasn't a clear win for Clix and Day. They had to fight for that one.
So exciting, but on the points wise and on the leaderboard, it's going to end up being a clear win. That was a bunch of points, and to break down what match number 2 meant to the overall circumstances, we're going to kick it on over. Adam, Vivid, SBG, take it away.
All right, listen up, you lot, okay? We wanted to see this in finals, that you had like consistent top-tier AAA duos going at it together, and that is what we got in game 2 there. It was insane. We saw Cam and Bucky on the high ground. We thought back to last week's qualifiers, thinking they had high ground a couple of times, a couple of victory royales. They're clearly going to keep it to themselves, but suddenly Clix and Day doing what they did last week as well, which is reclaiming the high ground, being aggressive, and they came through, and it was just an absolute wonder touch to witness that, to bear witness to it as spectators there. Vivid, so many great players in the lobby at the same time.
Yeah, I loved it right there. The last 4 teams were such high caliber players. We had Dukes and Jamper versus Booga and Miro versus Agers and Rise versus Clix and Day. It was just so amazing to watch, and all of them just going at it 2v2. But Clix and Day coming out on top, and that's simply because they found a refresh in the middle of that game and they took advantage of it. As soon as they got it, they immediately played for height and just stole it right out from under Bucky and Cam. And we see it from Clix and Day all the time. They love to use their momentum against anybody that they can. As soon as they find a refresh, they instantly act on it, and that game right there was a perfect showing of why it works so well.
Yeah, those guys thrive in the chaos that is endgame, but so many of those duos picked up massive games. We saw a 9 elim, a 7 elim, an 8 elim, and rarely do we see all of these duos. Typically, it's like one duo and then a bunch of solos navigating somewhere through that endgame, but rare option right there to see all 4 duos still up and then go head to head right at the last moment.
Yeah, I mean, we saw so many familiar, I mean, for the players as well, they saw so many familiar faces in that last, in that end game as well, because so many players have been on the same teams as each other as well, like Mira and Day there, Booger and Jamp. I mean, this is why these guys are the top of the regions, like leaderboards a lot of the time, because they all seem to be there in that end game of it. It's amazing to see.
Yeah, and that's why we see so many eliminations, right? Because they're all just so good. That's why we see no solos either, because when you have that high of a caliber number of players left, they just kind of like root those solos out because they take advantage of any kind of disadvantage that other players have.
They cleaned out that lobby, and then it was just like, all right, the best of the best. Let's figure this out all between ourselves. Oh, I want to see how this plays out on the leaderboard, because that was chaos.
Totally. Let's have a look at that leaderboard right now, because I think, as a Sundown alluded to as well, it's going to be changing up big time, and this is how it looks after game 2. Jamper and Dukes have risen to the top, 15 eliminations, almost at 100 points, and with 97. Vivid, it has been a solid start from these two.
Yeah, I mean, 97 points after only 2 games. You cannot be upset with that. I'd love to see this mechanical prowess, especially from Dukes. There were a lot of times in that endgame where we were highlighting him, and he was just going so fast. So many actions that he was doing that, like, I was, like, having a hard time keeping up with, but just incredible to see. But, you know, what's crazy is Clixandé, obviously, not so good of a game 1, but a solid game 2, and that only puts them in that 5th position with 62 points in that Victory Royale. And then also DJ Nyamza with the other Victory Royale down there in 7th place. So far, our 2 teams that have gotten Victory Royales are pretty far down the leaderboard, so they have to keep consistent in how well they're playing to compete with these teams that are just picking up 15 eliminations in 2 games.
Yeah, we saw Aegis and Rise going crazy there in that last game, but 2 teams we really haven't seen are Spade and Chimp, and then Teo and Pledge. Those guys have kind of stayed under the radar, but they're popping off on their own accord. We see them in 3rd and 4th place, 13-10 elims, and the placement is so consistent from them. I think they're figuring something out. I've been seeing them on the mid-ground, just navigating, finding ways to get through these games and picking up a couple of refreshes. Hey, maybe it's time for one of those 2 teams to grab one of these Victory Royales.
Yep, certainly. It could well happen in game number 3. Obviously, you know, we saw in EU last year a lot more aggressive right out the gate in the finals. The same thing's happening here on NAE. Game 3 is here. It's ready to roll. Let's head over to Sundown MDF to bring us all the action.
Thank you so much, gentlemen. And closing in on the halfway point monster, but honestly, so far, the back-to-back 3rd place performances coming out of Jamper and Duke. 7 elims, 8 elims. That's been a pretty solid opener.
Yeah, definitely. It's looking like EU up there with how many points, how many elims, how consistent they've been so far. If they can maintain that, I mean, they'll be shutting down this competition pretty early, honestly, leaning into it. We've seen teams in these 2-day finals break away with a huge lead and play just good enough out of day 2. That's the kind of start you want. That's what you're looking for.
Revolving hearts, love letter, check mark, button, love letter, zany face.
And with the fact that elims
zany
are
face, smiling face with hearts, love letter. Thumbs up, love letter, smiling face with hearts. Smiling face with hearts, zany face, thumbs up, zany face, smiling face with hearts.
Hey, if that team falls off, you can kind of catch up a little bit, but we don't need to catch up anymore as we're going to hop right on in to match number 3.
Here it is, game number 3 of the NA East Finals. Just day number 1, though, so stay with us as things are starting to heat up here. The leaderboards really showing who's the breakaway players. Jamper and Duke, Aegis and Rise, Spade and Chimp are up at the top with a nice, comfortable lead. But for Rise and Aegis, it has been an uphill battle. Great start so far. Aegis manages to find 1 and then 2 there. And just like that, another 6 points. The riskiest drop of any team we've seen in the top position so far of any finals, I'd say, and they've managed to hold it down. Very close though, round after round.
I just really appreciate it's the very little things going through the input speed to be able to land directly on top of that vending machine, grab one of those Stinger SMGs out, and then equip it in that time. It's pretty bonkers as we're going to swing on over to Golden and Walkers, who are going to be able to take that fight here over on the eastern side of the map. They're going to feel good about getting that resolved pretty quickly, as Walkers also avoids being full finished, which is definitely a boon coming through, as the Threats is going to pick up the full confirm onto Iron Star, and we're going to get a replay of what went down here.
Yeah, more and more battles happening everywhere. This is up against Spegu and Charlie here. I mean, a team that is, you know, they've been around for a long time, have made their, you know, their staple names known in the scene. And Walkers and company coming on in, just saying, hey, you know what? We want a piece of this limelight. We want a piece of the action here. And you know what? Golden and Walkers are holding it down right now. Top 20. This is great.
Yeah, keeping an eye on that top left-hand corner. We talked about not seeing a ton of them. Well, we definitely won't see him in this match as Pledge and Teo get taken down.
Huge eliminations there. They were inside the top position. That falls to the hands of Creo. Probably going to have to take a look at that and how that went down. Duke and Shadow now tied for the most elims coming out of game 1 at a big 6 there for Dukes and Jamper. I mean, look at them. Just set up pretty here. Their draw stop being the Logjam Lumberyard. And again, remember, we saw them fight DJ and Nyamza in that last game as well. They were one of the teams that rotated just into them and, you know, end up shutting some players down a little bit early. So we'll see how that ends up happening for them as DJ and Nyamza, mind you, we're in the lead coming into game 1 or game 2, and they got taken out right away.
I think it largely has to do with how the zone's pulled, depending on where you're going to end up rotating to. As now you can see, little update. Day clicks, ages, and chip time for the most elims. With 5 in game number 2, and we're going to swing on over to them over at the Joneses. The Energy Duo doing a really good job, and I think this is a nice little bit of min-maxing coming out as well. People don't realize how efficient metal farming on these roofs are in a lot of circumstances. Unfortunately, Clicks falls down there. He's going to have to burn some materials to go up. As we are now going to swing on over to the Covert Cavern. As you can see, Pop trying to put some shots down, him and Nosh. That's going to be their second elimination coming through, and Muzz and Avery end up getting full cleaned up there. So we're going to take a look at some of the other off-spawn action we might have missed.
Yeah, here's the way that all unfolded here. Muzz and Avery do end up initiating the fight here. Catch a couple elims there, but stick around maybe a little too long, maybe too much dancing. They get a little bit of that karma, quick and swift serve there for Verteed. On the other side with Creo, remember, they did just find these elims. They ended up clutching this battle up. That's what we saw inside the feed. A huge eliminations onto Pledge there. But now, in the action here, Nosh and Pate also just a full finish there.
Yeah, that was the last fight that we saw, so we'll swing right back on over to them. They do currently have control of the cavern. Doesn't look like they have control of that Valky, though, based on for the... Nope, right after I say that, I lied. Nosh was in there and getting all of the spoils sitting on the horde that's in there. As now we swing, we can see Boga and Miro, but no time for that as they're farming, and there's actioning happening way off on the southeast side of the map. You can see Flood and Serbsky under a little bit of pressure, opting to drop down, trying to find an angle, but he says, hello, I will join you in the water. The temperature nice as he greets him with a nice little shotgun shot, backs him up. Cinnarooney trying to put some pressure on, but Serbsky doing a good job of closing over and offering support. Will get the white tag and should finish that one out. Cinnarooney doing his best, but really just flopping around out there.
Yeah, that was just a wild play by Cinny at the high ground. He just jumped off. I think it was just all or nothing panic type situation. You're in the 2v1. You commit on the first thing you see. He couldn't quite finish the deal there. What I did notice up at the Llama split, though, it does seem like it was Knifer and Byla in the peripheral there who managed to maintain control there again, too. Didn't see Agers or Yamzo and DJ in the feed, so I'm curious to see what kind of temperature.
I think they dipped.
They've been pushed out a few times.
Well, I'm just not even convinced they're straight up dropping there, because I feel like if they were dropping there and there was a contestant, we'd be seeing what's going on. They're getting forced out. I just don't even think they're contesting it.
Good beat for DGen and Yamzo. Here they are, already on the move right now, playing this sort of north central area. Yep, looks like they just gave up the drop here. They go ahead and make their rotate, and it pays off. Look at the loot here.
Yeah, but he has the chili chug splashes, so like for me, that would say that hey, they were probably the ones able to secure it, unless they were able to end up getting those from somewhere else. So good on them. Currently still sitting in 7th after that little bit of a dud of game number 2, but we've seen them where as long as they're able to kind of get off of that early game situation monster, they end up having a good result. So as of now, I would consider this kind of like checking off that first little checkbook you kind of go through as you're trying to make it through the game. As we're going to swing on over for somebody who's trying to settle out the fight that we saw in the first game going on just to the northern part of the map here over by these docks. It's 20 and reciprocal against Milks and Rhythm.
Yeah, it's not looking too hot for any of these teams right now. They're way up north here. Zone already starting to slide a little bit down here, but Rhythm and Milks are so split up. The Mythic Spider Hands come into play here as they try to slam on into Rhythm, but no, don't quite fully commit there. Here comes a bit of a split here. 20 trying to hold his own. Rhythm jumping all around as well, trying to get inside the box here. Milks comes to the defense. He does have the high ground. He manages to somehow secure that for free as they don't just focus him at all here. They have all eyes on Rhythm. Rhythm still getting chased. Doing a good job running, though. Seems like he puts down just enough defensive shots there. Go ahead and buy himself some room.
This is a not pretty fight from either way. Milk's able to get some great damage out on return. He really shouldn't have been able to open up there. That legendary striker actually got a knock. I think Reciprocal fell a little bit too far off of the side, so Milks, when he shouldn't have an opportunity now, sees what could be a relatively even 1-on-120. Here's that mini pod go out, tries to end up pushing it out, gonna get on the wall, Egg goes for the spray, through the stair, phases into the stair again, and takes it out. So 20 rescuing what could have ended up being a little bit of a rough situation, but all around, I think there was plenty to VOD review for both the duos in that engagement.
Yeah, big fight, big chase there, and you know that's why you have to stay with your duo partners. Being split up like that in today's day and age, with how quickly teams can jump on you, is a huge risk. And you watch it just play out pretty much in real time right there. For Nosh and Pape, though, their drop spot looking pretty decent. They managed to kind of come out here, but you know Nosh has got to get the save here. We already saw the statistic. What happens? Most teams, even after the save, don't find too much success as far as victory royales go. So it is an uphill battle here for Nosh, and that's even if he has a reboot card.
And you can see Nosh and Paper have been competing together longer than any other NA East duo, going back to 2019. And I was like, that's not that long ago. Then it was 3 years ago. We're in 2022, Monster. Time flies, man. A lot of Fortnite.
Time has wings, and it has taken off, my friend. Here's Nosh, though. You know, trying to do his thing. Take a look at the map. Still, 2 more duos lurking inside the cavern, 2 more duos on top of the cavern. It's going to be a hot spot throughout the entire weekend here. On over to the other side, this is the complete opposite for Clix and Day, who are just driving their way across the map right now. Mind you, this is a team that will hop out and take a battle anytime along the way here. So anyone that does cross their path do have to be hyper cautious. They're probably looking for a surge fight, honestly.
Yeah, looking to get some tags. Generally, it will be Clix driving, and then Day being the one looking for shots out towards the side right now. So we do get a nice little 3-split. Clix and Day up in the top. Mirrenbug up bottom left-hand corner. Rides and Agers in the bottom right-hand corner. I'm just looking for some space right now as Rise doing a good job, but there's a lot of teams right down by this Greasy Grove area, so could get awkward, whereas Mirrenbug, they got space for days, Monster. They got tracts of land, acres, maybe even hectares.
Yeah, not to mention they do have that Chonkers Speedway vehicle as well. That's their prime possession, if you will, from their drop spots. The reason that their drop plays so well. Not only does it have the heals, the ammo, and everything else to work with, you get that vehicle, you get the big wheels too to travel all terrain here. Claim what it is that you want early. Jamper and Dukes on the other side playing a much different type of gameplay here, sticking to their general drop, position themselves nice and high up here, and then finding any types of tags off in the distance. These type of play styles reward people with heavy accuracy, and this is a team that has managed to do it so far because we haven't seen them once in a weird Storm Surge type position where they had to fight for it.
Yeah, so fun fact, so no elims this game, right? Duke's sitting on, like we just saw on the top right-hand part of your screen, Dukes has 10 elims individually. That's worth 30 points. So if you just took Dukes' eliminations and put them on the leaderboard, they'd be sitting in 19th right now. That's a large part of the reason that they're in first place. I mean, he had 6 elims in their first game, which is third place, 7 elims. And then the next game, third place, 8 elims, where he had 4 of them. So really occupying a large portion of his team's elims right now, currently sitting at 2/3 as Bucky and Cam trying to find some space here, but a long rotate, and a lot of teams have a line of sight of them. And that's Spade right now, I believe currently our 4th place team, who's just been ripping shots. We haven't seen a ton of them, but their game plan has been tight so far, Monster.
Not to mention paired up with Chimp, young controller player there who is very good. This is the kind of player who has been continuing to make his way to FNCS Finals, working his way up the ranks as far as who his duo partners have been. And now he's paired up with one of the bigger vets we've ever seen him play with, and they're doing just fine. It kind of just looks like another Bucky and Cam type situation. Big vet pick up a young hot player, and all of a sudden now they're gelling really well and finding success here. So it's these hybrid teams, these hybrid talented players coming out here, new duos being formed, new legacies being made.
Yeah, and there's something to be said for having a player who's been in these types of situations to kind of give you that little bit of a stepping stool, right? Because obviously any player can hop in. If you have the individual skill, you'll make it there. But the advantage you get by having somebody able to tell you, like, here's what you can likely face in this situation. Like, here's probably the best thing we can do here. It's like, oh, this team might end up doing this. We need to be ready for it. Just having that in your back pocket and being able to level up that much faster. And now it allows them to put results on what is the biggest of stages. Like, we're competing for around $600,000 here in the NA East. I mean, there's a lot on the line, as we see on the left-hand side. Yamzo and DJ, we talked about their hot start, but right now it seems like that engine is stalling as they're below Surge, and that's 25 seconds before it ticks on. So they're going to have to fight, and we're going to zoom in on it because they are going for it. They're ascending.
This is what happens when you give up your drop. You lose your early game fights, your early game typical exchanges, and now you have to fight for one of these crazy duo battles in the mid game here. Big action coming out from Eonzo and DGen so far, doing a great job keeping the pressure up, but there's 5 seconds left before things really start to come through. And that's going to be the surge. Great tags here, but not enough to maintain just yet. It was only a singular one from Eonzo. I like this position out. They're looking to choke them out here from the side here. Much better angle for them, but Lobby focusing in from behind now have to be really, really cautious here that the counter shots don't come through. Here comes the big full commit now, but no, Eonzo pressured again from behind. Here
this is so difficult. There's so many things they have to worry about. The team putting shots behind him. They're an iron wall in front of them. Storm at their back. Storm Surge just raining down, and Eonzo finds the huge shot, but DGen ended up getting knocked. But however, it was before Storm Surge ended up full confirming. No, he didn't get knocked. He stayed up on his feet. There was a sliver of HP. I could have swore he went down, but no, Eonzo ends up rescuing it. And now the team who is pressuring them from the back turns their eyes, recognizing that Eonzo gave him enough room. That's Peterbot trying to get in on the action, and he's going to end up rescuing him, as now Eonzo and DGen are like, do we have a window? Can we push forward? Can we go?
Yeah, and there's still someone holding on just behind that wall. Another armor wall come down, so Eonzo recognizes there is surely 2 different entities at play here. That's going to be a solo. He knows it. Game Sense just a little too aware there, willing to take the full trade. That was a shield crack as well. It's Wanted who's on the other side of that wall there. Now look at the zone, guys. This is going to pull very, very far outside of the visual shot, so there's so much pressure that's going to start coming in shortly here. Wanted decides to play the zone. Very cheeky play. 2 great tags. Not enough to stay up, though, and it's a great exchange for DGen and Eonzo. Nico and Polarized, though, get back on their feet. They're very, very healthy here.
Yeah, and Wanted, he was only 1 damage above the surge. He knew he had to go, but it seemed like he was trying to make sure if he didn't get tagged, he didn't give the Elim over. However, instead, he just gifts the Siphon, the points, whatever he had left over to Polarize to Nico. Now, all of a sudden, DGen and Eonzo, they're like, we gotta go. Bye. Zone is closing in. You can see all that coming through. I believe Thatch just picked up a knock in the feed, so let's go. I also falsely said last game that they went down in 26. Pamstyle was actually still up, ended up clutching up into a top 15, so getting some points on the board and getting some points on the board there as they will full clean up Xeno and M-Pen. If you take a look at the top left-hand corner monster, that number is less than 70, so Storm Surge has turned off, and we only have 1 solo up right now.
Yeah, just 1 solo up right now. And you know what? Great job from Booga and Miro there. You saw how aggressive they were willing to ramp on up and look for any type of shots there. Everyone that you saw moving by, though, was on some type of chili chug splash and or pepper effect. They were moving super quick, cutting across the side angles, just showing how important it is to make your way through those zones and be quick on your feet. You do not want to get caught back inside the storm line. Every team we've seen come in late from the storm have been basically focused and taken out of the game. That is how important it is, imperative for you to get to that storm and get safe, get your bases up and running.
Yeah, I mean, just any little advantage you can get, as we're going to take a look, because as NA East knows, they don't necessarily like to fight before Surge unless they have to, so take a look at some of the forced Storm Surge action here as Squish. He gets on in, but like we said, every time I make this pun, I feel like Squish gets squashed, sent right on back. Deroller and Trashy on the other side, though, they were able to get a knock on the side, and that was Deroller just picking it up. Some really good reflexes after the initial drop, and Nats got some shots on him, but his tracking there was really good, and you can tell a little bit of frustration coming out from Nets there, as he really wanted to be able to close it up, but we'll hop back in, currently sitting in 14th. Pamstu, 33 Fashy Fitchy, trying to get some pressure on, and you can see they're actually closing down, debating on whether it's worth dropping down there, but you have to be careful, lads, and Pamsto says, no, I don't, no one's around me, he's just going to drop down, pick all of that up. As the rotations will happen here, I believe we're going 3rd into 4th zone, so this will be the last time players try to head all the way to the center, and instead are going to start posting up on the outsides to hope to pull that half-in, half-out 5th zone.
Let's just talk about how lucky Dukes and Jamper get here. Being in first place coming into game 3 now, not only that, pull the zone right on top of them, and this is going to give them a lot of opportunity to just farm up and buffer up the surge tags. Mind you, we've been seeing them play high ground positions every single time we've tuned in with them in this game. It's been a mountain, it's been a storm surge angle, it's been somewhere that they can maintain a dominant field of view over the rest of the lobby, and it is paying off in full here. Dukes just rips up another player right there. On the other side, though, completely different plays from a team like Booga and Miro. They have been coasting to outer edge here, going zone to zone and just holding on to the little thin line on the backside here. And now, there's a big fight for them as they have to full commit here. 63 above the surge is not going to cut it.
Yeah, keeping an eye on all three of the surge numbers. Top of the screen, 73. Right side of the screen, 92. Left side of the screen, 168. Now top of the screen, very comfortably above. Honestly, Dukes and Jamper are putting in work with the MK7s. Every time we tune into them, they are just ripping teams to shreds. However, right now, Miro and Booga looking for a little bit of room. They were 100 above, 88 above, and still a decent number of players to go down. But in the top left-hand corner of the feed, we see Shadow is just dropping day. We see Redux under a little bit of pressure here right now, 110 below. The Storm is closing in 25 seconds. Teams generally don't like to wait for that pressure, though. They'd like to figure it out beforehand. As Savage is going in, that's a knock on their end. They want to keep pressuring as they know this other team is underneath. That's on the left-hand side of the screen. But on the right-hand side of the screen, Yamzo and Degen in a ton of trouble as the Amzo is completely solo. No extra shields, no utility, and only 22 above. And he's not even going to have to worry about that now because he's sent back to the lobby.
Sent back for the halfway mark there. Unfortunate for him, it's Vert ends up finding that elimination there. Chimp is going to find Cam in the feed. Big trades here. Illis falls down, so is Jack down too? Yes, to the hands of Scented there. So that is all types of lobby focus. Is still up. He is still up. He is southwest right there on the zone. He is actually still in this game holding on. Okay. So okay, he's actually earned himself several placement points as now there are 23 duos inside the game. So that's a couple extra clutch points there just to go ahead and keep him in the running right now. Another surge is going to get active here. 13 players are going to have to fall in the next 45 seconds, but that's not the real problem. The problem is getting to the new zone, and the vehicle is going to come into play for Aegis and Rise. Such a huge risk being how tight and congested this zone is here. Let's see if it ends up working out right now.
Skirt, here we go. Will the Chonkers of Whiplash be a benefit to them? Going straight through, and they just bowled cold over.
That was crazy. Big hit right there. That's going to be a body tag for them too. And look, they fall above the surge there. Very nicely done. So all those little tags there on the process was definitely well worth it. Team starting to make a rotate here. They're not safe, not just yet. They have to inch their way in just a little bit, and they're walking through enemy builds. So you see how, all of a sudden everyone starts to slow down. Miro and Booga, though, on the other side. Big material, big health, and everything they need to go out and make an end game here. They should be coasting their way to another top 10 finish. On the high ground, though, Jamper and Dukes are #1 team plan for height is absolutely massive in the end game here, because if they maintain this, they're going to break away so far ahead, it's going to be tough to catch up.
Bottom left-hand corner of the screen, you see Spade currently in 3rd place. He went down. You can see Dukes and Jamper just raining shots down from above. Ages and Rise trying to find some tags on the right-hand side there above Surge. Booga and Miro also well above Surge, so not going to be worried about that as Ages picks up another Elam. Good refresher coming through there. Decent amount of builds coming through, but honestly, it's a lot of wood and a decent amount of metal. Shots from above going to put the pressure, and actually Rise gets obliterated. Storm Surge turns off, but that's Fatch finding some huge individual points right now.
I can't believe he's still up as well, just clutching on, holding on to dear life here. And look, his name pops up in the feed one more time. Tabney on the other side swings his way the wrong way, and he's just getting chunked up by the storm line there. A lot of players are going to start falling to some unnecessary damage there, unfortunately. Stretch goes down. Commandment goes down to the hands of Miro. Big trade there, too. So this is going to open up the standings just a little bit for those teams that are still fighting for their way on up. But for Dukes and Jamper, the first team to break triple digit now, 117 is where they're sitting. Nice and comfortable. I see Oliver OG there as well. Down goes Chimp. Fatch still alive in the backside of zone. Solo's there, too. It's crunchy. Chimp goes down to 20 now, and Agers trying to clutch up here. This is that pocket of solos we just saw inside the feed. If Agers continues to focus it, there's a lot of points that can be made here.
Yeah, but he's a solo as well. But again, Joseph Fatch's name keeps lighting up the top left-hand corner. Pretty sure that's his third solo impact. His team has gone from 13th to 6th right now in his individual effort. Miro also another solo, and there's tons of solos left. You can see Playify and Oliver OG might be the only one. Agers on the top right-hand side found another one, and he's swinging on up, trying to get to the front side of the zone. Fatch finally goes down, but that's a 9th place monster as we're into our top 10, and I think there's only 2 duos up still.
Keep an eye on Miro, though. He's in a fight in the low ground here. He finds another elimination there, too. That's going to be a huge finish for him onto Acorn. No more points for him. That's Agers up above him right there, just trying to hold on here. But Miro, man, he is cranking his way all the way through. He's got a couple heals to work with, too. Here it is. Miro versus Agers. 4th place versus 2nd, potentially going to clash out right here. And on the low ground is Knifer, still inching his way around.
Doji up.
Doji and Knifer go, though. That means Duke and Jamper are out of material. They come on down to low ground here. One of the only duos in the game here does get pressured in, and Dukes gets the fully knocked out there. So it's up to Jampers to clutch this one up here.
Yep, still lots of solos riding it out. I think Playify and Oliver OG are the only one up on their feet, but Jamper in his face. Will he hit the shots? He does, swapping over the Stinger. That's Miro finally going down. That's a 4th place finish for him. But Oliver OG and Playify, the only solos. No, Joji and Rokane still up on their feet as well. You can see Playify trying to throw some shots up towards the high ground. Oliver OG looking for him as well, but no mats themselves to invest going up. Still one more solo running around on the backside. Who will pick up the 3 points associated with that, or the 5 points if you take the jump into 2nd or 3rd, but he goes up on the high ground. Jamper ends up getting ripped down, and that's Rokane and Joji picking up a huge refresher, but nearly no mats. They'll split what they have left, but no mats on the low ground as the shots will try and be enough monster. They go down for the fight.
Huge shot right there. Oliver actually ends up finding Rokane. It's a 2v1 situation. We might be watching a low ground clutch here. The Siphon mats come through, but Playify doesn't pick up anything. The armor walls are going to go and buy him a little bit more time on high ground. It's not looking too hot. They're going to have to come on down. The hills are coming through, and Oliver OG, Playify, do it at the very end there. Picking up 5 eliminations and a clutch low ground 2v2 win.
Well done from them to be able to execute together, continue working, and knowing that, like, there's a lot of solos in this lobby. If we can just stay hip to hip, we'll have a chance. But man, Duke and Jamper are starting to run away with it from a point perspective, monster.
They made another big end game there for a second. It was looking like a win was on the horizon, but Joji and Rokane had a different story in play, and then Playify and Oliver OG took that script and ripped it all up. They end up coming through with their own end game win and a big performance for them there. From 13th, they jump on up there. They end up securing themselves a nice spot here to keep them in this finals run.
I also really don't want to undervalue how much it was worth to break that tree for the extra 3 builds, because he ate that first little pressure from the Stinger SMG that was thrown down and allowed them to go at Joji in a clear 2v1. They're like, hey, he stopped firing. We can go and we can take this fight.
Yeah, and that was because, you know, high ground, Joji there had to focus on putting those armor walls down. That was actually digging into the very little material he had too. But you know what? The desk can continue to break this story down further because we got to get to these standings. Let's toss it on over to Adam.
Thank you, fellas. I mean, Oliver OG there and Playify getting the victory royale from the low ground, which is good to see. But again, we saw some insane solo clutch-ups there as well. Miro making big plays there. We saw Aegis and Rise doing an unbelievable job as well. Joji and Roke. There are so many big teams who are making a real mark here, having to get, you know, whatever happens to their teammate, dragging them over the finish line, trying to get some more points with it. And again, the leaderboard is going to completely change up after Game 3.
Yeah, and that is where it really matters. And I love the variety we're getting out of these games. Just the previous game, we were talking about how we had this 4 duos alive, all just high caliber duos. And in this game, we have so many solos alive. The likes of like DJ and Aegis just gathering so many points from those solo clutches. And it's just incredible to see because you really just have a lot of faith in your duo when they are left alone to just gather so many points against good duos that are still alive as a duo.
It's a complete opposite from what we just saw in that last game, and this is why these are the best players in the world. They can do it whether it be as a duo or as a solo. No matter what situation they're put in, they're comfortable to thrive. But we also saw a couple of teams come alive. Rokane and Joji, and then Oliver, OG, and Playify also rose to the occasion, really now putting a staple on this tournament because up until this point, they've been kind of quiet, but now ready to attack the lobby.
That's right. I mean, Joji and Rokane going into that, I think we're in maybe 13th, 14th position. Obviously, they're going to be propelling themselves up in the standings. In a second, we'll get a chance to take a look there. But you can see them at the high ground as well, managing to maintain and close out. And I think that's what's really important now, as we're seeing teams that are able to go low ground, as we see for our winners there, Oliver, OG, and Playify. But the high ground as well, proving it is always a great place to score points from. I'll be focusing on Miro as well for a second there, who in the last couple of games has had to really take one for the team here. Booga going down a lot earlier, Miro just managing to hold out, but then Jamper and Juice come through, where Jamper's just playing out of his skin right now.
Yeah, and we can't forget that clutch factor that both Booga and Miro have. We talk about how strong they are as a duo because Booga kind of has that intelligence, that IGL role that he's done for so long, and then Miro kind of has that fragging, get a lot of eliminations role, but both of them on their own have always done so well in team game modes when they find themselves in those solo clutch situations, and Miro goes ahead and proves it right there.
Yeah, I want to say Miro is the best solo player in NA East based on cash cups over the past year, but I want to see where they wound up on the leaderboard. Obviously, Dukes and Jamper is going to be in first place, but Adam, what is the rest of this going to look like?
Yeah, that is the big question, my friend. Let's take a look at the standings and how things lie after Game 3, which is halfway through day 1 here of FNCS Finals NAE. And as you could expect, Jamper and Dukes in the top, so they're 135 points. Obviously, MDF and Sundown kind of doing the maths there on the spot, saying these guys at the last 3 games have really been delivering the goods, and there they are sitting pretty at top spot here, Vivid. It seems like this is their day today.
Yeah, they're playing really, really well. We saw them there in that game. They're up on the high ground. Unfortunately, Joji and Rokane ended up vesting them on that position just simply because Jamper and Dukes ran out of mats, but we typically actually don't see them on high ground, so it was cool to see them kind of adapting to the situation, just taking advantage of what was given to them, find themselves top of the leaderboard right now with the most placement points and elimination points, and then followed quickly behind Agers and Rise, who are doing so well at Greasy Grove.
And it's just so interesting to see them succeed after not knowing how the spawn's going to go for Agers and Rise, and they continue to thrive off spawn. We see Spade and Chimp also doing well. They were making it to the final few zones, and ultimately it's been those last few zones where these players are racking up all these points. But checking out the second page here, it's still so close. We've seen a lot of teams win a game. Oliver obviously there in 16th, so picking up the pace, doing really well. DJ and Iamzo, they were able to figure it out a little bit better this past game, and so many of these teams just trying to push themselves up the leaderboard and get enough points to have that base groundwork to really make that final push.
Yeah, it's all today. Day 1 is all about creating the foundation. You've got to make sure that you get as many points as you can, because day 2, obviously, that is where it's going to count, because at the end of the day, we're going to find out who our FNCS champions are. So it's only game 3. We've got so much to look forward to. It's not even the end of the first act yet. We've got so much more coming your way. Let's head into game number 4, where MDF and Thunder are ready and raring to go here. This one's going to be an exciting one. Let's head over to the fellas.
Thank you so much, Adam, Vivid, and SBG. We're halfway through the halfway part, Monster. I know they say not to do maths on stream, but that puts us at the quarter-way mark, and the leaderboard's looking a little spicy.
I was going to say, could have called it a quarter, but yes, the person I'm looking most forward to, though, is Miro and Booga. Do we see Miro becoming a 5X Majors player right now? Another potential opportunity here as he pushes his way on up to a great seat right now alongside Booga. They're doing exceptional work, but man, Jamper and Duke, they're playing out of their minds right now.
Yeah, and it starts to see, like, particularly for Mero, it's starting to get to a point where if you have the conversation about some of the greatest of all times, if he keeps going, he's one of those kind of like newer gen players, like hasn't been around from the very beginning, going all the way back to the World Cup days, who can really slot comfortably into that conversation. He's putting up big results.
Yeah, and he's been doing it for a while too, but it sounds like the battle bus is here. We're ready to load up, so let's get on to the world.
Beep, beep, here we go back onto the Chapter 3 islands. One more time, well, not one more time, yet another time, I should say, as we do have a slight northwestern, actually pretty northwestern cut here, as we're going to hop right into the greasy action. Per usual, this time it's a harpoon, but not quite going fishing as Adrian, actually, I lied, able to catch him with the 2 afterward, and he puts it to work. The Clay Classic coming through. It's just as good as a shotgun early, Monster.
I cannot believe they just won that somehow. They didn't have a single weapon running into that building there, pick up a harpoon, and not only that, Aegis gets just no-scoped or like sniped basically in that situation. Almost pickaxe, still manages to stay alive. What a fight for them. For Macwood on the other side though, we gotta hop on over to what's happening and unfolding here. It has not been a good or pleasant sight for them, this covert cavern. I mean, when is enough enough? There's been all kinds of battles here. No one's coming out on top.
And unfortunately, I was also going to say, keep an eye on the top left. We talked about him a ton right before him, the TNA pick up Amiro. He got downed on his fly in, so Bugha having to immediately come over, revive him, and they haven't begun looting yet. That is a huge delay in your timing. Storm is now shrinking, so effectively, your entire land path. We talked about that northwestern bus being a huge deal. They haven't had the opportunity to look for anything right now, but a revive has come out from Macwood and Donnie, and now they're going to get in a little bit of a scrappy fight, and instead they're going to say, no, we aren't. We're leaving.
Yeah, full disengage here. Bila's going to find Nosh in the feed there. So already teams are starting to trade eliminations here. Things picking up action pretty quickly, honestly, as 2 duos fall down within the first 30 seconds or so of this map developing here. 4 shots coming in from teams in the distance. It is not looking too hot here, as teams are probably recognizing, hey, if they're pretty much launch padding in right now and breaking into our loot path, they might be in shambles here.
Pretty good chance. So we swing back on over. Bila and Knifer looking for a little bit of spot, making sure they hit up those bricks. Super efficient when you see the monstrous rocks like those. They vary between 98 and 135 per swing, trying to make sure they don't take too much extra damage here, but those nades can be tricky. Sometimes you have to guarantee a full box up, but the one benefit is if you do already have control of that vault, I mean, trading damage generally isn't the worst thing in the world because there is just so much excess in there. However, that says having control of it, as you see, there's 2 pretty threatening duos between them and it right now.
What's crazy about this is that they're a team that lands at the llama. They managed to fight their way in, catch the opportune key card, and now this is a strategy we haven't seen them ever play into. Fighting for the vault. Do they know all the trickery and the other strategies at play here from the duos, right? They're at the biggest disadvantage right now. Pretty much about to face check straight into Avery and Muzz on the other side, whom, by the way, have been winning some of their early game fights against Donnie and Macwood. So, this is their domain and they have a good success rate, at least winning some of those fights.
Yeah, we see top left of the feed, Cam picking up a knock there. We'll see if he gets the confirmation, but there it goes through onto Spaggy. That means Charlie might not be long for this lobby, but I feel good about getting a little bit of momentum rolling there. That hype train has stalled a little bit as we're going to hop on over. Illis actually under a little bit of pressure here. That's Chubbs and Twix on the other side. Illis and G2 Jock try to close the gap here. They do have a shield keg, which is going to end up slamming down here. This is fantastic for trading early. One of the newer additions to Chapter 3 Season 1 here.
Yeah, definitely. You'll see teams just willing to get very aggressive here, go with those open exchanges there, and honestly, be able to keep their shields up pretty nicely. A lot of HP gets divvied out from the keg there, but they don't decide to stick around, not for too long. Instead, want to prioritize material, as they are slowly but surely falling behind the pace here. The zone's starting to close up.
Right now, generally, this is the time of the game where, minus a couple of solos being racked up, because I believe this will be one here as Magnolia ends up getting separated. And Quav actually had some pretty good results, so surprised to see that happening, sitting in 15th, but just a little bit too far. There shouldn't be a ton of action, just some up spawn fights. resolving the current circumstance, but Sparky and Nets trying to get themselves going on the board, because besides that elimination, only 4 points to their name.
Qual Magnolia, an endgame type team, definitely one that plays a lot more passive, a little bit more defensively in the early game. Not necessarily the type of team to take these early game fights. For Nets and Sparky, I mean, you have to mix up your strategy, right? It hasn't been working so far, everything and the way their game's been playing out. So putting the gas pedal a little bit more aggressively here seems like it's being the key to their success right now. This is just game 4.
Yeah, we're going to take a look here at the Elam cam gun. It looks like just caught out Charlie completely there, slid into it, the potential ambush, and while missing the first shot, was still able to clean it up. So that'll be the second one for them. We saw Spegu already going down. Then we'll hop on over, currently sitting in 4th place. Sentinels Booga, as well as TNA Miro, trying to find some space here. Did get off to a little bit of a rocky start.
Yeah, we're talking about how, you know, the time that you lose there could be a major setback. I was going to touch on it. Usually you feel it most in the metal compartment because you have much less time to go ahead and farm that out, as it is one of the harder and slower materials to farm around this general area. But this is a power drop we're talking about here, so it's like it never really happened, as they are just back on track here. For Jamper and Dukes, though, shots coming in. They have a team on the run right now. This is going to be a full-on commit here. It seems like there was a shield crack there, and TK pauses to pop his mini here, so he is trailing behind. If Dukes and Jamper can fully catch him off guard, it could be Raz, but no. They end up being a lot more disciplined than that. They stop down to pause here. Shots come in onto visuals. This could be enough for them to fully decide, and maybe let's jump on in, but there's everything on the line for them here. It's too early in the competition for them to throw it all away, and they decide, we're just going to chill out. This is a W for us already.
Yeah, they use the MK7 assault rifle better than probably any other duo on NA East. They are so punishing with it. If you go back and just look at their exchanges where they're fighting MK7 on MK7, they outtrade every single time. And it might seem like just a small thing, but that's what gives them the high ground control. And if they're doing that, plus have the best sight lines when they're in that high ground position, that's what's allowing them to put up the ridiculous point totals we've seen so far. Again, we talk about just kind of their level of consistency as Redux going to open up around the corner here. Savage making sure they cover. They do have a team pinned in there, but it doesn't look like they necessarily want to full commit.
And just to touch on Dukes really quickly and Jamper, look at the difference in their play, the way they base up. They base up 3 stories or bust, right? Like, it's literally big bases on good positions, or they're not sitting there at all. Not like these other teams that will hunker into these types of buildings where, you know, you're not going to find trades here. You're not going to find tags unless you're going, you know, box to box with another opponent. And look at this. You know, this team's going to go ahead and disengage here in Redux and Crusoe. You know, it's the difference in types of play styles that, you know, can determine your full game.
And at this point, when we're talking about it, this is the 50 best duos in NA East. If you're just joining us, welcome. We're past the halfway point here. The Chapter 3, Season 1 FNCS over on NA East. My name's Sundown, joined by Monster Deface, calling all the action. We have this game, 2 more today. Then we'll have NA West after this, then a full another round of matches tomorrow before we start handing out most of those acts of champions. And so far, NA East has been pretty tight, but Muzz and Avi are looking to try and get a foothold because 6 points is not so great.
Not so great, but a long set of games in front of them, right? We still have this round, plenty to go for the rest of the competition. Then, of course, tomorrow's full rack of games, depending, of course, on how things play out, as we are under new format rules here. Take a look on, you know, FN Competitive News to go ahead and read through the blog that breaks it all down. But essentially, the way things are working out right now, I mean, Muzz and company, Avery here, they got to step it up big time.
Yeah, and generally that's up to their standards. I mean, Muzz, one of the only player to swap regions and win an FNCS coming through, able to win that last trio as a FNCS now, really putting himself in a position. But when Covert Cavern has so much contestation going around, it's really difficult to end up coming out positive, especially because there's so many teams in that area. As we do see that second zone revealed, and we've had a lot of pretty central play coming in, a decent amount of change in terrain here, but not too much. It's not that so far dreaded south zone that's kind of cut off by that river, where if you've invested in the high ground, you're basically set to make it into the end game. We have plenty of variability in play and a lot of materials for teams to be able to farm up. So potentially, just based off of the zone, expect a little bit of a slower game.
I was going to say, we've had a lot of amazing zones today, minus game ones, you know, double mountain, back and forth pull for zone 6 and 7. Other than that, things have been really, really good for our competitors. Whenever it favors center zone, I mean, we see some of the best games play out because that's just the bulk of the teams being able to probably play into their most optimal strategy possible. Most center teams are going to know how to play center zones, you know, generally, because they're always going to pull the first 1 and 2. But the teams on the outskirts, whenever it lands on those kind of squads, if you're not really comfortable with having a zone land on you in one of those awkward far pulls, it can get really weird the way teams start to rotate at that point. So these zones have been probably the most competitive we can ask for a kickoff to the FNCS.
We just saw there TNA Oliver able to pick up yet another elimination coming through PlayFi, actually being the one to confirm it. But I mean, Monster, they were effectively out of this tournament until last game and then able to pick up a huge dub. And that's when we talk about when there's so much Fortnite to play. If you are a duo like Avery and Muzz, it's a big thing to kind of gather that mental a little bit. They're absurdly skilled individual players, but sometimes things aren't going to go your way, especially when you're dropping in such a dense and valued POI, because not only is Covert Cavern Central, not only does it have their vault there, the Llama split is just outside. There's a ton of really good POIs there, and teams will always kind of look to vulture in around that side. But if they're able to just chain together one good game, it puts them right back in the running, just as we saw now for Oliver and PlayFi, who take themselves basically out of the bottom of the barrel and into the top 15 with that one good game. However, as each game goes past, that pressure ramps up a little bit. Want to know who's not feeling that pressure right now? Jimper and Dukes, they are chilling, especially Monster. No elims, 300 above on Surge.
And it's the way they play. It's these high bases, these strong positions, not afraid to commit some material, some resource into their gameplay, and they're seeing the returns bode well. On the low ground, though, Day and Clicks jumping on into our fresh duo here in the mix, and they're going to get shredded up like melted cheese here. But hold up, now comes the back off. Clicks gets punished. Day does too. Another team starts to look in from the side, and they're inside wood builds. Time to start committing a little bit more resource if you want to stay comfortable. There goes the armored wall. I was gonna say, you can't stand behind those wood builds, and the pro players know too. Clicks knows better than that, and you can see how quickly they managed to reinforce their entire position. But that push was still very much worth it for them. They find tons of tags, get them above the surge for now, and allows them to buy themselves a little bit more of a window to recover.
Yeah, but this is a thick Surge, Monster. We still got 90 players up. That's 10 teams who are going to be under pressure, so we're probably going to be hopping around for a little bit. Everybody's got a buddy, too, so no solos going through. Right now, Mira and Booga underneath the pressure. Jackson getting taken down. That's Rokane picking that one up. We saw him and Joji push through and almost pick up the last game, but end up getting taken down there in the final moments. Bottom right-hand corner, somebody who is waffling right back and forth on the line. And right as I say that, they pick up a nice 100 damage boost on that side. Those Clicks getting some key tags, put him 170 above. Bottom left-hand corner, Macwood and Donnie still struggling, 124 below, and starting to invest some of the chug splashes, knowing, hey, we got to go and we got to fight.
Look at this. Booga's going to start stepping out here. They recognize they have to get to a box if they want to stay alive in this game, or this tag here could be the most important trade of the day here. But no, Booga doesn't find any tags. He's looking off in the distance. Is it worth jumping to that team? It's the decision he's trying to play out in his mind right now. Here comes the Peppers. The commit is full, and he's going to go for it here. This is big risk right now, but it's all or nothing if they want to stay in this game here. 15 players have to go down. They're going to start getting tagged here, and the team of the distance that found those additional Storm Surge hits on them as well is going to go ahead and set them back just a little bit here. In goes Miro. Here comes Booga. The edit comes through. They go toe-to-toe with the team. Grid tags right there. Was it enough? It looks like it as they start to back up. And yes, they find themselves a little window, and Booga needed it. My gosh, look at his HP.
Yeah, but I'm not sure it's enough, Monster. Keep an eye on the top left. Players are dropping quickly, but that threshold on the right side, they were 118 above, I believe, maybe a little bit higher than that, and that number keeps dropping. 69, 68. It continues going lower, but somebody who, again, we talked about needing to get some damage down, needing to get something going. Seen on Avery, TNA Muzz, under pressure from Storm Surge, and just hoping that team up above ends up peeking out. Instead, they end up peeking it down, looking at them, and they don't have an angle coming through, Monster. They need to invest quickly, and Miro finds some great tags on the left-hand side. Those headshots are going to put them comfortably above now.
Kid you not, jaw drop for a second there. Those are just a crazy line of headshots right there. I thought he was going to get the full knock. He is officially comfortable now. Booga and Miro lose the pressure of the surge. For Avery and crew here, though, it is not looking good. There comes the shots from up above. The well-timed Storm Surge plus counterfire from Smite and Larson. They're going to wrap themselves up a fresh 6-pack there. Miro and Booga. What a surge battle for them. That story was insane, but they are in the game. and back like they never left. Off to the rotate here. Wow.
And Aviv just gets ripped down. That's Peterbot who's going to end up picking that up. That was our last player under Surge. Another duo goes down. Right after that, our first round of placement points are given out. And Cease and Elite actually fall right after, so they'll get the pity point going through. But unfortunately for the veterans who got off to a pretty solid start, that's a little bit of a stall going through there. So see an update in the top of the screen. Miro in 20, leading game number 3 with 5 elims apiece. Again, that's 15 points individually out of their team. See Pam Sound Fatch currently sitting in 7th place, 69 points coming through with that placement point topping off on them. But looks like they took a decent amount of chunk trying to trade out on the Storm Surge there. Gonna invest a little bit of the Chug Splasher, but also finding Flood over on the other side, potentially not covered up, but will be immediately be able to react. So now we get a triple split. Pam Sound Fatch, top of the screen. Yamzo D-Den, bottom left. Day and Clicks, the energy duo in the bottom right-hand corner. In a fight on the edge of zone, trying to get back together, getting the whip, but the whip is stuck in the build. You need to open up a garage, make some more room so the taxi can get you out and into your destination. The edits are tough right now, and they find they're going to be able to get in, but they're taking just so much damage before they even got going. They can't afford to be next to that car and in the zone. It's going to tick over. Boom, it goes. I mean, this is shambles. This is so hard, Monster.
It's not looking too good for them right now. Sparks on the other side there starting to fire in. Walker as well on the distance there, just on the border. And Clicks realizes it's all over. Tries to drop some stuff for Day, but it's not going to be enough. Man, that was so unfortunate. The vehicle just bulldozes into our box. I mean, Day and Clicks knew what they were doing. They wanted to take a fight, but they kind of asked for it. They could have went straight to zone, but instead they took a big battle there. And it's Walkers and the other duo that end up with the points.
So when we talk about doing the little things right, that's one of those situations where if you are going to box up a car, you need to make sure immediately that the interior walls that you're using to box up the car are already edited so it can go. That way when you get out, one of you hops in, the duo gets in the other side, and the duo then opens the wall that's in front and you go. They would have saved them so much time and the team wouldn't have been able to get set up rather than saying, hey, is that a car we still hear off in the distance? And everybody's able to about face and have a straight line on you. So really tough situation going through there, but it's just one of those times where not doing all of the little things in between, it costs you a couple of seconds, but those seconds compound, right? Every couple of seconds in the early game that you end up falling behind potentially end up meaning losing position, and they cost you that much more HP, that much more shields, and sometimes your ability to pick up more points in the game.
These things really do start to add up, and you see it more importantly towards the end game when you start running out of material. You find yourself with no ammunition, and you know you're on high ground, realizing, oh, we can't even hold this, right? It's things like that. It's that little early game min-maxing that's going to be the most important for Chimp and Spade. It's top 3 and a big rotate in front of them. They go with a full-on foot rotate right now. This is not looking good, and it looks like no teams on the outer edge here have any launch pads or mobility to work with. So a lot of traffic here, and they're caught right in the middle of the jam. Now working their way through enemy builds here. There's still an enemy inside that wall there, so Chimp's gonna have to step out to the side here, but this exposes him to other teams. And oh, it's not looking too hot. It's costing him so much just to get to this position here.
Yeah, that's the current third place team on the left-hand side, but you can see just a tiny little crack. You talked about it, Monster. The enemies are in the walls. No place is safe, but they see the eyes moving in the portrait, but instead, Spade opens up and doesn't cover his front. Gets ripped apart, and it's all going to be on Chimp. He's actually going to dip back in the zone for just a half second, hoping for a little bit of respite, and he's going to get it on the right side of the screen. Batch ends up going down, and yet again, Pamso is going to be left to solo clutch. He's got a little bit of a hop, skip, and a jump to make to the zone as we have 2 solos relatively high up on our leaderboards. Now under the pressure. How are they looking on Storm Surge? We hear the warning come through. Both above. Chimp comfortably so. Pam Stow, I would say not necessarily, but only one duo needs to go down, and there it goes. The warning turns off, but Pam Stow immediately here opens up and he says, I don't want to be there.
Yeah, he gets face checked basically by a team that's sitting behind those walls there. It seems like they're starting to inch their way in. Pam still looking for an exit up top. Those are not even his cones there, so he does have to be mega careful here. And the zone is so far. This is one of the longer rotates he's going to have to make in this game here. No extra heals here, about halfway cap on the material count, and really not a lot of shield to work with, so very tough position to be in. And honestly, just a single team separates him from at least another point or two. We saw what he could do as a solo, but the last time he had Mythic Spider-Man Web Slingers in play, this time none of that. Going to recycle some enemy builds here. Cones himself off. It's Acorn who's up above. That is a duo, though. And there it is. Remet with Acorn. He gets crushed on the backside of the storm line there, and he manages to find that point there. So Acorn clutches up a couple points.
Got 4 points going through the +1 for getting into the top 25, the +3 for the Elim, and here's our current leaders, again, investing a decent amount of their hard materials to get up off of the grab, but this is probably the worst position we've seen them in. However, they are still into the placement points, they are still a duo up, they are still have plenty of shields and decent weaponry, so while we talk about worst, that's comparative. They're still sitting pretty, and Chimp right now, somebody who just looking for a little bit of a space, a little bit of a breather, hoping that zone will close and he doesn't have to go a grid space farther. It looks like he might be right on the line, but he just want to eke out some placement points here, Monster.
Yeah, I saw Oliver OG fall there, but the one team that I'm keeping an eye on is actually Bucky and Cam, who are playing second height right now, and we know they are a team that is always and constantly eyeing height for endgame victory royales. They managed to pick up 2 coming out of their early qualification week 1. That's a team that will play for high ground. One of the few teams I'd say that will definitively and consistently always play for that top position there. And look, they managed to be up on height.
Got to give a call out too, though. Shadow picking up an Elim, and we've seen what happens when Shadow and OMG2 get a priority position there on the zone. But yeah, you talked about it. Miro went down. That's on the bottom right-hand corner of the wide on the left side of your screen. So Bugga now it's going to be his chance to play the solo player. But I mean, we've seen what he's capable of. As we see Acorn also taking to the sky there, looking for a little bit of room to operate, not necessarily getting the space he needs. Canada is down as well. You see Chimp fall in the top right, a couple of extra placement points going over to him, but now his view is replaced with our current leaders who are making it to yet another endgame monster.
Stretch and Commandment fall as well. As on the bottom, Acorn hits a harpoon through a wood build window there. That was a ridiculous play there. Doesn't manage to find the full elimination, but it does keep him nice and safe here for Duke. And Jamper on the other side, though, they're making it rotate, and they're making it look nice and easy as their layer is virtually uncontested here. So it's just smart positioning by them round after round. For the high ground, though, Rise and Ager's going all the way on up. They want to snipe up that #1 spot, and they're going to do it with a Victory Royale. If they can secure it for Cam and Bucky, they end up giving it away, but Cam is just lurking nearby. This is going to cost him a lot of material, but he has plenty to work with here as Bucky ends up folding down, but Cam staying true to it. This is very, very aggressive of him to sit there and try to play it out, but looks like it's going to work out as Aegis loses Rise. Rise slips through the build. Now Aegis has to give it up.
Yeah, Aegis and Rise getting separated there, keeping an eye on the feed in the top left-hand side as Aegis and Rise are dropping down. They're dropping down into the fray too. OMG Me Too picking up a Elim on the feed as well. You can see users getting knocked on the backside of the zone. You can see Cam and Bucky back up on the high ground like we talked about. Quanti picking up the Elim onto play up by there, who ended up getting the win in our last game. Smite and Larson still up as well as Acorn continues his run, gets the Elim credit, finding another shot here. Will he be able to close it out in the zone? Gets the knock. We'll get the Siphon on Naroke. No panic. Gets the build. Still has the pepper effect, but he takes tons of damage in the back of the zone. 157. Rise, how you doing? He says hello. Gets the harpoon, but he needs to find the finish, and he can't swap over the harpoon. The 75 damage, not enough to get the confirm there as a swing on board. Dukes goes down early, and Jamper as a solo. No builds left. Tries to find one on the backside, and it's Teo, and he finds a lot trying to get into the build, and he'll get it. That's a huge 4-point swing there. Can he find the mats? He finds 11 of them. 10 now down to 5. Will he be able to find a little bit of space? No white heals, and I lied. He's able to find a med miss, which will extend his game, Monster. The placement points are still adding up for our #1 duo.
Massive, he's stealing away tons of points right now. Byla's still in this game too. Now in 3rd position, by the way, off of the drop there. So big plays coming in. Jamper still alive here, sitting in the zone. Out comes the hands, but no, he accidentally swaps him out there, but it does not matter. With 10 HP, a slither, and a dream, he does manage to stay alive here. And now, snaking its way through, finds a solo on the backside of the storm line. Big pressure coming in. It's a duo on the left. He gets shut down there. It's Princess Wolf and AMT make another endgame. Byla as a solo right now. Last slung in the hands here. He does go all the way through. Okay, not bad at all. He is still in the running here. What can he do? We've seen so many players as solos make big points here in the endgame, but it's a tall order to go ahead and ask for here.
3 duos up. Got some solos running around as well, but Numbers are getting thin here as Bila looking for some space. 8 Elims, make it 9 as a duo right now with a huge shot there. Finding AMT on the back of the zone. Drops
No way.
down. He's going to be able to find a second. That's a knock, though. Not the full confirm. Has the time to be able to get it, but that's Moo going to be able to go down another one in the box, but that will be the end into the top 4. Cam and Bucky are the only duo up. Otherwise, it's Solos running it out, and they're trying to end up picking up another VR. They'll find Wanted on the backside of the zone. They'll find a Smite, and that's 8 eliminations and the VR when all is said and done for TNA Cam and NRG Bucky.
And just like that, we watched him jump on into the top 10, guys. That's going to put him right there just after the halfway mark. Game number 4, big victory secured here for Bucky and Cam. We knew they could do it. They've been putting up W's left and right, but it just is a matter of staying consistent there. So well played for them.
Yeah, qualifier number 1, back-to-back VRs with huge eliminations off the start. Little bit of a late rev coming through now, but hey, better late than never, right? As those points, I mean, you can keep an eye on the bottom left-hand corner. They started at 14th as they go through it. Once they finish and get the victory royale, pushes them into the top 10. We'll be seeing them on the first page of that leaderboard in a great performance. You're gonna hope that's gonna keep the confidence rolling here going into match 5 and 6.
And you know what? Smite and Larson pull a second place there for the first time we see them make that big end game. We knew that their points are being carried up virtually off the Elims alone, and you know what? If they can continue to make end games, that's a team to be on the lookout for. They are definitely scary.
Yeah, they just got to put together the mid game and then end up being there. They always end up putting up results. But to show us what the results look like with 2 matches left to go, we're going to kick it back to the desk. Adam, Vivid, SBG, take it away, boys.
Nice one, fellas. They finally did it. Cam and Bucky have come through and got their victory royale. And I think it comes down, Vivid, to Matt's utilization there. We've seen the last couple of games they've tried to take height. They've done it, but it's a bit too early potentially. They've run out of mats, but this time they controlled it. They follow through with aplomb, and they get themselves tons of points to propel them right up that leaderboard.
Yeah, if we have seen anything this season, Adam, is that holding and taking high ground is a little bit treacherous, you know, because we saw that Bucky and Cam actually in the previous game lost it to Joji and Rokin in the late game. So I feel like there was a direct adaptation coming into this game where we saw them, Aegis and Rise actually tried to go up and take it against Bucky and Cam. But this time, Bucky and Cam played it a little bit better than they did in the previous game and were able to hold on to it. And it was even more so impressive because we saw that Bucky and Cam versus Aegis and Rise actually broke out into a little bit of a build battle up like 4 layers. So there was a lot of mats used, but Bucky and Cam were still in a good position to hold out for the rest of the game and get that victory royale.
I was really surprised they were able to keep that, especially after the contest by Aegis and Rise. When you see players have to fight for that high ground position, that's so many materials that are used on those takes, the retakes, the battles, and typically you're not able to hold it. I mean, we were talking 5th zone, they were sitting at high ground, but they had the Spider-Man web shooters, were able to use those to rotate through with saving a lot of materials, as well as use them to grab different materials, just like you can use the harpoon, you can grab some mats with that as well.
Yeah, do you know, I like this as well. I like the fact that they're actually Aegis and Rise going for, like, they're playing for the high ground, and when it doesn't kind of work out, or they think, you know what, it could actually be better, we're too far apart from each other, let's get back together again. They're not being overly confident. They're willing to go back down a level, maybe to the mid ground, even to lower, just to be back as a duo again. So it gives us a much better opportunity to score those points and progress towards the final parts of the game, which I love. Another team we got to talk about here as well, guys, Dukes and Jamper. They consistently, Vivid again, they are in the end game, and still Jamper is managing to get more points, to clutch up and try and get as many placement points, as I mentioned, as possible here. And it's just a great thing to see unfold. These guys are having a great day.
Yeah, for sure. And it's crazy to see that they're 160 plus points already after just 4 games. You know, we saw over in EU that the top place team actually ended with around 160 points, but after already 4 games, they're already 160 points. So they are definitely stealing the show today.
Yeah, they're hitting that flow state for sure. Just really able to coast through these games, and we really haven't seen them run into any issues. I mean, that was probably their worst game thus far, and that's a pretty successful game if you're a lot of other teams.
Look, if that's their worst game, then it's been a good day. It's been all right. It's been okay. Speaking of which, let's take a look at the standings, see exactly how good or okay it's been and where they reside right now on our leaderboard. And of course, they are still sitting pretty on top there with joint eliminations with Aegis and Rice, 21 apiece here, Vivid. This is looking, I mean, these 2 teams here seem way out in front of the rest of the pack right now.
Yeah, we're talking about how many eliminations Jamper and Dukes are getting, but Aegis and Rise are keeping up, and it's got to be that Greasy Grove all-spawn fight that has gone Aegis and Rise's way every single time. We have played 4 games so far. They've won that all-spawn every single time. So that's already 8 elims that Aegis and Rise are grabbing just simply off the first minute of the game. So that is definitely helping them in that category for sure.
Yeah, and then you see only one team on this first page has a victory royale.
Wow.
It is rare to see. So the teams that are winning games aren't consistently having those solid matches. It's only Bucky and Cam, who we've been seeing on high ground, sticking up into that top 10. But we do see they're hanging around. We see DGen Iamzo, Oliver Playify, and Day and Clicks. They're all right there. They're within striking distance to give themselves a possibility. It's just strange. Rarely, if ever, do we see a leaderboard with the top 10 only having one victory royale in it.
Let me ask you this as well, boys. I'll come to you first. Look, Sprite and Nounsy right now, as well as we've got on the eastern side of the map as well, we've got Spegu and Charlie. They have not managed to win, I think, any of their off-spawn fights. That's 4 for 4 they've lost out on now. Even though it's so early on the competition here, Viv, are we looking at a moment where you do have to reevaluate how you go about the rest of finals? Because to not score any points after 4 games for these teams of these caliber, that's not great.
Yeah, it's definitely not an ideal situation. However, we still got 2 more games left on the day. There's a lot that can happen in those 2 games. You can kind of sit back, relax, kind of develop a new strategy based around your POI, because you've been landing here pretty much all season for a lot of these players. So they should have a couple of backup plans, maybe start implementing them. I would say that coming into game or day number 2, maybe you switch up your POI, but we still have, like I said, 2 games left where anything can happen, and I would take full advantage of these 2 games and come in them with a headstrong mentality to thinking that you can just win an entire game, because winning an entire game with a lot of eliminations is a big swing on the leaderboard.
Yeah, these are quality duos. I'm sure they can turn it around. Let's head back into the action for Game 5. We've got Sun and MDF waiting for us, because this one is going to be a big one, the penultimate game of the day. Over to you, boys.
Thank you so much, Adam, Vivid, and SBG. The penultimate game in NA East. Don't forget, we got NA West just after this as well, and I don't doubt that region's going to be a banger as well, Monster.
Yeah, definitely. And the leaderboards right now, they were telling us that top 10 is a difficult, position to maintain right now. You saw how tight the scoring is from 3rd all the way down to roughly top 15. It's just a few eliminations separating them. So, not everyone up there has been consistent, but the teams that have been are really beginning to break away. And you know what? I'm kind of fearful for Aegis and Rise. Their drop spot is just, there's so much going on there. Just a couple seconds, though, before we see what happens on the next, battle bus run.
I mean, I'd be afraid, but in reality, they've been winning that spot pretty handily. So if the good times keep rolling, then maybe they'll be able to keep the momentum going. Because with 2 games left today, there's still plenty of points on the table. There's still plenty of Fortnite to be played. And don't forget, we still have 6 matches tomorrow. So this is all, as Adam said, kind of the opening act. We're setting the stage, setting the table, trying to figure out who those actors are going to be and who's going to be playing the pivotal role as we get into the back half. But I mean, plenty of action on the table.
Yeah, definitely. And action's been unfolding on some of these other drop spots. You saw the covert, caverns up there still very, very active. A very unlikely knock on Mero last game to kind of kick things off. It was a slow start for them, but they didn't let that stop them from making, somewhat of an end game and a good run opportunity, but it wasn't enough. They get shut down a little bit early coming into that mid-game or early late game half. So, a few teams still having to, tweak the gears a little bit as we start approaching here. Game number 5 is just underway. Let's go ahead and hop on this battle bus.
Hop onto the bus, thank the driver, because you only get 1 more chance today, then 6 more tomorrow unless somebody runs away with it. But right on, just like, we do this every time, Monsters, any surprise, we're going down to the Greasy fight, but Rise eats a huge shot coming through the window. He gets taken down immediately. Maybe you're right, the heavy shotgun on the outside, you talked about it. I said they shouldn't be afraid, but they should be very afraid as Aegis trying to disengage and opting to just burn those chug splashes as fast as possible rather than get to the guzzle juice. He does have that auto shotgun. We've talked about how strong it can be right off of the rip. Can he end up putting it into a 1v2 situation, trying to create a little bit of gap, going back through the walls, wants to be able to about face, but the cone gets slammed in his face, and Namzi and Sprite finally get on the board. First points of the day.
we should have expected it, right? Like, how many times can you win this early game battle the way that they are playing it? I mean, last game was just, you know, they narrowly won that away. We talked about how they got sniped out the gate. We talked about how they were the first team to touchdown but didn't even get a weapon, right, just to start that round off. So this is a fight that is going to be and continue to be very, very risky for Agers and Rise. It's clear they are a top-tier duo, but that is the risk that they are taking by continuing to land here.
Yeah, that was Sprite's last build, too, by the way, that he ended up coding it with him. So, overbuilt a little bit coming through there, but ignore that, too. Very top duos going at it here in Covert, and this is largely why their point totals probably don't look as much, because you can see two of the arguably stronger duos, like Macwin and Donnie, have put up some really good performances so far this season. Muzz and Avery, I mean, we've talked into oblivion about how strong they can be. They're pinned in here, and we have Nosh and Paper closing it after the fact, and then whoever else wants to rotate through. So makes it a really tough option to try and get through these fights here. As you can see, they don't have any excess shields right now.
Which have really been Knifer and Bilo. They've just been farming the Covert Cavern action, right? Last game they managed to secure the security card, the card to the vault. So, like, you know, Knifer and Bilo just literally feasting on all the shed that's happening here. So, you know, for them, for the other teams on the outskirts, it's looking better. For Macwood and players like Donnie, for Avery and Muzz, I mean, these guys are all just a little too good to be going head to head, and they're eating up all their material and everything in between. Look at this cheeky play here. Muzz trying to play inside the stall behind a weakened wall. It's just, you know, there's no rules in the BR, and you're seeing it play out. Even the dirty tactics.
Yeah. The contention here has been very rough, and while we'll add it, we'll do a nice little quick grammar lesson. So contention, when we talk about it, is when the two teams are having a contest and actually trying to push people out. That's like the act of them fighting. Contestation, when we end up talking about it, is when you're kind of having an argument and you're going through, and that's how we feel the players are expressing themselves going through. What you do during this part of it is what decides how the contention ends out, but the actual expression of it is their contestation. So yes, both are words, fun little grammar lesson going through there, but we'll explain the difference to you as we see Quad Magnolia here taking the high ground and being able to push out in what is a little bit of an awkward fight here at the Sanctuary. I really don't like when these fights end up going long, especially with the zone pulls here, because there's so many slight little right hands and like tough areas to build where you don't really ever want to full commit to a fight, and you're usually looting away from your dual partner here. So even though Nets and Sparky are in a better fighting position, right, they're limited into what they're able to reform out. So Magnolia and Quad are slowly going to be able to get the positional advantage, assuming they can pinpoint exactly where these guys are. But if Sparky and Nets jump on one of them, they have the opportunity to take a 1v2.
Yeah, we see something pretty similar earlier in the day with Rhythm and company as well, as they managed to split up just a little bit too much there, and then the more experienced team took advantage of that. Magnolia and Quad, definitely one of the few that we talked about. When they get to endgame, they do exceptional things, but the last two rounds have been pretty tough for them, and they haven't really managed to get past this early game fight here. And let's just see why. This time around, I mean, they have all the arsenal that you can ask for this battle, but look, as they continue to rage on here, another team all of a sudden starting to slide up, and he might be playing with sound visual audio cues there, because he did see that car from very, very far off in the distance. He saw him take a quick glance over there. So they recognize, yep, pressure's on. There goes the defensive D-field builds there. Here comes the full commit. On down he goes. Can he find the wall? Yes, that's his. Into the box. Loses Magnolia, though. He is down. Has to go for the save first, but no, the full finish comes in. And Quad Magnolia, these are the struggles we've been seeing them have round after round. And they kicked off game one into game two in a top position. They were inside the top 10 that early.
Yeah, but it wasn't Sparky and Nets who ended up actually getting the knock in there. They got the confirm, but the points go over to Polarize. So that's what I was talking about, where you kind of get bogged down in these Century fights. It can be very difficult to end up resolving them because there are so many of these little nooks and crannies, and there's so few materials. But then if another team who just rolls in nearby, who's been looting the whole time, they're going to be able to kind of dictate the flow of this fight, and it ends up being rough. Speaking of rough, Playfly getting knocked early there in the feed. We see Day going to be able to pick that one. We're going to swing immediately on over to that fight. Over at the Joneses, this Clicks and Day, they begin circling. They have the boxed in here, and that's Oliver getting pushed out and boxed efficiently like my Chinese takeout. My lord.
Yeah, definitely shut down right there. Big 125 huge 3-point swing there. You know what? I thought and would have thought that Clixaday would be up here, not Polarized, and Nico making his first rotate on over to the Sanctuary. So very interesting. This Bugle team rotates down really quickly, and look, they managed to get a piece of what they were looking for. A big fight, a single Elan, but Nico is down, so things not going exactly according to the plan just yet. This is a full commitment there for a second. Polarized willing to throw this game away. Second guesses the play, backs up, decides to go for the save now.
This is a super confusing fight to me because Polarized and Nico had everything going for him, but then they end up separating in this circumstance. Once you kind of have that first pressure, get hip to hip and go. They had the ability to be able to push it down, but now Sparky and Nets are going to be able to push it back. Polarized doing a really good job at fighting defensively here, not taking any extra damage. But what did I say? It's the same story. We just read this book, Monster. The sequel isn't any better as Cold and Scented come riding in over the hill, and now Polarized is going to be forced to disengage, and Cold and Scented are now going to be the ones who dictate the pace of this fight. And actually, as I say that, doesn't matter because we have Nick and Beef also rolling in, and then Spade and Chimp are right over the horizon, so everyone's coming to party.
Keep in mind, Chimp and Spade there are in 4th position as well. They're currently in 4th place, so they're way high in the standings, which shows us that they are willing to take this battle because they need the surge. They're trying to set themselves up for the end game, and they're sitting back all so patiently there watching this action unfold. So now that's going to put a pause onto Scented and Commandment's aggression as well, as they have to second guess committing into this battle. Polarized, though, is going to have to clutch this up if he wants to win this one out here. He is just looking to continue to finish this fight. He did get a little bit of a trade there, but he's not going to find the opportunity to fully commit. Nick's going to find Qua in the feed, so Qua, the one solo in this entire mix-up, does eventually get spotted out and taken out as things finally start to simmer down now.
Now take a look at some of the other action we missed in the off-spawn fights around the island. Spegu and Charlie straight 50-50 on the chest. I mean, him and Walker's basically touched that thing at the same time, but Spegu going to be the one who came out ahead. However, tough fight in this 1v1 going off here. Honestly, I wasn't paying attention to the feed, so I have no idea who wins this one. You can see Walker's doing a good job taking the mini, but nope, Spegu. Nice little bit of discipline here. You can see Cam and Bucky actually going to end up chasing Spegu down there, trying to find a nice little hidey hole, but unfortunately, you're out there as now we see those just bogged down fights we've been talking about over at Covert happening yet again.
I mean, you know what? The story of this game number 5 has been, you know, a game of odds. Eventually, the other teams that are contesting you are going to have their fair shot to take you down depending on how good their drop is. And that was the story for Aegis and Rise. Now the same as Walkers and Crew get taken out there as well. Here at the Covert Cavern, it's just a storm fight at this point. They're griefing one another's odds. They're deep inside the storm, and Macwood scrambling for any types of heals to keep him in the game here. Avery on the other side willing to stay this one and wait this one out. Who really is the victor here? Who will walk away with the Siphon and the points to stay up in the game? We know Siphon's not going to be an issue, but Macwood lets his guard down, gets tagged from the side. There goes the cleanup. It's up to Donnie. Not looking too hot here. He's starting to run out of shield. The double pinch coming in, but he does escape the pressure.
Yeah, but I mean, ultimately, at the end of the day, you ask who the victor is, and I would posit that neither of these teams is, right? When you get bogged down in this situation, and that's the big risk when you kind of invest in such a heavily contested POI that teams are constantly going to be rotating towards. It's if you pull the zone, everyone's more than happy to hang out and try and be the last one there. And then if you don't pull the zone, everyone's happy to hang out knowing that if eventually they get the vault, maybe there's something they can do, but it just doesn't set you up for success. And it's really tough when game planning before this, you saw so much success coming out from duos who go to Cavern, but then you get into the finals and it's like, man, that isn't happening anymore. So the question is, do these duos then turn around and kind of look at the game plan? Do they go somewhere else, or do they find a different way of taking that fight so they're set up with a little bit more success? Because so far, when we talk about game planning, man, and I mean man, LG Jamper and Dukes have looked so clean, Monster.
Yeah, and look at this, another big base center position, just playing that same exact type of playstyle. Very strategic, high ground centric. This is how you want to go ahead and continue to take these battles.
but this is their first time below. This is our first time we have ever tuned in. Every other time we've looked, they have always had 0 elims at this stage. They're not picking them up early, but they have next to no tags. We didn't see a flash going through. Luckily, it is only 69 damage. That's 3, maybe 4 of those MK7 shots, if they're able to really chain them together, depending on head versus body shots. But this is a tough situation. They haven't kind of been in this point. So as you go to the checklist, right, if you're talking about competitive Fortnite, it's, did I make it off drop? Do I have enough damage to survive the first storm surge? And right now, as the answer to that second question has always been yes for them, now it's no. So this is a different look. I really want to see how they adjust. On the right-hand side, another duo who's up towards the top, Shadow and OMG Me Too, a little bit under pressure, but right as I say that, Shadow pops out the side of the whip and ends up hitting his shots.
Here it is, very important moment right now, defining moment for Jamper and Dukes here as the car finally reveals himself. He finds a couple tags, but not enough. But this is a duo they're going to have to fully commit on into. Pay attention, because there's a team up on the mountain as well. Jamper and Dukes are going to have to take this fight if they want to stay alive here. Only 7 damage above for Shadow and OMG. I mean, they found the tags here, and there's plenty of team in front of them to go ahead and continue on through. Dukes looks like he gets a couple there as Jamper gets tagged up in return from the team on height.
Cam ending up picking up a full elim there onto Polarized. No solo riders, running out 41 duos, 82 players. Everyone has a partner right now. Dukes and Jamper, only duo to place top 10 every game. Some solid individual efforts, but really just been on the back of good game planning. Get to the middle of the zone, invest in it early, be above surge. But man, Monster, that number on their side keeps going, and now they're below, and now the time's ticking. It's just past the hour, and what do? Jamper gets the line, but gets obliterated. We threw the stats up there, but the stats doing the caster curse for us as Jamper gets ripped to shreds. Luckily, the damage he traded out was able to put him above, but just barely, because 5 duos are still under pressure, and I promise you that 29 is not going to hold. Now it's down to 13. I'm ignoring the right side of the screen right now, and I'm only looking at the left. Here we go, as we can see Dukes finding the shots towards the outside of the zone. No. He is pinned here, and he is taken down, and Monster, do you hear that? That's opportunity knocking for the rest of the lobby.
Big opportunity, absolutely needed as well, as that was a team that had a 20-point lead over our second place squadron there. So big change up here, big shake up. Now, the real question that remains to be answered is, can these teams inside the top 10 take advantage of it? Because if they can't, it doesn't really matter. Jamper and company will continue to maintain there. So this is a big game here, big moment now. Degen and Iamzo under Surge 2 here. This is not looking too good. He gets tagged for whites, and now Surge hits him again. It's a final moment here. Iamzo needs to take this shot, but a little too passive is going to lose Degen in the mix there as he gets knocked down just in the nick of time and then fully finished. Iamzo and Degen are now out of the game, and that's one of our few teams with a victory royale. Mind you, from game number 1, since then have not found their footing here.
Right now, Knifer sitting on 2 elims. We're going to get a peek into those, and I mean, we know who they're against right here as he's able to get the spray towards the side, gets the drop down and some great shots with the immediately fall up there. That's what's so strong about that Stinger MK combo. If you're able to get the pressure and kind of get a knockdown, it doesn't matter which weapon you do with which. So generally, you want to lead with that Stinger because they have slightly better environmental damage, and when I say that, I mean breaking player built and natural structures on the map. And then the MK7 still with the hip fire. I mean, these players make it look easy, chaining those shots together. So we get a nice little 3-box split. Booga and Miro, top of the screen, bottom left-hand corner, OMG, Me Too, Shadow, and then Knifer and Byla in the bottom right-hand side. And these are all duos who are going to be looking to capitalize on the opportunity that's been left, because it's the first time that we've seen Jamper and Dukes be taken down.
Looks like Pamsu got knocked there by Muzz in the feed too. Another big team that might have just got taken out of the competition right there. Keep your eyes on that feed. Keep them glued. 30 seconds left now in zone 3 here. Things are really starting to cut down now. Pamsu gets fully finished there by Jeff. So yes, that is a full finish. Another team that had the opportunity to take advantage here. That's what we talk about. You have to take advantage of these teams falling, especially when number 1 is out. And look at this, Fatch and Pamsu do not manage to do just that. They get hit up on the rotate there. Commandment finds TK. So let's see what OMG, Me, and Shadow can do here. Couple duos in the line of sight. Sprite and Downsy, of course, this is the first time making it past the drop, making it past the spawn. They get a taste of their early game or mid-game fights now up against Our and Crew. They got a little pinch going on there. Bucky and Cam still in the game here, trying to break triple digits right now.
Keep an eye on that top left. Shadow actually getting a knock there on to Cracked. We'll get the full confirmation, but keeping an eye on the bottom right-hand corner, you can see everyone's starting their rotation. Based on the length of the line and the fact that we don't actually see the safe zone, you know they pretty much have a max distance pull to the other side. But because they're on this slight dip, I was about to say, there's only one team who has eyes on them. Fortunately, they weren't looking. Unfortunately, they turned around right before I finished making my point, and a ton of damage came through. Cam's actually going to go down. That's Chimp just ripping apart Cam. So Bucky going to be forced in a situation, and there's no way out of this. You're on the backside of the zone. You're on the low ground. You're hoping to just sneak out and hit a timing. Unfortunately, you missed your timing. So we'll see how good Bucky is solo, but this is just a rough spot to be in, especially when Spade and Chimp have been playing so well today.
Yeah, definitely. And not only that, they were playing the same exact style of cone. They were just inching their way on the side of the zone. Same way Bucky and Cam were. So got hit by the same strat. Didn't see that coming. You got to check those cones. Otherwise, you will get hit with an ambush. And that's what just happened right there. A team has fallen. Important one at that. Again, victory royales are not going to be enough here. You have to remain consistent in these two-day formats.
Now, keeping an eye on the bottom right-hand corner, we have that fourth zone. We'll see the storm surge warning as well. Only 5 duos potentially under pressure from it, but noting that we're in the fourth zone, everyone is going to pack around the outside. You can see the movement already happening as only one team really isn't even heading towards the zone right now. You can see him out in the corner in the storm, but everyone is just trying to trade some shots as Miro and Booga were under a bunch of pressure, but Miro going to open that up a little bit more, chaining together some body shots there. As we see, Nosh and Paper, they're below Storm Surge right now and only got 35 seconds to figure it out.
See what they can do right now. It's a little bit of a scramble from Nosh. He doesn't even know what side he wants to peek here. Do you look towards the zone? Do you look towards the outskirts is really what he's trying to think. Paper gets tagged when he opens up the box, but it looks like it was worth it. He finds himself 41 above. For Smite and Larson, they're barely above here. 81 now as they find a few tags to creep on into those builds too. Big load out there for Smite and Larson as well. They're hoping the zone pulls their way. If it does, this might be our team. This might be a team that can actually take advantage, as we've seen multiple teams inside the top 10 already cut out of the competition. So things are really opening up here.
Yeah, as the emote goes, I'm going to leave the door open, and right now, Smite and Larson are the ones who are walking right through it. 104 above, but unfortunately, Monster, you were saying, man, if the zone drops, I'm going to be really good. Well, looking at the bottom right-hand corner, that's a pretty long white line they got. That's a near max distance pull. I mean, there are a couple degrees over the right that help them, but right now, 2 duos being pressured by Storm Surge. One of them is on the right side of the screen, the French Canadians. Nick and Beef having a tough time, and Nick gets shredded, and Beef might end up being the one who gets tossed in the sandwich. When all is said and done, they will end up being slightly above, and he'll shift that Storm Surge focus onto another duo, but it doesn't matter as we hit 50 players. He goes down, and that's Spade actually picking up a key Elam point there onto Nick.
This is such a tough rotate for Smite and Larson right now. They have a team that's in front of them, and then everyone else based up in front. I think they have to count their lucky start. The trees are still up, so the line of sight was all blocking just like that. They cut straight up the middle, and they make it on in, but they pause a little too soon. Arbor Wall comes out to buy themselves some time from the side, and that's enough to alleviate the pressure just a little bit here. But they have a bit more of a stretch to make here if they want to stay within the run here. Miro and Booga still up right now. Inside the top 6, here comes the rotate. We've seen it round after round here. Peppers come out into play here, and it's been effective, and so far.
Yeah, rather than a hop, skip, and a jump, it was just a hop, slide, and a jump into the zone there, but swing back on over our current 6th place team. You can see everyone kind of trying to get a little bit of space on our right-hand side, on the left-hand side. Get a look at the lobby, still see Clicks and Day right on top of each other. On your right-hand side, Knifer and Bila on the top. Left-hand side, Sprout and Nounsy still up on their feet, which shows when they get out of the Greasy Groves, they get their tacos. They're able to kind of move along. They said, hey, we are well supplied, got plenty of sustenance, and now we're able to push through. Just the annoyance of Agers and Rise removed have given them access to the end game for the first time, as we are now into our cascading placement points. No solo riders left. Everyone has a buddy monster as we're into our 5th end game here, the Chapter 3 Season 1 FNCS Finals for NAs.
Miro and Booga, though, looking to try to cut this number down just a little bit here as they have a weakened duo on the other side of the wall. Those shots are starting to come out. High ground, Spade and Chimp on one side, your 4th place team on the other, your 3rd place team on the other side. So again, when you look at that wide shot, you see how many teams that are still within the top 10 that are alive right now. We have about 6 or 7 teams, 3rd, 4th, 5th, and 6th are all still alive here. So there's opportunity on the board. Mind you, our number 1 squad is out. Larson finds Scented there. Huge Elam for them as they were inside that 8th position. Mind you, they were rotating straight up and they needed those extra materials for the refresher. Stretch is going to be the one who gets the full finish though, so that is points to Larson.
Yeah, lots of Storm Surge potential coming through here. 30 seconds till it turns on, but still 45 players up. So anticipate that number to drop because we have a lot of investment in terms of utility, but looking up on the high ground, Acorn, Canada, raining shots down, trying to find a little bit of room. Knifer and Byla, front side of the zone, but the tree is in your way, sir. Excuse me, you're going to need to chop that down, but instead taking a bunch of damage, trying to find a little bit of the room. Will pop the Chili Chug Splash to get a little bit of that pepper effect, hoping to use that momentum to carry themselves. They have a great angle to be able to take the front side of the zone, but right now nobody wants to be the first one out into that space.
Yeah, definitely, but I still see Spade in there. Spade and Chimp are alive right now in that mid-ground, inside that low ground, kind of contested with everyone else. You see Chimp sliding all around the outskirts here, trying to get to the front side of zone. There goes Teo alive as well. Jeff, super weak on this ultimate low, as is AMT on the backside of Storm, and she ends up getting taken out there. Byla, though, with a huge elimination onto Larson. That's a massive, massive exchange there. Larson, who was inside the top 7, high ground, crawled his way on up. Chimp finds another one, too, and high ground is in an all-out battle as Glitz and Day managed to secure it.
Day just obliterated Canada, just blew him up. Wasn't even close there. Acorn gets forced to go down. I mean, seriously, 200-0 real quick, and not the one Clicks ends up calming. Day, pick that one up, no problem. Knifer and Byla going up to try and contest. We saw this immediately as soon as one team went out and tried to establish high ground. They went up and they're trying to go ahead, but now forced down. Knifer trying to connect, recognizing they don't have enough, but he's going to about face it. He has the priority position here.
Yeah, definitely, but now targeted from the low in the height. Has to be extremely cautious here, and no teammate in hand. There it is. Byla finally finds his way on down, ends up giving some support chug splashes there. He had the big quick heals to bounce him back in the round, and Clicks and Day are definitely the team with the advantage here. They have the material count. They still have the firepower in hand, and look at this. They're just shredding through that second height. So all those shots end up cheeking their way on in, and those are going to be big tags for them to continue the pressure. Miro and Booga now looking great, though. Top 5 for them as well. 5th position here. Very nicely done as they're starting to fight their way in. These hands are coming out into play. Spider-Man Mythics are great for endgame rotates, but when you get caught up on builds like that, it gets a little bit more interesting. Clicks finds another one in the feed too.
OMG, Me Too going down. Shadow on his feet into the top 10, but looks like he's going down in 10. Spade and Chimp, though, still up, still taking advantage of the fact that Jamper and Dukes went down. 2nd and 3rd, still up on their feet, still trying to push forward as Knifer ends up getting Acorn, but they will both end up falling. That's 8th place for them. Sprite still up on his feet. Sprite and Nounsy say, you can't count us out. If we can win off of the drop, then we can just win everything. But up on the high ground, raining shots down. Clicks and Day, however, Miro doing a ton of work on the backside of the zone, and right as I say that, he gets worked over himself. Just the spray putting him out as Booga gets a little bit of rest here on the bounce back. He sees some materials, trying to grab whatever he can. He did not want that stinger, though. He already has one, trying to find some light ammo, and instead he finds Squish, who can take it down the backside of the zone. A great angle, great awareness from Booga, but running low on builds. 10 builds, 9 builds, 7 builds, monster.
And Chimp is still going. Chimp finds another elimination there as well. Chimp and Spade on the low ground. That's a fresh 2-man team. Commandment and Stretch there as well. We're going to see a clash between these two mega great squads right now. It's going to be all or nothing here as Spade and Chimp do not have material. Neither does Booga. He only has 4 builds to work with. Make that none now as he has to commit into the box. Unfortunately, it's onto Chimp, who was ready with the AR there, and he ends up finding all the tags. Spade goes with the wall trade. Not going to find anything. Chimp on the low ends up finding Commandment. Is that going to be enough? He needs the siphon here, but Stretch a little bit quicker, finds the one shot there. It's a 2v1 situation. It's Clicks and Day on height. It should be their game to close out here. They're looking for the 2nd victory royale now.
Clicks, fans, rise, 6 elims right now in the zone. Stretch trying to find some space. He wants a fight. He wants to try and take an isolated 1v1 and find a little bit of room. He does have the med miss to be able to offset a little bit of the zone, but you can't offset how much pressure the boys from NRG bring. Clicks and Day, the 2nd victory royale, going through, I believe, 7 eliminations this time instead of the 9 monster, but that is going to really push them up in there.
And we saw the same thing happen last time when they were inside the qualifiers. All they needed to do was get those first couple games out the way, get their strategy in motion, and start to turn up the gas pedal here. And all of a sudden, now we're watching them come on through. Day and Clicks pop off in the early game, and they pop off in the end game again as well.
I mean, just what a fantastic compliment to each other, because you can tell, like, right at the start when they first started playing together, it took a little while for them to know when to go together. Now it seems like it's all firing on all cylinders, and really excited to see them keep running these games out.
Yeah, they've been doing a great job so far. So, you know what? We're going to have to toss it over to Adam, though. Catch us up on what's unfolding. I want to hear the breakdowns.
Thank you, fellas. Well, you know exactly what happens when you lose your top 2 teams in first and second place. The rest of the pack will rise. That's exactly what happened there. And Clicks and Day coming through. Obviously, this is the fifth game, so 5 games now, 3 of which no eliminations, 2 of which 2 victory royales, 1 with 10 eliminations and 1 with 6, I think, or 7 there at the end. I mean, Vivid, when they go, they go.
Yeah, it's phenomenal to watch these guys play. We were sitting backstage, right? We were kind of just chilling there. I was like, oh, look at that. Clicks and Day picked up 2 eliminations. And then not even 30 seconds later, they are on height. They instantly invest whatever siphon mats, whatever refreshes they get in eliminations, and they make plays with it. And that's why they are so good. And we see that repeat thing that they did in game 2 and game number 5 here.
Yeah, just taking over, to be honest. We see them. I mean, Sundown said it perfectly. He just deleted the other player on high ground. Day was like, oh, that player's not in the lobby anymore. I'm going to take your high ground. But another team flying under the radar is Chimp and Spade. We saw Chimp hanging on just enough, was able to take down Commandment in that end game, and these two are playing so well. And Vivid, you mentioned it while we were watching the game. We lost our top 2 teams, so this could be a huge swing on the leaderboard with these guys being able to stay alive and our top 2 leaders falling very early.
Yeah, utilizing those web shooters to rotate and manage to kind of obviously stay in the game for a lot longer. They have gone under the radar to some degree here, Chimp and Spade. Is that, I think, Vivid, we always appreciate that there are teams that can continuously remain in the top few and get those points, which these guys have managed to do. I think Miro and Booga and other ones as well, they may not necessarily gone all the way today and got themselves to a victory royale, but we've seen Miro, particularly in the first few games, deliver the goods when Booga's gone down. But in this game, Booga managed to continue when Miro was eliminated and did a superb job again getting them into the top 5 positions, I think.
Yeah, and again, these web shooters coming into play, and I talked about it before, Booga and Miro, they both are just so good in the solo clutch category. If they are left alone, then they can put up big numbers, whether it's in the eliminations or they will just gather so many placement points just by staying alive because they're just so good naturally as solo players. And Miro and Booga kind of just ran through this lobby. Eventually, though, Miro went down and Booga was left to do it. And again, so good in the solo factor, they're going to pick up 8+ eliminations for their duo.
And the thing that stands out to me is their understanding of layering. They really are finding ways to always be on the right layer. They're playing that mid ground, which we've seen a lot of teams play high or low. These guys thrive in that mid ground, and really that's how they're picking up all of those eliminations. You don't get 8 elims just by hanging up on height or chilling down below.
Yeah, I mean, it comes down to experience as well. Talent one thing, but experience another as well. Knowing how to let games play out and how they unfold as well. And the fact that they've managed to, all the accolades they've received in the past as well, there is a reason that they are going to be there or thereabouts at the top of our leaderboard. Let's have a look at how the standings are after game 5 with 1 more to go today on day 1. And we can see that on top, Jamper and Dukes remain in that tops with 162 points now, but those top 5 teams only 21 points separates 1 through 5 after 5 games. In this format, Vivid, that is tight.
Yeah, we saw Jamper Nukes go down to that early storm surge mishap, and that gives the rest of the lobby an opportunity to catch up. And we see Knifer and Byla taking full advantage of that. Only 3 points behind now. Also, Spade and Chimp also grabbing a piece of the pie. 157 points, only 5 points behind. We talked about them a lot. Booga and Miro also find themselves here in the top 4 with 149 points.
Something really interesting, and it's been the theme of this season, is teams that are contested are doing a lot better than what we've seen in the past. We see Knifer and Byla being contested at certain times at the Llama split. Agers and Rise contested. We also have Teo and Pledge contested, so 3 out of our top 10 are contested and thriving within these games. Really different than what we've seen in previous FNCSs.
Yeah, we mentioned as well before that last game there, like Sprite and Nounsy, Greasy mentioned as well on the east side of the map as well. We had Spegu and Charlie, who did both off spawn win those fights and managed to get some points on the board. So it is turning around, it is changing. Destiny is aligning itself now as we go into game 6 and setting things up for day 2 tomorrow. But without much further ado, let's head into that last game of day 1 here on NAE with Sundown and MDF. They are waiting to bring us all the action. Fellas, take it away, baby.
Thank you so much, Adam, Vivid, and SBG. 5 down, 1 more to go for today. We still got another round of 6, but Monster, the shooting happened right there after game number 5. Like, we saw the leaderboard. Originally, there were 2 runaway trains who were kind of neck and neck, and they both got halted real early.
Yeah, definitely, and it's really starting to look like a competition now. We didn't think it'd get so close, and all of a sudden now top 6 or so duos are really contesting one another for a top seeded spot leaning into tomorrow. And you know what? You know, they all deserve it. Everyone's had their moment of greatness. For Clicks and Day, couple victory royales though, very impressive for them as well as they start to jump on in and put their name inside the hat for a potential FNCS victory here.
Yeah, they've kind of moved themselves up into that third little chunk. We have our top 5 pretty much 21 points separated, and we've seen almost all of them contesting in each one of those end games. Then we got the 6th place there with Shadow and Me Too, who are kind of holding the line and just on the inside out there. And then you got a whole slew of people who are just breaking the triple digits number where Clicks and Day really push themselves into it. But Monster, I want to see them kind of bring those floors up a little bit, because we've seen the 2 VRs, we've seen what they're capable when they really get running, but they need to have their, I want to say, bad games or worse games, well, they're not wins, be a little bit higher on the point so that average doesn't get brought down.
Yeah, exactly, and it's going to come down to those eliminations, so we'll see. So you jump into the last game of FNCS Finals, day number 1. Let's get on it.
Last game here for NA East of day 1. We got 6 more tomorrow. But then also we got NA West after this and plenty of storylines to follow there. We'll have Kelly Link along with Clay Stelling and Tokata, as well as Panda and Jacob PR guiding you through all the action. But where else would we start, Monster? But over in Greasy, and some very uncharacteristic lack of teamwork there from Rise and Agers. Had Agers get soloed out near immediately with very minimal amount of trade. However, right after that, Rise did a good job of defensively fighting back and put a little bit of pressure, but now with control of the inside here of the main building, it's going to be real tough for Rise to get Eddie purchase. He actually, I think he caught a splash there, might have taken a guzzle juice to get the damage back up there. Gonna find some spray here, but with just 2 SMGs running down and out of ammo, they'll be out of the lobby again. And we talked about that door opening just a little bit wider. Yet again, Aegis and Rise go down with no points on the board.
Worth mentioning, Nounzy and Sprite took big advantage of the one game they stood alive as well. It's looking like the qualifiers all over again, where Nounzy and Sprite gave up half the game, so did Degen, Agers and Rise there. And you know what? These are the calibers of the teams that we're looking at contest one another. They are just that good. I'm so curious as to why Rise decided to go gas station there the first time instead of backing up and getting to that main building. You know, there'll be a little review. We'll have to see.
Why does Dukes have damage on him right now? What happens?
Maybe tagged, I'm assuming, from the covert.
I was just about to say, maybe covert tags coming through, but that's going to be a little bit tough for them, because as we saw, we talked about kind of that checklist going through our top team who had yet to stall. They'd had top 10 placements the entire time. Storm Surge and a late rotate was really their undoing in the last game, and if that's going to end up being a similar story, that's tough. But we talk about the map awareness here from Booga saying, hey, I got a couple builds, I can get a sightline on that. Going to throw some shots over towards Cinnamoroony and his duo as we kind of get a lay of the land of our top duos right now, as it looks like with just that elimination, Knifer and Byla are going to push themselves up into a tie for that first place spot. So for the first time all day, Dukes and Jamper aren't sitting up top alone.
Nope. On over to Thatch and Pam, though, up against Scented and Cold. Big fight, very important fight. This could be a determining fight for the remainder of how we lean into day number 2 right now. Tags are going to be traded between both sides, but ooh, Thatch is going to come out with the better of the 2. That's a 90 piece picked up there. This is where the Ranger is really, really strong. Long range engagements out in the open. It's slept on as a rifle because of the low fire rate, but if you get those tags, especially headshot Sundown, you know that damage adds up quick.
Yeah, has about a 50% increase on that body damage compared to the MK7, but the rate of fire much lower, so you need to be kind of like timing out and dinking out these shots, and Batch doing a great job of that, and they're going to get a little help with Nani and Pump on the other side, going to spray in towards it, and now Sentin and Cold, you don't really, this is an awkward situation because you're thinking, oh, you'll just launch pad out, but with two really solid duos on either side of you, you can't take a max distance launch pad here. Like, yeah, you can low pad, but you're low padding pretty much directly at it. Okay, go to high pad and see what happens. Going to take the chance, take to the sky. Let's see if he makes me a liar. The Magic Wings come out, a couple tags going through, almost loses a decent amount of his shield. Cold, however, loses the entirety of the shield, but gets a good line of sight break and a great slide to keep his momentum off of the launch pad, showing those Chapter 3 mechanics, and they're going to hop in the whip and skirt on out. They want no piece of that.
That could have gone so much worse, especially with someone like Pump nearby, aiming up just the way we saw it. Had they both focused on Cold at the same time, I'm afraid that he probably would have been taken out there, but luckily the damage is a little split there, so doesn't get the full bulk of the punishment. Booga and Miro, however, just on the ground there, getting comfortable. Here's a couple other battles unfolding here across the map. Just wrapping up players day one. This is the last and final game of day one here for NA East. Up next is NA West. Every team you're seeing get taken out now will have to reset and retry for tomorrow.
And again, still saying the auto shotgun just puts down so much pressure early on, particularly against opponents who aren't full shield and full HP. It really is one of the more effective fighting options. And talking about some of these cars and teams who have stalled out a little bit, Degen down, Iamzo on less than a tickle of HP. I mean, if somebody gives him an angry look, he might end up just going down. And it looks like that angry look might end up coming through. Some great movement in defensive fighting right now to even be in it. But unfortunately, all it takes is one misstep and it'll happen right there as Paper ends up cleaning it out. And Iamzo and Degen, well, not necessarily the strongest performance, still going to be able to finish the day with 80-something points. They're going to need to go back and try and figure out what went wrong, because they got off to a really solid start, but then couldn't replicate that success monster.
Yeah, and although they were taken out there, you know, still credit to Iamzo, man. He was looking, you know, like the young prodigy, mechanically as skilled as someone like Clicks or Benji Fishy, right? Those are people that are freakishly fast with edits, and they can get out of most just insane hunt and like chase down situations, and you kind of watch that in play. So all credit due to a very skilled player, but like you mentioned, it's just about getting past this early game right now. For whatever reason, they have to give up the drop to Knifer and Byla, and it just hasn't worked since.
Oh, Iamzo is an absolute freak, a monster, and I mean that in the best of ways. The kid is gross. Like, if you go and like check out some of his individual content, some of his solo gameplay, he sees the game differently, and he plays at such a speed. And right now, nice little update in the top right-hand corner. Speaking of players who play at a different level and at a different speed, Dan Clicks' VR in Game 5. Every region has a team with 2 VRs on day 1, which to me would typically say that, you know, there's somebody who's running away with it. But so far across all of our leaderboards, it's actually just been the teams who have been most consistent all the way through in each one of their games, who have find themselves up towards the top, and not necessarily those teams who are peaking all the way in some of those games, but then having some troughs in other circumstances. So interesting patterns if you kind of look across the other regions. I'm sure we'll get more action tonight as OCE and Asia will also wrap up their matches. But right now, Cam and Bucky in a fight outside Bugle.
Yeah, Cam and Bucky, one of those teams living in that slum right now of not being as consistent as they could be, but harboring up a pretty solid victory, honestly.
Oh, yeah.
On the day here, but I'm looking to disengage here, trying to play it nice and smart. I'm assuming they have the tags that they were looking for, because this is a very deep counter rotate. They go way out into the storm line here. Here comes some leftover loot. That's a lot of gear for them to just be sitting on right there, but it's going to allow them to bounce back in this round here. Continue to play this storm a little deeper than others. Booga and Miro, however, on the other side, using these vehicles to go in and get their fast rotates. And you can see the one thing they pick up from Chonkers is that maximum metal. As they continue to do their rotate here across the fields, plenty of brick and wood to find on the way.
Yeah, Chonkers having one of the best metal deposits on the map with all of those rusted out cars that are just over by the dock. You often see players dip down there because it's 350 metal up to 400 metal if you farm it out and kind of hit all of the max mats very efficiently. But ignore my farming comments, my outside of the map comments, as 20 and Reciprocal are bogged down a little bit in a fight here in Logjam Lumberyard. But as I say that, they're actually going to go on what looks like a very me rotation, sprint all the way back into the zone, look for whatever heals they can get. Seems like they're happy with the tags, but while rotating through the storm and around the outside is a little bit easier on this map in comparison to Chapter 2, and infinitely easier than Chapter 1. In a lobby where there's 92 players up and you have Storm Surge to consider, it becomes that much harder. And oh boy, Monster, we are going way over to the western part of the map.
Yeah, for the first time today, things are not looking so center in the zone. Maybe that first zone was, but this one is really throwing things for a spin right now. With the far west pool, teams like Knifer and Byla are going to have to play this very smart, and it seems like they've already positioned up in a pretty decent spot. But I was going to say, not too many sight lines here, and they're recognizing that there's a little too much forest to work for here. Knifer eyeing up a team that just rolled up at the cabin, but could not find any tags or opportunity there. Yeah, I don't know how I feel about this location right here. This is going to be a tough one if they are below the surge to play off of, and Byla just gets shredded up right there as he tries to take an open peek against another car rotating in.
Yeah, and generally, if you're taking those trades, it's okay if you're still outputting damage because it's a net gain when it comes to Storm Surge. Because if you've looked at every one of these teams, they're carrying just an excess of utility. Everyone always has at least chug splashes. I mean, they're max on shields coming through in this instance, but that's most of this map. If you're able to loot your coolers, get along the outside, making sure you're breaking barrels, almost every drop route has that ability to not expend a ton of your extra shields and to bank a lot. But that means when you do take these open trades, you need to be finding your shots. And that's what you can say, Day, not even worried about making sure that he's on max HP. I mean, a sniper bullet, if it hit him in the head, would take him down right now, but instead, they'll drive around knowing somebody will leave, say, a shield keg nearby. He'll be able to top off as we swing on over to our third place duo, Sentinels, Booga, TNA Miro, trying to find a little bit of space here on the southern part of the zone.
And they do an excellent job doing just that, finding themselves a great position coming into that mid game, coming into that late and early game right now. So right here, once again, we knew what they were doing before. It's just trying to really cap out the missing material that they left before, but most importantly, getting to that zone nice and early, which they're doing just that. They don't wait on the backside. Rhythm and Milks, however, are waiting on the outer edge here, and they are going to be pretty far off. If I do say so myself. You saw the zone is pretty west, which they are, but it's also kind of south from here too. So this fight's going to start to really close in quick here. Rhythm playing it a bit slow.
Trying to feel the rhythm, trying to feel the rhyme, but honestly, I think he needs to get up on his horse and go, but there's a duo rotating directly behind him, so he's sliding out in the open, and if this team sees him and opts to take the shots, he might just get ripped to shreds instead. Finds a little bit of an angle. We do have 80 seconds until this Storm Surge will turn on, but looks like he's now aware of that team who is there as we're going to swing on over. And Monster, we talked about that checklist and going through and how they've been very consistent in the first 4 games. Now they're struggling a bit, go from just 1 above to 80 above. So Duke's putting in work with the MK7 he has in his hand. Let's take a look at some of our other teams. Our current tied leaders, the bottom left-hand corner. I think if you go to tiebreakers, believe that Knifer and Byla will hold it just a little bit in terms of those eliminations currently. They're not doing so hot on Storm Surge.
I mean, everyone is currently neck and neck right now. The worst positioned team, though, is definitely Knifer and Byla, as they are just below the surge, and they don't have a Ranger in hand the way Jamper and Dukes are doing it. They have that long-range, big body tag availability from the Ranger, whereas Knifer and Byla are using MK7s. This has significant and big damage fall-off. The drop-off is so important here from this weapon. It makes it extremely difficult to play these long ranges. Looking and judging by the map as well, they don't have too many teams nearby them. Another team that's way below right now in the 6th place is actually Pledge and Teo here. They're fighting another squad on the other side of the wall. Looks like it's going to be Plague and Jeff, and it's not looking too hot for them right now as they do find a couple tags, but Teo's in that box by himself. Double pressure comes in. Pledge tries to look for the edit, doesn't quite find what he was looking for, and it's Teo who's on a losing side of this. Now with the surge actually turning online, they're going to have to full commit here. Pledge is by himself here, Sundown. He has to actually win a 1v2 engagement right here. It is not looking good for him.
Yeah, and I was about to say, 249 below is not a small number. It's not like he has to win the engagement. He has to full knock somebody and get the finish. But in a 1v2, where all they have to do is fight defensively, they likely know you're under Storm Surge because you're knocking on their metal walls or hearing those shields break when it comes down. And bottom left-hand corner, Monster. Bottom left-hand corner, Knifer and Byla tied in the current lead, own the tiebreaker right now due to their eliminations, 42 below. They do have plenty of chug splashes as well as chili chug splashes. 14 above, and it'll tick over. D-Roller and Trash at the top of your screen are going to be the ones who inherit that. They're the one tick-tocking back and forth right now.
I was going to say they're literally trading tags. For every tag that Knifer picks up, that is the same damage D-Roller and Trash are going to fall right now. They are just literally teeter-tottering the balance of the Storm Surge here between one another. And now 70 players, the threshold is met. Everyone gets a sigh of relief here as things start to settle down. Who were the teams that fell? Nick, Sparky, Plague. These are all the duos that had to have gotten taken out there in order to save D-Roller, essentially. Trashy, Dukes and Jampers game here. But keep in mind, the game is not over. With how many players were alive, and that was just the first threshold, Jamper and Dukes have a true uphill battle right now to find tons of activity and tags. So do Knifer and Bilo. Look at this. There's a team rotating right underneath them. They didn't even see them here.
So we get a nice little replay here. This is going to be Commandment going down, I believe, and some shots from the side right before Surge turns on. And that's actually Oliver, OG, and Playify finding a great angle, being able to pressure immediately. They'll get the refresh on the loot. And while Stretch fighting very solidly defensively and backing him up, he's going to end up now as a solo dolo trying to run the rest of this game out. And we've talked about it. I mean, this is real fire. This is still just third zone. And while there was a ton of water in Play Monster, look at where the third zone is. Like, there's still a decent amount kind of on that southeastern side of variable terrain. So, well, there's a bunch of water in play. There's also a decent amount of mountains.
Now look at this, Greasy Grove in plays as well. So a lot of different area to be worked on here. You know, you kind of just got to pick your poison at this point in time. Where is the zone going to pull? I mean, there's a good chance all of it's just going to get mashed in there because Greasy Grove is, you got all these little mountainsides outside of it. This is a great drone shot to kind of show you guys how hilly it can be and how teams are positioning these big bases up just outside the main POI. On the other side though, Jamper and Dukes, this is exactly what we talked about. This is what they actually need to get mega active here, and they find 2 eliminations already. So this is what's going to keep them in the game. This is what's going to allow them to close out in the #1 spot if they can continue to keep up this pacing here.
Yeah, really weird damage coming through on Jamper there. Almost didn't see the shots coming on the side. That was Acorn and Canada getting a little bit of an angle there, leaving the edit open, but trying to utilize as many of those harpoon charges as possible to pick up the key loot. We will see where the 4th zone goes. You can assume it's going to pull relatively central. It might have a little bit of eastern momentum. Nope, I lied. Looks like we're going right over the southwestern side. So no water in play. A couple changes in verticality, but not too much natural high ground. Anticipate that the teams who are already on the outside of that zone will begin investing a solid amount of their brick in order to get up and try and get a feed. You can see Knifer and Bila have fallen down into 2nd place because they will just be 3 points behind, knowing that those elims did end up coming through for Jamper and Duke. But Clicks and Day just trying to do a little bit of a creep here and trying to, you know, minimize the amount of builds they need to use, and a really good sightline for them here.
Honestly, Clicks and Day are playing just a bit of a wide split here. Day's on the front side watching the better, you know, portion of the front here, while Clicks is watching the flank backside of this mountain. And you can see they're very, very far apart, but it's working out for them as Clicks is putting that side pressure in. But Day's got to be careful here. No, someone ends up sliding on up. A little too close for comfort as you see he backs up here. Clicks recognizing he does have to get a little bit closer. Here they go. They're going to start meeting together with one another. And I think they're sizing up the base next door, thinking about whether or not it's worth it. This time around, it's not, as the storm has to close in just about a minute. So this is where teams like them, they hunker down, they get their materials up, and more importantly, they wait for the zone to reveal the next play. On the other side, though, active on the surge once again here. 10 players have to go down. Jamper and Dukes no longer have to worry about that just yet right now as Cold falls to Acorn in the feed there.
Yeah, and just like usual, hey, are we okay on Storm Surge? If so, hey, 3 boxes of metal up. Make sure we're good. We see Stretch actually going down this tab, getting a full confirm. Another Elim going over to Booga and Miro. They're going to then immediately use the extra materials and just try and expand their base a little bit, knowing they'll be able to refresh off of that refresh, stock back up on supplies, and looking for a little bit of space, trying to potentially pinch down. Ooh. So we're going to swing back on over. Knifer and Bila, 25 damage below and 20 seconds to figure it out, Monster.
This is what we need to see right here. Stay right here because it's all or nothing now. As they want to jump inside this box, they're going to need these tags here. Only 10 seconds remaining, and they have someone knocking on the other side. It's actually Clicks and Day, who do not need the surge tags, but they are more than happy to get active and take the fight here. Knifer full commits into the box. He gets coned. He backs up now as he finds a few, and the surge has not updated just yet. As it finally does, they find themselves just barely above now, but with a knocked teammate in the mix here. It's Sniper who's down, but also another body on the other side of the wall there, so they will have just a little bit of room there to go ahead and wait this one out. Chimp and Spade, however, also have to get active here. Need a couple more tags, even with the 2 eliminations. They're just holding on here, but a single player is what separates them.
And they push themselves up into that second place as well. 165, and Knifer and Bila have fallen, so now Chimp and Spade looking for a little bit of room. It was Day who ends up getting the confirm onto Knifer as well. Creo also picking that up, so with them falling outside the top 25, that is a ton of placement points left on the table. 26 duos up here in our final game of NA East for day number 1. Almost into the cascading placement points. We have zone reveal, and we are way out on the southwestern side, Mon, so things have the potential to get real weird in these moving zones, and looks like we're already starting off with a bit real weird as Chimp tries to drive through, but that full metal wall cannot be broken, and there's a steel wall on the other side. Instead, gonna pop a pepper, try and find a launch pad. Spade maybe looked like he was able to find an Elim. Yes, he found an Elim on the backside of the zone. That was onto Elite, got a key siphon that wouldn't have kept him up otherwise, but keeping an eye on the bottom left-hand corner. He's still ticking, and he's down. Chimp is going to be a solo now, trying to continue the run, and they're almost into those placement points. He's in zone, he's got a little bit of room, but 16 builds, no extra white heals, Monster. This is gonna be tough.
And that was so crazy. If you're wondering why Chimp flipped back, he actually marked the launch pad for his teammate, trying to put down the final little bit of information. He says, Spade, the launch pad is right here. If you can get to it, we can still be together. But unfortunately, he could not in time. Chimp now has to clutch this one up by himself. Here's a little bit of a placement point being earned. Top 25 is here. We've seen Chimp do some big things before, but this is going to be a tough ask right now. It's day 1 of finals. It's game 6, the last chance. How high can he actually push this right now?
We talk about the rotations getting weird. Well, we're going all the way to the southwestern corner, over to the windmills, over to the island, across the little channel that's there, and it's really going to task players because that little dip going up, you want to be above that first if you don't have any utility. If you're going late, you kind of want to go when players are rotating before they've been able to box up, but because of the speed of the zone, it's going to be very awkward. This is really going to push our teams to see how they rotate, but there's a rift still there, so everyone just says, ignore what you just said, Sundown. We're going to take the sky, we're going to pull our shoots, and we'll skip this. We'll see what everyone else does as they take to the sky. Launch pads and the Mythic Web Slingers coming out as everyone tries to get a little bit of real estate on this nice little island, but just like the market here, prices are going up.
And the only problem with that, though, so many players in the air means that Surge is absolutely going to go active. These teams are not going to take one another out. Yes, it might be great for the rotate, but for players like Chimp, Clixton, Day, who are only 4 damage above, this is probably a worst-case scenario that so many players managed to recognize. The fact that there was a rift there, this is going to really start to click here. And look at this. Very rarely do you see the Surge go active with this many players up, but it's absolutely going to happen. Chimp, this is it's such a risky play. Medkit, deep late in the storm. It's well timed, but he's definitely going to get chunked and traded in the process here. Now, finally, everyone lands down and realizes they do have to take the fight. Mirror are not going to have to worry about it. Not at all here. Nownsy manages to find himself all the way up top alongside Sprite here. What can Day do to come back here? Clicks and Day, only 21 damage above. Should be just enough to maybe maintain, but you can see Chug, Spicy Splashes in hand there, just in case things get a little bit weird for them as they have to make this full move. On the mid ground, though, you see so many players starting to congest and clamor their way all the way across right now. It's not an easy rotate by any means.
Yeah, right now in Sprite, though, we say, hey, make the best of what you got. Well, Chimp also making the best of what he got. He says, Storm Surge, what? No problem. Picks up an Elim. And we talked about him being a solo all the way through into the top 25. 8 points so far. Add the 3. That's 11 earned as a solo. Just trying to do everything. That's in the top right. This. On the bottom right of the screen, you see Day getting the chop. Knocking everyone down, and it's going to come down. Val Monster to break now.
It's his builds. He was managing to bring down the whole high ground, and he sees the fall damage come through. That was a beautiful cone from the low. Yes, he fully traps him right there, and he manages to take high ground now, but he does have to back up his teammate. Sprite does try to fight for it, but it's not going to be enough. That was just too masterfully done by Day, and that was a beautiful job by Clicks to recognize the weak points in the builds. Day now getting ahead here, showing that he has that end game knowledge to maintain this play right now. What a beautiful comeback for them right now in this final stretch here. Booga swings his way all the way around the side of a mountain. Another great rotate. You're watching masterful play in action right now for the final game here. But Miro lost in the backside of Stormline. What can Booga do? Can he fight his way up any further? It's going to be tough because Clicks and Diego starting to look down. Kanata getting active now as well. There is so much going on here. It's action everywhere.
They're raining shots, but because we called back across the channel, then inland, everyone had to use all their utility. Fatch still up. He takes out Creo. Canada going up for the high ground, but Acorn gets coned off and taken down. Clicks and Day trying to run it for back-to-back into 3 elims. And Clicks just slams the iron wall down in Canada's face, saying, I hope you have other utility, but he says, yes, I do. The Mythic Web Slingers and a little bit of a sneaky snake. Nounsy goes down, but he gets taken out. Booga swinging all the way around. He's on the front side of the zone. Day drops down. No more materials for them as they're out of mats. 2 elims. Big difference in the number, but it's a 2v2, v1v1. They find one of the ones that spray on the opposite side. Day, no more bullets. Nounsy down the backside of the zone, but Me Too is a solo up on height. 3 elims, 4 builds. Nobody even remotely looking in his direction, and he gets a little bit of respite as Booga trying to find some space on the backside of the zone, and now we're into our top 3. Only 1 duo's up. Sprite and Me Too are trying to run it out, but Day and Clicks from a disadvantageous position. They had the high ground. They got it taken away, and Me Too slaps down Day. He says no 3P, trying to get a piece of it. It's 1v1v1. Me Too takes away the last game, and the feed just lit up. Go follow him on whatever platform he has in there, because the kid is making plays and putting his stamp on NA East with the final victory royale of day number 1.
Shadow 1X and Me Too walk away with the big dubski in the end there, and what a masterful call at the very last moment. And that is what Fortnite is all about. You never really know. Depending on the loot pool, it's gonna look crazy, and that was chaos unfolding everywhere. Man, high ground was just being traded. At some point, it just became, hey, none of us have builds. It's time to fight it out. And just like that, the better gunplay falls into the hands of Me Too.
And I mean, it's just ridiculous, the fact that Nounsy and Sprite finally make it off a spawn, and then they make it into 2 endgames back-to-back. Clicks and Day almost pull off their 3rd VR of the day, but then one of the individual efforts we've been talking about the whole time, Me Too comes out of nowhere and cleans it up, and that might have been enough to push them into 1st place after the first day, which, talking about it, they were the gatekeepers at the start of it. But Monster, that's it from us for day number 1. Thank you guys so much for tuning in. We're going to kick it back on over the desk to wrap up NA East. Adam, Vivid, SBG, close us on out.
Oh, thank you, boys. Gassing me up there. That was an incredible last game for day 1 here on NAE. I tell you what, Me Too, never been to an FNCS finals before, and able to do that, Vivid, that shows a lot of guts, a lot of talent as well. It was absolutely extraordinary what he managed to pull off there.
Yeah, taking full opportunity at his time on the stage here, his first FNCS finals ever, and he clutches up the last game of day number 1, and he gets that victory royale as a solo nonetheless. Incredible performance out of him, SPG.
Absolutely incredible, and hats off to him and all the players. I mean, we saw Clicks and Day just take over these last few games. They've been playing out of their mind and providing us with some of the best Fortnite I think I've watched in a really long time. And this is non-traditional from them. Typically I think of them just jumping in boxes, kind of running around, causing the chaos, and they're just sitting here, they're waiting, making a nice high ground take right here and perfectly executing it. That is exactly what you want to see, and they're able to drop down height, save all those materials because they didn't have to crank up there. And like Monster said, a beautiful cone by Day, and these guys are now sitting pretty all the way up top.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. I mean, they've 3 games now, almost 3 victory rounds, so close to that. And just think about that. This is FNCS finals, 6 games on day 1, almost 3 victory rounds in that first day. It's unbelievable to see. But I think we saw so much there, and what we expected from NAE as well, fellas, is we expected to see the best of the best showing us exactly how to make the most of this meta. We saw the rotations there with the web shooters. We saw the way high ground's taken, low ground. There was so much that we could champion and talk about here, and obviously, Vivid, with that happening in that last element of the game, there we saw a few big teams in that top 10 going out very early on, so inevitably the leaderboard is going to be shuffled massively at the end of day 1.
Yeah, and can't wait to see what happens. Yeah, you talk about those web shooters coming into play. We saw Booga make a great web shooter play all the way from down at the bottom of the mountain, kind of crawls his way all the way back up there, kind of finds himself in another solo clutch performance. I love that duo that Booga has going on there, because both of them just blow out these crazy solo clutches where they just gather these little points here and there, and it just boasts them all the way up the leaderboard.
It is so crazy to see them do that game after game. You figure, how many times can one team have a solo clutch? And for these guys, it's like every single game. But speaking of solo clutches, Chimp did something pretty special. I mean, we were sitting here like, all right, he's got 160 something points. He's been able to take over second place, but he went on, got well over 180 points. I don't know what he finished with. Adam, I want to see what this finals leaderboard it looks like.
So do I.
Go into day 2.
I'm real waiting for it. Let's do it. These are the standings after day 1. And Mira and Booga, I don't remember who picked those guys, predicted them. Was it me? Yeah, it was me. But still, they're in first place right now. Things are going to change inevitably, but what a strong day. That consistency playing in and that experience, such a huge part of this. But you can see there as well in second position, Chimp and Spade there at 1-8. Only 4 points, only 6 points between first and third place. Vivid, this is ridiculously tight.
Yeah, right there. That's just that Chimp difference. We talked, SBG just talked about it. He had 163 and we're like, oh man, he's done so well already. And then all of a sudden he just gets all the way up to 184 by himself in the end game. So Chimp to thank right there from Spade for clutching up and getting that second place at the end of the day. Champer and Duke, though, in third place. They had a really good day, but these last 2 games weren't as strong as the other 4. Nonetheless, they are finding themselves in the third position, only 6 points behind. And then we see Shadow and OMG Me kind of taking the highlight away at the end of the day. The Victory Royale going to put them up to 179.
And the key to this leaderboard right now is all of these eliminations. We see these guys just slaying out during these end games. I mean, how many times did we watch somebody with 7, 8, 9, 10 elims during these end games? And just looking at the top of the leaderboard, it is driven by those eliminations. We're checking out now the second page. We see Teo and Pledge there in 11. Peterbot and Quantu have been relatively quiet, managing to be able to fit themselves into that 12th spot. Commandment and Stretch right behind them. But all of these teams, I don't think anyone's out of this by any means. Just like somebody put up 188 points in day 1, so can any of these other duos and really shoot themselves up the leaderboard tomorrow. Granted, who knows how well Booga and Mira will finish, likely continuing the dominance, but hey, there's going to be windows for opportunity.
There is. I mean, let's reflect back on our predictions from earlier on today as well. Obviously, you mentioned about Booga and Miro there. Things could obviously change. I got lucky today in the sense that they're at the top right now, but it says a lot about this duo. The fact that they've gone, FNCS champions multiple times for Miro, last season for Booga, and Grand Royale winners as well, these two. That consistency we keep talking about to do this when the lobby is full of the best duos in the region and still managing to finish out day 1 at top of the leaderboard here in NAE. Vivid, Stretch and Commandment, how have these guys done today?
They ended up in the 13th place there. They have 113 points. Only around 10 behind that 10th place position, so they definitely are within striking distance. And as SBG alluded to, you can come in tomorrow and have a 190-point day and do really, really well. And it really just comes down to how the top of the leaderboard does. If they have bad days and they give you an opportunity to catch up, you really got to take advantage of that in day number 2 especially. But what's awesome is day number 1 to day number 2, you have some time to adjust. So hopefully Commandment and Stretch do some nice VOD reviewing tonight and review what they need to fix for day number 2.
And I picked Acorn Kanata. They really rose on strong during that back half of today. I didn't see much of them early on, but then they finished within that top 10 really unexpectedly, able to push themselves up the leaderboard. And the skill of those players, I believe they will come back stronger tomorrow. They already figured out what was going on wrong early and then already made adjustments. We also have Sundown with Fatch and Pam Stu. Those guys have flashed. They've shown some awesome moments and really continue to build on that. It's going to be putting it together on a regular basis. I love the term that Sundown claimed, have a higher floor, so those bad games aren't hurting you as much as, having a 0-point game. If you're able to have at minimum a 4-point game, hey, you're going to be doing just that much better.
Yeah, SBG, your pick there, go 8th today, Acorn and Kanata, Sundowns, Fatch and Pamsto in 16th right now, but it is all still to play for, and that's the amazing thing about this competition. We know, we've seen it previous seasons of FNCS, particularly in this region as well, that you can't just really have one good day. There's got to be 2 days worth of a lot of points to get through that threshold and up to the top few spots here, which is what everyone's playing for, to get to that number 1 spot, to get the Axe of Champions and to be the chapter's winners and reigning champions for the next season, into the next season as well. Let's talk a bit about tomorrow as well. Obviously, Vivid, you mentioned there about the teams going away this evening and thinking a bit about how they can change things around maybe for tomorrow, or that review VODs and things. Particularly for players like, I want to focus on like Me Too here, who's obviously come into this competition first time. He had an unbelievable first day. As a new player, what do you do going away from this? Because not only you kind of like, is there a rush from this actual experience of being here at finals, but delivering such an unbelievable performance in that very first day. There's got to be an air of kind of fearlessness about you as well.
So after day one, right, the strong day one, you kind of make the realization like, hey, this is possible. I can win this event. You just can't let that make you nervous for day number 2. And if you don't let that happen, then you're going to be fine.
Yeah, just continue to play like you got nothing to lose. And that's the way that it seems to work. The nerves hit early on, and then success comes later. You just build that experience.
You're absolutely right. You know what? That is it for NAE for today, day 1 of FNCS Finals. We hope you guys have enjoyed this. We have absolutely loved this, but the curtains come down at Act 1. Act 2 is tomorrow. Who will be center stage in the spotlight at the end of day 2? We're going to find out then. Big thanks to, of course, to Vivid SBG here on the analyst desk with me, and of course to MDF and to Sundown as well. Make sure to follow all of them on socials. They're absolutely incredible, giving you all that insight, all that good stuff, courtesy of Fortnite. Kelly and the rest of the team are bringing you NA West very shortly. This has been amazing. Tomorrow will be even better because it's all to play for as one team, one duo will rise to glory and win FNCS Finals. Don't you dare miss it. We'll see you tomorrow, but for now, tune into NA West. Enjoy it. We'll see you on the Battle Bus. Till then, take care. Bye-bye for now.
What's going on, Fortnite fam? It's your boy, Life with Panda, back again here. And joining me today in the lobby is none other than Wheels. What's going on, Wheels?
Not much. How you doing?
Are you excited about what's coming up here?
This season has been going good for me and my duo partners so far, so I'm actually really excited to see how we can do in FNCS.
So tell us a little bit more about you. Tell us about some things that you like to do in your spare time, or just tell us that you love Fortnite. Whatever speaks to you here.
In my spare time, I usually like to exercise or hang out with friends. But I usually spend most of my time of my day practicing, 8 hours a day, either practicing, scrimming, VOD reviewing, anything I can do to improve.
It is quite a bit, like you mentioned. There's scrimming,
Yeah.
VOD reviewing, etc.
Yeah,
It
a lot.
takes quite a bit to play at your level, so I totally understand that. What draws you to that battle royale genre?
Being the last survivor out of 100 is it's kind of like an overwhelming feeling. It's really accomplishing.
What's some personal goals for you in 2022?
It's always nice to see improvement. So anything like outplacing myself in the past would probably be my main goal.
Again, fresh chapter, fresh map, fresh loot pool. How are you going to use these new changes to your advantage to come out on top in FNCS?
When you practice and play arena, stuff like that, it actually gives you more of an advantage than other players who just, go into scrims every day.
Yeah, I definitely agree. Diversifying the way that you practice is super important, because if you scrim, you're only going to be understanding the players that you're going up against in those scrims. And a lot of times when you have to qualify for next rounds in FNCS, you're going up against players that you're not used to, and it's going to throw you off for sure. Final question, what's your favorite part about this season?
It's got to be the new map, the fresh new map, the new feeling of discovering new areas, learning exactly where everything is. It's probably the most enjoyable thing when it comes to competitive, like little things that you can pick up that some other people might not have found yet, so you have like a little early advantage. Yeah, that's just exploring the new map is probably the best part.
Well, awesome, man. Thank you, Wheels, so much for coming on, joining me and answering these questions. Where can the people find you?
I stream on Twitch at twitch.tv/wheels, and my Twitter is wheels960.
Awesome. Well, again, thank you so much, Wheels, for joining us.
I'm ready to compete throughout the whole year.
When to fight and when to rotate. So I think that's my strong point.
I'd probably say my aim and my general game sense.
Having a good mentality when it comes to tournaments.
One of the biggest things I've learned from past FNCSs and tournaments is that you have to really solidify your drop and making sure that you alpha it so no one else tries to steal your loot or agree for your UI.
Every tournament, whether it goes bad or good, there's always stuff to learn from it.
Just watching other people play definitely helps. Following like the basic guidelines, and it'll make you a way better player.
Something I've learned is that I need to be going for those bigger POIs, just places with a lot of loot that I can actually make it to the end game with.
Go forward after a bad game with a good mindset, going through our mistakes, what other good players are doing.
Or for the most part, I'm playing a lot of creative and arena just to keep it going.
And then when FNCS comes around, I'll start like co-vaxing and just taking it way more serious.
Making sure that I'm aim training every day, going to be playing scrims regularly, making sure I'm watching the players who are on top right now.
When it comes to my training schedule, I try to do what I enjoy the most. When it comes to VOD reviews, you never really want to VOD review by yourself, having someone else in the call with you, because a lot of the times you think doing one thing might be right and it might actually be wrong.
For VOD reviews, either we go over our own gameplay from like a previous tournament, or we'll go over someone who won a tournament, like a really good player, and we'll try to spot out things that they're doing that we're not.
Watch the main points of the game, so like the early game, right? The mid game. Take notes from like how they're positioning, and then the end game, right? Noting how they're moving through the zones, and just writing like quick little notes of what they're doing, like little like the single line.
And then obviously from our gameplay, we just like to see what mistakes we're making and make sure we don't make them again.
I think a lot of new players may fall behind if they don't get their map knowledge.
Visual sound effects are really strong right now. There's not even hiding spots anymore because of those visual sound effects. You can just hear people from all the way across the map.
It may not be new, but it's definitely being less utilized. Being able to use pre-edits to your advantage in duos is very useful when it comes to getting impacts.
I think it's definitely better to go to the center. That way you don't have to rotate as far and you're able to see pretty much throughout the whole zone when you need surge.
It's definitely better to stick to the edge, because if you get lobbied in center zone, there's no living.
It is better to stick towards the edge of the zone, because if you rotate in too early, then you might end up getting shot by other people.
So center of the storm is generally good if you need storm surge, or if you want to secure yourself a good position so that the next rotate is easy. But if it's a game where you are okay on storm surge, edge storm is a really good place to just stay low key and get your mats back up.
One tip that I would recommend to a player that is trying to aspire to be pro is to create content.
Treating it like a job is a good way to put it.
Number one, always make sure you're having fun, right? Like, don't overstress yourself. Don't ever like lose motivation.
To look at the strategies of what really good players are doing, you need to understand the zones if you want to do really well.
I would position myself right below towards Rocky Reels. There's like a butter barn area. Yes, I would set up right there.
Okay. I feel pretty good about this one. It's gonna be to the left of Chunkers, but like where the road goes into like a fork. Yeah, like right there. I feel that.
That one's pulling tilted, I would say. A little bit below tilted. Yeah, that's good.
That's looking pretty good.
Nice.
Go.
That's good. Perfect.
That was pretty close. I'll take that.
All right. So based off of this circle, I would probably try to position myself, or where I think the zone's going to be going, towards the bottom right of Shifty Shafts, sort of like the mountain over there. Yes, right there.
I feel like this is going to be a weird one, and I'm going to have to go with somewhere in Coney Crossroads. Yeah, I feel like that's gonna be it.
I think that zone will pull to the daily bugle and like the top right of the circle. Yeah, that's probably fine.
Okay. Oh, I'm barely in. Was close.
FNCS NA West. Thousands of players have been battling to claim the Axe of Champions. Only 100 now remain. This weekend, these duos will battle it out over 12 games to find the ultimate winners. The kings of NA West, Arkham and Epic Whale, seem to be contested off spawn. Will that stop them from winning their 7th FNCS final? Now the princes of NA West, Fabs and Snacky, will look to reclaim the throne after winning Chapter 2 Season 8, but falling short in Grand Royale. Who will take the throne and $45,000? Find out now as the 50 best duos compete in the NA West FNCS Finals.
It started 2 weeks ago. 2 qualifiers and 16 teams punching their ticket to the finals. Next followed 3 days of intense semifinals competition where teams duked it out for a VR and a top 6 placement. And that all led to this: 50 teams, 2 days, 12 games, everyone, and only one winner. Who's it gonna be? Well, that's what we're here for, everyone. I'm your host, Kelly Link, and this is the FNCS Chapter 3 Season 1 Finals. And of course, I cannot be doing it by myself. We're going to have our incredible casters, Panda and Jacob, joining us in just a few moments. But right now, I'm going to be calling on my analysts for the weekend. And of course, it's Clay, Staling, and Takata. Gentlemen, I am so glad to have you guys here with me on the desk because it's the finals, baby. I cannot wait to watch it, Clay.
I am so excited to see how these players play. I think Panda set it up so well. We've got the kings of NA West, and we just got the princes from the last FNCS. So who is going to come out on top? And it could be someone completely new.
Takata, it is so good to have you here on the desk. As a professional player for NA West, it just seems to be so appropriate to have you here. How are you feeling?
I'm feeling great. It's amazing to be here on the desk. I mean, we've had the qualifiers, we've had the semis, but now being in the finals where the titans of the NA West regions duke it out, I mean, I'm hyped to see what happens.
We are so hyped to see what happens and to watch all of this action. And I know that you guys are as well, but you don't have to be just watching it here. No, you can be watching it in the incredible experience of Legends Landing. Clay, tell me a little bit about this place.
I mean, have you ever wanted to box fight, aim train while watching competitive Fortnite? Well, this is the place for you. You can do all that and more. And just improve your skill. Check out the Hall of Champions, which is so amazing. It shows you every winner, almost every winner of every FNCS that we've had from every region, while also getting to run down and look in style while you watch that Victory Royale moment. I personally, I've been in there a couple times this weekend. It's amazing. I box fight some people. They definitely destroyed me, but hey, gotta get better somehow, right?
Well, by watching this, you definitely can. And you guys can watch this at Legends Landing, found in the Buy Epic Discovery tab. So definitely go check that out, everyone. And, you know, Legends Landing is kind of like the red carpet. And what is a red carpet without a sweet new outfit, Takata? We have this incredible FNCS 3-1 Champions outfit here.
Oh, I mean, you can see it. It's looking great. For a limited time right now, you can pick up this Fortnite FNCS Champions outfit. I mean, look at it. It's got the yellow. It's got the blue. It's got the sleek, dark colors. Not only that, it comes with an FNCS back bling that you can use on any outfit you like. You could run your favorite outfit, rep the FNCS, or even rep the whole combo with that Champions 3-1 outfit. I mean, you've got it all.
And maybe you guys are just joining us here for the first time and you have no idea what is going on. Well, everyone, we're going to break down just exactly how the schedule worked out and how we all kind of came to this moment right here. It started 2 weeks ago where we had qualifiers 1 and 2. Of course, that all led to the semifinals where the remaining teams duked it out over 3 days. Either a VR or a top 6 finish would claim your spot into the finals. And that's where we are right now. 2 days, 12 games, everyone, and 50 teams trying their best to claim the Axe of Champions. But of course, we have to break down the format. How they can win is a big deal, Clay.
Indeed, like you said, we had 2 qualifiers all in 3 rounds. We had 3 sessions of semifinals, but that's all in the past. We've got 2 days of finals right now. Day 1 is going to be pure play. Day 2 is a match point stipulation that will explain more if we get to the situation, but essentially whoever gets first overall is looking for that Axe of Champions.
And the only way that they can even get to first place is by earning some points, Takada.
Getting those points. There's both placement and elimination points. However, taking a look, it's not like the semifinals where the Victory Royale qualified you. These are the finals. 32 points for securing that Victory Royale and 3 points per elimination. So it's pretty elim heavy as well. If you're able to secure those eliminations in the late game, you can almost get the equivalent of a Victory Royale in elimination points.
But why are they earning points? What are we fighting for? Well, of course, it's the yeah, maybe bragging rights, maybe the Axe of Champions, but also the prizing is a pretty sweet topping to that dessert. NA West going to be fighting for $239,500, but we're going to be breaking that down to the nitty gritty, everyone. First place, the 2 players are going to be walking away with $45,000. You can see as we go down the leaderboard, it is going to be a big discrepancy between those prize pools. So first place is what you want to claim. That's where you want to go because that's where the big bucks are. But of course, who's even competing for this prizing? Which teams are we going to be watching today? Well, Clay, it's the who's who of NA West Fortnite.
It is. You see Arkram, Epic Whale, Knox 40, our Storm, Batman, Boogo, Wheels, Rich Homie Quinn, Wave. We've got Defiable. We've got Jackveer. We've got Solution. So many players, Krizix and Jelty. So many of them qualified through those qualifiers, and then they came into the semifinals. Like you said, there are so many names that you can look at them and be like, oh yeah, I know who they are.
I mean, I love looking at the list too, because you know where they came from, right? Was it qualifier 1? Was it qualifier 2? Was it semis? But I mean, this is just page 1. There's even more pages here that will show all the players that have qualified to the finals. But this isn't a qualifier player list. This is the finals player list. You've got Epic Whale, you've got J Roses here, Frappi, Nate, Buzo, Slick, Day, Tavern, Cause. I mean, I can talk about any duo we're seeing here on the screen. All of them have history in Fortnite competitive, and they're gonna show what they can do today.
It's, oh man, just looking at all of these teams right here, all the competitors, and so many of them are veterans competing since Season X, essentially, even if not before then. So to see them all here competing once again for 2 years now, that's exactly what I want to see. But maybe they're not all veterans. Maybe some of the new players have an opportunity to shine. And one of those players that we've seen starting in Chapter 2, Season 6 was Batman Booga. And after his incredible performance, we had to pick his brain a little bit. So here we have it, everyone. A content piece featuring Batman Booga.
What's going on, Fortnite fam? It's your guy, Life with Panda, and joining me here in the lobby today is the one and only Batman Booga. What's going on, my guy?
What's up? How we doing?
Number one, how did you get into Fortnite?
Around when it first came out, and I downloaded it, and I just started playing, and I was grinding, and I just fell in love with it immediately.
Tell us a little bit more about you. What does your day-to-day look like?
Wake up, and then I go to school, I get home, I do what I have to do, like homework or anything, then I just get on Fortnite, and I just play it pretty much the rest of the day.
And with us moving into 2022 with duos now, we gotta ask the question, what's your favorite game mode in Fortnite history?
My favorite game mode is probably solos, just because that's where all of my best placements are actually from.
So what is your favorite change here in Chapter 3, Season 1?
They added brand new weapons into the game, such as the MK7, and it is my favorite weapon.
So how long do you see this doing this? Are you just gonna stick to Fortnite? Do you want to be in esports long term? What are your thoughts?
To be honest, I'm probably just gonna stick with Fortnite. It's literally my favorite game there has ever been. So as long as Fortnite's around, I'm always gonna be playing it.
What do you do every day towards that Fortnite career that you're looking to accomplish?
I get on and I just immediately start warming up in creative. Once I'm done with that, I'll hop into some solo arena and I'll just grind it.
What is one personal goal for you in the year of 2022 that you want to accomplish in your competitive career?
Go on with the tournaments and win the end games and win a duo FNCS.
Thank you so much for joining us here, Batman Booga. It's been a pleasure talking to you. Tell the people where they can find you.
You guys can find me at Batman Booga on YouTube or Batman Booga on Twitch.
Thank you so much, Panda and Batman Booga there, for sharing some of their insight of Fortnite in a competitive sense. And speaking of which, Takata, I have to ask you, something that Batman Booga said there was that he likes to actually practice on creative. What are some of the values that you get on doing that as a pro player?
I mean, creative is where you get your mechanics up, right? Your box fighting skills that you can practice in Legends Landing, all those mechanics needed to make it through the qualifiers, semis, even the finals. But if you want to get your game sense up, that's where private matches are the most important, and also just playing tournaments.
Well, I love to see that. And, I love to see it so much that I actually want to talk about Batman Booga and Wheels again, Clay, because they're the first duo that we're going to be focusing on their drop spot. So tell me a little bit about this. I think they're going to be landing Llama Split, correct?
They are. They should be landing on top of that llama uncontested, which means they're going to get those chili chug splashes right away as well with those med mists. So they will be set up for the end game for those rotations with just automatic off drop loot. And that's what you like to see out of a drop. You don't get that anywhere else. You don't get a guaranteed llama. So as long as they're not contested, they should be fine.
Yeah, I mean, this team's really interesting to me, Takata. I see that Wheels has been a veteran player since Season X, and obviously Batman Booga's first finals performance was in Chapter 2, Season 6. So a bit of a dichotomy between these two players.
Right. I mean, you've got Wheels, which is an IGL, so he makes all the calls, gets, the leadership in him out in these games. And you've got Batman Booga, who's a great mechanically skilled player, works well with Wheels. They have good communications. I mean, they made it to the finals, so I know Panda likes hyping them up, and I'm excited to see what they can pull off.
Well, Takata, I'm going to keep going with you real quick for our next duo. It's going to be Kadenox and 4DR Storm. Of course, another player, 4DR, an incredible veteran for NA West.
Oh yeah, 40R, Caden. They're actually landing in Tilted Tower, so this has some of the most loot on the map. However, it's also one of the most contested drop spots. I believe there's another 2 duos contesting 40R and Caden here, so they'll have a lot of loot, but they'll also have a lot of aggression, a lot of engagements they'll have to overcome in this drop spot.
And Clay, for me, when I look at this team right here, I looked obviously at their qualifier 1 performance. That's how they made it through to the finals. They got second place, and they did a good job grabbing placements, but also having a second place 12 elimination game. So they kind of have all of their bases covered.
They do, and I mean, 40R Storm is one of those few players that has made it, I believe, to every FNCS final, so he has a lot of weight on his shoulders. Again, that's a lot of pressure, right? Coming in, being one of the only few remaining in the world. I'm looking forward to see how they do. They've got good chemistry, but can they get out of Tilted?
Well, I mean, Clay, if we're going to be talking about pressure and talking about performances, then this next team is definitely going to be the one that everyone is looking to. Epic Whale in Arkham. I'm fairly certain that not only have they made it to pretty much every single FNCS finals in existence, but also gone first place in almost all of them, Clay.
They have 6 FNCS finals, I believe, between the two, wins overall. Epic Whale is an FNCS Duos champion, landing Cody Crossroads. Now, we think they're going to be contested, but again, I don't think that's going to be the case. I feel like the team contested them may decide to not go there because, again, you're landing on Arkham Epic Whale. That's a lot.
Yeah, and I mean, Takata, for me, though, when I talk about this team, especially in the sense of Chapter 3, you have to talk about the fact that they didn't even make it to Round 3 in Qualifier 1. But by the time they made it to Qualifier 2, they beat everyone by 40 points and grabbed 3 VRs. So what's going on with them?
That's what I was going to bring up. I mean, they didn't make it to Round 3 in Qualifier 1, but in the next qualifier, they woke up, they said, all right, this is our qualifier, got first place, got multiple victory royales, dominated the lobby. So we'll see how it turns out here in the finals, because also in that second qualifier, Round 3, they were not contested, and now there's the possibility of being contested, so that could shake things up a bit.
Well, of course, that leads us to our next part. Clay, we are going to be looking at our off-spawn fights right here at Coney Crossroads, which is, of course, Arkham and Epic Whale.
And it's actually a really good point that Takata makes because they haven't been contested in a while. They usually got Believer Beach, Sweaty Sands all to themselves. So we take a look in here and we will see Arkham Epic Whale going to be landing on that southwest side. On the southeast side is going to be Blizzard and Victor. Now, again, this is a POI that you can split. It's not as good of a split as Sleepy Sound. It doesn't have as much loot, but if Arkham Epic Whale can grab that loot, which they're landing on the dominant side, quickly move over to the ice cream side and get the shots on them, they'll quickly take them out. I have no reservations about that from them.
But Kato, we were talking with the casters earlier on before the show started, and they said that the team is actually contesting them is the team that pretty much stopped their entrance into Qualifier 1. So how is that going to shake things up? Are we actually going to see Arkham and Epic Whale kind of change their playstyle a little bit?
I mean, I don't think Arkham and Epic Whale are going to change their playstyle necessarily. They're going to play Fortnite like they've played it in the previous seasons. I mean, they're the champions. They know what they're doing, and if they're able to come out on top, I mean, that's going to help them with Storm Surge. But if they're not able to handle the contestation well, I mean, we could see someone else take that throne from them.
And speaking of contestation, we have one more drop spot that looks like there's a lot of actions. We already talked a little bit about it. It is Tilted Towers, Clay. What exactly are we going to be seeing here? How does this drop spot work for splitting?
So Tilted can hold about 3 teams, and that's what we're expecting to come through. 40R, Storm, and Caden are actually going to look at that insurance building, while Zays and Combat will go to the apartment building, and Midi and Vernie are going to go to the east side. So currently, it looks like 40R is going to have the most control over Tilted, if that's exactly where they land, because you can kind of split it up into 3 regions. You got the region down here, the region up here, and the region right there. I hope you followed my hands there. But it's got a lot of loot. But it forces you to fight if you don't disengage early, because a lot of players will rotate in, so you have to be on your toes with that.
Takata, what are your thoughts on this POI?
I mean, I'm with Clay, right? It's got the loot you need, but you have to be a confident duo mechanically. You have to have the synergy in box fights in these engagements, because you're going to get into some early game engagements no matter what. And if you want to make the most of it, you have to come out on top when that happens.
Drop spots are obviously very important in competitive Fortnite, but maybe even more important is where that zone is going to be landing. So we actually decided to challenge some of our players to see if they could predict where it's going to be. And that leads us to where in the world for NA West?
Oh, wow. I did not expect that.
I got 5 out of 5 last time we did this.
Don't think I'm going to do very well.
Where is that? All right, so my guess for the spot's going to be Sleepy Sound.
I think that's by Log Jam.
The Sanctuary? I don't know.
Yeah, it's the fields at Sanctuary.
I'm trying to remember where the cornfields are. My guess is the Sanctuary.
I don't know the name of it, but it's a landmark near the Bugle, to the west of the Bugle, I believe.
Oh, yeah. I remember that.
Alright, so this spot's gonna be the Log Jam.
That is Log Jam.
That would be at Log Jam.
I think that's Log Jam Lumberyard.
Lumberyard? I think that's what it's called.
And this one's familiar to me. This is Log Jam.
Oh, perfect.
This one I have no idea.
I think this is the clock tower in Tilted Towers.
The clock tower at Tilted.
I would say Tilted.
Oh, that's Tilted Towers. That's the clock tower at Tilted.
I think that this is the Tilted Towers clock tower building.
Oh, geez, this could really be anywhere. Yeah, I'm gonna go with Camp Cuddle.
Sweet.
Oh, wow. I did not expect that.
I peeked through that window before. I think this location is Sleepy Sound.
That's the top of Bugle. The Daily Bugle.
I think that one's at Pony. Maybe.
Oh, I've seen this. Yeah, I don't know. Condo Canyon?
I think this is Greasy Grove. I just see like a lot of plants, and I feel like I might recognize that building.
So this is the roof of Bugle, of the main building at Bugle.
Oh, it's Coney. No way. Oh, I knew it.
Bugle has like a similar roof over there.
Not even close.
I think that's Condo Canyon.
Actually, I'll go with Camp Cuddle. That looks like, yeah, Camp Cuddle.
Maybe Condo Canyon? I don't know.
I know it's in the desert somewhere. I think that's Condo Canyon.
I'm trying to think of the racetrack name, but I completely forgot about it. But so I'm gonna go with Condo Canyon.
Sandy Shores has a lot of beach, so I'm gonna go with Sandy Shores.
That's Camp Cuddle? Oh, that was Camp Cuddle. No way.
Nice.
Camp Cuddle? Yeah, I wouldn't have guessed on a million years.
Oh, Camp Cuddle.
thanks to our players there for trying to guess where in the world those pictures are. Frappe coming out in first place, so I'm sure a lot of people are going to be watching for him in the competition. But the players that we are going to be watching right now, who we are excited to be able to compete. Takata, of course, I have to ask you about Krizix and Jelty right here, an incredible duo competing today.
I mean, you know it. One of my favorite Spanish-speaking duos, Jelty coming from Mexico and Krizix from Colombia, now competing on the NA West region. They are landing in Greasy Grove, but you have to be careful because they are contested from another elite duo. They're contested by Snacky and Favs, so it's not going to be easy to know who's going to come out on top in that engagement.
Ooh, well then, yeah. Clay, I mean, let's talk about this drop spawn fight. How's it going to work?
Well, I mean, Seki and Favs, they've been to 17 combined FNCS finals. That's a lot compared to Krizix and Jelty, who only have 8. So they have the experience over them. But Jelty and Krizix are scrappy fighters. They will hunker down, sit in a spot, and just wait for you to push them. And then they will go off of your movement, your errors. So Seki and Favs have to be patient. They can't get over aggressive like they're used to. If they do, it's going to go over to Jelty and Krizix.
Well, let's talk a little bit about Favs and Snacky then, Takata. Like Clay was saying, you know, they've been competing for a really long time, even competing together as well. And obviously, we're used to them in a trios competition. They had to go through the semis, but they did make it through day 1. So how do you think they're going to be performing today?
Look, I know that Snacky and Favs are very confident mechanically and also in those box fights, those engagements that you can get into before the late game. However, I know Jelty is a very strong IGL. Krizix also good player mechanically. I mean, incredible player mechanically. So I'm curious to see how those kind of different play styles go head to head, right? Who's going to play more position advantage? Who's going to try and secure more loot than their opponents? Or are they just going to like duke it out right off the drop, 50-50 a chest? I mean, I'm curious to see what happens.
Oh, same here. So curious. But of course, I'm also curious to see who we picked for our predictions. It's not just going to be the 3 of us here. It's also going to be the 2 casters. And I think out of all the teams that we've talked about today, they probably are in our predictions list right here. Oh, Clay, what a surprise. You, myself, and Jacob as well picking Arkham and Epic Whale. Why are you going with this team?
I mean, we just know that out of all the FNCSs, they have only lost 1. And I mean, I take those odds any day of the week. I mean, it's just, they're so dominant. They're so passionate. And yes, sometimes do they not make it in the first qualifier? Historically, yes. But then you see them come out and dominate the second one and make it all the way through and have a great day in finals. So I'm excited to see how they play.
I mean, you know I had to do it. We were just talking about it. Jelty, Krizix, my Spanish-speaking friends here. I mean, they're contested in Greasy Grove against another very powerful duo. But look, Arkham and Epic Whale are also contested in Coney Crossroads. So who knows?
And that's, you know, something that we're talking about before the show started, especially with the 2 casters, is that Arkham and Epic Will are typically used to not being contested. Back when it was Believer Beach or even before that, no one really wanted to go up against the Titans, but that's when they were a trio. That's back when they had Rex or at one point Reet. So to see them here contested as a duo, and especially after you know the history where they didn't make it even through qualifier 1, you raise some suspicions, but then you see qualifier 2 where they had, like, what, in qualifier 1, I think first through third were only 10 points separated. Qualifier 2, they were ahead of second place by 40 points. They themselves grabbed 3 VRs, and we know that that is a big deal, especially in the finals. So say what you want, casters, but I personally think that this team right here, and I say casters, it's just Panda, but obviously talking about Panda's pick there, Batman, Booga, and Wheels, we already talked about them before, but I love to see this kind of veteran player joining a new player and competing out there. So everyone, that is the top of show for us. Hopefully you were able to learn a little bit more about NA West, but we know what you're here for. You're here for the games, and we have 6 intense games that are going to be starting in just a moment. But before game number 1 starts, we have to pick the brains of our casters. So Jacob and Panda, take it away.
What's going on, everybody? I'm so excited to be hanging out with Jacob here. cast in all of these games throughout the finals weekend. It's going to be incredible. Real quick, I got to talk about it. Batman Boogle Wheels, clearly my choice here. But Jacob, explain a little bit more why you picked Arkham and Epic Whale.
Yeah, even though throughout that first qualifier that all our analysts, even me and you were talking about, they're contested. They didn't get through, but the team that contested them, Victor and Blizzard, they qualified all the way to the finals in that first day. But there's one thing that so many teams don't have that they do, and that's experience. So even though they did falter early on in that qualifiers, I think that is just the tip of the spear, that little bit extra that they need to kind of clean up those things that went wrong and figure out how to perform just a little bit better here in our finals.
Yeah, I could definitely see that happening, but look, we won't know until we get into this game. Are you excited, man?
No, I'm definitely excited. There's so many questions, so many superstars here. This is the first time. This is my debut here. My first Fortnite cast was with you, and now my most recent Fortnite cast is going to be with you again, Panda. And we don't have to wait long because the battle bus is ready. Finals game number 1 is right here.
Game number 1 is here. The finals are here. Chapter 3, Season 1 is underway with the finals. Arkham Epic Whale contested still here at Coney Crossroads, meaning that if it's anything like Qualifier 1, they are going to struggle a little bit. We saw the same exact team contest them there in Qualifier 1, which is partially the reason they didn't make it to that final round and automatically qualify in that first day. But they did make it through to Qualifier 2, and that's why they are here today. But will they be able to come out on top? Will they be able to change up the game plan from then? That's the question we're going to see answered here as this starts underway. It does look like Arkham Epic Whale going to get a bit of an easy start, to say the least. Yeah. Looks like Blizzard and Victor are not looking to take too many shots here off the rip. However, Victor, protecting himself pretty early, understands that they could come around that corner at any moment.
Yeah, and you kind of see what the pressure of the finals do to some players. You don't want to take those early engagement like you might be used to in all your practices. And what you talk about being used to Poppy Blast and Show, they land Chonkers Speedway. And for them, it was a switch up of strategy that helped them qualify. They were contested against Aguilar and Compalon. They didn't want that contested fight off the drop. They switched it up just in time to qualify for the finals. Now, back on over to Chonkers Speedway, but once again back on over to Coney Crossroads as well. And to me, Panda, this isn't too surprising that we don't see them going all the way at it too early on. This is just game number 1. They have 6 games on the day.
They do. They have 6 games, and it's already starting here with Arkham and Epic Whale. It looks like just going to be the aggressors here in this off-spawn engagement. This is interesting, right? We didn't get to see them fully play out on the broadcast in Qualifier 1, but we did see Victor and Blizzard do an exceptional job there and qualify through in that first day. So we do see this turning, though, as Epic Whale gets a ton of tags here onto Victor. Blizzard, though, a little bit split there from Victor. Needs to be careful. All it'll take is a few shots here for Victor, and he's going to go down.
Yeah, has him down to about 50 HP. Blizzard trying to save the day and chop down Epic Whale, but that's only going to be a momentary distraction. As these players continuously are getting pressured. Victor is going to get dropped down first. That's going to be Arkham. Continue with the pressure and the teamwork from Epic Whale. And this is where now, Panda, they can take all the time in the world, but they have to be careful because they don't have all the time in the world. Teams can begin to pressure from the outside going in, so they have to make this as quick as possible.
You're absolutely right. And this is another thing I wanted to point out, right? As you see Epic Whale guarding his side here, that's because it looks like there's another player entering the fold. This is another concern that I had for them going into the weekend. Even if they could win the off-spawn engagement, there are some other players that are in the area and looking to capitalize on the fact that Epic Whale and Arkham are contested. Obviously, in the back of these players' minds, they know that these are the top players in NA West, so they have to be super careful to avoid those shots. Another team that has to be super careful, it's Batman Booga and Wheels here over at Covert Cavern. They are not alone, but they strategically take this drop in a very, very special way, in a unique way. They only take what they can here from kind of the outskirts of Covert to avoid the early game engagement, and then they go over to that llama spawn not too far away there. So it's a really nice rotation for them, and it helps them avoid any kind of unnecessary early game fights, but it also sets them up for success there in the mid and late game.
Yeah, playing that overall big picture game. That's what you're going to see a lot of these players do, especially the ones that have been in this finals before. So it's going to be an interesting take. You know, Batman, Booga, Wheels, the experience on their side. So many players almost have a page full that this is their first finals. Victor and Blizzard included, the team that we saw go down early on. So I expect them game after game to continue to learn and progress. But Poppy, Blast, and Show, at one point or another, it was looking free over at Chonkers Speedway, but you can see multiple teams wanting a share of that loot that they might think is left behind.
Yeah, I mean, look, Chonkers Speedway is one of those POIs that you love to see, but it's really not easy to deal with when it's contested. Just like Tilted Towers here. It's actually kind of the opposite of Tilted Towers, I should say, because Tilted, you can really split the POI. You can comfortably take different buildings and kind of rotate in your own direction. But it does not look like 40R Storm and Katenox actually want to do that. It looks like they want to go for the shots here on this other team. 40R Storm, though, not going to be able to find where they ended up rotating to before shots started raining in from a distance. So they have to be super careful because, remember, this is not 2 teams landing Tilted Towers. It's just 3. So if you start a fight here with one team, you might get caught out by that other team. So it's all about being precise here in the decisions that you make within Tilted Towers so you can come out in the mid and late game.
Yeah, it's going to be very, very important throughout 6 different games, Panda, on day number 1, because we got another 6 games tomorrow that you have to have your game plan. You have to have that steady mindset, not to get over-aggressive, not to throw it all away in just one moment when you're in that heat of the moment of all things. And that's why you're seeing so many players try to dodge those early game skirmishes in game number 1. That's kind of what West is known for. Towards the later half of the day, when teams begin to get pressured by opponents, pressured by the leaderboard, that's when they begin to try to throw a wrench into the mix to switch things up. But Snacky and Fabs, a team that qualified in their very, very final game of semifinals day number 1, they were looking to have a little bit of a better start to their finals.
Yeah, they absolutely are already having a better start. Remember, they were not contested in semifinals, and they struggled, right? They're contested here, yet they're still alive in game number 1. So that tells me that they've made adjustments to the game plan, and they know what they need to do to stay out of those early game engagements that could affect their overall gameplay. Similar to Epic Whale and Arkham here. They were able to clean up that fight against Blizzard and Victor extremely quickly before any of those other teams that were close by could cause any issues. Now, that's not to say that they're going to be able to continue to do that. It just really boils down to what happens here in this game. Yeah. But there's a lot of moments that are happening in this game that we got to break down. Not only these, but look, you have, here it is, back at Chonkers Speedway. It's PSR Chip and Lime. Chip holding on there, trying to get to the vehicle, just not working out there. And now, Winter and your favorite, Russo, looks like getting another early game engagement as well, but picking up a few eliminations there, and it's actually Doritos.
All right, guys, don't feel too bad. This guy finds a way in my zone wars, and he's been doing that to me almost all week long. I'm making sure to give him some good practice, Panda. Don't worry, don't fret. But I like the way you kind of broke down Arkham and Epic on that side of the map. The same thing could be said here. Even though they're going to have to start thinking about a rotation, since they got those early eliminations, they got the early tags, they can farm up. They can get the resources. They don't have to worry about Storm Surge at this very moment and getting that position into zones. So once they get the resources and the loadout that they want, that's when they're going to try to go in, maybe during 2nd, possibly 3rd zone, to try to get themselves a sweet spot in the center to where they can start thinking of the later surge tags that they're going to need, because right now they're sitting fine.
Yeah, they got a few more zones before that really starts to take effect, right? But you still have to keep that in the back of your head. Every time you rotate, every time you position yourself on the map, you need to be thinking about, how can I get those surge tags, or do I have the surge tags to feel comfortable just kind of hanging out here? Because realistically, it's not easy to get surge tags early on, but if you can, then you're set, right? For players like Convict, definitely another player probably struggling here a little bit to get those tags, looking for those tags onto Russo and Winter. Fortunately for them, they are going to be able to rotate away scot-free here, not having to worry about taking too much damage and being able to get away in that car. That's a really interesting switch here, though, because look at the contestation taking place around Tilted Towers. It looks like not only are there a couple teams there within Tilted Towers, but there's several teams located on the outskirts, right? All those hilly areas there are kind of set up for these other players, which is going to make it tough for players like 40R Storm and Cadenox when they eventually decide to rotate. So realistically, this is not going to be an easy early to mid game for them.
No, it's not. And talk about something going down. Vibesy and Slicksy as well towards the high ground. You see down low, they're using those chug splashes to get their HP and kind of top themselves off. So if this fight does break down, they're ready for it, to say the least. But Slicksy, he knows he's trying to play that smart move. Zone is slowly but surely pushing these players in, and he's trying to think of that escape route while maintaining that pressure. So you see he's going to back out. Vibes, he's going to eventually back out, and they're going to kind of not necessarily bait and switch, but take their turns trying to get that ground towards or closer towards zone and leave Smuk and Clutches to a position to where they're taking so much storm damage.
Yeah, I mean, look, both teams are not in an advantageous position right now. They need to make a decision. They need to make a decision fast, and it looks like it's Clutch going to make the clutch play and just get out of this. That's the smart way to kind of play this, right? You don't want to spend too much time in Storm, especially considering there are other teams here still in this lobby. A lot of other players remaining here in this game. So the last thing you want to do is sit in Storm for too long and then get caught out by players holding you out on the edge of zone. So smart on them to both just disengage. Tried to get some shots there for Silksy and Vibesy, but hey, listen, it doesn't always work out. We always try to shoot our shot. Doesn't mean it's always going to hit.
Yeah, that's a risk versus reward situation, because you got to take note. He didn't have any of those HP styled heals. No med kit, no types of fruits and vegetables, no med miss. So he's going to have to work with his opponent or with his teammate to try to figure out where they're going to pick those up while maintaining their position and rotating in towards zone. And one of those teams we saw early on, we talked about not having to worry about that surge because of the early eliminations on their initial drop spot. And that's why they're grabbing this vehicle. They're trying to go to that slow side of zone to where they're not going to have too many players contesting them, but just enough to where if they need surge, they can still go for it.
Yeah, that's a smart play on their part, and they're famous for this, right? They stay on the outskirts, rotate around to the dead side of zone, making sure that you are kind of setting yourself up for success here in the mid game, and then getting tags where you can. But here is another team set up for success. Love this positioning on this hill here from Batman Booga and Wheels. They have a really nice high ground spot. They can take shots at any of the teams around them. And you see that it's clearly been working. They are above the damage threshold, but not by much. So I know going through Wheels and Batman Booga's mind right now is just, I need some more tags.
Yeah, and there's a few teams towards the north side of this zone that if they don't take that slow side, they have to go through Tilted. They have to go to this north portion of the map. And Herbie, Toffee qualifying with a big victory royale through our semifinals. What a big shot, though. That's going to back down Herbie, make him think second twice about what he's going to do. But being 77 below the threshold, he knows no matter what that plan is, it has to contain or have a little bit of aggression involved, as you see Poppy trying to trade those shots off as well. 78, slowly but surely, these players continue to dip below the threshold.
Yeah, and another team we haven't really got to see or talk about here is Parallel, Quinn, and Wave, both under that threshold until that nice little shot there connects. But they're only 4 damage above, so it's not going to be good. And as you can see, it already has flipped there in the negative. So they need to be on it. They need to be getting these tags on these other players, because there are several players in the vicinity of where they're at right now. So that's going to be a big focus for them. Just like Slick Nick here and company, they need these tags. 150 plus damage below the threshold is not where you want to be, especially not at this point in the game.
Yeah, and you got to talk about, this is the team I've been interested to see. I don't know too much about them. First time finalists. They actually qualified in 3 games, maintaining great consistency mixed with a great number of eliminations. And you can see how they're picking those up. They're not scared to fight for that high ground on their journey. And it looks like they're possibly trying to look for a way to chop these players down and steal away the high ground. But that's also another very, very aggressive team. I think they were leading in eliminations throughout their own qualification process.
Yeah, I mean, look, at this point, right, for Slick Nick and Convict, you just have to get in. You don't have a choice anymore. You are so far below the damage threshold, and it's starting to tick away. You have to be on it. You have to get those shots connecting, whether it's with this team or another team, especially considering they just used the last of the chug splashes that they had in Slick Nick's inventory. So it's really going to be a rough setup. Fortunately, it does look like Convict still has a few left in the old inventory, but this other team just continues to push away. So they cannot afford to wait any longer. There it is. You see Slick Nick diving in, getting some big tags there, and ultimately now does get a knock there. It's Dog. That was Dog and Jay.
Yeah, they were trying to sneak up as a third party and steal away both of those eliminations, and that's exactly what can go wrong. They spotted those players towards the low side, and they immediately pounced in a 2v1 situation, separated Dog and Jay to pick up that one, and that's your Sir and Kevin towards the high ground, and they're just going ahead and living and not having to deal with the chaos that going down right beneath them as Slicknick and Convict. They're continuing this battle. They want to pick up the remainder of that elimination that is Jay, and they know they basically have him so weak they can smell him.
Yeah, I mean, looking at the way this is set up, they know that this is one player. They know that it's a solo. They know that they can take advantage, and they take it. Slicknick and Convict walking away with both eliminations from that duo and sending them back to the lobby. Look, Jay and Dog, they qualified in Q1. So they're a special team. They know how to handle these high-pressure situations. So to see them go down at this point in the game is a little disappointing. But there are other players going down here as well. It looks like Notch and Ho struggling here in the early game, down below the damage threshold, and both of them eliminated simultaneously there to Storm Surge.
Yeah, I haven't seen Defiable in school too much. They qualified very, very early on as well. Getting to skip past that semifinals, watch their opponents. We're going to figure out a lot of those moves to be made, and congratulations to School, because I was there when he was kind of making that third round for the first time. He came a long way, first time finalist here. How far can he go? As you see Arkham and Epic Whale getting pressured, barely able to inch themselves in towards zone. Perfectly placed steel wall as well to provide themselves a little bit of cover, a moment to breathe here in this situation as they recollect themselves, gather that information, and figure out what their next move is going to be.
Well, Arkham's next move is definitely to heal up, because you cannot afford to sit there with all of that damage taken, and Landjock and Punisher looking to continue to apply that damage. It's kind of interesting. You see the tree play there from Arkham and Epic Whale, but it doesn't quite work out in their favor. Landjock's still up there trying to take some shots, just like up here is Wheels and Booga on a nice layer, still in zone. This is so important. Where this fourth zone presents itself, though, is a little bit further away, so they're going to have to play to that. They're going to need to start moving here pretty quickly and avoid using too many material. That's the big thing. You're still in the mid game, and it's really, really important to conserve that material to the end game or focus on getting a refresh at some point. But with all these players close by, they need to be careful, especially for players like Defiable in School. They're close by. Despite them being split there for a moment, they're still a really solid team to watch.
How about to say, where is Cade Knox, 40R Storm? They landed in Tilted Towers. They got those two eliminations. Unfortunately enough, they go down. One of those players already eliminated 6 points to their name, but 40R Storm. And this is one of those teams. They barely made it through into qualifier 1, I should say, from round 2. They got 48th place. They qualified in 2nd. And that's why I always try to tell so many players when I'm talking, all you need is that chance, that one opportunity, and you can step up to the plate and knock out a home run. And that's one thing. This team right here, they needed that one chance, that final game. Snacky going down to a heel off and takes it to qualify for the finals as well. So many teams, when they feel that pressure, they definitely rise to the occasion. But with final pressure, that's a whole different amount of pressure for some of these teams.
Yeah, I mean, I love the way that you put that too. It's kind of the way that you show up here when pressure and things are on the line. And that's what we've seen from players like Snacky Favs, like Arkham, Epic Whale. They, time and time again, despite not necessarily having the best qualifier performance, they know how to show up here on the finals day. Now, that doesn't necessarily mean they're going to win. I mean, Batman, Booga, and Wheels are going to win, but, you know, listen, that's just me saying that ahead of time, just making sure everybody knows that's my prediction. But Arkham, though, looking at a really solid spot here. Both of them healed up pretty effectively. Does look like they have quite a few material. It does look like Epic Whale is lacking a little bit of wood material there, but other than that, they're in a really, really solid spot at this point in the game. Now it's just going to boil down to how they rotate here and how they play the rest of this game out. We know they know how to get the high ground and how to play the low ground. So it's going to be interesting to see which one they decide to play off of here in these finals, because either way, any teams that are in their way need to be careful.
Got to see Winks and Yi Yan over there towards your right side. Vibesy and Slicksy. Vibesy's actually doing it by himself, so you don't see Slicksy at all. You see School and Defiable in the elimination feed going down to Combat and Zays, one of those teams that contest and land towards Tilted Towers. Not a lot of movement out of them in this game as Wanks, again, they're feeling that pressure. But this towards the end game, they know this is where you're going to pick up a lot of those points. A lot of the elimination opportunities will prevent itself as well. So surviving is a must, but 12 players, is this something you would out-heal, or do you go for the damage?
Yeah, I mean, look, this is a tough situation. Now Winks is going to have to heal, but no, unfortunately, he couldn't get the Chug Splash off in time. That means Yan is by himself here while these other players are beginning to press forward. This is one of those situations where you really wish you had an armored wall. These players are pushing forward, applying pressure on top of the fact that you're dealing with Storm Surge tags. So you really have to be super careful in a situation like this. Fortunately for Yan, was able to get those chili Chug Splashes on top of the Chug Splashes that were already in their inventory. So that's going to keep them in this game. But for a player like Vipsy, who does not have any heals in the inventory, it's going to be a tough few minutes.
Only 5 players went down throughout all that time. 6 more still need to fall. Yan, who already lost his teammate on 86 below the threshold, continuously trying to out-heal it. So many options to try to out-heal it, but once those are gone and you're as a solo, that game's gonna get exponentially harder. Has the MK7, the Stinger SMG, if they just need a target to be able to shoot through these covers and get into the box, but no, it's actually Yan becomes a target. Somebody else needs that damage, and it looks like they're trying to break through the box to get it. Yan continuously feeling the pressure from Storm, but doing a great job, Panda, out-healing it and staying calm, cool, collected. Not over-peaking any of these covers, getting desperate for that damage.
Yeah, I mean, it looks like another team ended up falling that was working towards that damage and working towards getting eliminations. It's actually Epic Whale and Arkham are both out here of game number 1. They have gone down here pretty early, so it's going to be interesting. We're actually going to be able to see how it went down here in this moment. You see Epic Whale struggling. Cypher's able to get that knock, and then Arkham just immediately eliminated there. That is a tough look for them here in game number 1. But listen, I mean, we talked about it. We talked about how they're struggling. This isn't necessarily the season that we've seen from them, but we know they have the ability to come back. They are an all-star duo, and they have so much left in the inventory. But Yan, 15 HP in a dream, does not look like he's going to be able to connect anything. Just unfortunate.
Yeah, it has to be somebody, and when you're that solo player, one player needs to go down. Unfortunately, it is going to be him, but Storm Surge not going away just yet, so nobody able to get away from that feeling of pressure. 99 below, that's going to be Chris and Wavy Jacob getting here, qualifying in that top 6 range, so they have the game plan down. They just need to be able to continue to survive. 1 elimination to their name, currently sitting in 5th. This is game number 1. That means anybody can overthrow that position, especially when you have to peak in order to get the damage necessary to get above the damage threshold.
Yeah, I mean, look, this is tough, right? We've seen some major teams here in this game number 1 dealing with Storm Surge left and right, but a team that is still dealing with it but has a really advantageous position, it's Krizix and Jelty. This is Tokata's pick here, folks, and they are showing up and showing out here on the high ground, holding it down, getting shots left and right here. This is what you love to see from this team. But will they be able to keep that momentum? They got to maintain it. It is a little bit early for them to take high ground because players like Snacky and Faz, and we're seeing it right now, are going to go for that high ground.
Yep. It gets dropped down low. 52 HP. Definitely has enough Chug Splashes and minis to get back up. As you see, the pressure is continuously being put on for the players above Jelty and Krizix. They have to be very, very careful. Caleb and Kinzo are on that middle layer right below and waiting for that opportunity. We've seen them do it throughout the qualification process already. Booga and Wheels, Batman Booga and Wheels, I should say, trying to stay ahead of zone. Lokes and Cyphers, the team that eliminated Arkham and Epic Whale towards the low ground. They're looking like they're just recycling builds back and forth. Russo drops down low. That could get dangerous, but Krizix and Jelty doing a good job connecting, holding on to that high ground throughout not only this entirety of this zone, but it looks like they can go into the next one as well.
They definitely can. Another team I really want to pay close attention to was Quinn and Wave. They are not doing as well as I thought. It looks like Wave's going to go down early, but Quinn, the clutch master himself, by himself in these moments here in the mid-game, is going to do everything he can to continue to hold on. This is what you love to see here, folks. Some of the best names competing here on NA West, the best players in the region, whether it's Wavy, Jacob, and Chris, and so on. So there's so many incredible players still left up in these final moments. Here it is. It's coming down to the wire. Jelty still in the game. Batman, Booga, and Wheels looking like they have second height potentially, and they actually look pretty healthy on materials. So this could be a height take here for Batman, Booga, and Wheels if Jelty is not careful.
There you see Fabs going down. Snacky unable to be the hero. You talked about it. Batman, Booga, Wheels, they're trying to take the high ground, and it does look like they're going to achieve it for now. Krizix, it looked like he took fall damage. That really cost him this late in the game as duos are dwindling down. Jelty finally goes down backside of zone. Herbie, Poppy trying to stay alive. Psyrazor as well. Snacky, the solo player, trying to continue that run from the last time we've seen him with a heal-off victory. Can he do it? No, he's going to drop as well.
Players are dropping left and right, being sent back to the lobby. Nate, though, still up here with his teammate, trying to hold on here with Frashira. Now it looks like gets an elimination there onto Kinzo. That's a huge elimination for them. Definitely going to need that siphon there for Frashira, but they continue to move forward. It looks like Caleb just on the other side of the box could fall victim here to Frashira. No, but no, Nate by himself does end up getting the elimination onto Caleb, but is not going to be able to get his teammate back in the game. Batman, Booga, and Wheels up on the high ground as well. They are just pressuring players left and right and center. Dynamic and Rexy, though, still in this game, kind of conquering the low ground, and it looks like no other players are trying to contest them at this moment.
Yeah, you see Nate sitting in first place right now, doing a great job. Batman, Booga, and Wheels continuously holding on to that high ground. I do believe it's but 3 duos remain. Nate's going to be the only one as a solo, tries to get into the box, do some damage. He's going to get dropped. Bolts, Rexy, Zeus, everybody towards the low ground. The pressure being mounted from above. That's Batman, Booga, and Wheels, who are not feeling any sort of pressure, any sort of this aggression as Bolts. He tries to separate himself from the low ground. Wheels gets another knock. The battle will continue. This drops down to a 2v2, make it a 2v1. As Donacito is going to lose his teammate. Wheels and Batman, Booga continuously holding onto the high ground. They have the ammo, destroying vehicles, trying to set everything ablaze. 2 med miss though, Panda. The heal off is going to start. Multiple opportunities here. How long can he hold on to this? Compared to Batman, Booga, and Wheels are following on towards that zone, trying to spray back in towards Dynamocito as this one continues. Does he have enough? He has multiple med miss left. He tries to switch over to keep that hit tick from pausing at the very end. Goes for the last second play, and that's going to be it. He cannot outlast Wheels and Booga, who take game number 1.
What a way to start the day. Batman, Booga, and Wheels taking game number 1. Who could have saw that coming, right? I mean,
I don't know, man.
I don't know, but anybody that saw that coming, they knew. And I'm not saying I knew, but you know, listen, they're my prediction, and they are doing great here. Great start here for this team, but there's still so much left to play. This is only match number 1 of 12. 6 on the day here, and 6 more tomorrow. So big start here for Batman, Booga, and Wheels. They're probably feeling pretty confident, but for Dynamic, definitely a risky choice there to try and jump up and place the floor. But nonetheless, congratulations to Wheels and Batman, Booga taking game number 1. A huge way to take that. You know, look, so much action took place in that game, Jacob, man. I can't wait to see what the desk is going to do. So you know what, Kelly, Clay, Tokata, bring it home. Let us know what you saw there and analyze it all.
I think the only person besides Batman, Booga, and Wheels that is excited for that win has to be Panda there. So congratulations for that prediction. Maybe we should have been listening to him just a little bit closer, because Clay, right from the get-go, as soon as they took height, it was just so confident, so strong. And I mean, compared to Jelty and Krizix, who held height from zone 6, it seemed like a different team.
It really did, is because they had the mats and the ability to withstand it, right? They had the Spider-Man web gauntlet so that they could get those refreshes in the zone. You saw Batman Booga sitting about 150 HP. That's because he went into zone multiple times to grab materials, and that really secured the victory royale there for them. And I think we were talking about Krizix and Jelty taking it a little bit too early there, and unfortunately they did. We've seen that be a trend this season. If you take it too early, unfortunately, there's going to be a team that looks for it because of the amount of peppers in the game.
So, of course, Takata, you know that I'm going to have to ask you about Jelty and Krizix from Zone 6. They took height, but to do it 200 below threshold seemed like a misplay.
Look, I don't know if I'd call it misplay. I'd call it a risk that they were willing to take. They were 200 below surge. They did not have a good amount of materials, but they made it work, making it almost to the last zone, securing a couple eliminations from the high ground, going above the storm surge threshold. And although they weren't able to finish off that game, securing the victory royale, they did a good job staying there as long as they could, as long as they had materials. And I mean, that's a great way to start game 1.
And the last team I want to talk about, Favs and Snacky. Even though I went to the way of Tilted Towers, Clay, it seemed like they were struggling a little bit. I think Snacky ended up being a solo towards Zone 8 right there. So they did get some placement points, but they just didn't have the performance that I kind of thought they were going to have.
And I think it's because they're warming up. This is a team that needs to get the ball rolling a little bit before they come out of the gate looking for the home run, if you will. As Favs does get just beamed. That was by Krizix and Jelty. As they tried to go for high ground as well. They weren't ready for it there. And look at the teamwork, though. This is what I am looking for in these first game moments, because they're going to fall back onto that. Even though that was very unfortunate, there's not really much you can do that when you use those Spider-Man web gauntlets and you do end up falling right onto another team. You're out of luck, unfortunately. There, Snacky did really well, though. Like you said, he was able to find points in the placement, but unfortunately the SMG was not on point there, and he did end up falling. But that's really good for them going into these next couple games, because they still got a lot of placement points.
And obviously, we have to give a shout out to the second place team, Dynamic and Rexy. But how are all these teams going to fall in our top 10 leaderboard? We're going to be taking a quick look at that in just a moment, everyone. Here we have it in first place, Rexy and Dynamic. Okay, so Takata, break this down for me.
All right, we have an interesting leaderboard here. Actually, Batman, Booga, and Wheels, the duo, which secured the Victory Royale, is in third place with 44 points. We have Nate and his duo here, and also the second place duo from this game one, Rexy and Dynamic, who are at 49 points. So, I mean, it's a leaderboard which is a little shaken up, but it's very close.
And it comes down to those eliminations. You can win a game, but if you only get 4 eliminations, look at the placements below you. 7th, 8th, 6 eliminations, almost beating them out. And they placed, I think, in 5th overall there from Cypress and Locks. So you have to be going for those eliminations on high ground. You cannot fall to the old play style of, we'll just get high ground, win the game, doesn't matter how many eliminations. And when it comes down to tiebreakers, that's great, but overall you need to be going for those. And again, this is just top 10. We got a lot of more players coming through. I'm interested to see where Arkham and Epic Whale will fall on that one overall. But again, we know a lot of these teams, they're just warming up. We got 11 more games of Fortnite to play. So yes, even though that leaderboard is there, it is not set in stone.
Well, I love that you brought up Arkham and Epic Whale, because I think around Zone 5 is when we saw them go down. We didn't even see what happened because we saw it through the leaderboard, but they had such a strong start. They were able to take down the team that was contesting them off drops. So who knows how game number 2 is going to be working out, because it hasn't happened yet. But with that being said, let's toss it back to our casters. Jacob and Panda, take it away.
Fantastic game number 1, Panda. It did not disappoint, and I know you. I see you jumping, celebrating with Batman, Booga, and Wheels after that one, but that was a great play overall. You saw Krizix and Jelty try to hold the high ground. Krizix takes too much fall damage. Next up, Favs and Snacky trying to take it. Favs takes too much fall damage. Batman, Booga, and Wheels, they're not forcing any plays. They're not getting too greedy. They're letting the opportunities present itself, and high ground present itself along with that Victory Royale.
You also can't take away from Dynamic, Rexy, Nate, and Frappe. They all got several eliminations to not only climb the leaderboard, but to take first and second, respectively, without even walking away with the VR. So that's a really, really solid start for them. It's all about momentum moving forward, though. We see these players, they're getting into the groove of things. That's usually what happens here in the first couple games. But man, oh man, am I excited to see what these players can do next.
Yeah, anything is definitely possible here in the finals, because you see Arkham and Epic Whale going down early. So even former champions are feeling that pressure that the finals puts on. You talk about so much money up for grabs, the bragging rights, being the best in NA West. But game number 2 is right around the corner. In fact, it's ready, Panda. Let's get right into the action. This is where it is going to get interesting, Panda. Everybody feeling each other out after that first game. You see players really changing things up from the qualifier process as well. So this is where, in game number 2, if you want to make any more adjustments, it starts in the beginning of the game.
It definitely does, especially for players like Jelty, Krizix, Snacky, and Favs. These are 2 teams, like we've talked about, that have been contesting each other here in Greasy Grove. So they have to be super mindful of what's happening. Fortunately, though, we did see both of them in the end game, meaning that they're probably not opting to take an early game engagement. They might try to exchange some tags here and there, right? However, I don't see them being the teams that are trying to throw away their mid and late game for an early game engagement, which is really smart. But on top of that, a team that's doing quite the opposite. It's Arkham Epic Whale versus Victor and Blizzard. This is a tale as old as time here as these two continue to go at it. Started in qualifier ones, now find themselves in the finals yet again, competing for Coney Crossroads.
Yeah, I like that transition from Greasy on over to Coney Crossroads. They're really two different play styles from 4 different duo teams really playing out here. Arkham and Epic, not afraid to get aggressive, but they do like to take control, get as much of the resources, get a great loadout before they do just that and try to get as many mats just in case this one does break out into that long build fight. But the thing here is they want to pressure Victor and Blizzards. They want to get them out of that Coney Crossroads so that way they can mat up, similar to what they did after they got those eliminations in game number 1.
Yeah, I mean, look, that's what we talked about, right? We talked about how it kind of works out when you're contested. You might be able to win the drop, but you also run into the struggles of not necessarily having the resources. But now the focus is here for Lime. You see actually here in this replay, Lime having a really solid start here, getting some huge tags there onto the contesting team, and sure enough, walking away with a clean elimination. And look at the excitement come through there for Lime. Definitely pumped being able to walk away with a couple early game eliminations.
Yeah, Chonker Speedway is another one I'm going to have my eyes on, simply because not this team here on screen, but Poppy Blast and Show. They didn't do well when it was contested against Aguilar and Complomp, but they performed extremely well when they switched up their spot altogether. They went somewhere else, and then they were able to qualify for the finals. So that might be the game plan, even though I can kind of think our analysts, any pro player watching, you don't want to switch up your drop spot unless you absolutely, positively have no other choice. And that's kind of why you see 3 teams here contesting Tilted Towers. No matter how many teams are going to drop here, they've practiced it. They've been putting all their hard work into perfecting this drop. That's not something you want to let go to the wayside by just simply switching it up.
It definitely isn't. And I think that's why you see these teams, they fight for these spots because they know they've spent this entire season preparing for this moment, preparing for the finals to be here and to compete at that set spot. So it's definitely tough for them to just switch up and go to a different direction, like Clutch here actually going in a different direction around Camp Cuddle by themselves. A bit of a risky play, to say the least, but Zeltig there somewhere in the distance as Clutch just continuing to try to get some material. I'm actually not even quite sure where the teammate was. That's a bit of a risky split there, to say the least, Jacob.
I'm over here scratching my head because it even looked like he bounce padded or it launch padded away from somebody who might have been knocked early on. Makes me think maybe he just didn't get the knock, or maybe he got the damage he wanted, but it's too risky to go in, as Kaz and Tavern might think it's a little risky to prolong this fight any longer, as they're already getting third-partied, forced to use those heals and resources. And that's the thing about Sleepy Sound. Even though it's great for splitting and you could not take that engage, there's so many teams around that have to get Surge on this north portion of the map. They will try and look here first to try to get those tags.
That's a really, really solid point here about Sleepy Sound. We saw Quinn in, or not Quinn, we saw Hin and Queasy earlier today do a lot of work here from the northern side of this map, just north there of Sleepy Sound and that north side. So there's a lot of potential there in the drop, but it just kind of depends on the situation. Speaking of situation here, though, it looks like Arkham and Epic Whale finding themselves in a bit of a situation here, taking quite a bit of damage. Fortunately, gonna find that keg there, which is gonna play a huge role there for them. As soon as you throw that shield keg down, it is so nice.
Yeah, and you can kind of already see what happens to some of our top teams, or I used to see the superstars of West, the most notable players, to where you're taking a prolonged fight, even against a team that might be a little inexperienced compared to you, because we talked about the amount of finals, the amount of championships this team has been able to acquire throughout multiple seasons. So now they're going to have to make that decision. Do you continue to put that pressure on to Blizzard and Victors, or do you finally get out of Coney Crossroads, because more teams from the north side of the map are converging onto this POI?
And honestly, it's a really smart play on these other teams' part, right? You know that this fight is taking place. You know this early game engagement is happening. There hasn't been a moment that this hasn't happened between the qualifiers and now here into the final. So if you're a team that is in the surrounding area, you're going to take advantage of that. You're going to get the shots where you can, get your Storm Surge tags up early, and unfortunately, it looks like Arkham Epic Whale are going to be kind of on the receiving end of that for them. A bit unfortunate, but for players like Salvo and FJAA, they're in a bit of an advantageous spot here. High ground. Looks like Tavern and Cause on the back foot here. Probably running out of material, just like Salvo, running low on material. So this fight is going to have to end quickly if they want to have some time to kind of get some of those resources back, because they're using way too much here in this early game.
And you can kind of see what a third party kind of does to the exchange. Tavern and Cause, they got tagged up. That high ground was stolen away from them from Salvo and FJA as they try to take that high ground, but they have to be very, very patient. Going full steam ahead could cost you, could cost some separation as FJA finally gets tagged up, separated from his teammate, forced to drop back down low to the low ground as the high ground's kind of given back on over to Tavern and Cause again as they're trading tags, trading Surge, but Panda, you already seen from a couple of our other POVs that zone is pushing south. So in a few seconds here, they're going to be fighting in the storm. So hopefully they have that med mist that you see in Cause and a couple other heals to outlast it.
Yeah, see, this is where these situations get really tough, right? We talk about the early game engagements. We talk about trying to be quick with these early game engagements. But unfortunately here for Tavern and Cause, they are not finding too much success here as the zone now begins to close in. They find themselves in storm, and now they just have to rotate. But teams that don't have to rotate, looks like Wheels here, finding himself a nice base here. A little split there from Batman Bugo, but probably just pretty close by on another angle there, trying to get some tags because they understand Surge is so important. Surge tags at this point in the game is priceless. If you can get them early like this, you are setting yourself up for success in the later moments.
Ooh, Salco's going to go down, but 96 people alive still left in the game. Only 2 duos are going to be out of it. Buzzo and Evo here. They did qualify for the finals. I do believe that might have been the 3rd qualifier. Could be wrong, possibly the 2nd. But either way, they're here, and they're trying to make some noise. 3 points, which makes me believe they only have 1 elimination, but they're going to make it 2 as they pick up that 2nd one as well. And this is where Panda, it does kind of get interesting, because last time around we saw it, it was this southern portion of the map that was a little bit slower, teams forced to rotate in. But this time around, it's kind of like in the meat of the middle.
Yeah,
everybody having that fair chance.
You know, looking at that fight there, we got to talk about it. Obviously, Evo, Buzzo, Mojo, Salco. That was a bit of an interesting engagement there. Both of them landing just outside of the Joneses here, which is quite the opposite of what we're seeing now. It's interesting that ended up taking place, but for Ian and Winks, now the storm's closing in. They're using these rifts, and they're just getting out of here. That's a smart play, despite this other team still trying to kind of keep some shots in on them. They are still moving forward, because look at that zone. It's pulling quite a distance here for the 2nd zone, so they need to really get moving if they want to find a nice position here early on, because Surge is still a factor here, folks. There are so many players left up in this game that these teams need to be on it.
Yeah, you can kind of see a little bit of a little bit opposite, a little bit adjustment from that last game, to where it was predominantly towards the left side of Tilted Towers. This time is predominantly a little bit towards the right side of Tilted Towers, so not too much of a game plan adjustment if a team like 40R and Cadenox towards the middle, they can set themselves up for some great tags. But Arkham and Epic, well, they're continuing that same strategy regardless of the zone. They're trying to go to the right side of the map, then head straight south to set themselves up for a slow side to where they don't have to think about too many players congesting. But unlike last game where they were able to get that early 2 eliminations off of their drop spot, they don't have any. So Surge is definitely more of a prominence here in this game for them than it was in the last.
Yeah, and another thing I want to mention is their loadouts here. I'm not feeling confident in the loadouts that they have, right?
Me neither.
The heal look exceptional, right? You got the med miss here for Epic Whale. Arkham had some chug splashes. Like, this is really solid from a heal perspective. But when you look at the rest of the loadout here, it's not set up for success when it comes to getting these eliminations, especially when it comes to defending yourself here in the early and mid game. But you know, everybody starts rotating there in the late game, and the majority of players are weak, so it doesn't really matter as much about the rarity. Still, though, with those gray weapons in hand, it's going to be tough for them to just continue surviving on. But Pumps now actually disengaging here with Clouds. A bit of an interesting spot. You know, you always want to try to save those Spider-Man web shooters for as long as you can, but sometimes you find yourself in a position like that where you just have to swing away.
Yeah, especially when you know it's only going to be one usage. You're rather close towards that edge of zone, and then you can try to take the front side and try to deny people those opportunities. But Storm Surge, 95 players still in this one. Bumps, Clouds, they're going to be 184 above the threshold. Buzzo and Evo, they're also going to be above that threshold, but feeling pressure from a team that may not be above the threshold themselves. Forced to heal, use those chug splashes. Buzzo trying to stay alive. Evo being the help that he needs, and finally gets that elimination to stay alive and make their job throughout the rest of this game that much easier, as they're almost 400 above that threshold. But a team that's not having the best time right now, Clouds and Pumps. They're above the threshold, but so many teams are making them a target.
Yeah, they are, and it's going to be interesting to see what they can do here. But another target here, it is Arkham Epic Whale looking to take an engagement here with another team close by. It does look like they tried to get some shots in here, and it actually looks like it's Beast and Tao Tai, if I'm not mistaken. So this would be an interesting fight. Both teams, veterans in the space. They know how to handle these mid-game fights. They know how to defend themselves, block around the corners, make sure they stay safe. So it'll be interesting to see if that fight actually does unfold here. But Epic Whale does not want to wait, is looking to take shots left and right, every direction. Despite Beast being on the other side of this wall here, he needs to be careful because there are so many teams looming around.
Yeah, two teams that have been able to play with the Axe of Champions times before, now feeling that pressure of the Storm Surge being right on their back. 77 below, so not too much. It looks like they're going to try to make a play onto Beast. He does find some separation. That's Tao Tai towards the flank. They're trying to sandwich Arkham and Epic in. The damage is there, but neither team really getting too much of an advantage. They're getting just enough to try to stay above, but just enough on this side for Epic and Arkham that they're still below. They have to go for that opportunity at least one more time. Otherwise, they're going to be a target in this lobby. So many teams know the caliber of players they are. So as soon as they find that opportunity to take out a team that's suffering to the threshold of the Storm Surge, they're going to go for it.
Yeah, and you got to mention how Epic Whale is not overextending, playing it really smart there from a distance, not trying to cause any kind of distress there for the team. So super smart on their part, trying to get those shots in. But the threshold is definitely affecting them. We actually saw this here in Chapter 2, Season 8, where they were struggling with Storm Surge, and that was one of the factors that affected them in day one of the finals. So this could be more or less a repeat here if they do not get this Surge game plan underway, as Arkham taking a ton of damage. Epic Whale now having to try to get involved, trying to make things happen here. Does look like they are above the threshold now, so they don't necessarily have to worry about that as much, but they need to be careful, these other teams, because you never know who needs to apply this pressure and get these shots in.
Yeah, just like you're seeing Zooks here and Bolts, they need to apply that pressure. They're taking so much damage to the Storm Surge. They're trying to out-heal it with the chug splashes, but you can already see they're not going to have those resources to out-heal it overall, so they need the damage. 125 to be exact, breaking piece by piece, trying to drop layer by layer, but he actually gets dropped into the box. Perfect timing. Bolts has no other choice but to go, and back to the lobby they go, as eliminations are going to set in. Multiple players getting the damage that they need, but the team is continuously not getting the damage that they're looking for, as Favs and Snacky.
This is interesting. Snacky and Favs usually do have a pretty good Storm Surge game plan in place, and you don't usually see them in a predicament like this, but they are here, and they are not too far above the damage threshold. But as I say that, it looks like they get some tags in and they push themselves even further above. We got to also talk about what's happening in the elimination feed, as eliminations are coming through for Punisher, Arkham, Solutions. So many players going down here, and that's just more and more points here on the board. But no, Epic Whale and Arkham find themselves in a bit of a storm fight. Fortunately, it does look like the other player ended up going down here, but they need to start moving into zone. We actually need to dive into this fight real quick. I want to see what exactly happened here from start to finish, because this is interesting. Arkham and Epic Whale, they weren't in zone, but the zone wasn't closing in at this point. So the fight starts to take place. They are able to take out Winter fairly quickly, but now it's just a matter of were they able to get the other players involved in that, as Epic Whale continues to look for more shots, look for the remaining player that's potentially there in the area, and sure enough, using the launch pad there to get away. But here it is, Epic Whale actually continuing the fight there, with Arkham getting a few more eliminations. As you saw there were 3 eliminations that they were able to pick up here in the early and mid game. So now it's all about rotating and making sure you get in, though. But if they're not careful here, it looks like Rays and Pars are set up and ready to take some shots forward towards Epic Whale, towards Arkham. But instead, they decide to use this launch pad. Smart play on their part.
See how that's going to affect them later on in the game. A lot of their mobility is going to be used rather early. Find themselves a little bit of a car, though, so not too much to worry about if they want to use, but Pars, that's Pars and Ray's car. You don't want to go ahead and take that away from them because that's something they won't let go without a fight of zone. If they have no other players here, this could be a little bit of a refresh that they the tip top of the potential loadout they could have, but a team after a big victory royale in game number 1, they sit in 3rd place, and the reason being, Panda, is because they didn't get the big eliminations that they need. But game number 1, I go ahead and toss it to you. Are you worried at all for your pick and getting eliminations here as they only have 1 in game number 2?
No, so this is the point I always like to make here when it comes to eliminations, right? You have to let them come naturally to you in the end game. Okay. While they didn't necessarily get as many in game number 1, that doesn't mean they're not going to get naturally some more eliminations in the end game. Their game plan is really solid. They set up for success early and mid game to get those surge tags. They make it to the end game, and then they take eliminations as they can along the way. You saw the way that they played the front of zone in the last match, so we're probably going to see a repeat of that, and then they'll potentially go for high ground again, depending on if they're still up in the lobby. But it's all about playing that out and playing it out effectively like they are. But another team not playing it as effectively as they did in match number 1. It's actually Frappe and Nate struggling here a little bit. It looks like Nate has gone down. Frappe by themselves, swinging along here, just trying to rotate forward. It does use quite a bit of material here and is going to need to be careful if Frappe wants to hold on as a solo player.
Yeah, multiple duo teams and players just right above him, but he also knows that's Punisher and Landjock right behind him. Epic Ball and Arkham find themselves yet another skirmish against Dog and Jay. But I like the way they're playing it. They're just taking piece by piece, trying to take control of the builds and not getting a little too greedy, not getting all offensive, because you mentioned it yourself, and I like the way you kind of set the blueprint, because we're entering that stage as the game does get later towards that end game. These eliminations, these opportunities will naturally present itself, and that's exactly why they're trying to get that piece control, because one wrong move in the wrong box could certainly cost you, and as soon as they feel comfortable, they know peeking through those cones is crucial. Gathering the information of everybody else in the lobby instead of focusing on one team in front of you is going to be a must.
It is, but one thing we got to mention for Jay and Dog, who is that team that's close by to Arkham and Epic Whale, they are below the surge threshold, so they're going to need tags, whether they can get it.
Vuen. Fight. Here. Life.
a huge advantage to have, and that's why you see 40R Storm and Cadenox continue to hold it. But they've decided, they said, you know what? It's not worth it. We're going to continue to move on. We still need some vital resources to make the rest of this game count for us. So that's what they're going to do. But speaking of teams that really need big shifts here, it's Clouds and Pumps. We tuned in with them earlier, but not too much have we seen them play throughout these games. So that just tells me that they are not quite catching their footing here on the day. But Pumps now looking to change that here as Clouds down low, taking up both players, taking a lot of damage. They need to be careful here as these players continue to close in. Resources minimal. Pump out of mats, trying to get to his teammate, but no, he ends up going down. Clouds by himself, trying to turn this around, and it just doesn't work out.
Yep, I kind of got it pinpointed. It's confirmed right now. Krizix and Jelty landing towards Greasy, grabbing just enough loot to go north and try to get these eliminations on the teams that are splitting those drops, not getting the best mats or loadout right off of that initial. And that's something we saw through the qualifiers when I'm talking about Poppy Blast and Show. They weren't having the best time when it's a contested drop, but when they switch it up, that was exactly the key to their success as Kytrex and Harditos is battling. They're not having the best day, but all it takes is one moment, Panda. One successful battle to shift the momentum onto your side.
It really does, and that's what we see here. Kytrex was taking a lot of damage there. It could have converted a different way, but no, Doritos, Kytrex feeling confident. They know they were able to get those eliminations, and they continue to climb the leaderboard. But here's another team, not necessarily catching their footing here on the day. It's Trey and Kaio. This team has done exceptionally well here in the past, and they're looking to kind of replicate that same energy going into day number 2, because day number 1 has not worked out quite in their favor yet. But there's still one more game after this as they aggress here, Nigel and Angel, which if they can take out Nigel and Angel here, that'll be a huge shift as they're 6th place in the leaderboard.
Yeah, Trey and Kiowa, they were doing phenomenally to qualify for the finals. It wasn't through a victory royale by any means. It was consistency throughout the leaderboard. They had a great mix of placements followed up by eliminations. They didn't really have to worry about surge too much, but as we've been saying, in finals, a set lobby with the best of the best that the West region has to offer, it's a little bit of a different story. So for a team like them, this is their first ever grand finals appearance. It might be getting them a little bit mentally, but all it takes is a big pop-off moment to put the little bit of, nerves to the side and really kind of play the game that you've been practicing up until this point. And that's why they're going to try to hold them out up until a certain point where zone pulls so far, they have no choice but to try to backtrack.
They really don't. And the game plan here is to survive. It's just to stay alive and be smart about the way that you play these next few rounds, right? These players deserve this moment, and this is their moment to take. It's just a matter of them actually taking advantage of the moment, right? Putting in that work here, whether it's scrimming, VOD reviewing, prepping for this time here. It's here. It's now, and you cannot afford to go down early. So focus on the end game. Make sure you get those surge tags throughout the way, and keep on going.
That's so bad. I feel like this is... Everybody's just rotating into Chonkers today. Lil J taking out Poppy Blast, and without him going down, you got to think Show is out as well. As that's Chip and Lime here, not having to move too far out of Chonkers. They know the opponents are coming to them. Wiz and Lil J doing what they can. They already have 2 eliminations, sitting good when it comes to the surge, but they get separated just long enough for Lime and Chip to take down one. Wiz is going to be stuck by himself. Plenty of heals. Spicy Peppers as well if he wants to try to get away, but with so much time left on the reboot, I feel like there's an opportunity for him to go back and try to grab it later on in the same game.
There's a lot of opportunity here, but if these players continue rotating through Chonkers, man, I don't know, because you see it. There's still 2 more teams battling it out over there. So if Wiz wants Little J's card, it's probably a now or never situation.
I think he heard you. Saw the players. Yeah, the skirmish still going down. This is his chance, not the third party, but to sneak in. That's why you see him crouching, grab that card, and get out. Live to fight another day, because this battle royale, you want to be the last team standing at the end of it all. But with 84 people left alive, this is already moving at a little bit quicker pace than last game, as teams are realizing their position on the leaderboards and trying to formulate a plan to match it.
Formulating a plan. We've talked about that quite a bit here, and these teams They have these plans, but sometimes things don't go according to plan, right? So now it's about adjusting to the plan. But one team that has had things go according to plan, it's Lime and Chip. Man, they have been consistent out of Chonkers Speedway here.
Yep, only able to get one elimination. They do all the damage in the world because you see them not having to worry about the surge later on, but they're always seeming to find a way to just let one escape them and another team just swoops in. Batman, Booga, and Wheels rotating over towards Rocky Reels this time around. You see them kind of positioned over towards Tilted in previous games, but because of the zone pulling so far south, they had to think of something else. And I like the way they're continuously adapting, continuously finding new spots that players are going to rotate to for them to pick up their surge.
Yeah, I mean, they're doing an exceptional job here. And I kind of want to coin this tower that they've built as their tower, because literally every single game we've tuned in, they have created that exact tower there. It's like a half T, but man, they've been able to not only use that tower to their advantage, get the high ground, but take these shots where it lies there. And I don't know if you saw that back there for a second, but if I saw that correctly, they got Snacky and Favs here have what, 100 wins on broadcast?
Man.
Or is that 100 games played?
No, that was the 100th game that was broadcasted that they won in 2022 already. So Favs and Snacky, that might be the luck. Sometimes all it takes for you to win the lucky game. And when it comes to Fortnite Battle Royale, you can have all the skill in the world, but if you have a little bit of extra luck on your side, that could be a difference maker.
They could. I mean, look, Snacky Favs, they're no joke, right? It's not like you give them some luck. On top of that, you give them a few little things, right? Sprinkle some nice things in the loadout, sprinkle some easy rotations in the early and mid game, and you got what is an exceptional performance there from Snacky and Favs. That's why I'm also surprised here from Epic Whale and Arcrum. It's kind of a similar situation in the sense that this team, when things go their way, they go their way.
Yeah, and I feeling, this is more of a feeling. I feel like one of the best games that they had today came from when they were rotating decently early towards that slow side of zone, especially when they have the surge on their hands, so where they don't have to worry about it. But the team sitting in first place right now, Kruar and Salty doing such a great job up until this point, 58 below the threshold. And to me, with how well they've been performing, that's not too much to worry about because they know they still got to go inward towards zone, and then they're going to find themselves a spot to kind of box up, take a little bit of the high ground, and then they can start to look for their tags with the MK7 that they have. But they got to watch out. I thought I saw the Batman, Booga, and Wheels Tower in the distance, so they have to be careful here.
They do. They have to be really careful because all it takes is one moment for one of these players to catch you out, especially like you see with Salty here and Cryu. They have that MK7 in hand, and the shots that you can connect with that bad boy is just out of this world. So if you find yourselves on the receiving end of an MK7, you have to be careful. It can convert any fight super quickly, and that's why you see all these players really honing in on it. But again, kind of on the flip side of that, like we talked about before, that Ranger assault rifle does a ton of damage if used correctly. So it's just a matter of deciding on which one you want to take.
Yeah, especially if you have like that Stinger SMG to kind of back it up. You can use the Ranger to get those tags at distance, but when you need that CQC and you don't have a striker or an auto shotgun, you can switch to that Stinger and it'll be just as good. But that's why you see a lot of teams trying to opt for different loadouts, different strategies to kind of match their playstyle. A Salvo and FJAA just trying to get in to the zone. They're above the threshold by a minute amount, but for them, that is just enough for them to have their eyes set forward to continue to try to get in the zone. And a team that's trying to stop everybody from feeling that comfortability is Volt and Zook. You see them angling themselves towards the outside and putting on the shot. Kinzo and Caleb, though, in an early game skirmish. I talked about them loving to play passive, but that opportunity is not going to be there. Salco's going to go down. That's a moment to breathe for Kinzo and Caleb, as they're not going to go for it just yet. They're going to wait to try to get the shield, but maybe they should have. A team gets into their box to disrupt their fight. That is going to be a third party, as Kinzo's just trying to live on a prayer. He has the mythic Spider-Man web shooters, and just in the nick of time, he uses them to get out.
See, again, it's these top 10 teams that we see now in the second half of all of this beginning to struggle. Kenzo and Kayla being one of those teams. This is the second time in a row this team has suffered only being able to play this game out as a solo. So this will be interesting to see what Kenzo can make of game number 5. But here it is. It's one of the final 2 moments on the day here for these teams, and it's all about ending with a huge staple. They want to be at the top. They want to be in that top 10, top 15, in contention to walk away with some of these big prizes here for the finals. But for players like Batman, Booga, and Wheels, they remain consistent, they remain calm, and they keep moving forward.
And once again, Tavern and Kaz going to go down in the elimination feed. So they're looking for a bounce back, game number 6, bounce back. Finals day number 2 tomorrow, but a team that doesn't have to bounce back from anything salty and Crew Yard. It's the consistency, how well they've been playing, getting themselves the early surge tags so they don't have to worry about it. All they have to worry about is getting themselves a position into zone. And I like the lack of usage of the zip line. That would have easily made themselves a target, and they're just trying to go through unnoticed here towards the low ground.
Yeah, and they seem to be doing it, right? Obviously, there's some little exchanges close by, but nothing that's truly going to affect the way that they rotate. But teams that need to rotate, it's Kenzo. Kenzo, fortunately, going to find some bandages here, heal up pretty effectively, and now it's all about the rotation. It's about making sure that you stay within this zone here and stay as concealed as possible as a solo player. One of the big factors here going into the rest of this game here for Kenzo is going to be the balance of stealth as well as surge tags. Once you find this, you're good to go. But we got to talk about it. It sounds like first place in Kruyor and Salty have gone down here in match number 5. So watching it back here, you see them just fully going down there, just not what you want to see if you're in the first place spot. But it's great if you are in the third place spot like Snacky and Favs here, because they're going to be able to capitalize and climb this leaderboard.
I think it's a power now at this point for me. Cursing casters, cursing these guys. I said they didn't have to worry, they didn't have pressure. Immediately we switch off of them. They go down. I don't mean to do this, but let's see if it can work. You know, Favs and Snacky. Nah, I'm not gonna do it. I'm not gonna do it. Not at all. Rexy and Dynamic though, sitting good. 8 chug splashes onto Rexy alone, 5 minis. Both of them have a little bit of rotation when it comes to the launch pad, so they're definitely sitting in a good spot. My only question would be, if any, how much surge do they have? That would be the only thing to disrupt their game plan, because they have an easy rotation into zone as well.
They do, but one thing I do want to mention as far as the disadvantage goes is their material. You see how Dynamic is lacking quite a bit of material here? That could be a struggle point moving forward. Fortunately, right now, they're okay. However, the further you go into this game, the more necessary those materials are going to be. Same thing applies here to Batman Booga. He does not have a full material. He's probably about the halfway mark as far as mats go, or just below. So he needs to be super careful in the way that he plays this out, especially here with his teammate Wheels kind of in a similar situation. But no, now the pressure falling through here for Wheels and Batman Booga. They need to stay up. They need to stay together. You see Wheels kind of tarping ahead just a little bit, keeping that distance, utilizing those hard material. That's going to be super important to them getting to where they need to be here in the final moments of the game.
Yeah, 112 above the damage threshold. That's not too much. Yeah, you can be proud. You can use this moment to kind of heal up as much as you need to, but you realize a lot of these teams are going to be below the threshold. You see them drop roughly 15 points already. Kevin is going to go down to Landjock, trading Kiowa, sitting at the edge of zone. A congested part as well, possibly 3, even 4 duos around. You see Chris and Wavy Jacob directly above them, another team above them. So easily teams can begin the third party, put the pressure from above as they're just trying to get the pieces. So that way they have a little bit of safety in their layer.
A little bit of safety and a little bit of focus. That's all it takes, right? You have to remain calm, remain safe here in these final moments, because this is where it starts getting hectic. Once you get into that 4th and 5th zone, it's all about making sure you position yourself well and get ready, because all these players are starting to condense down into such a small zone, and they're going to have to continue to move. But now, Surge playing a factor here for these players. Trey and company both struggling, being 134 damage below. And it's actually Nigel and Angel. They have gone down. They were in our top 10, and Surge has taken them out of this game.
And just looking at the elimination feed, you saw it was Dog that got an elimination onto one team. Jay just basically gets another one onto Slick Nick. Kiowa's just trying to survive. Trey went down, but he gets one onto Beast. He turned it around. Did he get both? He definitely just turned that one around. And you see why? They're just flying under the radar right now. They have so much skill. They have so much knowledge when it comes to Fortnite. They just need the experience that this finals is bringing them.
Oh, and it's bringing them some experience, man. Kiowa stepping up to the plate here, doing some big things as a solo player. That solo impact score has got to be massive there in those moments, getting those huge elimination points on the board for them. But now, Batman Booga, Wheels, just rotating forward again, finding themselves into zone, trying to get ahead of zone, but unfortunately paying a little bit of a price there to get there. However, they have great material, or not material, but they have great resources in the inventory for heals. But like we mentioned before, they're lacking on material, and they're actually taking shots. It's Epic Whale going down there, but it's actually, he's going to go down to Bolt. So Wheels and Batman Booga did not get that knock there onto Epic Whale, but that's not going to stop them from trying to get more tags on the remaining players.
Zooks is just trying to go for damage. You see Bolts as well. They just have no medium ammo to put out the pressure. Finally picks up an MK7 off the ground. Just has whatever is left in the clip to go ahead and try to put out use. Batman Booga feeling that same pressure. Not a ton of resources. Not a lot of ammunition of any variety other than that shotgun shells. So it's going to be very, very important. I almost know what he's thinking. A refresh on this rotation. That is what they're looking for here.
It really is. They need something, right? They've done a good job to survive until this point. However, this is not even near over. There's 3 more zones to go. So many players still up, remaining in this game. And one player we got to shout out, it's Kinzo. Again, holding on as a solo player, clutching up here and keeping the points on the board. This is massive for them. And I'm actually curious how many solo impact points Kinzo has been able to put on the board here, because it's been non-stop here for Kinzo as a solo player.
Yeah. Using a couple of charges with Spider-Man Mythic Web Slinger to try to get ahead of the zone. Definitely has all right when it comes to those mats and resources. It's about picking that perfect rotation so you don't have to use a ton of them. And you see Jay and Dog on the 6th zone beginning to move. They have the high ground for now, but we know how this song and dance goes. You take it too early, a team is just waiting. That's Dynamic. Rexy just launch padding, trying to get ahead of the zone, not going for that high ground just yet, but a team towards that low half of the bottom ground. Fabs and Snacky, they could be waiting for that moment. FJAA just trying to go ahead and move into the zone unscathed as well, but everybody in the middle is just so jam-packed. It's hard for these players to go through without getting touched.
It really is, and you see players all around Wheels and Batman Booga, both limited resources. It looks like no materials left here in the inventory for either of them, and they're below Surge. Surge ticking away, not only for them, but for Kinzo as well, as Kinzo finds himself falling here in match number 5. Now, Batman Booga down, Wheels up by himself, Wheels pushing forward, getting huge tags for him, keeping him up above this threshold. This could be exactly what he needs and more to still function as a solo player.
Nah, he needs a little bit more, just like you said. He needs some ammunition. 5 shots left in the Ranger. 1 mini, no stinger ammo, no resources. He's trying to hop on up. He uses what's left. He only has 2 shots left. He has to play to perfection here. Maybe even find some resources on the ground as he continues to get tagged up, but he's doing a good job. He's continuously outlasting a couple duos and picking up those placement points without anything. Finally, he's going to go down, but he did just enough.
He did just enough. Another team doing now more than enough. The comeback they needed. It's Dog and Jay on the high ground, pressuring from above. They're doing a good job there of maintaining it. A good position for them to take it. But another team we got to talk about, top 5 team here, Pars and Rays, both struggling to survive here on the low ground. But lastly, Defiable School, 9th place as of right now. This is a huge turn for them. This was a team we saw do exceptionally well in qualifier 1, now looking to make a staple here in the finals.
Dog goes down. That was that perfect timing for Krizux and Jelty to go ahead and try to take the high ground, but they have to go ahead and drop it. They don't have the resources to stay that high, but they're still going to have that advantage to go ahead and put that pressure on from above. 60 shots in the medium, I do believe, for Krizux as Raze gets that much-needed siphon towards the low ground. Now he's trying to catch up to the zone. Only one bandage left. Players are still all around him. Goes for the harpoon, but Raze still gets the elimination on the hard ethos as he continues to move through the zone.
He continues to move, but with 19 effective HP, he needs to be careful. No materials left, and unfortunately, he's going to go down. Now, Beast, Tautai getting an elimination on the board for them. Jelty, Krizix still holding the high ground, looking to make something happen. It's their moment. It's their time, and they understand this. This is their comeback. This is what we wanted to see here from this team. We knew this is a powerhouse duo. Now it's just a matter of them taking advantage of the end game, and sure enough, they're doing it here.
Yeah, this is down to 3 duos, a Fortnite triple threat match. Tautai and Beast towards the low ground. Krizix and Jelty have a little bit of a high ground, but no! Krizix was trying to take the shield, but he goes down. Just a second of distraction. Victor goes in. He finds the elimination. If Jelty still has the high ground, Beast and Tautai, they have the low ground. They have the advantage. Everything is going their way, including that opportunity. The 2 solo players battle it out, and they just fall into the laps of the players, Beast and Tautai, for the elimination and the victory royale.
What a way to finish it off. Jelty, Krizix looked like they were primed and ready to go to take game number 5, and then the tides turn. Tautai and Beast show up and show out here in the final moments, walking away with not only the victory royale, but several eliminations on top of it.
And you can see he's sitting in 8th place, and after that one, they jumped up a few crucial spots, but there's so many things that went down. You talked about Kinzo and those solo impact points. You talk about that perfect moment where Krizux and Jelty were able to take the high ground away from Dog and Jay, and that's why I love these Fortnite finals over 2 days, because there's been 5 games already, Panda, and there's still a 6th exciting one on the way.
Absolutely. And one thing you have to ask yourself if you're one of these teams, right? Are you happy with your performance up until this point? If you're not, make those adjustments, because you got day 2. We have 12 games in total to play, but only 1 more on the day. So let's go ahead and have the desk break it down before we get into this final game.
Big congratulations there to Beast and Tautai playing the patient game down low. It was a 2v2v2, but eventually became a 1v1 for the high and mid ground team. But you know what? Beast and Tautai were like, all right, we'll just stay down here. We can actually have a better view of what you guys are doing on height, and we're going to take you down. But I mean, Takada, I'm sure you were feeling hype because you saw Krizix and Jelty have height, but what exactly happened towards the end there?
I mean, we saw it there. Krizix got caught off guard while he was trying to pop a bit of shields, ended up getting eliminated, but fortunately enough for that duo, Jelty did secure the elimination on the other solo player. We can see it here from the high ground, applying pressure from above. This is their game to make that comeback, right? The game to bring them above those 100 points, and I mean, higher up on the leaderboard, but that right there is where Krizix got caught off guard, left Jelty alone, but he managed to pick up this elimination, but literally a split second after getting that elimination, Jelty got eliminated by the duo on the low ground. And I mean, it was a good performance, but they definitely could have had that victory royale.
It was a good performance, but Clay, it was a better performance from Beast and Tautai, and then really showcasing the advantages of staying on low ground, especially once Zone 7 rolls around and every team is trying to steal height.
Yeah, we've seen it twice now. 2 winners winning from low ground when everyone is going up to fight for high ground, and they're just chilling down there. Honestly, they could have thrown a couple emotes in as well because no one was looking at him. And look, Beast, Tautai out fully in the open. No one having to spray at them, no one looking at them, because again, they were just playing smart, playing safe. And when it comes to a meta like this where players are going to challenge the high ground, low ground usually is really safe.
I mean, that is what I love to see there, and I can't wait to see how this shakes up our leaderboard, because the casters said it, 1 more game to go. But of course, we also have the 6 games that are going to be happening tomorrow as well. But Rexy and Dynamic holding it out on top. First place with 149 points there. Pars and Raze, though, still holding strong after that VR we saw earlier in the day. And of course, speaking of VRs, we have to talk about Favs and Snacky. But look right there, the team that just won, Beast and Tautai jumping up to 7th place, Takada.
Oh, I mean, you can see how things have been shaken up on this leaderboard. First place at 149 points. Everybody in the top 10 with more than 100 points. We saw what just happened to Jelty and Krizix. That boosted them up to the 9th place spot here, but we still got Pars, Ray's 2nd place, Fav Snacky in 3rd, Salty and his duo in 4th. I mean, there's a lot of high-tier players here at the top of the leaderboard, but getting into the last match, I mean, I'm curious to see how this closes out.
And it's still so close, right? Like, it's only a difference of 44 points coming in from 1st to 10th. That is well achievable. A Victory Royale is 32 points. Anybody in this top 10, anybody close, can really close that gap. It's not out of anybody's range.
Not out of anyone's range. And speaking of range, we have to look at our second page here because also still pretty close together. And again, a lot of the teams that we were kind of expecting to see in our top 10, including one of the teams that grabbed a VR earlier, Nigel and Angel, currently sitting in 4th place. But Takada, any other team sticking out here?
I mean, I'm looking at Landjock Punisher in 11th with 104 points. That's the only duo which is more than 100 points and is not in the top 10. But I mean, there's so many names that we've seen in previous FNCSs. Wavy Jacob, Kytrex, Solution. I mean, any of these duos have the opportunity, have what it takes to be in the top 10, and they can make it happen in this last game.
Oh, without a doubt. And Clay, obviously, going into the last game, this is really the last opportunities for these teams to have a big boost into day 2, the final day. So what are we going to be seeing here in this last game? Is it too late for things to change up, to adapt to the playstyle that the winning teams are doing?
I think what we'll see is some players will start to adapt a little bit. They're not going to change their game quite yet because, again, we still have 6 more games. So if you're in that top 20, you're well within striking distance going into the 6 games tomorrow. So I'm looking to see what players change up in their initial drop spot if they land at a different area rather than landing at the same area that keeps them getting eliminated within the same POI.
And Takada, obviously for you, I have to ask about Krizix and Jelty. They seem to be getting closer and closer every single game. So is game 6 going to be their VR?
I mean, from having the high ground in one of the starting games to getting it overtaken and now again getting that high ground but losing it in the last moments, they're getting closer and closer, and I'm sure that one of these games they'll play it perfectly and they'll secure that victory royale.
Closer and closer to the VR, closer and closer to our final game for the finals here of the FNCS NA West, everyone. But of course, with that being said, we are done here on the desk, and we're going to toss it back to our casters, Jacob and Panda.
Like you said, it's the final game of the day, the final opportunity for these players to make something happen here. But look, there's still 6 games to play tomorrow, so still so many opportunities in the finals for these teams to climb. But Clay made a really good point about the leaderboard. It is very close, and any changes to that leaderboard are very, very doable. So what do you think we're going to see here in game number 6, Jacob?
I think we're going to continue to see a lot of these teams switch up very, very little bit of pieces of their strategy. And by that, I mean, I keep talking about it, Greasy Grove, where you have superstars landing on that side, Fabs and Snacky versus Jelty and Krizux. Already, there's adjustments being made. Fabs and Snacky not doing too much. They're still looting over towards Greasy, but it's Krizux and Jelty. They're just looting just enough over those houses and then just beelining it towards north, trying to catch some teams off guard, get surge or eliminations, which is setting both of those teams up. Inadvertently, they're helping Fabs and Snacky to a much better end game, and that's why you see both of those duos climb to the top half of that leaderboard. But we're going to see who ends up at the top because our 6th and final game of the day starts right now.
The final game. Day 1 is almost complete. And we dive in again to the Battle of Coney Crossroads. Actually looking at this and flipping between the two teams, if I'm not mistaken, yep, I'm not mistaken, Victor and Blizzard are higher on the leaderboard than Arkham and Epic Whale, which is, again, surprising, right? So, like we talked about early off the desk about how they didn't think maybe they would be contested, how it could be different. But no, nothing's changed here for these teams. And unfortunately, it continues to affect the way that Epic Whale and Arkham play. They're just definitely struggling a little bit more being contested. Because again, in seasons past, they're never contested. They're not a team that unfortunately has to face that early game adversity. But unfortunately for them here in Chapter 3, Season 1, it is all changed.
Yep, see Vanillas and Wale sitting in 30th, going up against Frappi and Nate, who have a little bit better, but already I do believe a couple of third-party shots interrupting that exchange, and it's very, very similar. Frappi and Nate, they're the ones who are getting tagged up because of that third party and have no choice but to try to escape, but they get separated for now. If Vanillas and Wale want to chase, either they have a launch pad or something to use, they could land on one of these players or get a vehicle, whatever works for them. Oh, a llama, I wonder if they saw that. Sorry, I got so distracted.
Hey, listen, llamas are distracting. I mean, let's be real. You see one of those things and it kind of diverts your attention for sure. But obviously, I don't think they saw it, right? Because like you mentioned kind of there, it's there and they were not going for it. So that happens, but a really interesting strategy here from Tavern. You see him breaking down this truck as low as he can get it, and what him and Kaz are going to do is they're going to try to attempt to light the building on fire and separate themselves from it. See, there it is, the fire going in, the pressure now applied to the team on the other end, and now Tavern and Kaz can just sit on the high ground and try to apply pressure down on FJAA and Salvo.
Yep, some outside of the box thinking by Tavern, but again, it's these third parties that are interrupting these prolonged fights. And you see Tavern and Kaz, a little bit of separation right now as Kaz gets tagged up from the low ground. Tavern was just trying to get the resources, forced to rotate again as Tavern is taking the brunt force of that damage from across the map.
Yeah, I mean, look, you have to be careful, right? Even anytime you take an engagement like that, it's obviously important to pay attention to what's happening to the team in front of you, but you also have to block your angles, right? I know that you don't have a lot of material to work with early game, but you got to make sure these other teams are advantage of you from a distance, and that's what we've seen happen time and time again. We even saw with Arkham and Epic Whale too, that these teams just rotate around here close by and ultimately get an advantage onto another team. But no, talking about advantages, it's Tavern and Kaz walking away as the victors here of the spot. This is actually, I think, the first time we've seen them successfully take it.
I have that feeling of deja vu just a little bit, because in order for them to get to the finals, it came down to literally their very last game, needing a victory royale, and they came out on top. They lasted everybody as a duo, and to pressure everybody. They had the high ground, they dropped down low, so this could be that final game of the day to kind of get them a couple more placement points on the leaderboard and have that motivation, that momentum going into day number 2, saying, hey, we started off slow, but it's not how you start, it's how you finish.
It really is how you end up finishing here. And honestly, it starts with this last game of the day, right? Because again, once this is done, this is the halfway mark. You have a good understanding of where you are going into day 2. What game plans worked, what game plans didn't work, right? Fortunately for Snacky and Fabs, the game plan that they have in place is working. Jelty and Krizix seem to be rotating away, like you mentioned before. This is really fortunate for them in the sense that they're going to be able to kind of hold down Greasy Grove and not have to worry about these early game contention, right? Early game fights. Because ultimately, these early game engagements are what have been affecting some of the major names on NA West today. So we see it here time and time again, and yet it's Kytrix and Doritos facing a similar situation, now trying to get some quick eliminations here onto these players, but it looks like this might be a little bit of a delayed fight.
Ooh, Lokes with the high ground, just tagging him down. Stopping that aggression, kind of almost dead in his tracks there as Mr. Lokes with the chug splashes. He's going to go ahead and try to use those, but he's still in a 1v2 situation. He knows he has Kytrex weak, so he doesn't want to allow him that moment to heal up as he runs out of builds, runs out of resources, and that's what's going to do him in. Doesn't have enough builds to kind of protect himself from that 2v1, and they barely escape. And Kytrex, you better be thanking Doritos for having your back throughout that battle.
Yeah, see, that was really close, right? We gotta run it back. Let's see how this actually broke down, because you see Kytrix taking a ton of damage, and fortunately Doritos there to support, does get the knock there, and does ultimately get that elimination. But in those final moments, Kytrix was pretty weak. It could have ended up going a different direction, and that's the last thing you want to have to deal with there in game number 6. But here it is, it's Nigel and Angel. This is a team that we've seen in the top 10 for quite some time, now falling out of the top 10 as they get into game number 6. But obviously, this is their opportunity to shine, their opportunity to turn this game around and climb back up the leaderboard. There's so many opportunities here for them, especially considering Shifty Shafts as a POI is so nice as far as loot goes. There's so much to pick up, so much to utilize, and so much material to gather.
Yeah, you can already see what looks like a little bit of the game plan as you see him pop that big pot for only 10 shield. What he wants to do is save the shield keg. He knows they're going to need Surge, so they're holding that in their inventory so that way they can trade off shots with them and a couple of the other teams, but finally outlasting that drop, Poppy Blast, and Show. And this has been the thing. As long as they are uncontested, they can make it to the mid game, they usually have a solid performance, but they're taking too much time looting Chonkers Speedway that they're allowing so many teams to continuously move on this spot. I feel like sooner or later, they're going to have to learn from their mistakes and continue to go towards that center of zone before it's too late.
You're absolutely right. And looking at a situation like this here, Shifty Shafts is not in zone. And we're finding a similar situation like you just mentioned here. These players not rotating forward, now stuck on top of one another. Nigel taking a ton of damage as Angel tries to defend and allow him some breathing room, to say the least. But Bumboy and G5RC just pushing forward, relentlessly applying pressure here. Now Bumboy on the back foot here with what looks like a pretty solid loadout. So G5RC and Bumboy working to try and take advantage of Angel and Nigel. This could be a huge shift for them if they walk away getting these eliminations.
Yeah, you can see him trying to hold on to that shield keg. Doesn't want to use it too early. Allow those heals to go over. Nigel trying to pop those bandages, which he needs, and there's going to be some time for him to do it as you see G5RC and Bumboy just trying to get out. They got the surge that they needed, or at least the tags, so now they want to get ahead of zone, position themselves, because they can always choose to kind of look back at Angel and Nigel and deny them that opportunity to enter the zone themselves.
You know, you make a good point there. There are so many opportunities in that fight, whether it was knowing that Nigel and Angel were weak and they weren't necessarily in the best spot, right? So you could have taken advantage of that way, but you also could have taken advantage in the sense, like you mentioned, you rotate forward, you get into zone, and then you try to hold them out. So many opportunities there for the opposing team, but that's why they're rotating. They're getting ready, getting position, and getting in a nice spot there in the zone. But speaking of nice spots here, it's Victor and Blizzard still holding on. This is their kind of their comeback season, so to speak. We saw them perform exceptionally well in the last game. Now they're looking to repeat that energy here in game number 6.
And a lot of those surrounding teams being forced in. No more hiding for you guys to put the shots to interrupt that fight. As you see Pumps and Clouds, I feel like they're already rotating once again, because you saw in the last game, Crizzix and Jelty, they rotated north of Greasy, got the eliminations onto this team, which is now forcing them to think outside of the box and sitting in 42nd place. They know they're not going to jump up to first, but they have to start getting aggressive. That's 3 points per elimination that are vital for them leading themselves into day number 2. So for Pumps and Clouds, this exchange means almost everything.
It really does. These exchanges are going to be super important to the way that the remainder of this game plays out. And unfortunately for them, just more players, again, showing up here as Lil J and Wiz now getting involved in the fold. They want some of this action. They want to take the shots to keep this game going and keep their finals alive. But as I say that, Wiz ends up taking a ton of damage there from the distance.
And you see in the feed, Epic Whale finally getting the knock onto Victor. So much action on this POI here as Lil J and Wiz, they joined that exchange. They got tagged up and say, hey, maybe this isn't the play. Maybe this isn't the plan. We'll let them two continue that chaos as we jump on over to this one. Victor's down. I said it's going to be troublesome for them to try to pick up that elimination, but they finally push Blizzard out far enough that they're going to find it onto Victor. So many teams are surrounding Corny, and they know these teams are all around, so they're just going to continue to go past them. But one duo might be having their own second thoughts, and this is a decision for that duo towards the left side of Coney that could decide their future.
It really could, and this is like a second wave here from Arkram and Epic Whale. This is that second momentum shift here for them in these games. They have this new wave of energy, new wave of focus, and now they're looking to come back. You see one elimination on the board. They were able to get the better of Victor and Blizzard here, but they're not in a great spot as far as material go. But on the opposite end, Batman, Booga, and Wheels here in a different spot, right? Getting a supply drop here. Not necessarily in the best position as far as materials goes, but in a much better spot than Arkham and Epic Whale. So that just shows or showcases the importance of getting those materials early and not having to waste them in those early game fights.
That's been their game plan. Realistically, they usually kind of loot up, they mat up. They don't want those early game skirmishes because they trust in what they've done up until this point and really believe that they can do it, as Rexy and Dynamic are doing just that as well. Still doing a massively great job holding on to first place. That's because they're doing a great balance of both placement points and eliminations. And right now, it's sitting 21 below. They're going to have to go for tags. And if they get the tags that they want, possibly shielding a full player down, they're going to get aggressive. That has been what they've been doing up until this point.
They have. And another team that's down below here is Jelty and Krizix, 100 plus below the surge threshold. This is not looking good for them. They need to get these tags where they can here, and they need to get them fast. They got 30 seconds before that zone 3 presents itself, and it starts to become an issue. So they really need to start working to get these tags in here shortly. But looking in the distance, you see there's so many players right there close by, so lots of opportunities for them to get those surge tags. But on the opposite end, you actually see Rexy and Dynamic, a team that has done well on the day. Obviously, they're in first place, but they haven't done the best as far as surge goes. So they've been a little bit more passive as far as their surge tags go. They've been getting them as needed, not necessarily proactively. So it's interesting to see that strategy work out in their favor, but will it continue to work out? That's the question.
You know, we had a stat during the semifinals that there has been no team to reboot a player to go on and I do believe win a game. And it could be, you know, corrected here and there, but Slick just got his reboot onto his teammate. So if he has to go ahead and go up against history, if he wants to go ahead and win this final 6th game, but Bolts and Zooks not having the best time of their lives, 71 below the threshold. Dynamic and Rexy sitting 47 above. Jelty and Krizix, they're doing a good job, even though they're 51 below. You got to imagine what they were sitting at a few moments ago.
You really do. I mean, look, we talked about how Surge was going to affect them this game and how we saw it playing out, but it's still a cause for concern here for this team, and 6 players need to go down before it's no longer a concern for them. So it looks like the heals have been used. Now the only option is for them to get tags. Same thing applies here for Dynamic and Rexy. Fortunately, though, they were able to get the tags. They're just barely above the threshold, and they still have tons of heals in the inventory to work with. Jelty, though, gonna go down here as Krizix has gone down as well. Surge, unfortunately, taking them out here in game number 6. But for Dynamic and Rexy, that just means one more team has gone down, and Surge no longer becomes a factor.
I have some bad news for you. You might want to brace yourself, please. Give you a moment. Give you a moment. Hold on.
Bracing.
All right. Wheels is down. Wheels is down and out. I think Booga's doing it all by himself. Batman Booga has a huge task in this 6th and final game because they started off the day with a victory royale. Since then, I want to say their luck has ran out, but it's definitely gotten harder each and every game as so many players, so many teams are switching up not only their drop spots here and there, but their overall game plan depending on where they're at in the leaderboard.
Well, it's funny, when we did the interview that you saw there in that content piece with the analysts, he brought up that his favorite game mode is in fact solos, and that he feels comfortable as a solo player. So I could definitely see him making some big plays here as a solo, but obviously it's not great a position to be in as a solo player, especially with so many players remaining. However, there's the potential that he was able to get Wheels' card and could get him back into this game. It's just going to be tough to do, especially considering all the players that are around him in this moment.
I will say, though, he's playing this game smart as can be, even though he is a solo. He's trying to go towards that slow side. You can see the team right next to him haven't even peeked over in that direction until now. So I'm not even sure they know he is a solo. That's Solution. That's Yagvir. You got Landjock slowly towards his left. Turtle and Kaz trying to battle what little high ground there is right now. That's going to be against Defiable School, Angel, and Nigel as well, as so many teams are getting clustered together towards the north portion of this circle. So it's going to be very interesting to see where it falls and who has to move.
A tale of 2 solos has presented itself as Epic Whale has gone down and Arkham now a solo as well. So this is just exciting. Batman Booga, Arkham, two solo players within two separate teams trying to survive here in this game. And with so many players left, it's going to be a tough tale to unfold here as they continue on with their game, but not so tough of a tale. It's Dynamic and Rexy. It looks like getting the better of some of these players, but ultimately not walking away with an elimination on the board as of right now.
Yeah, luckily for them, though, they have so much piece control in that layer. They're able to move in and out of the builds. Editing as Dynamic has all the heals in the world. Chug Splash and Rexy using that last one, but he does have the spicy splashes. In fact, it looks like they have some to go around. They find that opponent. They caught him lacking, trying to get into the box. But they didn't get what they wanted. I like that decision. They immediately knew we didn't get the shots that we needed, so we're just going to try to back off. But now that attempt is going to pay. Herbie tries to get aggressive. In fact, they work together in unison, Dynamic and Rexy, to catch that player that was getting aggressive, cleans up that elimination, and gets that refresh.
Yeah, and that's going to be a huge elimination for them. But again, Rexy, not in such a great position, needs to stop for a moment and heal up with his teammate in hand, and that's where you see the chili chug splashes coming into play. Fortunately, they do have the minis as well, so that's going to put them in a really nice spot. And now both of them comfortably back in this game and healed up, but with this other player here close by, they need to be careful.
One of our major teams to watch, possibly everybody's favorite, is out of this one. Arkham and Epic are back to the lobby trying to rethink their strategy going into day number 2. Rexy has to sit here and watch Dynamic do this one alone as well. You're talking about Tale of Solos. He's joining that tail, but he doesn't have a ton of resources, a ton of mats, so it's going to be an uphill battle for him unless he finds a refresh.
Yeah, it kind of boils down to that refresh, right? You see Dynamic here, first place on the leaderboard as of right now, but this could easily change. If you're one of those players in the top 3 and you understand this, you want to take advantage. But unfortunately, one of those other teams is Snacky and Favs is down as well. Again, the tale of solo players competing right now is so interesting. Between Dynamic, Batman Booga, unfortunately now Batman Booga going down, and Snacky, all solo players trying to just put some points on the board. But looking at the way that Snacky is set up, it is not looking good for him. Not much material to work with here once we go into these moving zones, and not too much ammo, but enough to work with for now.
Yeah, to at least try to catch somebody off guard, clean up as many of the eliminations as he can, get the refresh and the siphon wherever possible. But the thing is right here, Panda, is he's going to have to go ahead and move, find his way towards the zone sooner or later. Cars and Rays are not going to have to do that. They have a great metal box towards the high ground. They have a shield keg if they want to trade off shots, even if they need Surge, because they already have 2 eliminations. So set themselves up for a fantastic end game. They just have to go ahead and be very, very careful not to overpeak in positions that they shouldn't. Take too much damage because they're in a great spot, and taking too much damage will kind of throw it all the way as Kinzo picks up another elimination. E22 is going to take out Dog, so Dog and Jay are back to the lobby.
Dog and Jay, another team that we were looking at closely here going into these games, and unfortunately not finding some success or footing here in game number 6. But still, so many names, so many notable teams here yet to play it out. Crewyor, Salty, 2 of those players that we saw end up going down a little early last game, causing them down to drop to 5th place, but they're looking for that comeback game. They're looking for the momentum to shift in their favor, and it could just be that moment. You see Snacky still in this game as well as the zone continues to pull forward. You see Chris and Wavy Jacob. This is another team that we got to talk about. The skill is there. Once they make it to the end game, they know how to handle those situations. It's just a matter of getting there for them.
Yeah, we still have a ton of our teams in the top 10 alive. I do believe that was Snacky as well as a solo trying to do what he can. Crewyor is just kind of waiting for that perfect moment. Sees everybody trying to take the shots that they need, and sometimes when you go lose focus, you tunnel vision, trying to put down those shots from the NK7 or the Stinger, you leave your window open for a couple seconds too long, and that could be the seconds that cost you at the end of the day, where a team landing the perfect shots. But right now, as zone begins to move, everybody just gathering that information, trying to figure out what route you want to take, because Caleb and Kinzo, you know they like to play passive, so those shots that they're firing off right now are just warning shots.
It really is, and with these players in the air, they need to be super careful. The last thing you want to have to deal with is getting tagged up in the air as you come down into this zone. And with some different elevation spots, it's definitely a dangerous situation for players like Crewyor, like Salty, who have just wanted to hold on. They need to kind of convert on this game as much as possible here, and that's what they're going to attempt to do as Salty just dives into a box there, tries to get some shots, and a potential elimination doesn't work out there. But Raze on the opposite, on the flip side, getting really nice tags there onto some other players. But here it is. The tale of high ground has begun, and it looks like Cadenax and 40R Storm is going to go for it here. Them in 23rd place. This could be a huge game if they can win it all.
I feel like Caleb and Kinzo for a moment were looking for that opportunity to try to steal away high ground. Convict and Slick Nick, because they're in front of zone, they possibly looking for that same thing, but Beast and Tautai trying to get a free rotation, get ahead of all the chaos and allow themselves a moment to breathe and put back those shots and make Slick Nick and Convict's job that much harder. 40R and Cadenax towards the high ground. Caleb and Kinzo, they drop down 40R. Cadenax takes a ton of damage as well. That could be the moment they fight for the high ground, but Raze and Pars, they already have a victory royale from the low ground. They have 3 eliminations here, and we have a new team at the high ground.
Like we talked about, high ground has to be taken at the appropriate time, and unfortunately, again, another team has found themselves losing it. But there's still so much left to offer as Cadenax and 40R Storm, they're still in this game, and they could easily take that high ground back. Though Kytrix, Doritos, they want to hold it. They want to maintain it, and they have the material to do so far. So it's all about holding it down and staying alive here in these games. Kenzo and Caleb, another team that we've watched closely. Kenzo playing a lot as a solo player. Now they're together. Caleb up in this game, looking to make a huge splash here, going for that first place spot. Now, it looks like Doritos, though, losing, going down there. Kytrix potentially going for the pickup, which is interesting to say the least. But 40R Storm and Kenzo, or Cadenax, taking advantage on the high ground, just applying pressure, healing up when they can, and trying to take this game into their hands.
Yeah, great use of the Guzzle Juice late into this one towards the high ground. Raze pulling off the med miss, but he's going to have to stop sooner or later. Right now, he's just looking for extra placement points. They're already sitting in first. Unfortunately enough, he is going to go down, but Caleb and Kinzo, this is their opportunity. They're trying to fight tooth and nail, staying at that mid-ground layer. They know they don't have the maps to go for the high ground right now. They're just waiting to the team above them runs out and is forced down low. That's Cadenax and 40R Storm. Talk about running out. You can already see them splitting the mats, so they're not running out anytime soon.
They aren't, but it looks like it's Beast and Tautai looking for another VR. Tautai, though, going down. Beast trying to hold it together here. 4 eliminations on the board. Really solid game. Even if they go down at this point, it's still a lot of points there for them. Though now, Kenzo, Caleb very weak. Kenzo going down. Caleb left by himself here. Gonna have to try and make something happen with these other players just on the other side. Really nice tag knock onto Nico, and still holding on.
Doesn't have a ton of builds. He's looking for that refresh, waiting for it to come through. Only 10 HP. This is getting dangerous for him as he's still waiting for it. Nico finally goes down, but I do think Psyrazor is still alive. Cadenax and 40R Storm, they have the high ground. In comes Poyo as well as a solo. Out goes Psyrazor. He's going to go down to the Storm. Cadenax. This comes down to a 2v1. Poyo's the last one. Cadenax and 40R Storm show up on the final game of the day to take the VR in game number 6.
What a way to finish a day for 40R Storm and Cadenax. We saw them take the high ground. We thought, it might be a little too early. They lost it, and then sure enough, they take it back and take the final game of the day. What a way to wrap it all up.
Yeah, you can already see so many teams within our top 10 staying alive, whether it's duos or solos, and a team that inched themselves in. I don't know if they got into the top 10, but 40R Storm and Cadenax, that has been their story throughout the qualifiers. That's why I said 48th place in round number 2, barely making it into that qualifier in qualifier 1. Barely off the edge, but once they got that chance, they fired on all cylinders. They got 2nd place. Now this is their chance to boost up towards the top side of the leaderboard. It's not going to overtake first by any means, but it's the points that you're negating, those cushion from the first place team that you're taking away, that can end up really mattering in day number 2.
You're absolutely correct. But, you know, Jacob, it has been a pleasure to cast the first day of finals, man. I'm so excited. We got to wrap it up. Thank you so much for hanging out with me, but we got to send it over to the desk for those final thoughts of the day. So, Desk, take it away.
Thank you so much, Panda and Jacob. And usually right now I like to give the shout out to the VR, but I want to give the shout out to you guys, absolutely destroying the casting desk for all 6 games. So thank you guys for bringing us the hype. And now we're going to be bringing you guys the analysis. And what better way to wrap up day number 1 than talking about 4DR and Caden Knox, Clay?
What a great game for them. They really needed to hit it home in the final game, because if they didn't, they would have been in a gap that could have been insurmountable. And look at this. The heads-up play to realize, hey, you know what? We're getting landed on. Let's not build for high ground. We'll take it when they run out of mats, and that's exactly what happened. And look at the awareness, looking for those eliminations all around, exactly what they needed to do. It's not that they just got the victory out. They got the victory out with a good amount of eliminations, I think sitting on 8 overall. So it'll put them pretty high into the leaderboards. And again, going into the like Jacob said, going into the next 6 games, you need the momentum, you need the points, and they got both.
Oh, definitely. But speaking of momentum, we have to talk about Kenzo and Caleb there. Takata, an incredible performance. I really feel like all eyes are going to be looking to them tomorrow.
I mean, they've been playing so well today, and to close it out with a good match, not only securing a good amount of placement points, but also eliminations. I mean, it was just enough to set them up, have that confidence going into day 2.
And also, speaking of confidence, they grabbed a VR and then made it into the endgame. Beast and Tao Tai, kind of, again, a lot of these teams that we just weren't looking to, because towards the end of Chapter 2, it was the same teams constantly making it onto the top. And now it's duos. We're having different duos showcasing their ability in Chapter 3. Of course, we're going to be taking a look at our top 10 leaderboard, because these are the teams that we need to be looking to for tomorrow. But with 6 games to go, there is still a lot of opportunity for the teams that aren't here to perform well. But real quick, off the top, Caleb and Kenzo with no VRs, but 21 eliminations and a lot of great performances throughout the day. Going to be taking that first place spot. But Clay, there's only a 4-point difference between first and second place.
It's looking really close. That tiebreaker, though, will go over to Pars and Rays if Caleb and Kenzo can't find the victory royale, and they do end up tying. So they've got to keep that distance. And then you start to look down. You see down to 159, down to 157, 154, and then it jumps all the way down to 114. So that gap is growing. Physics and Jelty in 10th place, right behind Jagger and Solution, really need to start getting ground tomorrow. They have to come out early, and they have to get the ball rolling, because if they fall behind at any point tomorrow, it's going to be that much harder to catch up.
But not only these teams in the top 10, also the teams that are from 10th to 20th, or maybe a little further down on the leaderboard, they might have to change their game plan. What will they do? What will they adapt into their play style, into their strategy for day 2 to be able to get that comeback, to secure those points needed to, make their way up the leaderboard?
And to me, I look at this page, our second page, 11th place, Caden Knox and 4DR Storm. I believe they were actually below 20th before that game there. So to see them jump up all the way to first place, they went from 29th to 11th place after that game. Ooh. So big congratulations to them. That just shows you how one game can skyrocket you all the way to the top. So everyone, with that being said, we are done here for NA West Day 1 of the finals for the FNC West. Of course, we have to look at our predictions just to remind ourselves how great our predictions were. Clay, I'll let you take this one.
Okay, so again, historically, they're not performing the way they used to, right? They did have a slow start in the previous ones, but then they ended up in that top 5 situation on day number 1. They're not there. That is okay. They have 6 games. These are 2 of the best players in Fortnite in the entire world. Hands down, I'll make that argument every day of the week. They can clutch up enough points to get into the top spot. I fully believe it. They just have to play the game that they played seasons ago, right? The same sort of style. They can't keep falling back to this style of, we're contested. That's it. It's over. Can't do anything.
If anybody's gonna do it, Clay, I'm with you. It's Arkham and Epic Whale. If they're able to make that comeback in day 2, it's gonna be this duo. They're gonna strategize, they're gonna change things up, and they're gonna make sure that their day 2 is stronger. So I'm curious to see what decision they make. Maybe it'll be a route change, a drop spot change is a little more unlikely, but definitely there's gonna be something that they're gonna be mixing up going to day 2.
Something has to change here, but for right now, everyone, that is it for day number 1. 6 games down, 6 to go, and only one team out of the 50 are going to claim their spot at the top. Of course, on behalf of Jacob and Panda and these two incredible analysts right here, Clay and Takata, we appreciate you guys joining us here, and we can't wait to see you tomorrow.